明明能直接靠吸收妖气修成大帝，却偏偏生在了妖兽无法靠近的蜀山道门，而没有掌门命令，所有弟子都不得下山。正当你觉得此生无缘成为大帝之时，师兄弟们竟然诬陷你背叛宗门，将你关入了妖兽横行的锁妖塔。此刻，蜀山大殿内，你跪在殿前，那些以往称兄道弟的师兄弟们纷纷高呼：“请掌门废除少宗主的身份，并散尽修为。”押入锁妖塔，宗主父亲碍于戒备森严的门规，只能无奈照做。很快，你就被众人带到了一块偏僻的荒地面前，面前一座青铜古塔巍峨而立，随着厚重的铁门缓缓打开，扑面而来的就是一股强大的妖气。数万年前，这座塔里曾镇压了几只绝世大妖，后来随着他们寿元耗尽，这座塔也就变成了关押蜀山罪人的所在，而且因为其中残存妖力的影响，关入塔内就已经基本宣告了此生无缘修仙。押送者们无不唏嘘，这座妖塔中妖气之凶悍，就算是修仙者也无法在里面过多停留。现在你已经成了废人，只怕连3天都活不过去。然而就在他们觉得你是罪有应得之时，你却突然站直了身子，那原本因为被废除修为而虚弱的身体，竟再度焕发出强大的力量。众人都被这一变化吓得面面相觑，可还不等他们搞清楚状况，你就头也不回地朝着锁妖塔内走去。对别人来说，这锁妖塔可能是宿命决定，但对你来说，这却是个取之不竭的宝库。你没有理会外界的震惊迷影，而是在锁妖塔内小心探查起来。这座塔内部空间辽阔宽敞，但其中却充斥着如同利剑一样锋利的妖气。寻常的修仙者如果不小心吸入体内，轻则走火入魔，重则一命呜呼。哪怕是元婴出窍级别的大佬，最多也就扛个1年半载，但对你这些妖气却是至宝。仅仅1小时，你丹田的灵力便重新汇聚，修为也在不断恢复。尝到甜头后，你立刻闭关打坐修炼。往后的半个月，除了每隔一段时间，最亲近的小师妹会过来给你送饭，你无时无刻不在吸收妖气修炼。春去秋来，任谁也没想到，你一个废人竟能活这么久。3年过去，你竟还突破到了元婴境界的巅峰，修为之高，就连掌门与老祖都被你甩在身后。蜀山第一人的称号当之无愧，但你知道这远远不够。元婴之上还有出窍、炼虚、合体、护结、大成5大境界，而在大成之上，更有那传说中的大帝境界。寻常人修炼到元婴，便足以开宗立派，但在你眼中，元婴不过是个起点而已。只有成为大帝，才能真正傲视天下。锁妖塔内的妖气成了你最大的助力，成就大帝不过是时间问题。随着实力飙升，你的精神力也在疯狂强大，让你能从这辽阔无垠的塔内挖掘出无数宝藏。那些陨落的大妖与被困的蜀山前辈，他们的功法和法宝全被封存于此。你细细探查，这才发现，原来蜀山现存的许多功法都是残缺版，真正的完整版早已失传。而锁妖塔却将这些上古遗物完好保存。什么极品兵刃、赤霄剑、完整版、蜀山奇剑，这2样东西若现世，轻则振兴蜀山，重现昔日荣光，重则能令整个修仙界引发腥风血雨。而如今，他们全都被你收入囊中。然而，就在你以为可以一路高歌猛进时，危机悄然降临。整个宗门除了父亲与弟弟之外，便属这个给你送饭的小师妹对你最好。这次小师妹偷偷给你送饭时，面色凝重地带来了个惊天消息：不少魔道门派联合起来要攻打蜀山。蜀山上下现在已陷入恐慌，就连他这个小小猪机器的小师妹也要被派往前线。你虽对蜀山无感，但还是提醒他遇事别逞强，打不过就躲回宗门。这种事情你已经见惯不怪，毕竟正魔大战是修仙界常有的事情。蜀山再不济也还有好几位元婴老祖，不是什么人都可以拿捏的。师妹点头，回去后没几天，你没想到，就连你亲弟弟赵成也来到了锁妖塔。按理说这会犯了森严的门规，可这次对方居然是拿着掌门令牌来的。看着对方带来的丰盛饭菜，你心生疑惑，在你不断追问之下才得知，如今魔道大举进攻蜀山，与以往不同。最糟糕的是，魔道一位老怪物闭关数载，竟硬生生突破枷锁，成为 为出鞘境强者，掌门老爹紧急闭关寻求突破。现在蜀山事务全由他接管，他这才能来看望你。大哥，咱们兄弟最后好好喝一场吧。等夜深了，你就拿着令牌下山去吧。说罢，他好饮一口，将腰间的令牌放在地上。你们二人一直喝到深夜。最后，弟弟拿起令牌，命令看守弟子执行掌门之令，务必要给你安全送下山去。而你为了不暴露修为，只能照做。几天后，蜀山上下戒备森严，大殿内里的弟弟跪劝父亲，几位长老已为您准备好退路。您是宗门最有希望突破出鞘的人，您还是先躲一躲吧。赵四却坚定道：“我是蜀山掌门，岂能临阵脱逃？那人若敢来，就算玉石俱焚，我也要拉他陪葬。”与此同时，山间小道上，小师妹正与弟子们巡逻，一旁的弟子都在进行自我安慰。蜀山曾是顶尖宗门，就算如今示威，也不是魔道宵小能碰死的。可他们话音刚落，一只黑色巨兽便凭空出现。霎时间，遮天蔽日，魔气滔天，守护蜀山的金光大阵瞬间崩碎，化为飞灰。蜀山的娃娃们还不出来迎接老夫吗？空中一位黑衣老者傲立长空，出鞘期的恐怖威压令人窒息。而蜀山6位元婴长老齐出，剑气纵横，杀招尽显。然而黑衣老者只是轻蔑一笑，抬手一掌便将6位长老。
This is the power of an immortal cultivator in the out-of-body realm. I will first kill the leader of Shu Mountain, then annihilate the entire Shu Mountain sect. He-Tu laughed wildly, then shot into the air toward the main hall of Shu Mountain. If you want to kill me, Zhao Sihai, let's see who comes out on top. A figure broke through the hall and charged toward He-Tu without backing down. Sword lights flashed everywhere. It was Zhao Sihai, the Shu Mountain sect leader, wielding his famous sword. Zhao Sihai's gaze was unwavering. His golden sword emitted a crisp ringing sound as the spiritual energy within him surged endlessly into the blade, making the already intimidating sword edge even sharper. How dare a firefly's light compete with the brilliance of the full moon? He-Tu extended 2 fingers, using a cunning angle to block Zhao Sihai's sword, which had been charged with immense power. Despite the loud sword cries and the cold glints of steel, He-Tu remained unmoved. Impossible. Zhao Sihai was startled at first, then his expression turned resolute. His spiritual energy surged forth, his aura swelling dramatically. The golden sword in his hand grew even more powerful, breaking free from He-Tu's grip and darting toward the latter's forehead. He's using a secret technique to forcibly enhance his strength. He-Tu was taken aback but reacted swiftly, instinctively shifting to the left to avoid his vital areas, though the sword tip still pierced his shoulder. Clang! The golden sword pierced Black 2's shoulder but was immediately halted by a tremendous force, unable to advance further. How could this happen? Zhao Sihai furrowed his brows, not expecting such an outcome. This is the Golden Diamond Demon Body, the ultimate technique of Ghost Island. With your abilities, you don't have the qualifications to break through it. He-Tu's eyes grew cold, and his face twisted slightly. As a cultivator at the out-of-body realm, he had been injured by Zhao Sihai, a mere nascent soul cultivator. Though it was only a superficial wound, it was a humiliating defeat. You, the head of the Shu Mountain sect, with only the cultivation of the late nascent soul stage, dare to wield a sword in front of me? It seems Shu Mountain has truly fallen into decline. If that's the case, there's no point in continuing to exist. As the words fell, He-Tu's massive hand struck out, carrying the force of a mountain collapsing, sending Zhao Sihai's sword flying. The momentum continued unabated, striking his chest. But Zhao Sihai spat blood and flew backward, crashing heavily hundreds of meters away. The Shu Mountain sect leader has lost. No wonder he's a cultivator at the out-of-body realm. The Shu Mountain sect leader wasn't even a match for him. Now we can finally conquer Shu Mountain. Seeing Zhao Sihai severely injured and unable to rise, the cultivators from various demonic sects who had followed He-Tu grew excited and eager. Once upon a time, Shu Mountain was a powerful force that struck fear into their hearts. Yet after thousands of years, it had fallen to the point where it couldn't even withstand a single powerful cultivator from the Ghost Island. If they could destroy Shu Mountain today, they wouldn't just be able to divide its cultivation resources among themselves, they could also elevate the demon sect's reputation to its peak, enough to intimidate all the other sects across the world. Master! Zhao Sihai, severely injured and falling, landed right in front of Zhang Qian and her disciples. Without hesitation, Zhang Qian rushed forward and shielded the dying sect leader behind her. You little brat, get out of the way. I'm here to take Zhao Sihai's head. He-Tu strode forward, his terrifying aura sending shivers down the spines of the disciples. I won't. Under the overwhelming pressure, Zhang Qian's delicate body trembled, but she clenched her lips tightly. She raised her sword tremblingly and aimed it at the rapidly approaching He-Tu. You're asking for death. Black 2 was enraged. Earlier, he had been caught off guard and injured by Zhao Sihai. Now, a disciple of Mount Shu dared to block his path. It was sheer madness. He too struck out with a powerful palm strike, sending a torrent of energy surging toward Zhang Qian like a hurricane. Zhang Qian widened her beautiful eyes, her face filled with terror. She could feel the intense aura of death. With her cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, how could she possibly withstand such a terrifying attack? Clang! Just as the situation reached its most critical moment, a crisp and loud sword cry shook the heavens. The hurricane-like palm strike was severed into pieces by a sword light of unimaginable power. Under everyone's gaze, a figure rode the wind and sword, resembling a true transcendent sword immortal, charging toward the arrogant Black Butcher with overwhelming force. Chapter 11, Chaos erupts in all directions. Humph! Who are you? He-Tu furrowed his brows, clearly sensing the immense power of the figure. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the other party were no weaker than his own. Could this be a hidden cultivator from the Shu Mountain sect? He did not know that the one who had intervened was not an ancient cultivator from Mount Shu, but Zhao Fan, who had temporarily attained the out-of-body realm by using an ancient spirit-shocking talisman. Clang! Zhao Fan didn't answer his question but instead swiftly swung his sword. This was the sword technique he had mastered after fully grasping the foundational sword arts. When unleashed at his current out-of-body realm cultivation level, it was more than enough to threaten most peers of the same realm. Bang! He-Tu, seeing that the other party did not respond and had attacked so forcefully, felt a surge of anger. He extended his fierce black hand forward to strike. However, in the face of that sword chi, the black hand was shattered into pieces, and even he himself had to step back to avoid its sharp edge. The sword chi surged upward, piercing the heavens. Zhao Fan was enveloped in a brilliant glow that concealed his true form, but the sword energy he emitted was vast and powerful, shaking half of Shu Mountain. With just a casual strike, he forced He-Tu to stumble backward. What a powerful aura! He actually forced Black 2 back with a single sword strike. Could it be that one of our Shu Mountain ancestors who hasn't yet attained enlightenment has intervened? It must be. Shu Mountain is saved. Dare to summon the ancient masters to suppress the demonic tyrant of Ghost Island. Gazing at the figure whose aura was so powerful it seemed to reach the heavens, the once desperate disciples of Shu Mountain all shouted excitedly. How is that possible? A single sword strike forced back He-Tu, who had already broken through the chi-reaching stage. This suddenly appeared sword cultivator, could he really be an ancient monster from Shu Mountain who never attained enlightenment? I never expected Shu Mountain to have such depths. This scene was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the restless cultivators of various demonic sects who had been on the verge of action. Who are you? He-Tu's expression changed slightly as he sensed an unprecedentedly dangerous aura emanating from the other party. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan remained silent, only coldly uttering, "Those who dare to offend Shu Mountain shall be killed without mercy." His words rang out clearly, echoing throughout the skies above Shu Mountain. As soon as the words fell, a flash of sword light appeared. The sword light was blazing hot and dazzling, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, resembling a vast Milky Way slicing through the sky, unstoppable as it charged toward He-Tu. This is bad. He-Tu's expression changed drastically as he felt an overwhelming aura bearing down on him. He dared not take it lightly, his demonic energy surging as he continuously struck out with his massive hands, forming one after another of the Supreme Palm Prince, attempting to block the opponent's sword energy. Bang, bang. However, the seemingly powerful divine hand seals shattered one after another in the face of the sword chi. Vajra demon body. As the sword chi continued to surge forward unabated, He-Tu was both shocked and terrified. He let out a low growl, and his originally muscular body swelled by 3 feet in the wind, completely wrapped in pitch-black demonic energy as solid as substance, attempting to block this ultimate sword strike with his unparalleled physical martial arts. Clang! True to its reputation as the ultimate technique of Ghost Island, the Vajra demon chi repelled most of the force, managing to withstand the sword strike head-on. Ha ha! A sword cultivator from Mount Shu is nothing special. Black 2, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh wildly, the fear in his heart dissipating by a third. Sword control technique. But before He-Tu could finish laughing, Zhao Fan coldly uttered 3 words, causing his face to turn deathly pale. Hum. As the crisp sound of a sword rang out, Zhao Fan's crimson sky sword suddenly flew out of his hand, ignoring the 100-meter distance, and shot toward He-Tu like a bolt of lightning. Golden Buddha body. Block it for me. He couldn't even see the sword's trajectory, only feeling a chill spread throughout his body. He hurriedly activated the golden body to its limit, attempting to block the attack once more. Put! But in the next instant, blood spurted out, accompanied by He-Tu's agonized screams, as his blood-soaked head rolled to the ground. With a single strike of the sword technique, Black 2 was beheaded, and even his prideful golden demon body couldn't withstand it. This demonic overlord from Ghost Island, who had reached the out-of-body realm, met his gruesome end at Zhao Fan's sword. Dead. A great cultivator at the out-of-body realm was actually beheaded with a single sword strike? How is that possible? Seeing Hei-Tu die in an instant under the flying sword, the cultivators from various demonic sects were terrified, their faces pale, and some even collapsed to the ground. We VE1. The demon lord of Ghost Island has been slain with a single sword strike. Wonderful. Our ancestors are invincible. Mount Shu will surely triumph. The disciples of Shu Mountain cheered loudly, their voices echoing through the heavens. You did well. After Zhao Fan slew Hei-Tu, he approached Zhang Qian and smiled at her. Before anyone could react, he soared into the sky on his sword, disappearing into the vast expanse of the heavens. Senior. Zhang Qian stared wide-eyed at Zhao Fan's departing figure, feeling a sense of familiarity, but she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. By the time everyone came to their senses, Zhao Fan's presence had completely vanished, as if he had never been there at all. Sword writing technique. If I'm not mistaken, that must be the lost art of sword writing from Mount Shu, which has been lost for thousands of years. Could it really be a legendary master from the secluded Shu Mountain? At that moment, an elderly elder of Shu Mountain, deeply shocked, stared in the direction Zhao Fan had left, muttering to himself repeatedly. After slaying Hei-Tu, Zhao Fan silently returned to the demon ceiling tower. At that moment, the effect of the ancient shocking divine talisman had just faded, causing him to plummet from the out-of-body realm back to the nascent soul realm. Fortunately, with the help of the ancient divine symbol, I was able to use the sword technique to slay the demonic overlord from the Ghost Island. Otherwise, with my current Yuanling realm cultivation, I would have been no match for an out-of-body realm expert. Although Zhao Fan had killed a Qi condensation stage expert, he did not feel the slightest bit of arrogance. Instead, he became even more acutely aware that his current strength was still far from sufficient. However, the power of sword control is indeed formidable. With the first level of sword control technique, I was able to easily slay an out-of-body realm expert. If I can break through to the second level of sword control technique, its power will at least increase significantly. Since I am already at the Yuanling stage, I can attempt to cultivate the second layer of sword control technique. The sword and body is one realm. Zhao Fan's eyes gleamed with determination, and he immediately began practicing the second level of sword control according to its teachings. While Zhao Fan was focused on cultivating the second level of sword control technique, the events of that day spread like a storm throughout the entire Shu Mountain. The formidable Qi projection stage expert Hei-Tu from Ghost Island had been beheaded by a mysterious sword cultivator from Shu Mountain with a single strike. This shocking news not only caused the demonic sects that had been lurking in the shadows to grow wary, but even the other major cultivation sects were deeply shocked. Currently, the celestial laws are incomplete, and the spiritual energy is far inferior to that of 10,000 years ago. Out-of-body cultivators are extremely rare, even within the top-tier sects, where they are few and far between. Moreover, what is most crucial is that Shu Mountain no longer possesses the glory of tens of thousands of years ago. Over the past few thousand years, it has declined and withered, causing many first-rate cultivation sects to look down upon it with disdain. Yet, despite being a once great sect now in decline, a mysterious sword cultivator emerged from its ranks, slaying the demonic overlord of Ghost Island, Black 2, and causing a stir throughout the region. Time passed quickly, and 3 days had gone by. During these 3 days, Zhao Fan finally mastered the second level of sword control, achieving the realm of sword and man as one. Now, by channeling his Yuanling stage cultivation into the sword control technique, he could strike a giant boulder hundreds of meters away and shatter it into pieces with a single sword strike. Both the distance his sword could travel and the power it could unleash were significantly greater than before. Chapter 12, Golden Lotus Seat. The second level of sword-wielding technique, Unity of Sword and Self. Though I have mastered the basics, I still lack the necessary refinement and require more time to fully comprehend it. Zhao Fan's gaze grew deep. The sword technique of Mount Shu was vast and profound, and the second level of sword and man as one was far more intricate and complex than he had imagined. If he weren't born with a sword-like physique, other cultivators would struggle to achieve even a basic grasp of this technique, let alone master it in just 5 or 6 days. Even if they spent decades practicing, they might still fall short. According to Zhao Fan's estimation, to fully master the realm of sword and man as one, he would need to spend several months, or even longer. Shall we begin the check-in? Just then, the system prompted him as usual. Check-in. Zhao Fan replied habitually. Ding, check-in complete. You have obtained the golden lotus cushion for body cultivation. As the system's voice faded, a golden meditation cushion appeared out of thin air. Golden meditation cushion? Staring at the golden meditation cushion that had materialized out of thin air, Zhao Fan was taken aback. What was this thing? System, what is the purpose of this golden meditation cushion? Zhao Fan hesitated for a moment before asking the system. The golden meditation cushion is forged from supreme divine metal and is a rare treasure that aids in cultivation. It accelerates the refinement and absorption of celestial and earthly spiritual energies, thereby enhancing the speed of cultivation. The system's explanation echoed in Zhao Fan's mind. So it's a treasure that can accelerate cultivation. I must try it out to see how effective it is. Zhao Fan couldn't wait to sit down and experience the effects of the golden lotus cushion. Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Fan sat down, he felt an endless stream of celestial and earthly spiritual energy gathering around him. The sheer volume of spiritual energy was several times greater than what he had experienced during his previous cultivation sessions. With the golden meditation cushion's assistance, Zhao Fan seemed to transform into a black hole, continuously refining and absorbing the celestial and earthly spiritual energy around him. This was simply unbelievable. After all, since Zhao Fan had broken through to the Yuanling realm, both the speed of his cultivation and the growth of his spiritual energy had become incredibly slow. Even after days of cultivation, he could only increase his spiritual energy by a mere thread. However, with the golden lotus cushion's assistance, Zhao Fan had only been practicing for a short while, yet his spiritual energy had already increased by a thread, with efficiency improved by at least tenfold compared to before. It truly lives up to its reputation as a rare treasure for cultivation. Its effects are truly astonishing. Zhao Fan smiled. The effects of the golden lotus cushion were even more astonishing than he had imagined. With the golden lotus cushion's assistance, I might not need too much time to advance further to the mid-stage of the Yuanling realm. Zhao Fan's eyes flickered as he murmured to himself. Under normal circumstances, cultivating at the Yuanling stage is extremely difficult, with each step forward requiring cultivators to spend countless years of arduous training. However, with the golden lotus cushion, Zhao Fan's cultivation time had been significantly shortened. Just as Zhao Fan was about to continue his cultivation, he sensed light footsteps approaching from outside the demon ceiling tower. "Senior brother, I've brought your meal." Outside the demon ceiling tower, the clear, bell-like laughter of Zhang Qian, the young disciple from the discipline hall, echoed. "I've prepared several new dishes for you today. There's braised fish and soy-glazed spare ribs." Zhang Qian, lively and cheerful, didn't wait for Zhao Fan to speak before listing them one by one. "Little junior sister, you seem to be in a very good mood today." Zhao Fan smiled and asked. "Of course." Zhang Qian giggled and added, "Senior brother, did you know? A few days ago, that demonic master from Ghost Island, He Tu, invaded our Shu Mountain and attempted to assassinate our sect leader. He was slain by a mysterious sword cultivator from our Shu Mountain. Now, all the demonic sects have retreated from our Shu Mountain territory and dare not threaten us anymore. I'll tell you, I was there that day and witnessed the legendary sword cultivator's breathtaking display of skill as he sliced the demon lord of Ghost Island in two with a single stroke. That sword cultivator even took the time to praise me before leaving." Zhang Qian recalled the events of a few days ago, still feeling her blood boil with excitement. Her face flushed slightly as she recounted the story to Zhao Fan. Was that Shu Mountain sword cultivator really that powerful? Zhao Fan chuckled to himself, knowing the little girl was talking about him, and asked casually. "He's incredibly powerful. Even the demon lord from Ghost Island who had reached the out-of-body realm was beheaded by that sword cultivator with a single strike. If I had even half of that master's strength, I could draw my sword and descend the mountain to sweep away all those evil demons." Zhang Qian waved her fists angrily, speaking with great fervor. "You will. As long as the young disciple trains diligently, she will definitely become a powerful warrior of Mount Shu." Zhao Fan smiled and said. He. "Senior brother, I know you're flattering me, but with my talent, forget about becoming a powerful warrior of Mount Shu. Even breaking through from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the intermediate stage would take me years." Zhang Qian blushed and said shyly. She was well aware of her own potential. 3 years ago, she had already reached the foundation establishment stage of cultivation, yet after all this time, she was still stuck at the same level. Let alone becoming a powerful sword cultivator like her seniors, even reaching the golden core stage might be an unattainable goal for her entire life. Noticing the hint of disappointment in Zhang Qian's tone, Zhao Fan smiled slightly and asked, "Is there any difficulty in breaking through to the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm? After eating so many meals prepared by the little junior sister, let me help you this time." "Little junior sister, put your hand in." "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Zhang Qian was confused and didn't understand Zhao Fan's intentions. Despite her confusion, she hesitantly reached her hand inside. "You'll see soon enough." Looking at Zhang Qian's fair, slender palm, Zhao Fan smiled slightly before pointing his finger. A powerful surge of spiritual energy flowed through Zhang Qian's palm and into her body. "Senior brother." Zhang Qian's delicate body trembled slightly as a warm energy surged into her body, causing the long-standing bottleneck she had been facing to show signs of loosening. "Unify your mind and spirit. Attempt to break through the realm." Zhang Qian heard Zhao Fan's voice in her ears. Though shocked, Zhang Qian knew this was the most critical moment. She closed her eyes, focused her mind, and dedicated herself to breaking through her current realm. Half an hour later, Zhang Qian's delicate body emitted a series of crackling sounds like popping beans, and her aura surged at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Oh my! I've actually broken through to the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm." Zhang Qian opened her bright eyes and exclaimed in both surprise and joy. "Little disciple, congratulations on your successful breakthrough." Zhao Fan smiled and offered his congratulations. "Senior brother, did you help me break through the realm?" Zhang Qian widened her beautiful eyes in shock, looking toward Zhao Fan inside the demon ceiling tower. I just gave you a little help. The most crucial part was that you had accumulated enough strength on your own, you were only missing a single opportunity. Zhao Fan smiled slightly and explained. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's confirmation, Zhang Qian was even more shocked and couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, have you successfully reincarnated as an immortal? Sort of. Zhao Fan did not deny it. That's wonderful. Senior brother, you're truly amazing. Zhang Qian was genuinely overjoyed, while also realizing that Zhao Fan's strength far exceeded her imagination. Even the elders of Mount Shu would likely struggle to help a disciple at the foundation establishment stage break through their bottleneck so easily, let alone Zhao Fan. Though shocked by Zhao Fan's cultivation prowess, Zhang Qian did not associate him with the mysterious sword cultivator from before. In Zhang Qian's subconscious, even if Zhao Fan had re-entered the cultivation path and become much stronger, he couldn't possibly be powerful enough to kill a demon lord at the chi projection stage, could he? The fact that I've successfully resumed cultivation, don't spread it around for now. Zhao Fan paused for a moment before reminding her. I will keep it a secret. Thank you, senior brother, for helping me earlier. Zhang Qian thanked him earnestly. No need to thank me, it was just a small favor. Zhao Fan smiled, shrugging it off. What's a small favor for you, senior brother, is a huge favor for me. In the future, I will definitely find an opportunity to repay you. Zhang Qian spoke earnestly with a serious expression. Without Zhao Fan's help, she didn't know how much longer she would have had to struggle, perhaps half a year, or even several years before breaking through the bottleneck and achieving success. No need to repay me. Just prepare a few delicious meals for me in the future, or tell me more interesting stories about the outside world. Zhao Fan shrugged it off with a smile. Alright, no problem. Zhang Qian giggled and happily agreed. By the way, there is something else I think I should tell senior brother. Before Zhao Fan could speak, Zhang Qian hesitated and said, last time the sect master fought the demon lord of Ghost Island, he was severely injured. I heard that as of now, his condition isn't looking good. Moreover, with the news of the sect master's injuries spreading, the 6 major sword sects under our Shu Mountain faction have become restless and are making moves to break away, leaving Zhao Chang, the young sect master, overwhelmed with work. The 6 great sword sects? Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. During his previous life as the young sect master, he had already been constantly worried about the 6 great sword sects under Shu Mountain's command. In name, the 6 great sword gates were under the command of Shu Mountain, but over the past few thousand years, as Shu Mountain continued to decline, the 6 great sword gates had long harbored ambitions to break away and form their own factions. When the Black Massacre from Ghost Island attacked Shu Mountain, the 6 great sword sects remained indifferent, refusing to send any powerful warriors to aid Shu Mountain. I understand. I believe Zhao Chang will handle it appropriately. Zhao Fan did not ask any further questions, as he was well aware that his father, the current patriarch of Shu Mountain, had led the mountain for over a century and would not falter so easily. As for the potential threats posed by the 6 great sword sects, that was not his concern. Compared to that, Zhao Fan preferred to stay put in the demon ceiling tower and continuously enhance his strength through the system. After that, Zhao Fan and Zhang Qian chatted idly for a while. Though the topics were trivial, they still talked animatedly. Before Zhang Qian left, Zhao Fan asked her to change the frequency of her meal deliveries from every 3 days to every 10 days. This was because Zhao Fan planned to use the golden lotus cushion to aid his cultivation and maximize his strength gains. Chapter 13, 5 years later. The main hall of Mount Shu was unusually quiet, with only the sect master Zhao Sihai and his son Zhao Cheng present. Chenger, have you still not found that sword cultivator? No. Father, I've sent men to search everywhere over the past few days, but we haven't found any clues about that sword cultivator. Looking at his father, who was still recovering from his severe injuries, Zhao Chang felt a pang of sympathy, but he spoke the truth nonetheless. Ah. It seems that the sword cultivator doesn't want us to disturb him. Zhao Sihai sighed deeply. Although He-Tu is dead, it seems that the crisis for our Shu Mountain has been resolved. However, the underlying dangers still remain. Moreover, in the near future, the heavens and earth may undergo great changes. Shu Mountain needs powerful warriors who can stand up to the demons and various sects and tribes, otherwise, we will be unable to deter them. Zhao Sihai spoke slowly, his expression as calm as water. A major upheaval in the heavens and earth? Father, what does that mean? I have never heard of this before. Zhao Chang was taken aback. This was the first time he had ever heard such news in his life. It's normal that you haven't heard of it before. This is a closely guarded secret passed down through the generations of the Shu Mountain sect's leaders. Since you are now the designated successor, I can share it with you in advance. Chenger, do you know that the celestial and terrestrial chi of the vast world is akin to the tides that rise and fall endlessly? Tides? Zhao Cheng's confusion deepened. Exactly, tides. As cultivators, we defy the heavens, refining and absorbing countless celestial energies into our bodies, thereby enhancing our strength and elevating our cultivation levels. But have you ever considered that the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth also has its own cycles of depletion and renewal? Just like the tides in the ocean, they recede at sunrise and rise at sunset. At this point, Zhao Sihai paused, quietly observing Zhao Cheng's reaction. Father, I understand. So, the so-called great changes in the heavens and earth refer to massive shifts in the cosmic energies? Zhao Cheng was no fool, he quickly grasped his father's meaning. That's correct. Every tens of thousands of years, the vast world undergoes a drastic transformation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of years ago, the reason why our Shu Mountain sword path could dominate the cultivation world and even produce sword immortals was not only due to our strong lineage and the emergence of many talented individuals, but also because the celestial and earthly spiritual energies were at their peak, raising the upper limits of countless cultivators. Zhao Sihai's eyes shone brightly, and he continued with a hint of excitement in his voice, such abundant and prosperous celestial and earthly spiritual energy may reappear within the next few decades or even centuries. At that time, not only will cultivators at the chi separation stage emerge, but even those at the spirit splitting stage and even the body merging stage will sprout up like bamboo shoots after spring rain. Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, and he murmured, "Father, you're not lying to me, are you? Your father has no reason to deceive you. If we of Shu Mountain can seize this opportunity, we may very well be able to recreate the glory of tens of thousands of years ago." Zhao Sihai took a deep breath, his face filled with regret, and continued, "Unfortunately, I was severely injured in my battle with He Tu, forcing me to activate a secret technique, which damaged my foundational cultivation and left me with little remaining lifespan. My potential has been exhausted. Otherwise..." At this point, Zhao Sihai sighed heavily, then turned to Zhao Cheng and said earnestly, "Chenger, I am but a spent force, but you are the hope of Shu Mountain. If you can seize this opportunity of the great changes in the heavens and earth to lead Shu Mountain to rise again, or even ascend to the path of immortality, it would fulfill your father's lifelong wish." "Father, is your injury truly beyond salvation?" Zhao Cheng's heart ached deeply as he asked softly. "I know my injuries better than anyone. Even if I were to take the legendary immortal elixir, it would be of little use." Zhao Sihai shook his head, then smiled with resignation, "But you need not worry. I can still cling to life for a few more days, at least until you truly take your place. Chenger, in the days to come, you must quickly familiarize yourself with the affairs of Mount Shu. When the time is right, I will hand over the position of sect leader to you." 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During those 5 years, Zhao Fan never left the demon ceiling tower. With the system's assistance, his cultivation realm had advanced from the initial stage of the nascent soul realm to the mid-stage, and then broke through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. He was now just a step away from reaching the peak of the nascent soul realm. Such a rapid advancement was unheard of in the current cultivation world. Under normal circumstances, it would take ordinary cultivators decades or even centuries to break through from the early stage of the Yuanling realm to the late stage. Especially in the current environment, where spiritual energy has yet to begin its revival, the higher one's cultivation level, the greater the difficulty in advancing. Moreover, this is under ideal circumstances. Many cultivators get stuck at bottlenecks and spend their entire lives unable to make any progress, and such cases are all too common. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you'll be swept back. As his cultivation reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, Zhao Fan's cultivation progress grew increasingly slow. Even with the assistance of the golden lotus cushion, 10 days, or half a month of arduous cultivation could only yield a slight increase in his spiritual energy. What a pity! I am just half a step away from the perfect Yuanling stage, yet I cannot seem to take that final step. Zhao Fan opened his eyes, his gaze deep and calm. Compared to several years ago, his demeanor had become even more plain and unassuming. It's still lacking a bit of refinement. It requires time to refine. Zhao Fan muttered to himself, showing no signs of impatience. Cultivation was a natural process. As long as he accumulated enough, he would eventually break through to the next minor realm. It was merely a matter of time. With the system's assistance, Zhao Fan was highly confident. As long as he remained diligent, it might take several years or as little as half a year to break through the barriers and enter the realm. Therefore, Zhao Fan was in no hurry, remaining calm and resolute. Dong dong. Just as Zhao Fan finished his cultivation, a thunderous drumbeat echoed from outside the demon ceiling tower. The Shu Mountain heavenly drums. Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows, recognizing the sound of the drums. The heavenly drum has sounded. The new leader of Shu Mountain has ascended to the position. It must be that kid from Zhao City. Zhao Fan looked in the direction of the drumbeat, feeling no surprise. He recalled what Zhang Qian had mentioned when she brought him food a few days ago. According to his younger sister Zhang Qian, over the past 5 years, his stepfather, the former head of Shu Mountain, had stepped down from his position, and all matters on Shu Mountain had been gradually taken over by his younger brother Zhao Chang. Moreover, Zhao Chang's succession ceremony as the new head of Shu Mountain was being held today. What's the fun in being the head of the sect? Having to worry about so many matters on Mount Shu is no fun. I'd rather stay quietly in the demon ceiling tower and grow stronger through the system. Zhao Fan shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. Shall we begin the check-in? At that moment, as usual, the system's prompt sounded in Zhao Fan's mind. Check in. Ding, check-in successful. Reward, golden armor puppet. As the system's voice faded, a towering golden armored golem materialized before Zhao Fan. Golden armored golem. What is this? Zhao Fan was surprised. Over the past 5 years, he had obtained various items through the system's check-in feature, including elixirs, martial arts techniques, weapons, magical artifacts, and rare treasures, but he had never received anything like this before. The golden armor golem possesses combat power rivaling that of a cultivator at the out-of-body realm. After recognizing its master through a blood oath, it can be controlled with one's mind. Facing Zhao Fan's confusion, the system's explanation was concise and to the point. What, combat power rivaling that of a cultivator at the out-of-body realm? Zhao Fan smiled, as the golden armor puppet before him possessed such formidable combat power. True to the system's reputation for quality. With this golden armor golem, it's like having an out-of-body stage enforcer? And one that doesn't feel pain and is fearless in battle. Chapter 14, The New Sect Leader's Troubles. Obtaining the golden armor puppet put Zhao Fan in a great mood. Although he had not yet broken through to the out-of-body realm, he at least had a bodyguard of this caliber. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan continued to stay in the demon ceiling tower, quietly cultivating his skills. Until one day, the gates of the demon ceiling tower slowly opened, and Zhao Chang, who had just become the new patriarch of Mount Shu, arrived with fine wine and delicious food. Greetings, new sect master. Zhao Fan stepped forward and bowed gracefully to his younger brother Zhao Chang. Brother, you're being too formal. There's no need for such formalities between brothers. Seeing Zhao Fan's demeanor, the new sect master Zhao Chang smiled wryly. Although he had only been the head of Shu Mountain for a few days, Zhao Chang did not look radiant. Instead, he wore a weary expression. Only after taking his seat as the head of Shu Mountain did he truly understand the immense pressure on his shoulders. Shu Mountain was vast, with thousands of cultivating disciples and countless subordinate factions under its banner. Most importantly, leading Shu Mountain was no easy task. It could even be described as extremely challenging. In the past few days, Zhao Chang had just taken office and was eager to reform Shu Mountain and revive the sect, but he faced numerous obstacles, leaving him mentally and physically exhausted. What's wrong with you? You've only been the leader for a few days. Why do you look so haggard? As the new leader of Shu Mountain, shouldn't you be full of energy and radiant? Zhao Fan noticed his state and couldn't help but tease him with a smile. Big brother, don't mention it. Zhao Chang sighed and said solemnly, I thought that becoming the head of Shu Mountain would allow me to showcase my abilities and lead the sect to glory. But in just a few days, I've already encountered so many obstacles from both within and without the sect that I'm so worried my hair is turning gray. Zhao Chang complained as he set the food and wine on the table, saying, with all my ambitions unfulfilled, I can only come to you for a drink. What kind of obstacles? Zhao Fan asked casually. Fortunately, his previous incarnation had dared to enter the forbidden zone. Otherwise, all these troubles would have fallen on his head. Beyond Shu Mountain, the demonic sects and demonic tribes are stirring up trouble, sparking one bloody conflict after another. Within Shu Mountain, the people are divided and disunited, like scattered sand. They engage in open and covert struggles, unwilling to strive for progress. The vassal factions under their command, such as the 6 great sword sects and several former kingdoms that once belonged to Shu Mountain, are all harboring ambitions to break away and establish their own factions. Even during my recent succession ceremony, the 6 great sword gates did not send a single envoy to offer congratulations. This enraged my father to the point of fury. Had I not intervened in time, he would have summoned the elders to storm their headquarters. At this point, Zhao Chang sighed heavily and drank a cup of wine in silence. Brother, I truly envy you. You may be locked away in the demon ceiling tower, but at least you don't have to worry about these troublesome matters. Back then, I saw father sitting on the seat of the sect leader, looking so powerful and respected. But now that I've taken his place, I finally understand how heavy the burden on my shoulders truly is. After downing the rest of his wine in one gulp, Zhao Chang continued, I truly hate myself for not being strong enough. I've exhausted so many resources from Mount Shu and even spent years of my life, yet I've only managed to reach the peak of the Golden Core realm. If only I had the strength I had back then to slay the Black Slaughter Sword Cultivator. Then I wouldn't have to be so restricted like this now. Hearing this, Zhao Fan smiled and comforted him, don't rush. Take your time. You are the youngest patriarch in Shu Mountain's history. You have plenty of time to revive Shu Mountain. Moreover, Shu Mountain has been plagued by long-standing issues and has been in decline for nearly 10,000 years. To rise again, we need more preparation. Brother, that's how it is. But I don't have much time left. Zhao Chang took a deep breath, as if recalling something, and clenched his teeth, saying, do you know? 2 days ago, the 6 great sword gates ceased supplying cultivation resources to our Shu Mountain. Moreover, back when He-Tu invaded Shu Mountain, if he had successfully killed our father, the 6 great sword sects would have immediately rebelled and annexed Shu Mountain. If it weren't for that sword cultivator 5 years ago who decisively defeated the demonic overlord and averted the crisis, Shu Mountain would have ceased to exist long ago. But now, the 6 great sword sects' treacherous ambitions are plain for all to see. It won't be long before they declare independence. How powerful are the 6 great sword sects? Zhao Fan suddenly asked. They are immeasurably powerful, Zhao Chang said solemnly. 10,000 years ago, the 6 great sword sects were merely weak vassal factions that split off from Shu Mountain. However, over the past few thousand years, our Shu Mountain has become complacent and stuck in its ways. Additionally, the main sword cultivation traditions have undergone significant changes, no longer aligning with the cultivation methods of most cultivators. In contrast, the 6 great sword sects have collected and synthesized cultivation techniques from various schools, refining and expanding them. Even the number and quality of their disciples far surpass those of our Shu Mountain. As for the top cultivators of the 6 great sword gates, their combined numbers are more than several times that of our Shu Mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan suddenly understood. Judging by what his younger brother Zhao Chang had said, it was understandable why the 6 great sword sects had decided to go their own way. After all, whether it was their mid to low tier disciples or their high tier cultivators, they were no inferior to Shu Mountain. Why should they submit to Shu Mountain and willingly become its vassal forces? Those vassal factions sought Shu Mountain's protection, but once they became stronger than Shu Mountain, why should they have to kowtow to Shu Mountain? Since they've grown so powerful, why not let them go their own way? Zhao Fan remained calm as he hesitated to ask. Under no circumstances. Zhao Chang furrowed his brows and explained, brother, allowing them to establish their own factions would not only damage Shu Mountain's prestige but also result in a massive loss of cultivation resources. Much of Shu Mountain's resources come from tributes paid by those vassal factions. If the 6 great sword gates succeed in establishing their own factions, other vassal factions might follow suit. Shu Mountain's foundation would become unstable, and we wouldn't even be able to talk about rising again. We'd be on the brink of extinction. So there rests that connection. Is there really no other way? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow and said, other methods? Zhao Chang sighed helplessly and said, unless that sword cultivator personally appears to strongly support me, I have no way to turn the situation around. Otherwise, the future of Shu Mountain is uncertain. Don't worry, there will eventually be a solution. Zhao Fan comforted him softly. I hope so. Zhao Chang shook his head, knowing his older brother was just trying to comfort him. By the way, older brother, do you want to leave the demon ceiling tower? I can. No. Before Zhao Chang could finish, Zhao Fan immediately interrupted him. Brother, don't joke around. I'm now the new leader of Shu Mountain. I can help you leave the demon ceiling tower. You don't need to worry about dragging me down. Zhao Chang tried to persuade him with kind words, mistakenly believing that his older brother Zhao Fan was worried about dragging him down, which is why he refused outright. Zhao Fan knew his younger brother Zhao Chang had misunderstood him and explained, I wasn't joking with you. The outside world is in chaos, it's better to stay here where it's comfortable. I really don't want to go out yet. After a pause, Zhao Fan smiled confidently and added, besides, I can leave the demon ceiling tower anytime I want. All right. Feeling the determination in his older brother's tone, Zhao Chang didn't press the matter further, but a hint of confusion arose in his heart. Was staying in the locked demon tower, where the sun never shone, really that comfortable? Chapter 15, Zhao Fan's Gift. Zhao Chang couldn't understand Zhao Fan's happiness, as he didn't know that the latter was staying in the demon ceiling tower, growing stronger every day through the system's daily check-in. Though the days were somewhat monotonous, the constant sense of improvement in his abilities brought Zhao Fan great satisfaction. Big brother, the wine is finished. I'll come visit you next time. Setting down his wine cup, Zhao Chang prepared to leave. As the master of Shu Mountain sect, he had countless matters to attend to, and today he had managed to carve out this brief moment of leisure. Wait. Just then, Zhao Fan suddenly called out to Zhao Chang. Big brother, do you have something else to do? Did you change your mind and decide to leave the demon ceiling tower? Zhao Chang smiled and teased him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan shook his head and said slowly, I have a gift for you, as a congratulation on becoming the new master of Shu Mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Fan casually waved his hand, and a golden armor puppet appeared out of thin air. What is this? Feeling the suffocating aura emanating from the golden armor golem, Zhao Chang's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, a cultivator at the out-of-body realm. It is not an out-of-body stage cultivator. It's just a golden armor golem with the combat power of an out-of-body cultivator. Zhao Fan corrected him. A golden armor golem with the combat power of an out-of-body cultivator? Zhao Cheng found it hard to believe, asking with a mix of shock and doubt, brother, how did you obtain this? I found it in the depths of the demon ceiling tower. It should be something left behind by a powerful cultivator who was imprisoned there. To avoid revealing the system's existence, Zhao Fan casually explained. I see. Hearing Zhao Fan's explanation, Zhao Cheng believed him a little more. After all, tens of thousands of years ago, the demon ceiling tower had imprisoned the most powerful demons, so it was indeed possible for them to leave behind something extraordinary. Brother, such a precious and rare item, are you sure you want to give it to me? Staring at the golden armor puppet, Zhao Chang's eyes burned with desire, but he still asked again and again. Of course. I have little use for this golden armor golem. You need it more than I do. Zhao Fan smiled slightly and said. These words were indeed sincere. While the golden armor golem was powerful, Zhao Fan spent his days confined within the demon ceiling tower and had no practical use for it. Moreover, with the System's assistance, his strength was constantly improving, and one day, he would break through to become an out-of-body cultivator. Big brother, thank you. I'm truly grateful. Zhao Chang took a deep breath and said with profound gratitude. Between brothers, there's no need for such formalities. Go now and fulfill your duties as the master of the Shu Mountain sect. Zhao Fan smiled indifferently. All right. Zhao Chang nodded firmly and then strode out of the demon ceiling tower. Only when Zhao Chang's figure had completely disappeared did Zhao Fan slowly withdraw his gaze. He hoped that with the help of the golden armor puppet, his younger brother, the sect master, would be able to avoid some unnecessary troubles. After Zhao Chang departed, the demon ceiling tower once again returned to its usual tranquility. I'm currently stuck at a bottleneck. Since my cultivation progress is slow, I'll focus on improving my sword control technique. Earlier, although Zhao Fan had grasped the second layer of sword control, achieving the realm of sword and man as one, he had not fully mastered it. Therefore, Zhao Fan utilized the ample time at his disposal to intensify his cultivation of sword manipulation. However, sword manipulation was profound and intricate. Even with his innate sword physique, Zhao Fan knew that mastering the second layer of sword manipulation would not be easy. Sword control had once been the most powerful sword technique of Mount Shu, and tens of thousands of years ago, it had even shaken the entire cultivation world. Though its power was astonishing, the difficulty of cultivation was extremely high. Even during the glorious era of Mount Shu, when talented individuals abounded, few had fully mastered the second level of sword control, let alone cultivated the ninth level to perfection. The more powerful the martial arts technique, the more time and effort it requires from cultivators. Cultivation knows no time. In the blink of an eye, another decade has passed. This was the 18th year since Zhao Fan had arrived at the demon ceiling tower. Through his relentless efforts, he had finally mastered the second layer of sword cultivation, achieving the realm of sword and man as one. Not only that, but his cultivation, which had been stuck at a bottleneck, had also made a small breakthrough. He had advanced from the late nascent soul stage to the peak of the nascent soul stage, with only half a step remaining before reaching the out-of-body stage. Although the pace of his progress was nowhere near as fast as before, Zhao Fan was still fairly content. He was well aware that in the current world, as one's cultivation level increased, the difficulty of cultivation grew exponentially, requiring even more time and effort. Having spent 10 years to advance from the late Yuanling stage to the peak of the Yuanling stage was already an exceptionally fast pace. Otherwise, for other cultivators, advancing a single minor realm within the Yuanling stage would require decades, or even centuries, of effort. I can attempt to break through to the out-of-body stage at any time now. But I still need to consolidate my cultivation for some time to ensure the highest chance of a successful breakthrough. Zhao Fan's gaze was calm and profound, and his entire demeanor seemed to have returned to its natural state. He was like a divine sword still sheathed, its aura concealed to the extreme, but once unsheathed, it would shatter the heavens. Senior brother, I've brought your meal. At that moment, Zhang Qian's clear and sweet voice echoed from outside the demon ceiling tower. After all these years, Zhang Qian had grown from a young disciple in the discipline hall to a senior sister to many new disciples, yet she remained steadfast, delivering meals to Zhao Fan personally every 10 days without fail. This time, there was braised pork, sour cabbage fish, and several of your favorite side dishes. Zhang Qian placed the food box down and handed in the fragrant dishes. It tastes great. Zhao Fan savored the delicious food, nodding in satisfaction. Senior brother, there have been quite a few incidents at Mount Shu recently. Did you know? The current sect master is working hard to reform Shu Mountain, redistributing cultivation resources among the disciples and elders. Zhang Qian said excitedly. Reallocating cultivation resources? Zhao Fan perked up at the mention. Yes, I think it's a great idea. The amount of cultivation resources will be allocated based on the contributions of disciples and elders. Otherwise, like before, some disciples and elders rely on their seniority to monopolize so many resources without contributing to the sect, just like parasites. This reform is a good idea. Zhao Fan smiled and nodded in agreement. Of course it's good, and we disciples support it too, but it's been met with opposition and obstruction from many elders. Just a few days ago, several inter-sect elders were instigated by the 6 great sword sects and took the opportunity to rebel, intending to harm the sect master. Fortunately, there was a cultivator at the chi condensation stage protecting the sect master, who directly killed those traitorous elders. Because of this incident, the relationship between our Shu Mountain and the 6 great sword sects has become increasingly tense. But to be honest, the 6 great sword sects are too arrogant. They're just a vassal force of our Shu Mountain, yet they dare to do such things. Zhang Qian continued angrily. Fortunately, the sect master remained calm. Otherwise, if it were me, I would have been so enraged that I would have led the troops to wipe out the 6 great sword sects. Perhaps the sect master isn't calm, he just doesn't have the confidence to wipe out the 6 great sword sects. Zhao Fan shook his head and smiled wryly. He could understand Zhang Qian's feelings. As a disciple of Shu Mountain, anyone would feel outraged upon hearing such news. But the real situation was likely that his younger brother, the sect master, was still wary of the sixth great sword sect's strength and hadn't acted immediately. Otherwise, based on Zhao Fan's understanding of him, the current Shu Mountain would certainly not be so peaceful. Chapter 16, Watching the Rain Break Through the Barrier. After chatting for a while, Zhang Qian left with the food box after Zhao Fan finished his meal. She was now a seasoned junior sister in the discipline hall, and besides her own cultivation, she also had to mentor several new disciples, so she didn't have as much free time as before. As Zhang Qian departed, the Lot Demon Tower once again fell into its usual quietude. However, unlike the calm of the Demon Ceiling Tower, the entire Shu Mountain was abuzz with unrest. News of the failed rebellion orchestrated by several senior elders in collusion with the Six Sword sects had spread, leaving most of the Shu Mountain disciples furious. Some radical disciples even demanded severe punishment for the Six Sword sects. However, the current sect master, Zhao Chang, and the higher-ups of Shu Mountain still maintained a degree of restraint. Yet it was clear to everyone that Shu Mountain and the Six Great Sword sects had reached a point where they were on the brink of open conflict. Other cultivating sects were all waiting to see Shu Mountain's downfall. If this matter was not handled properly, it would deal a severe blow to Shu Mountain's reputation. Zhao Fan paid no heed to these matters, remaining in the Demon Ceiling Tower to cultivate in seclusion. He had broken through to the peak of the Yuanling realm, with only half a step remaining to reach the Chengui realm. However, this final half step was far from straightforward. It required both the right opportunity and timing to break through successfully in one go. After all, the Black Butcher of Ghost Island had secluded himself overseas for hundreds of years before becoming an out-of-body cultivator. Of course, Zhao Fan's talent and opportunities were far beyond what He-Tu could match, not to mention the assistance from the system. Boom! On this day, dark clouds gathered, lightning split the sky, and torrential rain poured down. The climate of Shu Mountain was dry, with little rain falling for decades. This sudden downpour was a rare and extraordinary phenomenon. Strange, the rain seems to carry an extremely dense spiritual energy. Gazing at the heavy rain, Zhao Fan's expression remained calm and profound as he sensed something unusual. His senses were exceptionally keen, and with the sudden downpour, he could clearly feel that the concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding area had increased significantly in an instant. Could this be a rare celestial phenomenon? Zhao Fan murmured to himself. In the annals of history, such celestial phenomena occasionally occurred, and perhaps today's rain was no exception. As the rain grew heavier, the nearly full spiritual energy within Zhao Fan suddenly surged, like a calm ocean stirring up towering waves. The bottleneck has become much looser. Perhaps I can use this to break through to the out-of-body realm. Zhao Fan was astonished to discover that as the heavy rain fell, the once solid bottleneck not only loosened but also saw a noticeable increase in spiritual energy within his body. He smiled and no longer hesitated, beginning to push himself to break through his current realm. The rain grew heavier, and even the Demon Ceiling Tower, shrouded in malevolent energy, was flooded with an endless stream of celestial spiritual energy. Under the pouring of this vast spiritual energy, Zhao Fan's aura rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Time passed unnoticed, and suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of Zhao Fan's body. At the same time, a faint, moonlight-like energy form began to condense slowly between Zhao Fan's eyebrows. This was none other than the Yuan Xin, a spiritual essence unique to cultivators who had reached the out-of-body realm. The primary distinction between the out-of-body stage and the nascent soul stage lies in whether one has condensed a spiritual essence. A cultivator's Yuan Xin is formed from essence, energy, and spirit, and possesses the ability to leave the body. The spiritual essence can, with a single thought, perceive every blade of grass and tree in its surroundings, with endless applications. This is the out-of-body stage. Zhao Fan could clearly feel that his limbs and bones were filled with surging, boundless power, and his spiritual energy had surged significantly, making his overall strength at least several times stronger than before. Most importantly, after successfully condensing his divine essence, his 5 senses had been greatly enhanced. This breakthrough improvement caused Zhao Fan to smile. He had originally thought it would take more time before he could confidently break through the realm, but he never expected that the heavy rain would accelerate the process. The powerful aura of the out-of-body stage shook half of the Demon Ceiling Tower, lasting for a full moment before Zhao Fan finally calmed down. Although he had broken through ahead of schedule, Zhao Fan did not become arrogant or complacent. Cultivation knew no bounds, and the chi projection stage was merely a small peak on the path to immortality. The distance to the true pinnacle of the immortal path was still an extremely long journey. It was nothing to boast about. Shu Mountain Hall. Chenger, have you made up your mind? Are you really going to take action against the 6 great sword sects? The former sect master, Zhao Sihai, looked at Zhao Chang, who now held the title of sect master, and asked with a frown. Father, I have made up my mind. Over the past decade, I have endured humiliation, made concessions, and compromised, yet not only have the 6 great sword sects failed to rein in their arrogance, they have grown even more brazen and reckless. They even instigated several elders of the sect to rebel. If we continue to compromise without taking strong action, the prestige of Shu Mountain will be completely lost. Our Shu Mountain will become a laughingstock among other cultivation sections. Zhao Chang clenched his fists, speaking with bitter resentment. That may be true, but do you have any confidence? Zhao Sihai paused, then said solemnly, although I have retired from the front lines, I have heard that the 6 great sword sects have expanded greatly over the past decade, and their strength is now far greater than before. Father, rest assured. Over the past decade, I have made thorough preparations. Zhao Cheng's eyes flashed with determination as he spoke in a low voice. Since he had ascended to the position of sect master, he had been making preparations. Currently, Shu Mountain not only had a significant increase in the number of disciples at the lower and middle levels but also saw the number of Yuanling stage elders rise from just over a dozen to 30. More importantly, among the Shu Mountain cultivators at the chi projection stage, besides the golden armor puppets that protect themselves, there is another elderly elder who recently broke through to a higher realm. Zhao Chang had not publicized this matter, intending to keep it as a trump card against the 6 great sword sects. Therefore, Zhao Chang is confident and has invited his father, Zhao Sihai, to come, hoping to gain his support. Shanger, since you have confidence, I will support you with all my strength. If needed, even this broken body of mine will do its last bit for Shu Mountain. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Sihai took a deep breath and clearly stated his position. That's wonderful. With your words, I feel even more confident. This time, no matter what, I will revive Shu Mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng's weary expression vanished, and his eyes gleamed with an astonishing determination. Seeing this, Zhao Sihai nodded, but a fleeting look of concern flashed across his eyes. He sensed something was amiss, believing his son was acting too hastily, but he kept his thoughts to himself, fearing it might undermine his son's resolve. Moreover, the 6 great sword gates had indeed gone too far. After instigating several elders to rebel and failing, they hadn't even bothered to apologize. If Shu Mountain didn't respond this time, the last shred of their dignity would be completely stripped away. As the former patriarch of Shu Mountain, Zhao Sihai would never allow such a thing to happen. Chapter 17, The 6 Great Sword Sects' Arrogance. As the sect master Zhao Chang prepared to take action against the 6 great sword gates, the entire Shu Mountain began to move like a massive machine, slowly coming to life. Except for a few high-ranking members, the rest of the disciples had no idea of the impending upheaval, and the surface of Shu Mountain appeared as calm as ever. However, soon, those with keen eyes began to notice subtle changes occurring within Mount Shu. For instance, most of the disciples stationed at branch locations had recently returned to the main sect. Additionally, the healing pills, which were typically distributed every few months, were now being handed out to the disciples in advance. These seemingly minor actions caused many to realize that Shu Mountain was brewing a storm, seemingly gathering strength and preparing for a major battle. The countless vassal factions under Shu Mountain's command were all on edge, unsure of what the Shu Mountain sect leader intended to do. It is no wonder they are nervous. Over the past few thousand years, Shu Mountain has gradually declined, leading these once subordinate factions to harbor resentment toward it. Some have openly defied Shu Mountain's orders, while others have secretly plotted against it, even going so far as to take advantage of its weakness. The current Shu Mountain sect leader, Zhao Chang, appears calm and composed, but with the recent implementation of sweeping reforms and the ruthless suppression of several rebellious elders, everyone has come to realize that this is a Shu Mountain sect leader with grand ambitions. Various factions speculate wildly, but no one could have anticipated that Zhao Chang, the leader of Shu Mountain, intends to take action against the 6 great sword gates. Zhao Fan certainly didn't either. Since breaking through to the out-of-body realm, he had begun to comprehend the 3rd layer of sword control technique, the realm of summoning swords from the void. The 3rd level of sword control is several times more difficult than the 2nd level. Even with his innate sword physique, Zhao Fan found it extremely difficult to grasp. He was fully immersed in his cultivation, spending every day in the demon ceiling tower using the system to check in and enhance his strength. He had little interest in the chaos outside. Only every 10 days, when his younger disciple Zhang Qian came to bring him food, would she tell him about the outside world. Zhang Qian was just an ordinary disciple of Mount Shu, so she couldn't obtain any important information. Most of what she shared were rumors, which Zhao Fan listened to as amusing anecdotes without giving them much thought. Days passed slowly, and Zhao Fan's strength continued to grow at a steady pace. Whether it was Zhao Fan's imagination or not, after the heavy rain that day, he keenly sensed that the spiritual energy in the entire world seemed much denser than before. Under normal circumstances, cultivating to the out-of-body realm was 10 times more difficult than reaching the nascent soul realm. However, with the increase in spiritual energy, the difficulty was reduced by more than half. Before he knew it, several months had passed, and Zhao Fan had firmly established his cultivation at the early stage of the out-of-body realm. Moreover, thanks to his solid foundation in the top-tier cultivation techniques he practiced, Zhao Fan's overall combat strength had become extremely powerful. Zhao Fan was certain that, at the same stage of the out-of-body realm, he was at least several times stronger than the Black Butcher from Ghost Island back then. One day, when Zhang Qian came to bring him food, she brought news that even surprised Zhao Fan. Just 2 days prior, the current sect master, Zhao Chang, had issued an edict inviting the masters of the 6 major sword sects to attend the 200th birthday banquet of the former sect master, Zhao Sihai, on the 15th of this month. Although cultivators have lifespans far exceeding those of ordinary people, cultivating against the heavens is a perilous path, and even the slightest misstep could lead to one's demise. Therefore, many cultivators would hold grand birthday banquets at specific ages to invite guests from all directions to celebrate. The former sect master, Zhao Sihai, had once led the Shu Mountain sect for a century. Though he has since retired to a secondary role, the scale of his birthday banquet requires that the high-ranking officials of Shu Mountain and the leaders of its subordinate factions attend immediately to express their respect. In the days of Shu Mountain's greatest glory, even if it was just an elder of the sect holding a birthday banquet, not only the subordinate factions, but even sects with even the slightest connection would seize the opportunity to climb the mountain and present valuable gifts, hoping to gain Shu Mountain's favor. However, inviting the 6 great sword sects to attend the former sect leader's birthday banquet at such a sensitive time clearly indicates a deliberate provocation. If the 6 great sword sects refuse to comply, Shu Mountain can use the excuse of disrespecting the great righteousness of Shu Mountain to dispatch countless disciples to launch an attack. As this news spread, not only the entire Shu Mountain sect but even other cultivating sects that had been observing from the sidelines were deeply shocked. Over the past few thousand years, the successive leaders of Shu Mountain had been powerless against the increasingly powerful vassal factions, forced to compromise and yield. But today, would the current leader truly be willing to burn his boats and break his pots to eliminate this threat? As the sect master's edict was proclaimed to the world, everyone realized that Shu Mountain and the 6 great sword gates might be on the brink of an incredibly brutal war. That young man from Zhao City is acting too hastily. But do the 6 great sword gates really dare to challenge Shu Mountain? Gazing at the sky beyond the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan's expression grew deep and serene. Though he had always remained aloof from worldly affairs, he now quietly kept watch over this matter. After all, the current sect master, Zhao Chang, was his younger brother. Should anything happen, he could not stand idly by. Under the watchful eyes of all parties, the 15th day arrived. At the birthday banquet of the former sect leader Zhao Sihai, not a single leader from the 6 great sword gates showed up, not even a representative. The entire Shu Mountain was filled with rage. Though they knew the 6 great sword sects were arrogant, they never imagined they would dare to disregard Shu Mountain so completely. On the occasion of the 200th birthday banquet of the former Shu Mountain sect leader, the 6 great sword gates, as vassal factions, did not send a single person to attend, nor did they even bother to respond. This was a blatant slap in the face of Shu Mountain. On the same day, Shu Mountain sect leader Zhao Chang summoned all the elders to formally discuss measures against the 6 great sword sects. The news spread, shocking the entire world. The Qingfeng Sword Gate was the most prosperous of the 6 great sword gates in recent years. Today, many people had gathered at the Qingfeng Sword Sect, including the leaders of the 6 major sword sects, Hong Xiong of the Qingfeng Sword Sect, Feng Lu of the Guangzhou Sword Sect, Qi Zhang of the Bishue Sword Sect, Shishan of the Shanyue Sword Sect, Beifeng of the Jingdao Sword Sect, and Xiao Budong of the Heifeng Sword Sect. How laughable! A mere master of the Shu Mountain sect who has been in power for only 10 years dares to target the 6 major sword sects? Does he think the Shu Mountain sect is still the top cultivation sect that once ruled the world tens of thousands of years ago? Hong Xiong, the master of the Qingfeng Sword Gate, gave a self-deprecating laugh, his gaze slowly sweeping over the others, and asked, "You are all masters of your respective sections. Now that arrogant young upstart from Shu Mountain is daring to attack us, what are your plans?" Plans? Feng Lu, the master of the Mad War sect, sneered, "In my opinion, we should fight him. The 6 of us will unite and overthrow Shu Mountain, which has been oppressing us all this time. Let's see who dares to trample on us and lord over us in the future." Master Feng speaks wisely. That is also my stance. I support it as well. As Feng Lu finished speaking, the other leaders of the Sword Gate nodded in agreement. They had long been dissatisfied with Shu Mountain's discipline. Rather than continue to endure humiliation and compromise, it was better to rebel outright. After all, in this cultivation world, strength always spoke louder than words. Very well. Since everyone shares this stance, the 6 of us shall formally form an alliance. Hong Xiong, the master of Qingfeng Gate, nodded satisfactorily and continued, "However, if we engage in a major battle, even if we manage to overthrow Shu Mountain, our own strength will be severely weakened. Therefore, in my opinion, we should instead dispatch the strongest disciples from each of our sects to infiltrate Shu Mountain, kill that young upstart Zhao Chang, and then intimidate the Shu Mountain leadership into submission. This way, we can overthrow Shu Mountain without shedding blood, and the 6 of us won't have to pay too high a price." That's an excellent suggestion. Feng Lu nodded, his eyes gleaming, and said, "Coincidentally, a few days ago, an elder of my Mad War Sword sect broke through the constraints and reached the out-of-body realm. If he were to lead an assault on Shu Mountain, he would certainly be able to kill that young upstart Zhao Chang. Our Bai Shui Jianmen is also willing to send out an elder at the Qi-breaking realm to join us in taking down Shu Mountain. Our Golden Path Sword sect will do the same. And our Mountain Peak Sword sect. In just a short while, under the guidance of Hong Xiong of the Qingfeng Sword Sect, the 6 major sword sects temporarily formed an alliance and agreed to each send an out-of-body cultivator to attack Shu Mountain together. Chapter 18, Striking First. Although cultivators at the out-of-body realm are rare, each of the 6 great sword gates has such a cultivator as their guardian. Otherwise, how dare they challenge Mount Shu so boldly? This is the true source of the 6 great sword sects' confidence. While the 6 great sword sects were secretly forming an alliance, within the main hall of Shu Mountain, the current sect master, Zhao Chang, led the senior disciples to personally escort an elderly man inside. This was an elderly man with the face of a child and the hair of a crane, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Despite his seemingly frail appearance, he exuded a powerful aura that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Senior Wu, you finally arrived. Upon seeing the old man, Zhao Chang smiled, for this was the very elder who had recently broken through to the Qi projection realm. This man was named Wu Hai, a senior elder with profound experience. Currently, within Shu Mountain, aside from that mysterious sword cultivator, he was the most powerful cultivator. Therefore, even as the current sect master, Zhao Chang showed him the utmost respect. This time, he had invited Wu Hai to seek his approval before taking action against the 6 great sword sects. Greetings, Elder Wu. Greetings, Elder Wu. Within the Grand Hall, all the high-ranking members of the Shu Mountain sect paid their respects to Elder Wu with great reverence. No need for formalities. Wu Hai waved his hand dismissively, showing no airs, like a kind and peaceful elder. His eyes were deep and piercing as he looked at the sect master, Zhao Chang, and asked slowly, "Sect master, have you truly decided to take action against the 6 great sword sects?" "I have made up my mind. Moreover, we have just received top-secret intelligence that the 6 great sword sects plan to launch a preemptive attack on Shu Mountain in the near future." Meeting Wu Hai's gaze, Zhao Chang took a deep breath and spoke in a solemn tone. "Is there truly no room for negotiation?" Wu Hai furrowed his brows slightly and spoke in a hoarse voice. "The 6 great sword sects are not so simple. None of the past sect masters have been able to subdue them, and within their sects, there may be individuals as powerful as myself. Once the masks are off, it could be a brutal battle." "I am well aware of that," Zhao Chang nodded solemnly. "That is precisely why I have requested Elder Wu to emerge from seclusion to assist me, to help Shu Mountain emerge victorious and restore our honor." As Zhao Chang finished speaking, the high-ranking members of Shu Mountain in the Grand Hall all turned their intense gazes toward the old man. Since you have made up your minds, I will not stand idly by." With a deep sigh, Wu Hai nodded slowly. "All right. I speak on behalf of all of Shu Mountain to express our gratitude to Elder Wu." Seeing Wu Hai nod in agreement, Zhao Chang's face lit up with a smile. "There is no need for that. As a disciple of Shu Mountain, it is my duty." Wu Hai waved his hand dismissively. With Wu Hai's consent, Zhao Chang felt even more confident. Now that the entire Shu Mountain was united, even if the 6 great sword sects were as powerful as ever, he would go and give them a try. Over the next few days, the entire Shu Mountain operated like a well-oiled machine. Dispersed disciples of Shu Mountain had all received instructions from their respective masters and returned to Shu Mountain immediately. The atmosphere throughout Mount Shu grew tense and solemn. The 6 great sword sects were powerful, and Shu Mountain had to make careful preparations before taking action against them. Moreover, according to prior intelligence, the 6 great sword sects might strike first, so security measures both inside and outside Shu Mountain were tightened to the utmost. On this day, the sect master Zhao Chang was holding a meeting with several high-ranking members of Shu Mountain to discuss specific actions against the 6 great sword sects. Boom! At that moment, the protective array guarding Shu Mountain shattered in response to the sound. A massive green hand, as vast as the sky, pierced through the array and crashed down toward the main hall of Shu Mountain. "How dare you? Who dares to intrude into Shu Mountain so brazenly?" Several angry shouts rang out as several prepared Yuanling stage elders charged into the sky, their sword lights illuminating half the night sky as they fiercely struck at the green hand. Boom! Feeling the approaching sword light, the surface of the blue hand glowed with intense symbol light. In an instant, it shattered the sword light, injuring several elders, and then continued its momentum, crashing down on the main hall of Shu Mountain with overwhelming force. If it had landed, everyone inside the hall would have been reduced to blood and mud by that overwhelming blow. Golden Armored Puppet. At the last possible moment, the current sect master, Zhao Chang, summoned the Golden Armor Golem. Kill! The golden armored puppet, expressionless, raised its hand and struck out with a fist, its golden fist print illuminating the night sky as it collided with the blue-colored giant hand. The fist and palm collided, and in the deafening explosion, they both shattered simultaneously. A fellow cultivator of the same level. After the blue giant hand dissipated, a tall, muscular figure emerged, none other than Hong Lai, a cultivator from the Qingfeng sword sect who had reached the out-of-body realm. Hong Lai's gaze was sharp as a knife as he coldly declared, "I have come here today to eliminate the young upstart from Zhao City. No one can stop me." As his words fell, the overwhelming chi of the out-of-body realm erupted, sweeping across half of Shu Mountain like a raging storm. It's a cultivator from the Qingfeng sword gate who has reached the out-of-body realm. They dared to strike first and attempt to kill our sect master. Fortunately, Shu Mountain also has an out-of-body realm cultivator. He's alone, so he should be able to hold them off. Feeling the overwhelming and astonishing aura emanating from Hon Lai, the elders and disciples of Shu Mountain felt immense pressure, but not a single one of them flinched. Intruding into Shu Mountain, you will be killed without mercy. The golden armored golem also displayed its might, matching Hon Lai's power, and immediately attacked, engaging the enemy in combat. The clash between the two out-of-body realm cultivators unleashed a storm of energy waves, creating a death zone centered around them that extended for thousands of meters. Even cultivators at the nascent soul realm who dared to enter would be swept away by the aftereffects. A cultivator at the chi condensation stage can withstand the old monster Hong. Can he withstand me? Just then, another astonishing aura appeared out of thin air. An old man in black robes flew through the sky, his killing intent directly aimed at the Shu Mountain Hall. The third patriarch of the Crazy War Sword Gate, Feng Kuan. Didn't he pass away hundreds of years ago? Upon recognizing the old man in black, several senior elders of Shu Mountain revealed expressions of disbelief. This is bad. Protect the sect master. Stop him. The elders guarding the Shu Mountain Hall rushed forward to attack, but their seemingly powerful strikes failed to harm Feng Kuan in the slightest. Get out of the way. Today, my target is the youngster from Jiao City. Let him pay with his life. Before he could finish speaking, Feng Kuan struck out with a single punch, sending 7 or 8 Shu Mountain elders flying through the air, spitting blood. Zhao Chang, the master of Shu Mountain, come and die. Feng Kuan charged toward Zhao Chang in the Shu Mountain Hall with overwhelming momentum. Zhao Chang's face was dark and gloomy, but he sat motionless on the Grand Hall. As the master of Shu Mountain, he couldn't afford to panic at this moment. How dare you, a subordinate, dare to kill our Shu Mountain sect master? At that moment, a figure of an old man appeared, directly blocking Feng Kuan. It was none other than the elderly elder Wu Hai. Wu Hai! You old fool, you're not dead? You've even broken through to the chi projection realm? Seeing the figure blocking his path, Feng Kuan was taken aback. You old fool from the Mad War Sword Gate are still alive, how could I die first? Wu Hai remained expressionless, his long sword erupting with countless sword chi, resembling a milky way of blades, forcing Feng Kuan to retreat step by step. Though both were chi condensation stage cultivators, he clearly outmatched his opponent. Old man. Don't get too cocky. We're not the only ones here this time. Feng Kuan laughed wildly, then looked toward a certain point in the void and coldly said, Old man from the Golden Sword sect, hurry up and capture the master of the Shu Mountain sect. Ha ha. The head of the Shu Mountain sect master shall be severed by my own hand. As a chilling voice echoed, a ghostly shadow darted toward Zhao Chang, who was seated in the hall. Another cultivator at the out-of-body realm. 3 chi condensation stage experts appeared simultaneously, all intent on killing Zhao Chang. The first 2 were blocked by the golden armor puppets and Elder Wu Hai, but who could possibly stop the third one from reaching Zhao Chang? Master! The elders and disciples of Mount Shu rushed toward the third out-of-body cultivator without hesitation, but the disparity in their strength was too great, and they couldn't hold him back. Chapter 19, A Sword from the West. The 3 out-of-body realm experts' aura shook half of Shu Mountain. Although the golden armored golem and Wu Hai blocked 2 of them, 1 remained, his momentum unstoppable, charging toward the sect master Zhao Chang. The elders and disciples of Shu Mountain tried to block him, but their efforts were in vain. Against cultivators at the out-of-body realm, they had no chance of defending themselves. Feeling the murderous intent closing in, Zhao Chang did not sit idly by. Instead, he drew his sword with resolve, his battle intent bursting forth from his body. Over the years, since becoming the master of Shu Mountain, he had not neglected his cultivation, and was now a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Though he knew he was no match for his opponents, as the master of Shu Mountain, he could not retreat even an inch. Changer, let your father handle this. Just as Zhao Chang was preparing to fight to the death, a figure approached with steady steps. It was the former sect master, Zhao Sihai. Father, please don't. Zhao Cheng hurriedly tried to stop him. His father, Zhao Sihai, had been severely injured and suffered the backlash of a secret technique during his previous battle with Hey Tuesday. His remaining lifespan was now extremely limited. If he acted rashly, he would not only be unable to withstand the opponent but also risk exhausting his life force. For Shu Mountain, I am willing to die 1,000 deaths. Rather than cling to life, let us end it in battle. As the words fell, Zhao Sihai's once jet black hair turned white in an instant. At the same time, a violent and overwhelming aura surged out from his body. The scene was like a withered tree blooming anew, temporarily gaining boundless power. Father! Zhao Cheng clenched his fists, his face filled with sorrow. His father, Zhao Sihai, was using the terrifying secret technique passed down through generations of the Shu Mountain sect leaders, and the power he was unleashing was far stronger than when he had fought against He Tu in the past. However, the more he did so, the more it would inflict irreversible damage on his body. Zhao Sihai was already weakened by unhealed internal injuries and dwindling vitality. After using this secret technique, even if he defeated his enemies, he would die from exhaustion. Is this the power of the out-of-body realm? Zhao Sihai felt an endless surge of power coursing through his body. His eyes widened, and he stomped the ground, launching himself like an arrow toward the out-of-body realm expert from the Golden Sword Gate. The former sect master Zhao Sihai? You're beyond foolish. Even if you sacrifice your life to use this secret technique to temporarily block me, you still can't turn the tide. Seeing himself blocked by Zhao Sihai, the out-of-body stage expert did not panic but instead mocked him coldly. Boom, boom. As soon as his words fell, 3 more terrifying auras suddenly appeared from the east and west, followed by the figures of 3 more out-of-body realm cultivators. What's going on? Why are there 3 more out-of-body realm cultivators? Are they also from the 6 great sword sects? We're doomed. This time, Mount Shu is finished. Gazing at the 3 towering figures that had reappeared, the elders and disciples of Shu Mountain all wore expressions of despair. The strength of the 6 great sword sects far exceeded their expectations. They had actually dispatched 6 out-of-body realm cultivators to attack Shu Mountain in one go. 6 out-of-body realm cultivators. Zhao Cheng's hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. He never would have imagined that the 6 great sword gates had hidden such depth, possessing 6 out-of-body realm cultivators. Originally, based on his estimates, there should have been no more than 2 or 3 cultivators at the chi projection stage. But now it was clear that he had severely underestimated the strength of the 6 great sword gates. Master, flee quickly. We are willing to fight to the death to protect you. As the 3 newly appeared out-of-body realm experts charged forward unimpeded, over a dozen Shu Mountain elders stepped forward, determined to block them at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Even if we die in battle today, I, Zhao Cheng, will never flee. Elders, lead the Shu Mountain disciples back to the forbidden area in the rear mountains. There, the purple Qing twin swords will protect you. No one can trespass there. I will cover your retreat. Zhao Cheng took a deep breath, then soared into the sky. All his strength gathered in the long sword in his hand, which he swung fiercely at the 3 out-of-body realm experts. You are but ants, yet you dare to draw your swords before us? Laughter echoed from across the battlefield. A figure casually flickered his fingers, shattering Zhao Cheng's all-out strike into fragments. Immediately, a golden hand reached out, stirring the endless clouds, intent on crushing Zhao Cheng into a bloody pulp. How bitter! I, the master of the Shu Mountain sect, am about to be crushed to death here. Zhao Cheng, with his hair disheveled, roared in anger, but it was all in vain. Master! Seeing this, the elders and disciples of Shu Mountain all wore expressions of despair. Could it be that the esteemed master of Shu Mountain was truly going to die at the hands of the powerful warriors of the 6 great sword sects? Clang! Just as the situation reached its most critical moment, a clear sword chirp echoed from the distance, growing louder as it approached. A golden sword beam sliced through the western night sky, illuminating the entire Shu Mountain. Boom! The golden hand exploded, but the sword light continued unabated, sweeping away everything in its path, charging toward the 3 cultivators at the out-of-body realm. Who is that? The 3 were startled and nearly attacked simultaneously, unleashing powerful strikes that finally managed to block the sword light completely. Those who dare to trespass upon Shu Mountain shall be slain without mercy. Under the gaze of the crowd, a towering, muscular figure rode the wind on a sword, resembling a legendary sword immortal from myth, floating above the world, sacred and powerful. This figure of unparalleled strength was none other than Zhao Fan, who had emerged from the demon ceiling tower. The 6 cultivators at the out-of-body realm had joined forces to attack Shu Mountain. The intense commotion had been detected by Zhao Fan from afar. As a disciple of Shu Mountain, he could not stand idly by. Moreover, the target of their attack was none other than his own younger brother, Zhao Cheng, the current patriarch of Shu Mountain. It's the Shu Mountain elder who killed He Tu back then. That's great. Now Shu Mountain is saved. Gazing at Zhao Fan's figure, the Shu Mountain elders and disciples, who had been despairing moments ago, all became incredibly excited. Sword Cultivator Sr. Zhao Cheng, who had narrowly escaped death, also stared blankly at Zhao Fan's figure, his heart pounding with excitement. You're the Shu Mountain Sword Cultivator who killed He Tu back then? You finally emerged, but we're not the demonic Black Two from back then. You're alone. Can you withstand the 3 of us? The 3 cultivators from the 6 great sword sects, all at the out-of-body realm, glared at Zhao Fan with hostile expressions, showing no fear at all. You're nothing but ants. Zhao Fan remained expressionless, his body radiating holy light. The crimson sky-flying sword flew from his hand, shattering layer after layer of space, like a meteor crashing to the ground, carrying the might of a mountain collapsing, and slammed toward the 3 of them. His first move was the most powerful sword technique of the Shu Mountain school. Using his out-of-body realm cultivation to channel the sword technique, even Zhao Fan himself had no idea how powerful it would be. The golden sword light was several times more intense than before, enveloping the entire Shu Mountain in a blinding glow as bright as day. This is bad. Don't hold back, give it your all. The 3 out-of-body realm cultivators sensed the rare aura of death and dared not take it lightly, each unleashing their most powerful martial arts techniques. Golden Light Sword Path. Sword of the Heavens. Great Destruction Fist. 3 ferocious and terrifying attacks surged toward the crimson sky-flying sword, attempting to block this dreadful strike. But they had underestimated Zhao Fan's strength and the power of the Shu Mountain sword technique. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the crimson sky-flying sword swept through everything in its path, obliterating the 3 attacks. It then continued its relentless charge toward the 3 men. No! Ah! As 3 piercing screams echoed through the air, the 3 peak-level cultivators from the 6 major sword sects were all decapitated by the crimson sky-flying sword. This scene sent a wave of excitement through the countless Shu Mountain elders and disciples, with some shouting enthusiastically, "The sword cultivators are invincible." With a single sword strike, the 3 out-of-body realm cultivators were all killed simultaneously. Now it's your turn. After slaying the 3 cultivators, Zhao Fan's cold gaze fell upon the remaining 3. Chapter 20, True Identity. Trouble. Run. Feeling the suffocating killing intent emanating from Zhao Fan, the remaining 3 from the 6 great sword sects Han Lai and his companions abandoned their respective opponents. Like startled birds, they transformed into 3 streaks of light, preparing to flee toward the outskirts of Shu Mountain. Stay and die. Zhao Fan's eyes grew cold. With a flick of his thoughts, his flying sword, Crimson Sky, sliced through layer after layer of space, chasing after the 3 with the force of a thunderbolt. The sword light shot into the sky, completely engulfing their figures. Ah! Han Lai and the others let out agonized screams. Though they fought desperately, they were no match for the overwhelming power of sword cultivation, and were instantly slain on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the 6 cultivators from the 6 major sword sects, all at the out-of-body realm, had all fallen under Zhao Fan's sword. The flying swords, dyed red with blood, emitted a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Zhao Fan stood arrogantly, shrouded in a hazy glow that made his true form impossible to discern. The more mysterious he appeared, the more everyone on Mount Shu felt a deep sense of awe. They're dead. 6 cultivators at the chi projection stage, all of them dead. How powerful must this sword cultivator be? Gazing at the figure that seemed as powerful and invincible as a deity, an elder of Mount Shu murmured to himself. In the current cultivation world, cultivators at the out-of-body realm are almost the strongest warriors openly acknowledged by major factions. Yet this sword cultivator, with just 2 strikes, had slaughtered all 6 out-of-body realm experts from the 6 major sword sections. Such power was beyond imagination. The sword cultivator is unmatched in the world. Unmatched in the world. The disciples of Mount Shu stared at Zhao Fan's figure, their eyes burning with passion, unable to contain their excitement as they shouted in unison. Zhao Fan paid no heed to this and prepared to leave. "Father!" Just then, Zhao Cheng's startled cry rang out. Zhao Fan turned to look and saw Zhao Cheng supporting his stepfather, Zhao Sihai. Zhao Sihai was covered in white hair, looking incredibly old, with a decaying aura of death emanating from his entire body. "Please, sword cultivator, save my father." Zhao Cheng pleaded desperately to Zhao Fan. "Please, sword cultivator, save the former sect master's life." Seeing this, the other Shu Mountain elders also spoke up in pleading tones, hoping that the mysterious and powerful Zhao Fan could save the former sect master's life. "Chenger, there is no need for you to worry about me. It is already no easy feat for the sword cultivator to intervene and subdue the invading enemies. I am already at the end of my strength and unable to recover. Do not let me cause further trouble for the senior." Zhao Sihai shook his head and addressed Zhao Cheng and the other Shu Mountain elders. "Father! Sword cultivator, please save my father." Zhao Cheng was overcome with grief. Though he knew Zhao Sihai was telling the truth, he still pinned his hopes on the mysterious and powerful sword cultivator. "I'll give it a try." After all, blood is thicker than water, and Zhao Fan couldn't stand by idly. However, he could sense that the life force within his father Zhao Sihai had almost completely dissipated, clearly the result of the terrible backlash from using the secret technique again. The Shu Mountain Hall was deathly quiet. Only Zhao Fan and the dying Zhao Sihai remained inside. Zhao Cheng and the others waited anxiously outside the hall. "Sword cultivator, I know my own condition better than anyone else. I am at the end of my life, and there is nothing more I can do. Please do not waste your energy trying to save me." Zhao Sihai spoke calmly, showing no fear. "That is indeed the case." Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and nodded slightly. Even with his cultivation at the out-of-body realm, saving his father Zhao Sihai's life was nearly impossible. However, extending your life a bit is still within my capabilities. As he spoke, Zhao Fan acted decisively, channeling a steady stream of pure, surging spiritual energy into Zhao Sihai's body, causing the faint glimmer of life that had nearly vanished to gather once more. "What is this?" Zhao Sihai was stunned, clearly sensing that his once decaying body was undergoing a miraculous transformation. "This spiritual energy can sustain you for another 6 months. During this time, you must not engage in combat with anyone. Otherwise, you will die instantly." After completing this, Zhao Fan solemnly reminded him. "Thank you, senior sword cultivator. Half a year is enough time for me to settle my affairs." Zhao Sihai said gratefully. He had already prepared himself for death, but he never expected this sword cultivator to intervene and extend his life by half a year. "I should be going now." As he spoke, Zhao Fan was about to leave. "Wait. Sword cultivator, you have saved Shu Mountain twice. You are a benefactor to all of us on Shu Mountain. May I see your true form so that Chenger can erect a tablet for you in the ancestral hall of Shu Mountain to honor you? Zhao Sihai said earnestly. Are you sure you want to see my true form? Zhao Fan took a deep breath and asked slowly. Please grant me this favor. Zhao Sihai pleaded repeatedly. As you wish. The radiant light that had been enveloping Zhao Fan slowly faded away, revealing a face that was both handsome and imposing. It was his true form. You are Zhao Fan. Upon seeing Zhao Fan's appearance, Zhao Sihai's eyes widened in disbelief. No matter how he had imagined it, he never could have guessed that the sword cultivator he had casually slain, who had reached the chi condensation stage, was actually his own eldest son. That son, Zhao Fan, whom he had personally sealed away in the demon sealing tower back then. How could it be you? Zhao Sihai's heart was engulfed by a tidal wave of shock. I've already done what I could to help you. Take care of yourself. Zhao Fan remained expressionless, holding no fondness for this so-called father. Wait. Before Zhao Sihai could react, Zhao Fan had already vanished from the spot. Zhao Fan. Zhao Sihai muttered to himself, feeling both guilty and regretful. He never imagined that the sword cultivator who had saved him was his own eldest son, Zhao Fan, who not only saved his life but also intervened twice to help Shu Mountain avoid a major disaster. Father, what is wrong? Where is the sword cultivator? At that moment, Zhao Cheng heard the commotion and rushed into the hall, only to find his father in a daze. Chenger, do you know? The sword cultivator is your older brother, Zhao Fan. What? Father, you're not joking, are you? Zhao Cheng was speechless, then said in disbelief, how is that possible? It's really him. Zhao Sihai looked complex, sighed deeply, and said, I never would have thought. Big brother, isn't he in the demon sealing tower? How could he possibly be the sword cultivator? That's impossible. Zhao Cheng still found it hard to believe the truth. Zhao Sihai sighed heavily and said, it's definitely him. Chapter 21, Sweeping Away the 6 Great Sword Gates. After leaving the main hall of Shu Mountain, Zhao Fan did not hurry back to the demon sealing tower. Come to think of it, it's been 18 years since I last left Shu Mountain. I've even almost forgotten what the world below Shu Mountain is like. Zhao Fan gazed toward the direction of the 6 Great Sword Gates, his gaze growing icy cold. He muttered to himself, my father, no matter how cheap he was, is still my father. You 6 Great Sword Gates drove him to his death. This debt must be settled with you in full. As his words faded, Zhao Fan soared into the night sky on his sword, disappearing into the vast darkness. At the Qingfeng Sword Gate, Hong Xiong sat in the grand chair, his expression anxious. A whole night had passed, yet there was still no word from the ancestor. Could the mission have failed? Impossible. 6 cultivators at the out-of-body realm all went out together. Even 2 Shu Mountains couldn't stop them. It must be that the old ancestor and the others are busy dividing up the resources of Shu Mountain, so they haven't had time to send back a message. Hong Xiong tried to reassure himself. Boom! At that moment, with a deafening explosion, the entire array protecting the Qingfeng Sword Gate shattered and collapsed. What's happening? Hong Xiong sprang to his feet, his face darkening as he looked toward the entrance. Master, it's bad. Someone has shattered our sect's protective array and is charging this way. 7 or 8 elders have already fallen in battle. A disciple covered in blood rushed in, panting heavily as he reported. What? How dare anyone dare to attack the Qingfeng Sword sect? They're asking for death. Hong Xiong, upon hearing this, laughed coldly in anger, grabbed a sword, and rushed outside. As soon as he stepped out of the main hall, Hong Xiong saw that the entire Qingfeng Sword sect was in complete chaos. At the forefront, 5 or 6 elders were leading hundreds of disciples in a standoff against a shadowy figure emanating a faint glow. Despite their numerical advantage, the elders and disciples of the Qingfeng Sword Gate were retreating slowly, their faces filled with fear. Bring out the master of the Qingfeng Sword Gate. Or else, don't blame me for opening fire. Zhao Fan remained expressionless as his flying sword, Qishao, emitted a clear ringing sound. The sword light spread out in all directions, causing the nearby Qingfeng Sword Gate elders and disciples to scream and fly through the air. This was still the result of him holding back, otherwise, none of them would have survived. Dare you, you audacious villain! I am the sect master Hong Xiong. You dared to intrude into the Qingfeng Sword Gate. You deserve to die for your crime. At that moment, Hong Xiong, the sect master of the Qingfeng Sword sect, arrived with his sword drawn, delivering a powerful and domineering strike. You are Hong Xiong? Zhao Fan glanced at him and asked coldly. I am indeed. Hong Xiong laughed coldly, his sword slashing through the sky with great force, aiming directly at Zhao Fan. Very well. You deserve to die. Zhao Fan's eyes suddenly grew sharp, and his flying sword, as red as the sky, shot through the layers of space like thunder and lightning, shattering the opponent's sword light before continuing its momentum to strike. What? Hong Xiong was taken aback and hurriedly summoned his protective artifact to block the attack. But he had overestimated his own strength. With a loud puff, blood spurted everywhere. With a single sword strike, Hong Xiong, along with his protective artifact, was sliced into two halves. Master! Seeing Hong Xiong's gruesome death, the elders and disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect all glared with fury and cried out in grief. From today onward, the Qingfeng sword sect no longer exists. Zhao Fan swung his sword, and a golden sword light, resembling a starry river, swept toward the entire Qingfeng sword sect. With a deafening crash, the entire Qingfeng sword gate collapsed and shattered under that single strike, turning into a desolate wasteland. Some of the senior disciples of the Qingfeng sword gate who resisted to the end were unable to fight back and were buried under the rubble. Only a small number of people managed to escape. After this battle, the upper echelons of the Qingfeng sword gate were nearly wiped out, leaving only the low-ranking disciples to survive. However, they would never amount to anything again. After destroying the Qingfeng sword gate, Zhao Fan rode his sword into the sky, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the distant horizon. Half an hour later, Zhao Fan arrived at the Mad War sword gate. Without a word, he shattered their protective array with a single sword strike, and the sword light poured out, engulfing and devouring the mid to high-ranking disciples of the Mad War sword gate. How dare you? Who dares to attack the Mad War sword gate? The master of the Mad War sword gate, Feng Lu, roared in anger and immediately soared into the sky. But the only response he received was Zhao Fan's crisp, decisive strike. With a loud thud, blood spattered everywhere. Feng Lu, the master of the Mad War sword gate, had no strength left to fight back and was killed instantly by a single sword strike. Soon, under Zhao Fan's overwhelming power, the Mad War sword gate was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. What? The Qingfeng sword gate and the Mad War sword gate have been attacked by a mysterious sword master and completely annihilated? After the destruction of the Qingfeng sword gate and the Mad War sword gate, the Jin Dao sword gate, the closest sect to the two, received the news immediately. Could it be that the six elders' mission on Mount Shu has failed? This is bad. I must flee immediately, otherwise, the Golden Sword sect will face dire consequences. The master of the Golden Path sword gate, North Wind, turned pale with fear upon hearing the news and prepared to leave the sect's headquarters to avoid the turmoil. Boom! However, before he could act, the protective array guarding the Jin Dao sword gate shattered with a loud explosion. A golden sword beam, as vast as a river of light, swept down toward the entire Jin Dao sword gate with overwhelming force. No! The sect master, North Wind, was filled with terror and fought with all his might, but ultimately met a tragic end under the sword light. The entire Jin Dao sword gate was shattered into pieces by that overwhelming strike. Following closely behind, the remaining three sword sects, the Mountain Sword Sect and the others, were also annihilated by Zhao Fan. Within a single day, the once mighty six great sword gates were all annihilated by a mysterious and powerful sword cultivator. As the news spread, half of the cultivation world was shaken to its core. While battles and conflicts were commonplace in the cultivation world, the complete annihilation of the six great sword sects was a rare occurrence. Some astute individuals sensed that there was more to the matter than met the eye and began investigating the truth. Soon, through their extensive intelligence networks, they uncovered the true details. Last night, the six great sword sects dispatched six peak stage cultivators to attack Mount Shu simultaneously, intending to kill the current sect master. Just as they were about to succeed, the mysterious sword cultivator from Shu Mountain who had slain He-Tu 10 years ago intervened once more, slaughtering all six of the out-of-body realm experts. Subsequently, the six major sword sects suffered devastating blows. It's hard to believe that Shu Mountain still has such hidden strength. As more detailed information spread, many cultivating factions were filled with dread. They had assumed that the conflict between Shu Mountain and the six major sword sects would lead to an even more tragic outcome, but they never imagined it would end this way. Shu Mountain emerged victorious, while the six major sword sects were destroyed and vanished. Zhao Fan had no interest in inquiring about the outside world's reactions. After dealing with the six great sword sects, he returned to the Demon Ceiling Tower. 2 days later. Senior brother, I've brought your meal. Outside the Demon Ceiling Tower, Zhang Qian's clear and sweet voice echoed. Chapter 22, Not Interested. Senior brother, I'm sorry. I came here in a hurry today, so I only prepared a few simple dishes. There's no braised pork or steamed fish. Zhang Qian explained with a touch of apology. There's been a major incident at Mount Shu recently, and the disciplinary hall has been very busy, so please forgive me. It's okay. Zhao Fan waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. At his level of cultivation, he could have long since practiced fasting and meditate without food. Eating a meal was merely a habit from the past, not a necessity that required fish or meat every time. I knew senior brother was the kindest. You wouldn't blame me. Seeing that Zhao Fan wasn't blaming her, Zhang Qian no longer felt guilty and excitedly said, Senior brother, did you know? 2 days ago, the six great sword sects each sent a cultivator at the out-of-body realm to attack our Shu Mountain simultaneously, intending to kill our sect master. At the critical moment, the sword cultivator who had once slain the demon lord of Ghost Island reappeared and killed them with 2 consecutive strikes. And I also heard that the sword cultivator has descended from the mountain alone and wiped out the 6 great sword sects. Now, half the cultivation world is talking about how our Shu Mountain sword cultivator is an unmatched existence in the world. Now, no one will ever look down on our Shu Mountain again. As Zhao Fan savored the dishes, Zhang Qian spoke excitedly. Her skin was fair, and her face was slightly flushed from excitement. Is that so? That's all thanks to that sword cultivator. Otherwise, Shu Mountain would be in trouble. Zhao Fan smiled slightly and agreed casually. It seemed that his stepfather hadn't revealed his true identity, otherwise, the entire Shu Mountain would have already heard about it, and Zhang Qian wouldn't have been unaware that he was the sword cultivator. That's right. That sword cultivator is not only mysterious but also incredibly powerful. He's my idol. Now, all the disciples on Mount Shu are discussing and speculating about who that sword cultivator might be. Could he be one of the legendary masters from Mount Shu's past who never attained enlightenment? Otherwise, how could he possess such astonishing strength, capable of defeating 6 cultivators at the out-of-body realm with just 2 sword strikes? Zhang Qian paused for a moment before continuing. In my opinion, it is likely one of the elderly elders from a previous generation who never attained enlightenment. That's not necessarily the case. Zhao Fan shook his head with a smile, joking, maybe it's a disciple from a recent generation? And perhaps he's right under our noses. Noticing the playful tone in Zhao Fan's voice, Zhang Qian giggled and said, Senior brother, you wouldn't be implying that you're the sword cultivator in question, would you? If you were the sword cultivator, how would you end up locked in the demon ceiling tower? Don't tease me like that. If you don't believe me, forget it. Zhao Fan snorted and didn't bother to argue with Zhang Qian. The two chatted idly for a while longer, with Zhang Qian doing most of the talking and Zhao Fan listening quietly. Soon, Zhang Qian left with the food box, and the next time she would come was 10 days later. Squeak! Just as Zhang Qian had left, the gates of the demon ceiling tower slowly opened. HM? Zhao Fan looked in the direction of the sound and saw his younger brother, Zhao Chang, walking in with a heavy heart. Zhao Chang had finally finished handling the aftermath of the incident and had waited until today to come to the demon ceiling tower. Big brother. Looking at his older brother Zhao Fan, Zhao Chang's expression was complicated. From their father Zhao Sihai, he had already learned that the former was the sword cultivator elder. Though 2 days had passed, he still found it hard to believe. Sit down. Noticing his unusual mood, Zhao Fan smiled. Elder brother, are you that sword cultivator? After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Chang finally asked slowly. He still wanted to confirm this matter directly from his own older brother. What? Do you think I don't look like him? Zhao Fan smiled faintly, and the aura he had been suppressing suddenly erupted from his body, like a sudden storm, causing the entire massive demon ceiling tower to emit a low rumbling sound. This? Zhao Chang was utterly shocked. Though he was a Yuanling stage cultivator, he still felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation coming toward him. However, this aura appeared quickly and vanished just as swiftly. Before Zhao Chang could react, Zhao Fan had already returned to his ordinary appearance, and the terrifyingly powerful aura seemed to have never existed at all. Brother, you're really that sword cultivator elder. The destruction of the 6 great sword sects was also your doing? Zhao Chang was both shocked and delighted, unable to contain his curiosity. The 6 great sword sects were arrogant and defiant, I couldn't let them live. Zhao Fan did not deny it. Brother, thank you so much. The long-standing threat of the vassal forces on Mount Shu for over 1,000 years has been completely eradicated. Zhao Chang took a deep breath and spoke with profound gratitude. We are brothers, there's no need for such formalities. Besides, I am also a disciple of Shu Mountain. When Shu Mountain is in trouble, I wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Zhao Fan smiled and explained. Elder brother, your cultivation is so powerful that it shocks the world. Why not come with me to revive Shu Mountain instead of staying in the demon ceiling tower? Would you consider it? If you're willing, I'll even give you the position of sect master. Zhao Chang looked at him with intense eyes and pleaded. Before coming here, he had already made up his mind. If his elder brother was indeed that legendary sword cultivator, he would willingly give up the position of sect master to persuade Zhao Fan to leave and revive Shu Mountain. I know your good intentions. But I have no interest in the position of sect master, and with the chaos outside, I don't want to be disturbed. I just want to stay in the demon ceiling tower and cultivate in silence to grow stronger. To Zhao Chang's surprise, Zhao Fan refused outright. Elder brother. There's no need to persuade me further, my mind is made up. Before Zhao Chang could continue, Zhao Fan cut him off. This. Zhao Chang looked helpless, knowing he couldn't persuade his older brother, so he didn't say anything else. You are now the master of Shu Mountain sect. And you're my younger brother. If you have any ideas, just go ahead and do them. I'll support you. As if sensing Zhao Chang's thoughts, Zhao Fan suddenly spoke up. That's great. With your words, I can rest assured. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chang's body trembled and he became extremely excited. Go ahead. Shu Mountain has just gone through a turbulent period, and as the sect master, you have many matters to attend to. Zhao Fan smiled slightly and said. All right. I'll come visit my older brother next time. Zhao Chang nodded and then left the demon ceiling tower directly. Without the constraints of the 6 great sword gates, I believe Shu Mountain can usher in a better future. Watching his younger brother Zhao Chang leave, Zhao Fan murmured to himself. As Zhao Fan had anticipated, without the constraints of the 6 great sword sects, Shu Mountain entered a period of rapid development. With the 6 great sword gates destroyed, Shu Mountain seized their territories and resources, gaining immense support. Most importantly, the vassal factions that had previously harbored similar ambitions saw the tragic fate of the 6 great sword gates and swiftly abandoned their rebellious intentions, submitting to Shu Mountain by surrendering their resources. The long-standing threat posed by these vassal factions, which had plagued Shu Mountain for over 1,000 years, was finally eradicated. Chapter 23, The Former Sect Leader's Demise. With the demise of the 6 great sword gates, Shu Mountain entered a brief period of development. Most importantly, since the unusual heavy rain last time, the entire natural environment seemed to undergo subtle changes, with the spiritual energy between heaven and earth gradually becoming more concentrated. Previously, some Shu Mountain elders and disciples who had been stuck at bottlenecks achieved substantial breakthroughs, and the overall strength of Shu Mountain began to rise steadily. Of course, this phenomenon was not limited to Shu Mountain. The entire cultivation world was experiencing the same transformation. Although these changes were subtle, they did not escape the notice of some cultivators with extraordinary senses. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth seems to be growing increasingly abundant. What could be happening? Inside the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan furrowed his brows. Even in the spirit energy deprived demon ceiling tower, he could clearly sense the subtle changes in the heavens and earth. Moreover, as time passed, the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth grew increasingly dense. However, this change should not be a bad thing for me. Zhao Fan muttered to himself. Should I start the check-in? Just as Zhao Fan was lost in thought, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Check-in. Zhao Fan replied habitually. Check-in successful. Reward, nourishing spirit pill. As the system's voice faded, a crystal-clear pill appeared in Zhao Fan's hand. It's actually a spirit-nourishing pill? Zhao Fan looked surprised. The spirit-nourishing pill was one of the most precious pills among the highest-grade pills. Its primary function was to help cultivators in the out-of-body stage enhance their spiritual essence power. The out-of-body stage is vastly different from the nascent soul stage in cultivation. To advance in cultivation, it is not merely about increasing the amount of spiritual energy within the body. The most critical aspect is the cultivation of one's spiritual essence. A cultivator's spiritual essence is extremely difficult to cultivate. Under normal circumstances, it would take decades or even centuries for spiritual essence power to increase significantly. However, with the nurturing spirit pill, the situation is entirely different. The nurturing spirit pill is extremely rare and precious. A single pill can save a cultivator years of spiritual essence cultivation. This pill can only be crafted by the most elite alchemists, who spend over a decade refining it. For cultivators at the out-of-body stage, it is virtually priceless. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan began to refine and absorb the spirit-nourishing pill. His spiritual essence power grew and strengthened at a visible speed. Zhao Fan sat with his eyes closed, and the faint spiritual essence at his brow grew increasingly solid under the influence of the Yang Shendan's potency. 2 days later, Zhao Fan had completely absorbed the Yang Shendan. His spiritual essence had grown by a full 10th. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his newly formed spiritual essence became solid and powerful. Moreover, with this momentum, he could take a strong step forward in the Qi exiting stage. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan continued to check in through the system, receiving spirit-nourishing pills every few days. With the assistance of a large quantity of spirit-nourishing pills, his cultivation of the spiritual essence progressed at an astonishing pace. Previously, Zhao Fan's newly formed spiritual essence could only perceive the slightest movements within a kilometer of his surroundings. But now, with a single thought, he could clearly sense the situation within thousands of kilometers. This was one of the benefits of a strengthened spiritual essence. Days passed one after another, and Zhao Fan immersed himself in the cultivation of his spiritual essence, quickly passing half a year. On this day, Zhao Chang, the current patriarch of Mount Shu, once again arrived at the demon ceiling tower. His once stern face was now shrouded in a hint of sadness as he addressed Zhao Fan. "Brother, our father is on his deathbed. He has asked me to bring you to see him one last time. Let's go." Zhao Fan took a deep breath and spoke in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Fan felt little surprise. When he had helped his stepfather extend his life, he had already known that the latter could only survive for at most half a year. Qianyuan Hall. Since his father had stepped down from his position as clan leader, he had been living here. When Zhao Fan entered the hall, he found it cold and deserted, with no one else in sight except his stepfather, Zhao Sihai. Compared to half a year ago, his stepfather had grown even more haggard, with a withered, decaying aura emanating from every part of his body. His face was pale, and his once tall and sturdy frame now appeared hunched over. Although Zhao Fan did not harbor much affection for his stepfather, witnessing this scene still stirred his emotions, leaving him feeling uneasy. At 200 years old, Zhao Sihai was still in his prime for a cultivator at the Yuanling stage. Yet he was now on the brink of death. "Father, my older brother has arrived." Zhao Chang stepped forward and whispered softly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sihai slowly opened his eyes. His previously cloudy gaze suddenly brightened upon seeing Zhao Fan. Changer, go out. I need to speak with your older brother. All right. Zhao Chang nodded and stepped out. In my lifetime, I have dedicated myself to reviving Shu Mountain, and I consider myself a responsible sect leader. But I have never been a good father. Over the years, my greatest regret and guilt is that I should never have sent you to the demon ceiling tower with my own hands. At this point, Zhao Sihai sighed softly and looked at Zhao Fan, asking, Fanner, have you hated me all these years? Looking at his father, who was about to pass away, Zhao Fan felt a mix of emotions, but he still spoke up, I don't hate you. After all, it was my own doing that caused all this trouble. If I were in your position, I might have done the same for the greater good. That may be true, but as your father, I have neglected you all these years. Can you forgive me? Zhao Sihai raised his head tremblingly, his eyes pleadingly fixed on Zhao Fan. You're my family. Family doesn't need forgiveness. Zhao Fan shook his head, signaling him not to dwell on it. With those words, I can rest easy. Hearing this, Zhao Sihai exhaled deeply, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sihai took out a silk-lined box and handed it to Zhao Fan, saying slowly, this is a top-grade elixir, the Guyuan Dan. I prepared it for you. Take it with you. The Guyuan pill? Zhao Fan was taken aback. Super-grade elixirs were extremely rare and even more precious than top-grade elixirs. The Guyuan pill had even more extraordinary uses. If someone whose cultivation had been completely destroyed took this pill, they could immediately restore their cultivation to the Golden Core realm. If a cultivator took this pill, they could even borrow its powerful effects to directly break through and advance one minor cultivation realm. Such a pill was extremely rare in the world. One could only imagine the immense cost his father, Zhao Sihai, had incurred to obtain it. I will take this pill. Is there anything else you wish to say? Zhao Fan did not refuse his father Zhao Sihai's kindness, as this Guyuan Dan was of great assistance to him at present. My lifelong wish is to revive Mount Shu. After I pass away, I hope you will lend a helping hand to Zhao City. Zhao Sihai spoke slowly. Rest assured. Zhao Chang is my younger brother. As long as I am on Shu Mountain, I will not stand idly by. Zhao Fan took a deep breath and replied firmly. That's good, that's good. Zhao Sihai wore a look of relief on his face, closing his eyes as he spoke. Moments later, 9 tolls of the bell echoed throughout Shu Mountain, marking the passing of the former patriarch Zhao Sihai. In the Qianyuan Hall, senior disciples gathered, their mournful cries echoing one after another. Zhao Sihai, the late patriarch, had not been in office for long, but he had dedicated his life to Shu Mountain, sacrificing everything for its sake. When the Black Massacre from Ghost Island invaded Shu Mountain, he risked his life to activate a secret technique and confront them. Later, when 6 powerful cultivators at the out-of-body realm attacked Shu Mountain, he once again sacrificed himself to block one of them, but in doing so, he was left exhausted and near death. The elders and disciples of the sect held this former sect master in the highest regard. Upon hearing of his passing, some disciples even attended his funeral without needing to be reminded by their elders. Moreover, high-ranking officials from the vassal factions under Shu Mountain's control rushed to Shu Mountain upon hearing the news to attend the funeral. Zhao Fan did not join the crowd but returned to the quiet demon ceiling tower. Holding the Guyuan pill in his hand, he remained silent for a long time. Rest in peace. Shu Mountain will rise again. After a long time, Zhao Fan murmured to himself, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Chapter 24, Signing Up for the Fox Spirit's Blood. The funeral for the former sect master, Zhao Sihai, was grand and lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Upon returning to the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan resumed his cultivation practices. He had no immediate plans to venture into the depths of the demon graveyard within the tower, as his intuition warned him that even as a cultivator at the initial stage of spirit projection, he might still face danger there. Rather than risking his life, he decided to focus more time and effort on his own cultivation. With the system's assistance, he could continue to grow stronger in the demon ceiling tower. This Guyuan pill might help me break through to the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm. Zhao Fan took out the Guyuan Dan his father had prepared for him and swallowed it immediately. Half an hour later, Zhao Fan's aura surged steadily, breaking through from the early stage of the out-of-body realm directly to the mid-stage. Truly a rare super-grade pill. With his cultivation advanced further, Zhao Fan began to comprehend the 3rd layer of sword control technique, the realm of sword birth and void. Previously, he had been able to rely on his sword control technique to slay 6 out-of-body stage cultivators with just 2 sword strikes. On one hand, this was due to his own exceptional strength. On the other hand, it was because the sword control technique was incredibly powerful. The 3rd layer of sword control technique was several times more difficult than the 2nd layer. Even for Zhao Fan, who possessed an innate sword body, truly grasping it was extremely arduous and obscure, requiring even more time and effort. However, what is praising is that Zhao Fan never lacked patience. He was determined to master the 3rd layer of sword control technique. Thus, Zhao Fan never stepped out of the demon ceiling tower again, fully immersing himself in his cultivation. He thoroughly enjoyed such days, though slightly monotonous, as he could clearly feel his strength growing steadily each day. Cultivation knows no time, it passes in the blink of an eye. Before he knew it, another 20 years had passed. For ordinary people, this was a quarter of a lifetime, but for powerful cultivators, it was merely a fleeting period of seclusion. After 20 years, Zhao Fan finally mastered the third level of sword control. The power of sword manipulation was now at least several levels stronger than before. Now, with a single thought, Zhao Fan's flying sword could sever a mountain rock over 10 kilometers away with a single strike. Although he has made significant progress in sword cultivation, Zhao Fan's cultivation realm has not seen a noticeable breakthrough. Over the years, he had only advanced from the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm to the late stage. Moreover, just a few years ago, he had fallen into a bottleneck, standing just half a step away from the peak of the chi projection stage, yet he could not break through the constraints to enter it. In fact, such a rate of improvement had already far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. After all, most cultivators at the chi projection stage would spend hundreds of years and still struggle to advance even a single minor realm. Zhao Fan's progress was largely thanks to the system's assistance. However, even this pace still left Zhao Fan unsatisfied. My spiritual essence is at least several times stronger than when I first condensed it. But as my spiritual essence grows stronger, the effects of the spirit-nourishing pill have become negligible. Otherwise, I could have broken through the bottleneck and advanced to the late stage of the out-of-body realm in one go. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and muttered to himself. He knew where the problem lay. The most critical aspect was the cultivation of his spiritual essence. As his spiritual essence grew stronger, the difficulty of cultivation increased exponentially. "Senior brother, I'm here to bring you your meal." Outside the demon ceiling tower, Zhang Qian's sweet voice echoed. Today was the day every 10 days when meals were delivered. Over the years, Zhang Qian had grown from a young disciple in the discipline hall to a seasoned senior disciple, now leading dozens of new disciples from Mount Shu. However, she had never given up on bringing food to Zhao Fan. Every 10 days, she would personally prepare a meal and bring it to him, while also sharing interesting stories from the outside world. "Little junior sister, what's for dinner today?" Upon hearing her voice, Zhao Fan smiled and asked. "Senior brother, you're in for a treat today. I made 7 or 8 dishes, including braised eggplant, braised pork, and spicy fish." Zhang Qian giggled and gave Zhao Fan a brief introduction. "Alright, I'll have to give it a try." Zhao Fan smiled, took the food box handed to him, and began to taste the dishes. "By the way, how's life at Mount Shu lately, little junior sister?" Upon hearing Zhao Fan ask about matters outside the mountain, Zhang Qian perked up immediately and said with a smile, "Our Shu Mountain is much better now than before. The sect master has been working hard to improve things, and the number of disciples has doubled compared to before. A few days ago, our Shu Mountain held the Shu Mountain Conference to select outstanding disciples. Several senior brothers and sisters from the discipline hall all achieved good rankings and each received a revitalizing pill as a reward. Several of our senior disciples have broken through to the Golden Core realm and went down the mountain to exorcise demons and eliminate evil just 2 days ago." Noticing the unusual tone in Zhang Qian's voice, Zhao Fan smiled and asked, "Do you also want to go down the mountain to exorcise demons and eliminate evil spirits?" "I wouldn't dare." To her surprise, Zhang Qian shook her head quickly and said, "I'm just envious of the senior disciples who have broken through to the Golden Core realm. If I were to go down the mountain to subdue demons and monsters, I wouldn't dare." Some senior disciples said that recently, the cultivation world has been in turmoil, with demons and monsters causing chaos and harming humanity. And those demons are extremely powerful. Many cultivators from various sects have suffered heavy casualties. "That sounds dangerous," Zhao Fan said thoughtfully. "Yes, it's especially dangerous. This time, it's said that our Shu Mountain's territory has also been plagued by demons and monsters, so the sect has sent people down the mountain to subdue demons and eliminate evil. I hope those senior disciples return safely." Zhang Qian glanced at him with a hint of worry and spoke softly. "They'll be fine." Zhao Fan comforted her, simultaneously placing a Pei Yuan pill into the food box and handing it over. The two chatted for a while longer, and before they knew it, half an hour had passed. "Alright, it's getting late, senior brother. There are still many matters to attend to at the discipline hall, so I'll be heading back first. I'll bring you food next time." "Alright." Zhao Fan nodded and smiled. "Remember to wash the food box clean when you return." "Got it, senior brother. See you later." Zhang Qian waved at Zhao Fan inside the demon ceiling tower and left with the food box. Upon returning to the discipline hall, Zhang Qian prepared to wash the food box and discovered the Pei Yuan Dan inside. "This is the Pei Yuan pill. Could it be that senior brother gave it to me secretly?" Zhang Qian was surprised and immediately recognized this precious pill. Compared to the Huan Yuan Dan, the Pei Yuan Dan had a greater effect and higher value. After Zhang Qian left, Zhao Fan closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. He intended to give it a try and see if he could break through the bottleneck and reach the perfect stage of the out-of-body realm. Several days passed, but Zhao Fan remained stuck at the bottleneck stage. Should I start the check-in? That day, it was time for the system check-in again. Check in. Zhao Fan said instinctively. Check-in successful. You have obtained fox spirit blood. As the system's voice faded, a jade bottle appeared out of thin air in Zhao Fan's hand, containing blood that was as hot as fire. Chapter 25, The Black Dragon's Might. Fire Fox Essence Blood? Staring at the scalding hot essence blood, Zhao Fan was taken aback. He hadn't expected the reward this time to be such a precious treasure. It was said that the Firefox clan was one of the most powerful clans among the demon race, with the bloodline of ancient divine beasts flowing through their veins. Therefore, their essence blood was imbued with unimaginable divine power, capable of aiding cultivators in enhancing their spiritual essence cultivation. Compared to the previous spirit-nourishing pills, the Firefox's essence blood was undoubtedly superior. Today's luck is good. I actually obtained this essence blood as a reward. Perhaps it can help my stagnant divine soul achieve a significant breakthrough. Zhao Fan smiled and wasted no time, beginning to refine and absorb the Firefox's essence blood. Zhao Fan's appearance was solemn and dignified, with his divine essence slowly emerging from between his eyebrows. Compared to before, Zhao Fan's spiritual essence was much more solid, but it still resembled a ball of light, somewhat vague and blurry. For cultivators at the out-of-body stage, while the spiritual essence indeed possessed countless marvelous uses, such as foreseeing enemies, it also had obvious weaknesses. Compared to the physical body, the spiritual essence of an immortal cultivator is extremely fragile. A fatal blow would result in the complete annihilation of both body and soul. After 20 years of cultivation, Zhao Fan's spiritual essence had already far surpassed its initial state, but it still couldn't be considered particularly strong. This had become the greatest obstacle to Zhao Fan's breakthrough to the peak of the out-of-body stage. However, now, as Zhao Fan absorbed the divine essence from the Firefox's blood, his previously stagnant spiritual essence cultivation began to show significant improvement. Zhao Fan's previously vague and indistinct spiritual essence began to undergo subtle changes, gradually becoming more solid. He could clearly feel that his spiritual essence power had significantly increased, and the effect of the Firefox's essence blood was even more pronounced than he had imagined. Zhao Fan was both astonished and delighted, accelerating the refinement and absorption of the divine essence from the Firefox's essence blood. However, the divine essence within the essence blood was incredibly vast and powerful, and it took him several days to fully absorb all of its essence. Finally, Zhao Fan's divine soul underwent a transformative change. His divine soul now shone with a golden light, emanating a resilient and powerful aura, more than double its previous strength. Zhao Fan was confident that with his current spiritual essence, even if pierced by sword light or scorched by heavenly fire, he would not suffer the slightest injury. If his divine soul had been a grain of sand before, it was now a resilient stone. This was a qualitative transformation. As his spiritual essence grew stronger, Zhao Fan also noticed that the nearly saturated spiritual energy within his body began to increase significantly. Indeed, as my spiritual essence has improved, the long-standing bottleneck that has plagued me for years has begun to show signs of loosening. I will push through and break through to the peak of the out-of-body realm in one go. Zhao Fan took a deep breath and began to channel the vast spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. As the spiritual energy gathered in vast quantities, centered around the demon ceiling tower, several massive spiritual energy vortexes hundreds of meters in diameter formed in the sky above, continuously surging toward Zhao Fan inside the tower. His aura rose steadily. Fortunately, the demon ceiling tower was secluded and quiet during normal times, otherwise, such a massive commotion would have already drawn the attention of everyone. It wasn't until much later that the spiritual energy vortexes in the sky finally began to dissipate slowly. At that moment, Zhao Fan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was deep and calm, like a bottomless black hole capable of swallowing anyone whole. The violent aura on his body had vanished, but his demeanor had become even more enigmatic. Having broken through to this realm, I should now be considered a true great cultivator in the entire cultivation world, right? Feeling the boundless power surging within him, Zhao Fan murmured to himself. He did not let the increase in power make him arrogant or impulsive. Instead, he remained extremely calm. Over the past few thousand years, although cultivators at the out-of-body realm were considered the pinnacle of the cultivation world on the surface, Zhao Fan firmly believed that within the major factions, there were undoubtedly cultivators who had surpassed the out-of-body realm. Of course, this was merely his personal speculation. Regardless of whether they existed or not, Zhao Fan did not dwell on it, for as long as he remained here to check in, he could continue to grow stronger. Even if there were dormant old monsters of the cultivation world lurking in the vast cosmos, he was confident he could surpass them. It was merely a matter of time. Over the next few days, Zhao Fan spent more time solidifying his cultivation base. On this day, just as Zhao Fan was about to continue his cultivation, two unwelcome guests arrived at the demon ceiling tower. At the entrance of the demon ceiling tower, two towering figures materialized out of thin air. It's the aura of demon cultivators again. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows, sensing the demonic energy fluctuations emanating from them. From their aura, they were extremely powerful, demonic cultivators at the out-of-body realm. Those good-for-nothing fools, Zhao Tian and Zhao Shang. We sent them to infiltrate the demon sealing tower on Mount Shu to retrieve the treasures of our Black Dragon clan, but after decades, not a single word has been heard from them. Otherwise, why would we two venerable elders have to come personally? Gazing at the demon sealing tower looming before them, a middle-aged demon with a stern expression spoke coldly. Zhao Feng, stop complaining. Let's act quickly. Those two are just juniors, they're not strong enough. They might have already died inside the demon sealing tower. We've taken a huge risk sneaking in here. If we don't act quickly, once others discover us, it'll be hard to escape unscathed. Don't forget, I heard that Mount Shu has a mysterious sword cultivator guarding it. Just as he finished speaking, the other long-haired demonic man beside him frowned and reminded him. His name was Zhao Yan, and like Zhao Feng, he was an elder of the Black Dragon clan. So they're two elders of the Black Dragon clan. Zhao Fan appeared not far from the two, but his aura was concealed to the extreme. He stood there casually, as if he had blended into the entire Lock Demon Tower, and they couldn't detect him at all. Back then, the Black Dragon clan had sent two demon cultivators at the Golden Core stage to infiltrate the demon sealing tower, but they were personally slain by Zhao Fan, who also obtained the clan's treasured artifact left behind by the Black Dragon clan's ancestor in the demon graveyard. Unbeknownst to them, decades had passed, yet the Black Dragon clan still refused to give up, sending two more demon cultivators at the Qi condensation stage. Zhao Fan did not rush to act against the two of them. The Black Dragon clan's bold move made him realize that the matter might not be as simple as it seemed. The enemy might not be after the Black Dragon clan's treasure alone. What's so special about that mysterious sword cultivator? We infiltrated Mount Shu so openly, and he didn't even notice us. If he's really as powerful as the rumors say, we wouldn't be standing here talking. In my opinion, he's just overrated. Zhao Feng sneered derisively. Shut up. Let's hurry inside, find the clan's treasure, and investigate the true secret hidden deep within the demon sealing tower. If we can uncover that secret, perhaps our Black Dragon clan could use it to surpass all other clans and become the leaders of all demon clans. Zhao Yan's eyes flashed with determination as he spoke urgently. If we can uncover that secret, perhaps our Black Dragon clan could use it to surpass all other clans and become the leaders of all demon clans. Zhao Yan's eyes flashed with determination as he spoke urgently. If we can uncover that secret, perhaps our Black Dragon clan could use it to surpass all other clans and become the leaders of all demon clans. Chapter 26, The Treasure. Secret? Upon hearing Zhao Yan's words, Zhao Fan's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. It seemed that these two elders of the Black Dragon clan were indeed not here solely for the clan's treasure. He decided not to act immediately to kill them, wanting to see what their true intentions were. Under Zhao Fan's watchful gaze, Zhao Yan and the other two slipped into the demon sealing tower and swiftly headed toward the ancient demonic tomb gate. They seemed to have some knowledge of the situation within the demon sealing tower. Zhao Fan followed behind at a leisurely pace. For him, subduing the two was as easy as lifting a finger, so there was no need to rush. Moreover, what was most important was that Zhao Fan had developed a keen interest in the secret they had mentioned. The demon graves within the demon sealing tower are indeed as rumored, filled with extremely powerful demonic energy. These are the remains of demons and monsters that were sealed here 10,000 years ago. Such a vast number is truly astonishing. Gazing at the countless demon bones before him, Zhao Yan's expression grew solemn as he muttered to himself. No wonder it's the famed demon sealing tower. Unfortunately, the Shu Mountain of today is no longer what it once was. Otherwise, how could the two of us walk here so freely? Zhao Feng sneered disdainfully. Let's go find the remains of our ancestor. The two moved swiftly, darting forward. Strange, where are the remains of our ancestor? Could the information we received earlier be false? Moments later, Zhao Yan and the others looked at each other in disbelief. They had searched nearly half of the demon's grave, yet they couldn't find a single bone of the Black Dragon ancestor, let alone any trace of the clan's treasure. They had no idea that the Black Dragon ancestor's remains had already been destroyed by Zhao Fan, and the clan's treasure had long since fallen into his hands. This is trouble. The clan's treasure was left within the ancestor's remains. It's an ancient dragon's horn, containing supreme divine power that can help our Black Dragon clan transform into true dragons. If we can't find it and bring it back, how can our Black Dragon clan ever rise again? Zhao Yan furrowed his brows and said, Don't worry. I'll use a secret technique to sense the remains of the ancestral dragon. Zhao Feng also felt uneasy and began to use his secret technique to search for the remains of the Black Dragon ancestor. He slowly forced out a drop of his own blood, which floated in mid-air. This was the Black Dragon clan's blood-sensing secret technique. Any trace of the Black Dragon clan's aura within the vicinity would be detected by the blood, but at that moment, there was no response at all. Strange. Could the information be incorrect? The ancestral remains aren't here? Even our clan's secret technique shows no reaction at all. Zhao Feng was filled with doubt and uncertainty. Could it be, the ancestral remains were left behind in the deepest part of the demon's grave? At that moment, Zhao Yan suddenly spoke up. It's highly possible. Since we've come this far, why not go in and take a look? Even if the ancestral remains aren't there, at least we won't return empty-handed. You're right. Jiao Yan and the others quickly reached an agreement, transforming into two streaks of light and charging deep into the demon's grave. Zhao Fan followed slowly behind, unnoticed by the two, and soon arrived at the depths of the demonic grave. The black aura was extremely dense, capable of threatening any cultivator below the chi condensation stage. Huge, boundless skeletal remains lay scattered about, emanating a suffocatingly terrifying pressure. Even Jiao Yan and his companion grew cautious and vigilant upon arriving here. According to the clan leader's instructions, the deepest secret of the demonic tomb is a supreme treasure. This was the message our ancestor, the Black Dragon ancestor, sent back to the clan at all costs before he passed away in the tower. If I'm not mistaken, it should be somewhere nearby. Let's split up and search. All right. Supreme treasure? Upon hearing their conversation, Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes. No wonder the Black Dragon clan had sent so many people here one after another. He stood not far from the two, but had blended in seamlessly with his surroundings. Although Zhao Yan and Zhao Feng were also at the out-of-body realm, their cultivation levels were far inferior to Zhao Fan's, and they couldn't detect his presence at all. I've found the entrance. Half an hour later, Zhao Feng suddenly exclaimed excitedly. That's great. Zhao Yan's eyes lit up, and he rushed over immediately. Zhao Fan followed slowly behind. This was a raised earthen mound deep within the demon's grave, and behind the mound, a gate several meters high was exposed. This gate had been extremely well hidden, buried deep underground, but it had been exposed by Zhao Feng shaking away the soil. The door was made of an unknown material, appearing incredibly heavy and sturdy. Bang! Zhao Feng extended his massive hand, its surface emanating faint demonic energy fluctuations, attempting to push open the gate, but it was effortlessly repelled by the hidden force on its surface. Something's off. Let's attack together. Seeing this, Zhao Feng's eyes grew even brighter. He called upon Zhao Yan to join him in breaking down the door. All right. Zhao Yan nodded and attacked alongside Zhao Feng at the same time. Powerful demonic energy surged into the sky, crashing forward like a violent storm. Though they were only demon cultivators at the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, their combined attack was powerful enough to rival that of a late-stage cultivator, shattering everything in its path. Even with the secret energy protecting the door, it exploded with a deafening roar. Beyond the gate lay a deep, bottomless passage. The two demons wore expressions of joy, ready to charge inside. But just then, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! A cold beam shot out from the pitch-black passageway, striking the two demons with lightning speed. Trouble! The two demons were startled, but as mid-stage out-of-body realm cultivators, their reactions were lightning fast. They each raised their claws and struck forward, attempting to block the fatal blow. With a loud plop, the icy glow flashed past, severing their claws before continuing its momentum, severing their heads in a single strike, killing them instantly. This sudden turn of events caused Zhao Fan's heart to race, and he adopted a vigilant expression. Jiao Yan and the other were both cultivators at the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm, though not particularly powerful. However, demonic beings were renowned for their extraordinary physical defense, yet they were still killed in a single strike by that icy blade. It was clear how extraordinary the attacker must be. Zhao Fan stared at the pitch-black, bottomless passageway, his muscles tensing like a fully drawn bowstring, ready to unleash his most powerful attack at any moment. Such an ancient treasure trove was likely home to dormant ancient demons who had yet to fully awaken. Otherwise, how could they have so easily killed the two strongest members of the Black Dragon clan? Zhao Fan remained on high alert, but to his surprise, the attacker was not some legendary demon, but a small fox. This was an exceptionally beautiful fox, entirely snow-white with limbs that seemed to float, exuding elegance. Its eyes, in particular, shone like gemstones, bright and clear. The little white fox glanced at the corpse on the ground with obvious disgust and was about to return to the passageway with its elegant stride. But in the next instant, the little white fox halted its steps, and its fur suddenly bristled. At the same time, Zhao Fan stepped in front of it. A fox in the late stage of spirit separation. How interesting. Zhao Fan smiled, sizing up the little white fox. The little white fox stared intently at Zhao Fan, sensing a strong sense of danger emanating from the human. Without any hesitation, it raised its claws and struck toward him. A cold gleam flashed by, but unlike before, it was easily blocked by Zhao Fan. Chapter 27, The Jade Coffin Inside the Palace. Upon witnessing this scene, the little white fox widened its gem-like eyes, displaying an expression of astonishment akin to that of a human. Despite its beautiful and adorable appearance, a single claw strike was powerful enough to tear through several meters of thick iron walls. However, the human who suddenly appeared before it effortlessly blocked its attack. The little white fox realized Zhao Fan's power. Its paws, as white as jade, glowed brightly as it gave it all it had and lunged forward again. This time, its speed was faster and its strength greater, moving like a streak of light. Clang! But before the little white fox could get close, a crisp, powerful sword cry suddenly rang out. Zhao Fan gripped the flying sword Qishao, raised his hand, and slashed out with a sword strike. The sword chi was dazzling and scorching, like a tidal wave crashing down, sweeping everything before it, sending the little white fox flying backward. Before it could react, the tip of the crimson sky sword struck like lightning. Although the little white fox could easily kill Zhao Yan and the others, it was no match for Zhao Fan. Feeling the chill emanating from the sword's edge, the little white fox's body grew cold. She tried to retreat and flee, but the space around her felt like quicksand, making her limbs incredibly heavy. Just as the little white fox thought she was about to die by the sword, the terrifying blade halted 3 inches before her. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the guardian of this treasure, right?" Zhao Fan did not strike, but instead asked with a smile. The little white fox stared at him in terror, too shocked to utter a sound. She had clearly been severely frightened. Seeing this, Zhao Fan extended his hand and, with a flick of his wrist, pulled the little white fox into his palm. She struggled violently, but was immediately subdued by his powerful spiritual energy. "Don't move, or I'll really kill you." Zhao Fan gestured for it to stay quiet, then turned and walked into the passageway. The little white fox was furious, but she knew very well that she was no match for the human cultivator in front of her, so she could only temporarily give up her resistance. The passage was extremely deep, at least 1,000 meters long. After a moment, Zhao Fan finally arrived at a spacious underground chamber. The place was filled with interconnected palaces, appearing incredibly grand and majestic. "I never expected that the depths of the demon's grave would hide such an underground space. And judging by the architectural style, this wasn't built by the sages of the Shu Mountain sect. Who could have left this secret place behind?" Zhao Fan was surprised and muttered to himself. Hearing his words, the little white fox glanced at him with a look of disdain, as if mocking Zhao Fan's lack of knowledge. "Do you know the origin of this place?" Zhao Fan noticed the little white fox's mood and asked with a smile. The little white fox glared at him, refusing to answer his question, and turned her head away. Seeing this, Zhao Fan smiled and didn't bother with her. Since she didn't want to talk, he would take his time to investigate. After all, he had plenty of time and patience. As a cultivator at the peak of the out-of-body realm, Zhao Fan's spiritual essence had achieved some success. With a single thought, he could probe the situation within thousands of meters around him. He noticed that these underground palaces were protected by powerful arrays. Even after countless years, they still emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. Could there be treasures inside these palaces? Otherwise, why would they need so many array formations to protect them? Zhao Fan's eyes grew intense as he walked toward one of the palaces ahead. This palace was entirely white and crystalline, the largest structure in the entire underground space. Moreover, the array fluctuations within it were relatively weaker compared to the other palaces. If Zhao Fan were to forcefully intervene, he should be able to break through them. Noticing Zhao Fan's movements, the little white fox grew tense, glaring at him angrily while emitting a clear, pleasant cry, as if a young girl were protesting in displeasure. Zhao Fan ignored the little white fox and walked directly to the white palace, raising his hand to strike with his sword. Bang! The razor-sharp blade of the crimson sky sword was blocked by a layer of sturdy array formations. Sword control technique. Zhao Fan held nothing back, immediately activating the Shu Mountain sword control technique. The crimson sky sword sliced through the void, carrying the force of a tidal wave, and crashed into the array formation before him. Boom! The immense force caused the entire formation to warp, with visible cracks appearing on its surface, yet it remained unbroken. The power of this array is far greater than I imagined. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and prepared to strike again. Seeing this, the little white fox grew furious, its snow-white fur bristling as it struggled violently. Your reaction is so intense. Could this palace be your home? Zhao Fan noticed her reaction and asked casually. The little white fox rolled her eyes at him, seemingly acknowledging the truth. Even if it's your palace, I still have to go inside and take a look. As he spoke, Zhao Fan prepared to act again. The little white fox was both angry and helpless. The array and the palace were interconnected. If the array were destroyed, the entire hall would suffer significant damage. With no other choice, the little white fox extended its white paws and gestured toward Zhao Fan. Are you saying you can help me open the array, but without your permission, I can't touch anything inside the palace? Zhao Fan asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, the little white fox nodded slightly. All right. Although Zhao Fan was confident he could break the array, it would require a significant amount of time and effort. Rather than do that, it would be better to let the little white fox open the array voluntarily. As he spoke, Zhao Fan withdrew his spiritual energy, allowing the little white fox to regain its ability to move. The little white fox glared at Zhao Fan with hatred, wanting to take the opportunity to attack him, but remembering her earlier humiliating state, she abandoned the idea. She raised her paw and gently traced the array surrounding the palace. In an instant, the entire array dissipated into thin air. This scene caused Zhao Fan to glance at the little white fox once more. Could this underground space have been created by her? However, he quickly shook his head to dismiss the thought. The little white fox was only at the late stage of the out-of-body realm. How could she possibly create such a place? After dispelling the array, the little white fox entered the palace first, with Zhao Fan following closely behind. The palace was even more spacious than Zhao Fan had imagined. At the very center stood a pristine, translucent jade coffin, emanating intense spiritual energy fluctuations. This was clearly a divine artifact forged from innate spiritual jade. Such a large piece of has been forged into a jade coffin. Zhao Fan was speechless. Primordial spirit jade was extremely rare and precious, capable of accelerating the cultivation progress of cultivators. Even a thumb-sized piece could spark fierce battles in the outside world, let alone such a massive chunk of rarity that had been hidden away for thousands of years. The little white fox climbed onto the jade coffin with ease, as if afraid that Zhao Fan would set his sights on this divine artifact, glaring at him with its large, suspicious eyes. Zhao Fan noticed that besides there were scattered pill bottles and remnants of consumed heavenly treasures littering the ground. The pill bottles and remnants were densely packed, almost covering the entire hall, giving a sense of just how astonishing the quantity must be. All the pills and rare treasures in here were eaten by you, weren't they? Zhao Fan asked the little white fox. The little white fox was still angry, turning its head away and refusing to acknowledge him. Chapter 28, Empress? This jade coffin is quite impressive. Zhao Fan stepped forward, examining the jade coffin forged from. Its surface was not only crystal clear but also engraved with intricate and complex runes, suggesting a special origin. Seeing this, the little white fox tensed up, glaring angrily at Zhao Fan, as if it didn't want him to get near the jade coffin. Is the jade coffin important to you? Noticing the little white fox's wariness, Zhao Fan smiled and asked. The little white fox nodded slightly, then deftly extended its claws to write a few words. This is my treasure. You dare not take it away. Zhao Fan felt both annoyed and amused. This little white fox was truly a little miser. He smiled, like a mischievous uncle trying to trick a young girl, and spoke in a gentle tone. I want to take it away, but can I open it and take a look? It should be okay, right? To his surprise, the little white fox shook its head vigorously, outright refusing Zhao Fan's request. Seeing that the other party wouldn't budge, Zhao Fan sighed helplessly, pulled out his flying sword, Shishao, and placed it with a clang in front of the little white fox. He smiled and asked again, I'll ask you one more time, can I open it? Looking at the flying sword Shishao, which was emitting a cold glow, the little white fox showed a look of sorrow and anger, but there was nothing it could do. This was using a sword to bully someone, no, using a sword to bully a fox. Don't worry, I just want to take a look. Even if there's any treasure inside, I won't take it. Zhao Fan reassured her. If you really just want to take a look, I'll let you see it for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, the little white fox relented. Seeing that the little white fox had agreed, Zhao Fan didn't hesitate. He placed one hand on the surface of the jade coffin and slowly pushed it open. The little white fox grew tense, fearing that Zhao Fan might try to take her jade coffin, and kept a close watch on him the entire time. Boom! With a loud crash, the heavy jade coffin was opened, but to Zhao Fan's surprise, it was completely empty. This scene also left the little white fox puzzled. Her large, gem-like eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Since she had awakened, she had always regarded the jade coffin as an indispensable treasure, never straying more than a step away from it. Therefore, deep down, the little white fox believed that the jade coffin contained something of great importance to her. But now, staring at the empty jade coffin, the little white fox felt a sense of loss. It's empty. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows. The jade coffin was forged from an incredibly precious primordial spirit jade. Under normal circumstances, it should contain an extremely rare treasure or item. How could it be empty? Little fox, did you eat whatever was inside the jade coffin? Zhao Fan looked at the little white fox beside him. No, I haven't opened the jade coffin since I woke up. The little white fox looked confused and replied with twisted, crooked characters written with its white paws. That's strange. Could it be that you were the one lying inside the jade coffin before? What is your origin? How come you haven't been able to transform or speak even though you've reached the out-of-body stage? Zhao Fan was curious. The little white fox was powerful according to the usual standards of demonic beings. One should be able to transform into human form and speak human language by the Yuanling stage. Upon hearing this, the little white fox fell silent, as if trying to recall something. After a moment, she shook her head and continued writing with her claws. I don't know either. Since I woke up, I've been here the whole time and can't remember anything. What a confused little fox. Zhao Fan didn't doubt the little white fox's words, but he grew increasingly curious about its origins. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, the little white fox glared at him, her face flushed with anger, and ground her teeth fiercely. Besides this palace, have you been to any other palaces? What's inside them? Zhao Fan pressed further. I haven't been there. The little white fox thought for a moment and wrote something with its claws in a twisted manner. Alright, let us go check out the other palaces. Since there was nothing to be found here, Zhao Fan decided to search other palaces to uncover the truth behind this underground space. After hesitating for a moment, the little white fox followed Zhao Fan. Soon, the man and the fox arrived at the nearest palace, which was protected by extremely powerful arrays. Zhao Fan flickered his thoughts, and his flying sword, Crimson Sky, sliced through the air. Bang, bang. After slashing dozens of times, Zhao Fan expended nearly half of his spiritual energy before finally breaking through the array protecting the palace. Zhao Fan realized why the little white fox hadn't gone to any other palaces. Breaking through the array alone was nearly impossible for her. Having expended such immense effort, Zhao Fan had expected to find some rare treasures or at least clues about the underground space inside. However, to his disappointment, the palace was still completely empty. Unhappy with the results, Zhao Fan exerted himself once more to open 5 or 6 more palaces. Among them, only 2 palaces contained divine pills and rare treasures. Unfortunately, after being eroded by countless years, the divine pills and rare treasures had long lost their divine properties and were now worthless. After all that effort, I've come back empty-handed. This underground space has existed for far longer than I ever imagined. Zhao Fan muttered to himself. Even if the divine pills and celestial treasures had been left there for 10,000 years, they should not have lost their essence and divine nature under normal circumstances. Unless this underground space had existed for far longer than that. Little white fox, do you really have no memories of this place at all? Zhao Fan turned to the little white fox beside him and asked softly. The little white fox clung tightly to the ground, emitting a squeak, squeak sound. She was straining to recall any memories connected to this underground space. However, after thinking for a long time, she felt her mind was completely blank, with not a single trace of memory. She had no idea who she was or why she was here. Suddenly, the little white fox's eyes lit up, and a flash of insight flickered in the depths of her mind. Empress. The little white fox extended her pale claws and suddenly wrote those 2 characters on the ground. Empress? Are you saying that this underground space was created by someone called the Empress? Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes and asked urgently. At the same time, he searched his mind for the name. A title like Empress must belong to a powerful being capable of striking fear into the hearts of cultivators. Perhaps he had heard of her before. However, after thinking for a moment, Zhao Fan had no recollection of her. The Empress might not be a recent powerful figure but rather a legendary figure from tens of thousands of years ago. I don't know. I only remember the title, I can't recall anything else. The little white fox shook its head and wrote with its claws to express itself. It's okay. I can go to the scripture hall on Mount Shu to look for relevant information. Perhaps we'll find something. Zhao Fan said thoughtfully. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, the little white fox's gem-like eyes lit up. She was deeply concerned about this matter, as she had been thinking about it endlessly. The only clue she had was the Empress, which not only pertained to the origin of the entire underground space but also to her own origins. What do you think? Want to come with me to look for information? You must be curious about the Empress's identity, right? After all, you're here because of her. Noticing the little white fox's mood, Zhao Fan smiled and invited her. The little white fox didn't immediately agree but instead looked at Zhao Fan warily. After a moment, she wrote with her claws, "Are you trying to trick me into going out?" The little white fox didn't trust Zhao Fan at all, believing he wasn't being sincere and wouldn't help her find information about the female emperor for nothing. You're just a stupid fox, you're no match for me. I could just knock you out and take you away. Why would I need to trick you? Zhao Fan scoffed and retorted. Alright, I'll go with you. The little white fox thought it over and decided Zhao Fan had a point, so she reluctantly agreed. Ding, check in at the underground demon palace? Just as Zhao Fan was about to leave with the little white fox, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Chapter 29, Request. Check in. Zhao Fan paused for a moment before blurting out instinctively. Check in successful. Reward, 10,000 swords technique. As the system prompt sounded, a complex and profound martial arts technique suddenly appeared in Zhao Fan's mind. It's the 10,000 swords technique. Zhao Fan was surprised. The 10,000 swords technique, like the sword control technique, was one of the highest level sword arts lost by Mount Shu in the past few thousand years. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the 10,000 swords technique complemented the sword control technique. Once mastered, it could significantly enhance his overall combat prowess. What's wrong? The little white fox noticed Zhao Fan had suddenly stopped in his tracks and asked, using its tiny paws to write some crooked characters. Nothing. Let's go. Zhao Fan suppressed the urge to immediately delve into the 10,000 swords technique and led the little white fox out of the underground space. Soon, the man and the fox returned to the demon's ceiling tower from the depths of the demon's grave. This was the little white fox's first time outside, and it was clear she was nervous and uneasy, not yet fully trusting Zhao Fan. Shall we go look for information now? The little white fox was eager to get started, hoping Zhao Fan would take her to search for clues about the Empress as soon as possible. In her chaotic and vague mind, this was the only name she could associate with, perhaps indicating a deep connection to herself. Follow me. Zhao Fan smiled and immediately led the little white fox to the scripture hall of Shu Mountain. The Shu Mountain scripture hall housed various historical documents about the cultivation world, and perhaps they could find information about the Empress there. Inside the library, there were many Shu Mountain disciples, but Zhao Fan and the little white fox were both at the out-of-body realm, so ordinary disciples couldn't detect their presence. The little white fox felt a bit nervous, carefully flipping through the nearest document and reading it intently. Despite being a small white fox, its expression was incredibly focused at that moment. Seeing its expression, Zhao Fan smiled slightly and began flipping through other historical documents, hoping to find any clues related to the Empress. Time passed, and before they knew it, a day had gone by. The man and the fox had almost gone through every historical text in the library, but found nothing of value. How could this be? We haven't found any clues related to the Empress at all. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows slightly, while the little white fox beside him also showed a hint of disappointment. Don't be disappointed. The Shu Mountain has undergone many changes over the years, and many important historical documents in the scripture hall are missing in part or in whole. It's possible that the Empress was real, but we simply haven't found any records of her yet. Zhao Fan thought for a moment before speaking. You're not lying to me? The little white fox heard this and looked puzzled, using its little paws to write the question. Of course not. Don't worry, I'll find another way to figure out who that Empress was. However, before that, you must stay with me in the Demon Ceiling Tower and not wander around Mount Shu. Zhao Fan paused for a moment before speaking slowly. The little white fox nodded lightly in agreement. After returning to the Demon Ceiling Tower, Zhao Fan carved out a small stone house with his sword, which he designated as the little white fox's new home. Looking at the simple stone house, the little white fox gave it a disdainful glance. It couldn't compare to the luxurious palace she had in the underground space, but when she saw Zhao Fan's house, which was almost the same as hers, she could only reluctantly accept it. After settling the little white fox in, Zhao Fan began to study the 10,000 swords technique. The more powerful the martial art, the greater the difficulty in comprehending it. However, thanks to his previous experience with the Shu Mountain sword control technique, this was not too challenging for Zhao Fan. The 10,000 swords technique and the sword control technique both had 9 levels of mastery, with each level becoming increasingly difficult. Cultivation knows no time, and another month passed quickly. Zhao Fan had mastered the first layer of the 10,000 swords technique, significantly enhancing his overall strength. One day, the gates of the Demon Ceiling Tower suddenly opened, and the current sect master, Zhao Chang, arrived. Brother, Zhao Chang greeted him warmly. Why have you come here? Zhao Fan smiled and asked. Over the past 2 decades, Zhao Chang had been actively promoting reforms at Mount Shu, with numerous daily responsibilities. The last time he had visited the Demon Ceiling Tower to check on his younger brother was 7 or 8 years ago. Whoosh! Before Zhao Chang could speak further, a cold gleam suddenly darted toward him. The little white fox had appeared out of nowhere and, mistaking the unfamiliar Zhao Chang for an intruder, immediately swiped at him with a paw. Little fox, stop! Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, and a golden sword chi shot out from his hand. This was the unique sword chi produced after cultivating the 10,000 swords technique, containing immense power. Bang! Before the little white fox could reach Zhao Chang, it was knocked back by the golden sword chi. Fortunately, Zhao Fan held back in time, so it wasn't injured. Zhao Fan's control over his strength was nearly perfect. The little white fox retreated several meters before shaking her head and coming to her senses, confused as to why he had stopped her. This is my younger brother, he's not an enemy. Zhao Fan explained softly. The little white fox glared at Zhao Fan angrily before stomping back into the stone house. Big brother, when did you get a little fox? Zhao Chang was puzzled, sensing the extraordinary nature of the little white fox. I found it inside the tower a few days ago. It looked pitiful, so I decided to keep it. Zhao Fan smiled faintly and explained casually. A creature from the tower? Zhao Cheng's expression changed slightly. Could that mean the little white fox was actually a demon? That would be very dangerous. Don't worry, the little fox isn't dangerous. Noticing his expression, Zhao Fan waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Zhao Chang relaxed slightly. By the way, as the master of the Shu Mountain sect, you must be very busy. Why did you come here? Zhao Fan smiled and asked. I came to visit my elder brother, and there's also something I need your help with. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Chang looked troubled and said. Before Zhao Fan could speak, Zhao Chang continued on his own. Brother, you know that over the years I've been actively promoting reforms, and Shu Mountain has finally seen significant development and improvement. But now we're facing a very troublesome problem. We're brothers. Speak your mind. What kind of trouble have you encountered? Zhao Fan knew his younger brother Zhao Chang's temperament. Unless he had truly encountered an insurmountable problem, he wouldn't personally come to seek help. In the eastern wasteland, a powerful demon has emerged, calling itself the White Tiger Demon Saint. Its strength is formidable, and it has already unified the 10,000 demon beast clans in that wasteland. According to reliable information, the White Tiger Demon Saint plans to lead its demon army to attack Shu Mountain. In recent days, it has sent numerous demon cultivators to cause trouble in our Shu Mountain territories. The people of our Shu Mountain territory have suffered losses of thousands, and though I sent several groups of strong disciples to confront them, the White Tiger Demon Saint's followers are extremely powerful, resulting in significant casualties among our disciples and elders. At this point, Zhao Cheng's expression grew serious, and he spoke solemnly, "That is why I have come here today. I humbly request that you, my elder brother, personally intervene and slay that White Tiger Demon Saint so that the innocent civilians of our Shu Mountain territory may finally live in peace." The White Tiger Demon Saint? Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows and asked, "How powerful is that demon?" "It should be at the realm above the out-of-body stage, and it is said that its body flows with a thread of ancient divine beast's bloodline, making its combat power extremely formidable. Earlier, even Elder Wu Hai, who had reached the out-of-body realm, personally went to the eastern wasteland and was severely injured by that demon, nearly losing his life." Zhao Cheng said solemnly. If there were no other options, he wouldn't have come to seek his older brother's help. "I understand. You want me to eliminate that White Tiger Demon Saint, right?" Zhao Fan asked calmly. "Please help me, older brother." Zhao Cheng took a deep breath, bowed deeply to Zhao Fan, and pleaded once more. "There's no need for such formalities between brothers. A mere demon dares to target Mount Shu? It deserves to die." Zhao Fan thought for a moment before continuing, "Go back first. I will personally handle the White Tiger Demon Saint." Chapter 30, Demon God Mountain. In the main hall of Shu Mountain, Zhao Cheng, who had returned from the demon ceiling tower, felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he finally smiled again. Now that his elder brother was willing to intervene, the issue of the northeastern wasteland would surely be resolved soon. Inside the hall, the elders were still discussing and arguing. They were debating how to resolve the issues involving the White Tiger Demon Saint and the demon clan of the wasteland. Some elders were hawks, believing that in the face of the White Tiger Demon Saint's provocation, a strong counterattack was necessary, and they advocated mobilizing disciples to prepare for war. Others, however, believed that this matter required careful consideration, and if possible, negotiations with the White Tiger Demon Saint should be explored. For a time, everyone had their own arguments, making the entire Shu Mountain hall chaotic and noisy, resembling a bustling marketplace. The most critical issue was that the White Tiger Demon Saint was far too powerful. Even Elder Wu Hai, who had previously reached the out-of-body realm, had personally intervened but failed to kill the Demon Saint, instead being severely wounded and nearly killed. If there was no absolute certainty of defeating the White Tiger Demon Saint, and if it were to lead its 10,000 demon beasts to attack Shu Mountain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Earlier, Zhao Cheng had also been deeply concerned about this matter, even staying awake for days and nights. However, after his older brother agreed to intervene, he entered the hall with a sense of relief, a faint smile still on his face. This scene left the elders of Shu Mountain exchanging glances, falling into an instant silence. "Master, why are you smiling? Could it be that you have a solution for the White Tiger Demon Saint in the Eastern Wasteland? Whether to fight or negotiate, you should make a decision." At that moment, the true martial elder Lin Mu spoke in a solemn voice. As the Jinwu elder responsible for Shu Mountain's defense, he was particularly concerned about matters related to the Eastern Wasteland. Whether to fight or negotiate with the White Tiger Demon Saint, a decision must be made promptly. Otherwise, continuing this argument would only waste time. As the true martial elder finished speaking, the other elders nodded in agreement. For a moment, everyone turned their gaze toward the sect master, Zhao Cheng, waiting quietly for his decision. "Elders, there is no need for you to argue. The issue with the White Tiger Demon Saint and the northeastern wasteland need not concern you. I have already summoned a great cultivator to eliminate that White Tiger Demon Saint. Once it is dead, the demon tribes of the wasteland will inevitably fragment and will no longer pose a threat to our Shu Mountain." Zhao Cheng spoke with a smile, his mood clearly improved. "What? Is that true? Master, you wouldn't have invited that mysterious sword cultivator from back then, would you?" Jinwu elder Lin Mu was startled for a moment before asking excitedly. The other elders, upon hearing this, also looked at sect master Zhao Cheng with eager expressions. "That's correct. It is indeed that elder." Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Cheng smiled and nodded. "Wow." Upon hearing Zhao Cheng's confirmation, the elders in the hall all looked surprised and couldn't help but exclaim in unison. If that mysterious sword cultivator were to intervene, the White Tiger Demon Saint would be no match for him. Back then, the 6 great sword sects had each sent 6 cultivators at the chi condensation stage to attack Mount Shu, but they couldn't even withstand 2 strikes from that sword cultivator. In the minds of the elders of Shu Mountain, that sword cultivator was a peerless master who had been secluded on Shu Mountain. As long as he intervened, there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. Elders, you may rest assured and await the good news of the White Tiger Demon Saint's downfall. Without the White Tiger Demon Saint causing trouble, the demonic tribes in the Eastern Wasteland are no threat at all. Inside the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan gently wiped the blade of the Crimson Sky Sword. The originally crimson-red blade, under his gentle touch, became even more dazzling and intimidating. Not far away, the little white fox walked over with graceful steps, its gem-like eyes fixed on Zhao Fan. It then used its small paws to write on the ground, "Are you going out?" Although it had hidden inside the stone house earlier, it had clearly heard Zhao Fan's conversation with his younger brother Zhao Chang. It was curious and longed to go out with Zhao Fan to explore, as it had never left this place since awakening in the underground space. Yes, to go out and slay demons. Zhao Fan nodded, noticing the brightness in its eyes, and asked with a smile, "Do you want to come with me?" The little white fox immediately nodded, looking quite happy. "I can take you with me. But you must obey me." Zhao Fan smiled and reminded it. The little white fox, though reluctant, let out a soft cry, seeming to silently agree. The eastern wasteland was still a long way from Shu Mountain, and the weather along the way was scorching hot. As far as the eye could see, the vast land was cracked and parched. Zhao Fan flew on his sword, his body radiating spiritual energy, blocking the razor-sharp winds. The little white fox sat obediently on his shoulder, its large, gem-like eyes darting around to take in the scenery along the way. This was the first time it had left the demon's ceiling tower since waking up, and the first time it had seen the outside world. Its eyes were filled with curiosity. Noticing the little white fox's emotions, Zhao Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. After all, this was also his first time leaving Shu Mountain since he had been transported to this world. Though the scenery along the way was nothing special, both the man and the fox maintained curious and appreciative gazes, so their moods were quite serene. A cultivator who had perfected the out-of-body stage could move at incredible speeds, but it still took Zhao Fan an entire day to reach the eastern wasteland. Though called a wasteland, upon arriving, they discovered it was a grassland abundant with spiritual energy. Looking out into the distance, the sky and the horizon blended seamlessly. Zhao Fan, with his powerful divine essence, quickly detected several small demons through his divine perception. From their mouths, he learned that the White Tiger Demon Saint was currently forging a demon platform on Demon God Mountain, while nearly 10,000 demon troops had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Faced with the terrifying pressure emanating from Zhao Fan, the small demons dared not hide anything and pointed out the direction to Demon God Mountain. Demon God Mountain was the sacred mountain of all demon tribes in the wasteland. According to legend, it was once the sacred site where the demon god who once commanded all demon tribes in the world had resided. This is the most revered place for the demons of the wasteland, so even the bloodthirsty and violent demons dare not approach it lightly on ordinary days. However, the White Tiger Demon Saint had constructed a demon platform on Demon God Mountain and gathered the demons of the wasteland at its base, clearly harboring great ambitions. Zhao Fan flew through the air on his sword, moving at an incredible speed, and soon saw ahead of him a majestic mountain towering between heaven and earth. This mountain was so tall it seemed unreachable, its peak shrouded in layers of clouds, emanating a faint aura of ancient primordial chaos. This was Demon God Mountain. Zhao Fan noticed that at the foot of the mountain, demon tribes were gathering in such dense numbers that they resembled a tidal wave, with at least 10,000 demons visible at a glance. This White Tiger Demon Saint indeed intended to invade Shu Mountain. If he hadn't arrived here today, even just these 10,000 demonic beings would be enough to reduce Shu Mountain to ruins. A mere demon clan dares to stir up such chaos? It seems you truly must not be spared. Zhao Fan's eyes grew cold, and a hint of murderous intent flickered in his heart. Chapter 31, Sword Slays the Demon Saint. Demon God Mountain stood a sacrificial altar dozens of meters tall. This altar is extremely demonic, covered in countless skulls, some human, some demonic, giving it a sinister and terrifying appearance. Upon the altar stands a muscular, towering man with a hideous face and a fierce aura. He is the White Tiger Demon Saint, who was once just a common tiger in the wasteland. However, he accidentally awakened a trace of White Tiger bloodline within him, rising to become a demonic cultivator who towers over the wasteland. Great Demon God! I am about to lead my army to attack Shu Mountain. Please grant me your supreme power to aid me in this endeavor. The White Tiger Demon Saint knelt half-bent on the ground, offering a devout prayer. As his words fell, the air above the altar was filled with malevolent energy from all directions, condensing into cold, evil forces that surged into the White Tiger Demon Saint's body, making his already powerful aura even more profound and unfathomable. He actually uses the method of sacrificing living beings to cultivate and obtain power. Is indeed. He dares to plot an attack on Mount Shu? He truly doesn't know when to give up. At that moment, a golden sword chi, spanning tens of thousands of meters, plummeted like a meteor, carrying the force of thunder, and struck the White Tiger Demon Saint with a single slash. The strike was so powerful it was beyond imagination, even scattering half the clouds atop the mountain peak. Who is it? How dare you ambush me? The White Tiger Demon Saint roared in anger, reacting swiftly. His hands transformed into tiger claws, unleashing an endless torrent of demonic energy, and he struck out fiercely at the incoming golden sword chi. The claw strikes were powerful and fierce, forming a tiger-shaped shadow as tall as a mountain peak, carrying the force of 1,000,000 swords, crashing forward to block this most powerful strike. Bang! But the next moment, with a deafening explosion, the tiger's shadow shattered into pieces. The golden sword chi, unabated in its momentum, sliced toward the White Tiger Demon Saint, who hurriedly blocked it with his tiger claws, as hard as divine iron. The physical bodies of demonic cultivators were already incredibly powerful, and the White Tiger Demon Saint was among the strongest of them all. His tiger claws were as formidable as powerful magical artifacts. However, to the white tiger demon saint's surprise, its tiger claws trembled violently, bleeding profusely, and its entire body was forced backward, flying off the altar. It retreated a full kilometer before the white tiger demon saint managed to stabilize his form with great difficulty. At that moment, the white tiger demon saint finally got a clear look at his enemy. It was a young man with flowing black hair, handsome features, and a cold expression on his brow. Standing there, he exuded an air of profound depth, like a bottomless black hole, making it impossible to gauge his true nature. He was none other than Zhao Fan, who had arrived here with the little white fox. "Who are you?" The white tiger demon saint's claws throbbed with pain, and he was both shocked and enraged. Could this man before him be a human cultivator of the old monster level? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? However, no matter how hard he tried to recall, he had no memory of such a person. A man on the brink of death need not know too much. Zhao Fan spoke coldly, preparing to strike again. But at that moment, the little white fox perched on his shoulder tapped Zhao Fan with its tiny paws, seeming very interested in the white tiger demon saint. Seeing this, Zhao Fan stopped his movement and asked the little white fox, "What's wrong?" "There's something inside it, emitting a very strong fragrance." The little white fox sniffed hard, staring at the white tiger demon saint, and wrote a few words with its paws. Zhao Fan noticed that the little white fox was staring at the white tiger demon saint with a fiery gaze, as if it were looking at a fresh, hot meal, drooling with desire. "Hand him over to me." The little white fox couldn't contain itself and wrote with its claws, actively requesting. "All right, be careful." After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan nodded. "Arrogant. You're asking for death." Seeing that the human and the fox were treating him as if he didn't exist, the white tiger demon saint roared in anger. With a furious roar, the white tiger demon saint's form swelled, transforming into a 3-meter-tall half-human, half-tiger creature, its brutal and overwhelming aura surging toward the heavens. "Kill!" The white tiger demon saint shattered the ground and burst forward like a cannonball, charging straight toward Zhao Fan and the little white fox. The little white fox's eyes sparkled with excitement as her delicate form turned into a blur, shooting forward as well. Under Zhao Fan's watchful gaze, the fox and the tiger collided head-on, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. The battles of the demon clan were far more direct and straightforward than those of human cultivators. It was a contest of raw strength and speed, with little room for technique. The little white fox and the white tiger demon saint were both at the late stage of the out-of-body realm. However, despite the white tiger demon saint's towering stature and immense strength, with claws as hard as divine iron that could shatter mountains with a single strike. However, the little white fox was small and agile, easily dodging the white tiger demon saint's attacks. Its tiny claws were sharp beyond compare, and within a few exchanges, it had already left terrifying wounds on the white tiger demon saint's body. The white tiger demon saint roared furiously, unable to harm the little white fox, but the latter had already left several wounds on its body. The fox and the tiger engaged in a fierce battle. The little white fox, relying on its speed advantage, quickly gained the upper hand over the white tiger demon saint. The little fox is pretty smart. Relying on its agility and speed, it's keeping this big, clumsy tiger firmly under control. Zhao Fan smiled, seeming to think he wouldn't need to intervene. Roar! As the situation grew increasingly dire, the white tiger demon saint roared, with visible blood energy surging across its body. Its already formidable aura surged even more in an instant. This was the ancient divine beast's bloodline power being unleashed, causing the white tiger demon saint to grow stronger in an instant. Kill! The white tiger demon saint's gaze grew icy as he transformed into a blur, dodging the little white fox's attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind his opponent, his massive tiger claws warping the void as he struck with the force of a tidal wave. This strike was as swift as a thunderclap, extremely fierce and deadly. The little white fox was taken aback, not expecting the white tiger demon saint to have such a technique. It instinctively raised its small paws to defend itself. Bang! However, in the next instant, the little white fox was struck with excruciating pain and sent flying through the air. The white tiger demon saint's killing intent was terrifying, and he was about to catch up to the little white fox and finish it off. Clang! At that moment, the flying sword Qishao appeared out of thin air, blocking the white tiger demon saint. Seeing the little white fox in danger, Zhao Fan acted promptly. The white tiger demon saint was utterly shocked, feeling an icy chill penetrate his bones. He summoned every ounce of his blood energy and raised his tiger claws to strike. 10,000 swords technique. Zhao Fan, seeing this, sneered disdainfully. The flying sword Qishao erupted with dazzling sword beams, effortlessly severing the white tiger demon saint's claws, then continued its momentum, striking toward his forehead. No! The white tiger demon saint let out a desperate scream, but he was beheaded on the spot by that fatal strike. The white tiger demon saint, who possessed a trace of ancient divine beast blood, met his end at Zhao Fan's sword. The little white fox looked at Zhao Fan with a complex expression, but she was soon drawn to the white tiger demon saint's corpse. She rushed forward and opened her small mouth to suck. A strand of crystal-clear crimson blood essence flowed from the white tiger demon saint's body into the little white fox's mouth. This was the ancient divine beast bloodline within the white tiger demon saint's body. Chapter 32, The Split Soul Stage. Brr. Only after completely absorbing the ancient divine beast bloodline within the white tiger demon saint's body did the little white fox belch contentedly, as if still not satisfied. Seeing this, Zhao Fan was somewhat surprised. It turned out that what had piqued the little white fox's interest was the bloodline power within the white tiger demon saint's body. You really are a peculiar little fox. You can actually devour the extraordinary bloodline power within other demonic beings. Zhao Fan looked at the little white fox and teased it. In his heart, he grew increasingly curious and puzzled about the little white fox's origins. If it were an ordinary demon, it wouldn't be able to devour the bloodline power of other demon clans. The little white fox tilted its head and waved its tiny paws at Zhao Fan, as if protesting. Seeing this, Zhao Fan smiled and didn't take it seriously. At the foot of the demon god mountain, 100,000 demonic creatures had gathered, among them many powerful demonic cultivators. The terrifying fluctuations from the mountain peak earlier, could it be that the demon saint has successfully communicated with the great demon god? With the support of an supreme demon god, perhaps we can truly rise again under the demon saint's leadership and reclaim our place in the wasteland. Some demon cultivators stared intently at the peak of Demon God Mountain, mistakenly believing that the previous battle fluctuations were caused by the white tiger demon saint's successful sacrifice, awakening the legendary demon god. Boom! But in the next instant, a massive tiger head plummeted from the sky, emanating a dense aura of malevolence, crashing directly into the ground. What is that? The head of the white tiger demon saint. Upon recognizing the tiger's head, the crowd of demons was terrified, their hair standing on end, their faces filled with fear. What about these demon tribes? In midair, the little white fox stood on Zhao Fan's shoulder, gesturing with its tiny paws and asking. With the white tiger demon saint dead, these demon beasts won't amount to much. Let us return. Glancing down at the chaos below, Zhao Fan smiled faintly, then rode the wind on his sword, disappearing into the distant sky with the little white fox. Soon, Zhao Fan returned to the demon ceiling tower with the little white fox. The little white fox had absorbed the bloodline power from the white tiger demon saint's body, and its cultivation levels seemed to have improved. It waved its little paws at Zhao Fan and ran back to its stone house. Shall we begin the check-in? Just then, the familiar prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Check in. Zhao Fan replied habitually. Check-in successful. Reward, Xianin Solid Spirit Pill. As the system's voice faded, a pill appeared in Zhao Fan's hand. The pill was crystal clear, resembling a piece of jade carved by a master, and emitted a clear, fragrant aroma. Xianin Solid Spirit Pill? Zhao Fan stared at the pill in his hand, a hint of joy flickering across his brows. The Xianin Solid Spirit Pill was an ultra-rare pill, of immense value, especially for cultivators at the peak of the qi condensation stage. It could significantly increase the chances of breaking through to the spirit division stage. Originally, according to Zhao Fan's estimation, even with the system's assistance, it would take him several years, or even longer, to break through to the spirit division stage. However, with the Xianin Solid Spirit Pill, he could significantly shorten this time. Zhao Fan hesitated not a moment and swallowed the Xianin Gushandan pill. He was already a cultivator at the peak of the qi condensation stage, with a deep foundation, so there was no issue of insufficient preparation. As the pill entered his mouth, a thread of powerful medicinal energy began to spread from his abdomen, permeating every part of his body. The spiritual energy within Zhao Fan's body had previously been like a reservoir filled to its limit. However, under the influence of the medicinal power, the stagnant spiritual energy began to grow at a visible speed. Moreover, it was not just spiritual energy that was growing. Zhao Fan's divine soul was also undergoing a transformation and elevation. The divine soul that had been coiled in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows became even more crystalline and brilliant, emitting powerful and majestic spiritual fluctuations. Zhao Fan sat cross-legged in the void, his skin radiating a faint golden glow, making him appear like a divine being of extraordinary sanctity. Boom! His aura surged layer by layer, eventually breaking through the bottleneck of the out-of-body realm and entering a higher realm. A powerful aura emanated from Zhao Fan's body, enveloping the entire demon ceiling tower. The little white fox was startled by the commotion and poked its head out of the stone house, only to see Zhao Fan seated in the void. His body seemed to be engulfed in flickering divine flames, giving him an otherworldly and powerful aura, as well as an ethereal and intangible quality. The little white fox widened its gem-like eyes, revealing a rare expression of astonishment. It never imagined that just after returning from the eastern wasteland, Zhao Fan, this human cultivator, had already broken through his previous realm. Freak! The little white fox wrote the two words with its claws before darting back into the stone house without looking back. Advancing from the out-of-body realm to the split soul realm was not merely a leap in cultivation level. More importantly, for cultivators, it marked a profound transformation and elevation from the inside out. Whether it was spiritual energy, divine soul, or even physical strength, Zhao Fan could clearly feel that he had grown stronger in every aspect. After an unknown amount of time, the turbulent aura surging around Zhao Fan finally began to subside. At that moment, he finally opened his eyes and exhaled deeply, saying, "I've broken through successfully." His eyes were calm and profound, like two bottomless black holes. If any ordinary cultivator had witnessed this scene, their mind would have unconsciously been drawn into it, making it difficult to snap out of it. This was the terrifying power of a cultivator at the split soul stage. Their spiritual essence had undergone a transformation and elevation, and every movement could influence external objects with their spiritual energy. This is the split soul stage. My spiritual essence is at least several times stronger than it was in the out-of-body stage. The spiritual energy within my body has surged significantly, and it flows endlessly. Even after several intense battles, it would be difficult for it to deplete immediately. Feeling the immense changes in his spiritual essence and spiritual energy, Zhao Fan couldn't help but smile. With my current cultivation level, if I were to use sword manipulation, I could send flying swords crisscrossing tens of miles in an instant, and killing enemies from afar would be no problem. As if to verify his words, Zhao Fan focused his mind, and the flying sword, Crimson Sky, emitted a clear, resonant ring before soaring into the sky, transforming into a bolt of lightning that severed the dark clouds in the distance with a single strike. This scene satisfied Zhao Fan, who nodded approvingly. This was merely the result of a casual strike. If he were to give it his all, even a mountain would be easily severed in half, let alone mere clouds and mist. With his breakthrough to the spirit division stage, the formidable advantages of a sword cultivator would gradually become evident. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan did not leave the demon sealing tower. Having broken through to the spirit-splitting realm, he needed time to consolidate his new cultivation level. On this day, Zhang Qian came to bring him food. This was the 5th day since Zhao Fan had returned from the eastern wasteland. Through the gates of the demon sealing tower, Zhang Qian said to Zhao Fan, "Senior brother, let me tell you, the eastern wasteland recently experienced a major upheaval." Chapter 33, The Truth Behind the Revival of Spiritual Energy. Zhao Fan was eating his meal, but despite knowing the truth, he asked calmly, "What happened there?" It is said that a few days ago, the eastern wasteland was unified by a powerful demonic cultivator known as the White Tiger Demon Saint, who even dared to threaten to attack our Shu Mountain. However, within a month, that arrogant and rampant demon was slain on Demon God Mountain, and the newly unified demonic tribes of the wasteland have now fragmented into 4 factions. Many demon cultivators who had been causing trouble in our Shu Mountain territory have now retreated in fear. Zhao Fan heard this and smiled, asking, "Isn't that a good thing? The sect master must be very happy, right?" Yes, the sect master and the elders are overjoyed. The entire Shu Mountain had been on high alert, preparing for a decisive battle with the demon tribes, but we never expected things to turn out this way. Fortunately, it turned out this way. Otherwise, who knows how many disciples would have been injured or killed. Zhang Qian giggled and said lightly, "You're absolutely right. Once the battle begins, many will die. This is better this way." Zhao Fan nodded slightly. Hearing this news, he felt somewhat relieved. At least the trip hadn't been in vain. Zhang Qian then told Zhao Fan many amusing stories about the events at Mount Shu, before finally returning with an empty food box. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan remained in the demon sealing tower to continue his cultivation. Since the last time the little white fox had devoured the bloodline power of the White Tiger Demon Saint, it had remained in the stone house beside him and hadn't come out. Zhao Fan noticed that the little white fox's cultivation realm seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and it was currently striving to break through its current realm. Therefore, Zhao Fan did not disturb the little white fox. Boom! One day, while in the midst of his cultivation, Zhao Fan was suddenly awakened by a deafening thunderclap. What is that? Zhao Fan looked up and saw that the previously clear sky was now filled with thick, leaden clouds. Within the pitch-black clouds, lightning as thick as snakes was writhing about. Is it going to rain again? Zhao Fan was somewhat surprised. The climate in the Shu Mountain region was extremely dry, and the last time it had rained heavily was 30 years ago. Since that rain, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth had become increasingly dense. Now, it seemed another rain was on its way. Zhao Fan was now a cultivator at the split soul realm, and his spiritual perception was incredibly powerful. He keenly sensed that amidst the countless clouds, there were unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy. He furrowed his brows and, with a flick of his thoughts, his flying sword, Crimson Sky, shot upward, plunging into the thick, dark clouds. He split off a thread of his divine soul and attached it to the flying sword, enabling him to clearly observe the scene in the sky, a unique ability of cultivators at the spirit-splitting stage. The dark clouds in the sky covered an enormous area, not only enveloping the entire Shu Mountain but also extending over 1,000 miles in all directions. Most importantly, Zhao Fan sensed an incredibly powerful and surging spiritual energy fluctuation from the deepest part of the clouds. What on earth is going on? The deepest part of those clouds harbors an immense amount of spiritual energy. Zhao Fan decided to investigate further. He activated his flying sword, Shishao, and plunged straight into the deepest part of the clouds. The air here was thin and filled with terrifying thunder and lightning. Fortunately, his sword riding technique was extraordinary, allowing him to skillfully avoid all the lightning bolts. Eventually, he broke through layer after layer of obstacles and reached the top of the dark clouds. The split consciousness attached to the flying sword clearly transmitted the scene within. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, countless pitch-black fissures, bottomless and dark, were spewing out astonishing energy fluctuations. These spatial fissures were distributed without any discernible pattern, nearly covering the entire expanse of the void beyond the heavens. As far as the eye could see, they were countless and densely packed. Moreover, at this moment, they seemed to be drawn by some terrifying force, slowly descending toward the ground. Even though their descent was extremely slow, the amount of celestial and earthly chi erupting from them was astonishing. Zhao Fan was utterly astonished. He never imagined that such a unique phenomenon could exist at this altitude of 10,000 meters. What exactly are these spatial fissures? To which region do they connect, and how can they expel such an enormous amount of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy? Such an endless supply of celestial and earthly spiritual energy could even alter the cultivation environment of an entire region. Zhao Fan's expression grew serious. These spatial fissures varied in size, but all were bottomless, resembling the gaping maws of primordial behemoths, emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. Even though Zhao Fan was now a cultivator at the spirit division stage, gazing at the densely packed spatial fissures in the distance, he still felt his own insignificance and weakness. Zhao Fan took a deep breath and tried to summon his flying sword to approach, but as soon as it moved forward by a single zhang, the blade of the crimson sky sword trembled violently, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure emanating from the spatial fissures. If he forced his way closer, even an exquisite flying sword could shatter into pieces at any moment. Zhao Fan quickly withdrew his hand, otherwise, not only would the flying sword be destroyed, but his own divine soul would suffer unimaginable injuries. As the spatial fissure slowly descended, the dark clouds below gathered in ever greater numbers, accompanied by continuous thunderclaps. Zhao Fan noticed that the vast amounts of celestial and earthly spiritual energy emanating from the spatial fissure were also mixing with the clouds and rapidly descending. If this continued, within moments, this immense spiritual energy would descend with the rain onto the surrounding land. What a pity! I cannot reach such heights with my true form, otherwise, I might have found a way to uncover more truths. Zhao Fan felt a sense of regret. The howling gale of the void beyond the heavens swirled with various strange energies, and even a cultivator at the split soul realm could not reach such heights in their true form. It seemed that to uncover the truth, he would have to wait until his cultivation reached a higher realm before gaining further insight. However, such a unique celestial phenomenon should be documented in the Shu Mountain scripture hall. I'll go look for some records first. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan recalled his flying sword, and his avatar swiftly returned to his original form. Zhao Fan suddenly vanished from his original location and reappeared at the Shu Mountain scripture hall. Last time, he had come here with the little white fox to search for clues about the Empress, but found nothing. However, this was after all the place where Shu Mountain preserved important historical documents, so there should be many ancient texts recording such unusual celestial phenomena. Zhao Fan's spiritual essence was powerful, and he could almost instantly discern many ancient texts within the scriptures hall. Soon, after half an hour of searching through all the ancient texts, Zhao Fan finally discovered a clue. Spiritual energy tides. Zhao Fan found a vague record in a miscellaneous book. According to the description, the spiritual energy of the vast world ebbs and flows like tides, receding at sunrise and rising at sunset. No wonder, in recent years, ever since that heavy rain fell last time, I vaguely sensed that the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth has become much more concentrated. It seems very similar to what is described in this book. And today, another rain shower rich in spiritual energy is coming. Could this be a more obvious sign of the spiritual energy's revival? It is highly likely. Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, forming a bold hypothesis. Tens of thousands of years ago, cultivators of the immortal realm emerged in droves, and even beings of the land-dwelling immortal realm were born. That era was brilliant and glorious, perhaps because it was during the peak of spiritual energy. However, in the past 10,000 years, the laws of heaven and earth have been incomplete, and cultivators above the out-of-body realm have become as rare as feathers on a phoenix. This may be due to the depletion of spiritual energy in the heavens and earth, causing the entire cultivation environment to no longer resemble its former glory. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself. If his speculation was correct, then a chaotic era might be on the horizon, and the once declining cultivation world could potentially reclaim its glory from tens of thousands of years ago. After returning from the scripture hall, Zhao Fan was greeted by continuous thunderclaps, followed by a torrential downpour. Indeed, the spiritual energy in this rain is vast and boundless, as if it were a miraculous spiritual rain. It's dozens of times more concentrated than the spiritual energy brought by that rain back then. Gazing at the downpour, Zhao Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He believed that after this spiritual rain, the entire environment would improve, and cultivators from all directions would not only have higher limits but also faster cultivation speeds. Moreover, some old monsters who had been stuck at a bottleneck for years might even break through successfully. Even some old monsters who have been stuck at a bottleneck for years might be able to break through successfully. Chapter 34, In the Blink of an Eye. The spiritual rain fell with great force, lasting 3 days and 3 nights, bringing with it a vast and boundless flow of celestial energy. For ordinary cultivators, it was difficult to perceive such changes in the heavens and earth. However, for those who had been stuck at a bottleneck for years, the difference was starkly evident. One after another, powerful cultivators broke through their previous realms with the aid of the spiritual rain, reaching heights that had once seemed unattainable. Even Zhao Fan, who had just broken through to the initial stage of the spirit division realm, reaped significant benefits. Under normal circumstances, he would need several months to fully consolidate his cultivation base, but with the aid of this spiritual rain, he accomplished it in just 3 days, clearly demonstrating how immense the sudden change in celestial energy had been. This spiritual rain covers a much larger area. It seems the rate of spiritual energy revival is accelerating. If this continues, it won't take 100 years to recreate the glorious era of cultivation from tens of thousands of years ago. How exciting and inspiring! On a towering mountain peak, an old man dressed in coarse robes gazed at the distant sky, laughing heartily. His voice rolled like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The second spiritual rain has appeared. The heavens and earth are about to undergo another great transformation. The day of our emergence is finally upon us. After lying dormant for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, we have waited for this day, the path to immortality. Beneath the black mountain of the burial ground, ancient monsters lurking in the depths of the earth let out excited growls. After enduring countless years of patience and dormancy, we are finally nearing the end. When this one emerges once more, it will be the day the demon clan reigns supreme over the world. From the terrifying demon realm, the faint, indistinct murmurs of supreme demonic beings could be heard. As the spiritual rain fell, the entire cultivation world grew restless. On the surface, it appeared calm, but beneath the surface, dark currents began to stir. Boom! Within the demon ceiling tower, the stone house where the little white fox resided suddenly trembled with an astonishing surge of demonic energy. The little fox has broken through. Zhao Fan sensed something. Since the little white fox had consumed the bloodline of the white tiger demon saint last time, it had been hiding in the stone house to cultivate. This time, with the vast spiritual energy brought by the divine rain, breaking through its previous realm was within expectations. Moments later, the demonic energy fluctuations gradually subsided, and the delicate figure of the little white fox appeared within Zhao Fan's line of sight. It lifted its little head and walked toward him with graceful steps, clearly in a good mood. Congratulations on advancing to a higher level. Seeing its expression, Zhao Fan smiled and offered his congratulations. The little white fox, upon hearing this, proudly lifted its chin and suddenly emitted a clear and pleasant voice, saying, "This fox spirit has unparalleled talent. It won't be long before I catch up to you." Hearing the little white fox's clear and sweet voice, Zhao Fan was startled for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "You can speak? Foolish human, I've just refined my demon bones. Of course I can speak." As it spoke, the little white fox glanced at Zhao Fan with disdain. After breaking through its previous realm, the fox had become somewhat arrogant. "Well, at least you can speak now. At least you won't have to write those ugly, crooked characters all day long." Zhao Fan smiled and teased. "What did you say?" The little white fox glared at Zhao Fan, fuming with anger. This human dared to call his writing ugly? I'm just telling the truth. Hearing this, the little white fox grew furious, turning away like an angry little girl. If it weren't for the fact that it couldn't defeat Zhao Fan, it would have given him a proper lesson. Knowing the little white fox wouldn't go far, Zhao Fan didn't stop it. He returned to his stone house to continue his cultivation. Aware of the situation where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was reviving, he set even higher standards for his own cultivation. Because Zhao Fan was well aware that as the spiritual energy continued to revive and intensify, more and more cultivators would emerge. If he were to slack off, he would eventually be surpassed by others. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan paid no heed to the changes in the outside world, with only the little white fox by his side. Since the little white fox had learned to speak, it had become increasingly spoiled and arrogant, acting like an eternal teenager. Besides staying in the stone house, it occasionally returned to the underground space deep within the demoness grave. Its mind was a chaotic mess, trying to recall its origins from its former place. Zhao Fan was busy with his cultivation and did not pay much attention to it. As long as the little white fox did not cause trouble, he let it be. Spring came and went, and years passed. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. For ordinary people, 50 years is nearly a lifetime, but for immortals seeking eternal life, it is but a fleeting moment. Over the years, Zhao Fan had not stepped out of the demon ceiling tower once, quietly using the system to check in daily while studying sword cultivation techniques and the 10,000 Swords Manual, significantly enhancing his overall strength. His cultivation realm had also advanced from the initial stage of the spirit division realm to the intermediate stage. Though it may seem like only a minor advancement in cultivation, even in an environment where spiritual energy is reviving, this is still considered exceptionally fast. Normally, to advance a minor realm within the spirit division stage would require 500 or 600 years, or even longer. Cultivation defies the heavens, and as one's cultivation level rises, the difficulty only increases. This year marked the 80th year since Zhao Qiang became the master of Shu Mountain sect. It was also the 88th year since Zhao Fan had arrived at the Demon Ceiling Tower. The cultivation world is currently in turmoil. The incident where Zhao Fan slew 6 peak stage cultivators from the 6 sword sects at Shu Mountain has become a historical event from 70 years ago, long forgotten by many. 50 years ago, he traveled to the eastern wastelands to slay the White Tiger Demon Saint. Aside from the little white fox, no one knew it was him. In fact, many speculated that after so many years, the mysterious sword cultivator who once ruled Shu Mountain had long since passed away. Many factions have gradually lost their reverence for Mount Shu, especially since the spiritual rain that shook the heavens and earth began 50 years ago. Since then, the spiritual energy of the world has been steadily reviving, giving rise to an increasing number of powerful cultivators. In the past, those at the cheap rejection stage were the few top-tier experts openly acknowledged by major factions, known to the world as great cultivators. However, now, cultivators at the cheap rejection stage are everywhere, and within the major factions, there are cultivators at the spirit-splitting stage lurking in the shadows. In the cultivation world, strength is everything. Those factions that had once harbored grudges against Shu Mountain no longer feared it as before, and some even openly displayed their hostility. The most brazen are the demonic and demonic sects and tribes, which have given rise to numerous demonic and demonic powerhouses over the past 50 years, striking fear into the hearts of all who hear their names. This is primarily due to their demonic cultivation techniques, which allow them to absorb others' essence blood to enhance their cultivation levels. In the environment of revived spiritual energy, they hold a significant advantage over many orthodox sects. In recent years, conflicts have frequently arisen between disciples of the demonic path and disciples of Shu Mountain. Though these conflicts have mostly been minor skirmishes, the underlying tensions are growing, with the potential for a major outbreak at any moment. "Senior brother, I've brought your meal." Outside the Demon Ceiling Tower, a crisp, sweet voice echoed as Zhang Qian arrived to bring food to Zhao Fan. Zhang Qian walked slowly toward him, carrying a food box. Her shoulder-length hair swayed gently in the breeze, her skin was fair and supple, her eyes clear and bright, her lips glossy and alluring, and her face was exceptionally sweet. Over the past 50 years, she had become the senior enforcer of the discipline hall, overseeing over 100 disciples. Yet, every 10 days, she would come rain or shine to bring him his meal. Compared to the past, it wasn't just a change in status. Zhang Qian had transformed from an innocent and adorable little girl into a mature and alluring woman. But no matter how much she has changed, in Zhao Fan's heart, she remains the young disciple from the discipline hall who always brings him his meals on time. Chapter 35, The 6-Foot Golden Body. "Senior brother, I've prepared a few new side dishes for you this time. Try them quickly and tell me how they taste." Zhang Qian spoke as she handed over the food box. Zhao Fan didn't hesitate and began tasting them as usual. At his current cultivation level, even if he went without food or water for years, it wouldn't affect him much. However, having a hot meal every 10 days had become a deeply ingrained habit. "Senior brother, is it tasty?" "It's delicious." Zhao Fan smiled. Hee, that's good. By the way, senior brother, there has been a rumor circulating on Mount Shu recently. You probably haven't heard about it yet, have you? Zhao Fan perked up at the mention of rumors and asked, "Rumor? What kind of rumor?" It said that the princess of Pingyang from the Tang dynasty is set to marry the sect leader, and just yesterday, envoys from the Tang dynasty arrived at Shu Mountain and are currently meeting with the senior elders of the sect. The Tang dynasty? A marriage alliance? Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. He had a certain impression of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty and Shu Mountain had deep historical ties, once being steadfast allies. 10,000 years ago, the Tang dynasty had reached its peak, nearly dominating the 9 provinces. However, in the past few thousand years, it had begun to decline and retreat. Whether in terms of reputation and prestige or territorial extent, it could no longer compare to its former glory. Moreover, over the past few centuries, the Shu Mountain had declined so severely that the once close alliance had begun to fray. The Tang dynasty and the Shu Mountain were no longer as friendly as before. Why, then, had the Tang dynasty suddenly sent envoys to the mountain to propose marrying their noble princess into the Shu Mountain? Who is Princess Pingyang? Zhao Fan pondered for a moment before asking calmly. Princess Pingyang? Upon hearing Zhao Fan mention Princess Pingyang, Zhang Qian paused for a moment before her face lit up with admiration. She then said, "Senior brother, she is an extraordinary female cultivator." "Oh, I'd like to hear more about how remarkable she is." Zhao Fan smiled. It is said that Princess Pingyang, at a young age, broke the cultivation records of the Tang dynasty. She had already reached the Yuanling stage of cultivation before she turned 50. Moreover, I've heard that Princess Pingyang is exceptionally beautiful, earning her the title of the most beautiful cultivator in the Tang dynasty. Zhang Qian spoke softly, her voice tinged with envy. "I see," Zhao Fan nodded slightly, showing no surprise. Immortals are different from ordinary people. 50 years old is considered very young. To break through to the Yuanling stage before that age is already a genius among geniuses, as many people may spend their entire lives unable to reach such heights. Senior brother, do you think Princess Pingyang is powerful? Zhang Qian blinked her eyes and asked playfully. She's just average, Zhao Fan smiled, not wanting to say more. If it weren't for Zhao Cheng's connection, he wouldn't even bother to ask. Alright. Noticing that Zhao Fan wasn't very interested in the matters of the Tang dynasty and Princess Pingyang, Zhang Qian quickly changed the subject and said, Senior brother, sometimes I envy you. Envy me? What is there to envy? Zhao Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Really? Look at you, staying in the demon ceiling tower, living a quiet and carefree life. At least you don't have to worry as much as I do. Zhang Qian paused for a moment before venting her frustrations. Now I'm in charge of over 100 disciples from the discipline hall. It's much more tiring than before. Plus, things are pretty chaotic outside Mount Shu right now. The brothers and sisters of the discipline hall sometimes have to go down the mountain to drive away the demonic creatures causing trouble. Zhao Fan asked casually, are there many demons and monsters now? Quite a few. They often venture into our Shu Mountain territory to cause trouble. The entire cultivation world is in turmoil, extremely chaotic. Just a few days ago, the infamous moon-worshipping sect of the demon cult brutally massacred the Qingyuan immortal sect. Over 3,000 cultivators from the entire sect were mercilessly slaughtered by those demons. At this point, Zhang Qian's expression betrayed lingering fear. The Qingyuan immortal sect was massacred? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows. He had heard of this sect before. It had once been a powerful cultivator faction and was not too far from the Shu Mountain region. That's right. Those demonic cultivators were extremely brutal, even sparking widespread outrage across the entire cultivation world. Many top-tier sects dispatched their strongest cultivators to attack the moon-worshipping sect. I heard that even cultivators at the Spirit Division realm personally intervened, but several were killed. The demonic moon-worshipping sect not only emerged unscathed but grew even more arrogant. At this point, Zhang Qian shook her head. She had always been a righteous and kind-hearted person, deeply despising demonic and heretical paths. Every time she heard or mentioned such matters, she felt deeply outraged. Evil cults and heretical paths will not end well. Zhao Fan could sense her emotions and comforted her softly. Senior brother is right. Zhang Qian nodded, glanced at the sky, which was already growing dark, and continued, it's getting late. Senior brother, I'll head back first. I'll come visit you again next time. All right. With that, Zhang Qian quickly left, and the demon ceiling tower once again fell into silence. The outside world is in constant flux. Even cultivators at the split soul realm can still suffer casualties. I'd better stay put in the demon ceiling tower and keep training to get stronger. Thinking about what Zhang Qian had just said, Zhao Fan shook his head slightly and muttered to himself. Life in the demon ceiling tower was occasionally monotonous, but the constant sense of growing stronger brought an unparalleled sense of peace and fulfillment. Host, shall we begin the check-in? Just then, a familiar system prompt sounded in Zhao Fan's mind. Check-in. Zhao Fan replied without hesitation. Check-in successful. You have obtained the 6-foot golden body. As the system's voice faded, a complex and profound set of martial arts techniques suddenly appeared in Zhao Fan's mind. What? It's the Buddha's supreme physical martial art, the 6-foot golden body. Zhao Fan was startled for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. In the cultivation world, the Buddhist sect was transcendentally powerful. Though its lineages were few, they were all among the most elite, such as the renowned Famen Temple, an ancient lineage that had produced arhats and bodhisattvas. Within the Famen Temple, the most powerful martial art was the 6-foot golden body. It was said that upon mastering it, one's physical body would become flawless and pure, capable of moving mountains and filling seas with a single gesture. Zhao Fan was indeed surprised. He never imagined that today's check-in reward would be the Buddhist sect's supreme martial art. Over the past 50 years, through the system, he had obtained numerous lost martial arts techniques from Mount Shu and cultivation methods from other immortal sects, but he had never once obtained anything from the Buddhist sect. This clearly demonstrated how rare and precious Buddhist martial arts were. With the help of the Shu Mountain sword control technique and the 10,000 swords manual, my combat power far surpasses that of cultivators of the same level. But my only weakness lies in my physical body. If I can successfully cultivate this Zhanlu golden body technique, I will have no further weaknesses. Zhao Fan took a deep breath and began to study the 6-foot golden body technique without delay. Chapter 36, Zhao Cheng's Confusion. No wonder it's the pinnacle of Buddhist martial arts. According to the records, the Zhanlu golden body technique is divided into 9 distinct levels. Only by mastering all 9 levels can one unleash its full power. Zhao Fan felt a surge of heat in his heart and began to attempt cultivating the first layer of the Zhanlu golden body. The first step in cultivation is body tempering. Under normal circumstances, cultivators at Zhao Fan's level already possess a formidable physique, but when it comes to true physical strength, there is still a significant gap. Only by successfully tempering the body can one unlock the latent potential within the flesh, making the physical body stronger. Zhao Fan focused his mind and body, his appearance solemn and dignified. The pores on his skin opened, drawing in countless strands of celestial and earthly qi. However, these celestial energies did not enter Zhao Fan's body but instead transformed into flickering clusters of divine flames, scorching his flesh and blood. Zhao Fan's body turned crimson red, resembling iron heated to a glowing red in a forge. This was a method of refining the physical body using the energy of heaven and earth. Zhao Fan could clearly feel his physical body growing stronger, but at the same time, he experienced intense pain. Fortunately, he was able to endure it completely. After an unknown amount of time, with a faint chirp, a layer of old skin peeled off the surface of Zhao Fan's body. The initial stage of body tempering has been successful. Zhao Fan exhaled in relief, a smile spreading across his face. This was a normal phenomenon. The newly regenerated skin would become more resilient and powerful. Although the initial body tempering was complete, there was still a long way to go before reaching the first level of cultivation, so Zhao Fan did not slack off and continued to focus on his cultivation. Over the next 5 days, Zhao Fan immersed himself entirely in his cultivation. Until this day, the tightly sealed gates of the demon's sealing tower slowly opened. Zhao Chang, the master of Shu Mountain sect, arrived at the demon's sealing tower. Compared to before, his demeanor had become more composed and dignified. Zhao Chang, why have you come here? Zhao Fan was surprised to see his younger brother Zhao Chang at the demon's sealing tower at this time. I haven't visited my older brother in a long time, so I took advantage of having some free time today to come and see you. In front of Zhao Fan, Zhao Chang did not put on any airs as the sect master, but spoke with a smile. As the master of Shu Mountain, he was always seen by outsiders as stern and composed, but only in front of his older brother did he rarely show such a genuine side. Zhao Fan noticed that although his younger brother was smiling, his smile seemed a bit stiff, and there was a clear trace of fatigue between his brows. You seem to have something on your mind, Zhao Fan said without giving away his thoughts. Eldest brother, nothing escapes your notice. Zhao Chang sat down and smiled wryly. I've indeed encountered some troubles recently, so I wanted to talk to you about it. Go ahead, what's going on? Zhao Fan asked calmly. Brother, it's been 50 years since you descended the mountain to slay the White Tiger Demon Saint. Over the years, I have dedicated myself to governing with diligence and integrity, and Mount Shu has flourished and achieved significant development. However, now I feel a bit lost. Confused? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows, waiting quietly for Zhao Chang to continue. Brother, have you heard? The Tang dynasty has sent envoys to propose a marriage alliance between our Shu Mountain and their Princess Pingyang. I've heard a little about it. Isn't that a good thing? You're no longer a young man. As the leader of Shu Mountain, you should settle down and start a family. Zhao Fan smiled faintly and said. Of course it's not good. Zhao Cheng shook his head and continued, in recent years, the Tang dynasty has been plagued by internal turmoil, and its national strength has declined significantly. They see that Shu Mountain has developed well, so they want to mend relations. Most importantly, I have received reliable intelligence that the demon cult of the moon is preparing to attack the Tang dynasty. Now that they want to form an alliance with us through marriage, it is nothing more than an attempt to use our Shu Mountain's influence to counter the demon cult of the moon. The moon-worshipping sect is currently extremely formidable, having occupied a 1,000-mile-long border region in the north, with tens of thousands of followers under their command. If our Shu Mountain is dragged into a conflict with them by the Tang dynasty, the consequences would be unimaginable. The efforts of the past decades could all be in vain. At this point, Zhao Cheng sighed softly and continued, unfortunately, such a simple truth is beyond the understanding of the disciples and elders. So you oppose the alliance? Zhao Fan understood that his younger brother Zhao Cheng did not support this alliance. That's correct. I strongly oppose it. Moreover, I already have a girl I love, and I have no intention of marrying Princess Pingyang. Zhao Cheng's expression grew complex as he spoke solemnly. If that's the case, then refuse it. Zhao Fan thought for a moment and spoke calmly. If it were that simple, I wouldn't be so troubled. Zhao Cheng sighed helplessly and said, just yesterday, dozens of elders from the sect signed a petition, forcing me to agree to the Tang envoy's proposal and marry Princess Pingyang. As the master of the Shu Mountain sect, I cannot even decide my own marriage. It's truly tragic, which is why I'm so confused. Zhao Fan heard this and furrowed his brows, asking, did you agree? Yes, I had no choice. Several elderly elders pleaded with me to the point of death, forcing me to make a decision. What about the girl you love? Zhao Fan's brows furrowed even deeper. I don't know either. Zhao Cheng looked confused and spoke with a complex tone, she's just an ordinary person. Though she can't cultivate immortality, she gave me the most sincere feelings. I don't know how to face her in the future. An ordinary person? Zhao Fan was surprised. He never expected his younger brother Zhao Cheng to fall in love with an ordinary person. According to normal logic, the revered master of the Shu Mountain sect would never associate with ordinary people. Big brother, don't look at me like that. I only went down the mountain once and happened to meet her by chance. Zhao Cheng smiled awkwardly and said. You're quite the ladies' man. Zhao Fan smiled slightly and teased. Marriage is a serious matter, you should make your own decision. No matter what choice you make, I will support you. Zhao Fan thought for a moment before speaking in a serious tone. Hearing Zhao Fan's words, Zhao Cheng felt a warm glow in his heart. He nodded and said, Big brother, I understand. I still want to discuss this matter with the elders and see if we can change their minds. As long as you have it figured out in your heart. Zhao Fan didn't say anything else. The two brothers chatted for a while longer until it grew dark, and Zhao Cheng finally took his leave. It was clear that after venting his frustrations to Zhao Fan, his mood had lightened considerably. Big brother, I'll come visit you again next time. Zhao Cheng waved goodbye to Zhao Fan and turned to leave the demon ceiling tower. Thank goodness I was locked in the demon ceiling tower back then. Otherwise, if I had become the master of the Shu Mountain sect, I would have been exhausted beyond belief. Even my own marriage wasn't in my hands. Being the sect master is truly unbearable. Watching Zhao Cheng leave, Zhao Fan shook his head and muttered to himself. Deep down, he still felt sympathy for his younger brother. Though the master of Shu Mountain sect seemed to be on a pedestal, there were times when he had no control over his own fate. After Zhao Cheng departed, the demon ceiling tower once again fell into silence. Chapter 37, The Arranged Marriage. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan paid no heed to the outside world, instead focusing solely on cultivating his Zhongli golden body. Since becoming a Xian Tian Jian Ti, Zhao Fan's understanding of other martial arts techniques had also greatly improved, not just sword techniques. However, the 6-foot golden body, as one of the most powerful martial arts techniques in the Buddhist tradition, proved to be no easy feat. It took Zhao Fan several months to fully master the first level of this technique. As a result, his physical body underwent a transformative change, almost as if it had been reborn. Even without using spiritual energy to protect himself, even the sharpest blades could barely scratch his skin. Zhao Fan could clearly feel his physical body growing stronger, but exactly how strong it had become was something even he did not know. To test the strength of his physical body, Zhao Fan summoned the little white fox. Over the years, the little white fox had spent most of its time in the underground space, cultivating using the jade coffin there, so its strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. It had already broken through from the chi condensation stage to the early stage of the spirit division stage several years ago. Its strength was only one minor realm below Zhao Fan's. The little white fox's eyes shone like gems, and its fur was crystal clear and snow white. It walked toward him with graceful steps. Are you sure you want me to attack you? The little white fox's voice was crisp, and it looked at Zhao Fan with a puzzled expression. It's fine, go ahead. I won't fight back. Zhao Fan smiled slightly and said. The little white fox blinked her big eyes. If it weren't for Zhao Fan's calm expression, she would have thought he was acting odd. But since Zhao Fan had made the request, as a proud little fox, how could she refuse? Don't blame me if you get hurt. As soon as the words left her mouth, the little white fox didn't hesitate and attacked immediately. Its seemingly cute paws swept out, forming a terrifying, chilling blow. In an instant, it closed the distance of dozens of meters and struck toward Zhao Fan's chest. This strike was fierce and powerful. Even a peer of equal strength would spit blood and be injured if hit head-on. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes, standing still in place. Even as the icy glow drew near, he did not activate his spiritual energy to block it. Quick, dodge! The little white fox was startled, fearing it might truly injure Zhao Fan, and hurriedly shouted. Boom! However, before the little white fox could finish speaking, the icy glow struck Zhao Fan with the force of thunder, causing a terrifying explosion and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. The little white fox widened its beautiful eyes and was about to rush forward to check. But at that moment, Zhao Fan's sturdy figure emerged slowly from the dust. You! The little white fox was utterly shocked. Before her stood Zhao Fan, his limbs long and slender, his skin radiating a golden glow, as if he were a reincarnated golden Buddha, emanating a sacred and powerful aura. Under Zhao Fan's overwhelming aura, the little white fox felt a suffocating pressure and instinctively took 2 steps back. Not bad, not bad. No wonder it's the pinnacle of Buddhist martial arts. You can block my attack with just your physical strength. Zhao Fan smiled, feeling quite pleased. He had only just mastered the first layer of the 6-foot golden body technique, yet he could already block a single strike from a cultivator at the split soul realm. If he were to master the second or even the third layer, how astonishing would his defensive power become? Just thinking about it was enough to make one yearn for the future. You're a freak. What cultivation technique are you practicing to be so powerful? The little white fox snapped back to reality and asked curiously. The 6-foot golden body. Noticing the little white fox's confusion, Zhao Fan explained, this is the ultimate physical martial art of the Buddhist sect. If you're interested, I can teach you. I'm not interested at all. Although the little white fox was secretly tempted, she still shook her head arrogantly. You're really not interested? Really? Alright, then. Zhao Fan spread his hands and said. Wait. Upon hearing this, the little white fox immediately changed her tone and said, if you beg me to teach you, I won't refuse. After speaking, the little white fox's face grew slightly flushed, but she still held her chin high, maintaining the last shred of her pride. Enough, stop pretending, little fox. Seeing its expression, Zhao Fan felt both annoyed and amused. To give it a way out, he said, fine, I'll teach you. Are you satisfied now? That's more like it. The little white fox was overjoyed, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Following that, Zhao Fan kept his word and taught the little white fox the incantation for the first level of the Zhanlu Golden Body Realm. It must be said that in terms of cultivation potential, the little white fox was truly remarkable. She had only heard it once, yet she had already memorized the key points. This physical martial arts is just so-so. This fox spirit will compensate with pills instead. The little white fox spoke while using its tiny paws to pull out a pill. The intense aroma of the medicine spread throughout half of the demon's ceiling tower in an instant. This is the Crimson Gold Blood Pill, a lower-grade Dao pill. Upon seeing the pill in the little white fox's claws, Zhao Fan's expression turned astonished. Dao were extremely precious even in the current cultivation world. There were few alchemists capable of refining them. They were almost priceless treasures, and their appearance would spark fierce competition among countless cultivators. I found it while I was bored, breaking through several old underground palaces. Take it. After speaking, the little white fox tossed the Crimson Gold Blood Pill to Zhao Fan. Little fox, you've given me the pill. What about you? Although Zhao Fan was very interested in the Crimson Gold Blood Pill, the little white fox clearly needed it more than he did. He felt a touch of emotion. This fox spirit still has another bottle. To Zhao Fan's surprise, the little white fox blinked its big eyes and pulled out an entire bottle of Crimson Gold Blood Dan, shaking it vigorously in front of him. This. Zhao Fan froze in place, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Never mind. This fox spirit must return to the underground realm to cultivate. I must elevate my cultivation realm to a higher level. Perhaps I'll be able to recall my past memories sooner. With that, the little white fox bounded away, quickly disappearing into the depths of the demon's grave. This little fox. Zhao Fan shook his head with a wry smile. The Crimson Gold Blood Pill is a valuable item, but taking it hastily now will only waste its potency. Wait until I reach a bottleneck in my cultivation, then use it to break through the constraints and advance to the late stage of the Spirit Division realm. Zhao Fan carefully put away the Crimson Gold Blood Pill and did not rush to take it. Time flew by, and half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Through Zhang Qian, Zhao Fan inadvertently learned that Zhao Cheng had discussed the matter of the arranged marriage with the elders of Mount Shu 7 or 8 times, even to the point of arguing, but ultimately, as the sect master, Zhao Cheng chose to compromise. Furthermore, he agreed to marry Princess Pingyang of the Tang dynasty within 10 days. The alliance between Shu Mountain and the Tang dynasty shook the entire cultivation world. Especially at this time, the news of the alliance between the two powerful factions sent shockwaves through many circles. Currently, the external world is in turmoil, with demonic beings in various sects and tribes running amok, causing chaos throughout the cultivation world. Although Shu Mountain and the Tang dynasty are no longer as powerful as they once were, they are both cultivation realms with deep-rooted foundations. If their alliance is successful, their influence will undoubtedly grow. For most cultivation sects, this news is of little consequence. However, for the demonic factions and tribes, it is extremely bad news. Especially for the moon-worshipping sect, which is currently at the peak of its power, the news of the alliance sent the sect leader into a rage, causing him to smash the table in anger. This is because the moon-worship sect had already set its sights on the Tang dynasty. If the alliance between Shu Mountain and the Tang dynasty were to succeed, wouldn't that mean gaining an enemy for no reason? Although the moon-worship sect does not fear the Shu Mountain sect, facing two powerful cultivator factions at once would greatly increase the pressure. Transmit my orders, at any cost, prevent the alliance between Shu Mountain and the Tang dynasty. The moon-worshipping sect leader's roar shook the heavens, sending countless followers into a state of terror and trembling. Chapter 38, Zhao Fan draws his sword. 10 days later, the wedding took place as scheduled. The entire Shu Mountain was bustling with activity. Guests from all directions arrived in a steady stream, and even many top-tier cultivation sects sent envoys to attend. Both Shu Mountain and the Tang dynasty were renowned for their deep-rooted cultivation prowess, and the significance of this marriage alliance between the Shu Mountain sect master and the Tang dynasty princess was even more extraordinary. Drums and gongs sounded in unison, and the air was filled with joy. The disciples of Shu Mountain were all overjoyed. Inside the Grand Hall of Shu Mountain, under the witness of the elders and distinguished guests, the sect master Zhao Cheng and Princess Pingyang were conducting the solemn wedding ceremony. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents. Jinwu elder Lin Mu smiled as he personally officiated the ceremony for sect master Zhao Cheng and Princess Pingyang. Unfortunately, my older brother couldn't attend my wedding. As Lin Mu's words fell, Zhao Cheng felt a pang of regret. Before the wedding, he had once again gone to the demon's ceiling tower to personally invite his older brother Zhao Fan to witness this important event in his life, but he had been politely refused. Looking at Princess Pingyang, who was just a few steps away, Zhao Cheng felt a bit reluctant, but he slowly bowed his head, preparing to kneel and pay homage to heaven and earth with her. Boom! Just as Zhao Chang and Princess Pingyang were about to kneel, a deafening explosion echoed through the air, accompanied by a violent tremor. What's happening? Everyone in the Grand Hall turned pale with shock. Today was the auspicious day for the Shu Mountain sect master and the Tang Dynasty princess. Could someone dare to cause trouble at such a moment? Master of the sect, today's wedding is likely to be cancelled. Just as everyone was in a state of confusion, a tall, muscular figure walked in slowly. Elder Qi Yang, weren't you guarding the mountain gate? What are you doing here? Upon recognizing the man, Junwu Elder Lin Mu furrowed his brows and asked in a stern voice. Elder Qiyang Lai Xiong had a hot temper and had always been defiant toward the sect master Zhao Chang. That's why he was assigned to guard the mountain gate for the wedding, but he never expected him to show up here. What are you doing here? Elder Qiyang sneered coldly, of course, to rebel. After speaking, Elder Qiyang turned to Zhao Chang and continued, I've always disliked you. Back then, I was the most qualified to inherit the position of sect master. If it weren't for the previous sect master secretly obstructing me, you wouldn't have become the sect master of Shu Mountain. Elder Qiyang, do you know what you're saying? Zhao Chang, being the master of Shu Mountain, remained calm and asked in a composed tone. Of course I know. Qiyang Elder sneered and said, don't try to act like the sect master in front of me. I've already taken control of most of Shu Mountain. If you know what's good for you, stop the wedding immediately and surrender peacefully. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. You bastard. Lu Xiong, have you lost your mind? Men, seize him. Before Zhao Chang could speak, Junwu Elder Lin Mu could no longer contain himself and ordered the elders beside him. Elder Qi Yang, forgive us. As soon as Lin Mu finished speaking, several loyal Shu Mountain elders acted almost simultaneously. Over the years, they had all made significant progress, reaching the peak of the Yuanling realm, just a step away from the Qiangui realm. Sword cries rang out as several sword qi as sharp as blades swept out, slashing toward Elder Qi Yang. Humph, trivial tricks. Elder Qiang sneered, took a step forward, and his aura suddenly surged. With a flick of his fingers, he released a surge of powerful energy that shattered the sword qi before him with ease. The remaining force continued unabated, striking several Shu Mountain elders and sending them crashing to the ground, severely injured and unable to rise. Out-of-body realm? You've been hiding your true strength so deeply. Junwu Elder Lin Mu was utterly shocked. He never expected that the Red Young Elder, who had always appeared to be only at the Yuanling stage, was actually a Qi condensation stage powerhouse who had deceived everyone all along. I have even deeper techniques to hide. Come out. Qiang Elder Lai Xiong clapped his hands, and several ghostly figures materialized out of thin air, each emanating a powerful aura that made one's hair stand on end. The 6 Hall Masters of the Moon-worshipping sect. Seeing the several towering figures standing beside Elder Qiyang, the ethereally beautiful Princess Pingyang couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Since the Tang dynasty had previously clashed with the moon worship sect on several occasions, she immediately recognized their origins. The moon-worshipping sect? Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth, you traitor. You've actually colluded with the moon-worshipping sect. He. We promise Lai Xiong that once we capture Shu Mountain, we will grant him the title of new Shu Mountain sect master. The leader of the moon worship sect explained in a sinister tone. Lai Xiong, you are truly treasonous. Junwu Elder Lin Mu was furious, never expecting Lai Xiong to betray his own clan for personal gain and collude with outsiders to cause chaos. In his anger, he attacked without mercy, releasing an aura as powerful as that of the Crimson Yan Elder Lai Xiong, charging toward him with overwhelming force. Lin Mu, the situation is already decided. Don't be so stubborn. Elder Qiyang's eyes grew cold, and he struck with equal ferocity. The 2 powerful cultivators at the out-of-body realm quickly engaged in a fierce battle. Disciples of the Shu Mountain sect, heed my command. Follow me to suppress the demonic heretics. Zhao Chang took a deep breath, shed his festive wedding robes, and brandished his sword, leading the charge toward the 6 Hall Masters of the moon-worshipping sect. Since becoming the master of Shu Mountain, he had not neglected his cultivation. He was now a fully realized cultivator at the Yuanling stage and mastered the secret techniques of Shu Mountain. Even facing a cultivator at the Qi condensation stage, he was confident he could temporarily hold his own. Follow the sect master and suppress the demonic cultists. Inside the Grand Hall, dozens of Shu Mountain elders followed closely behind, charging toward the 6 Hall Masters of the Moon Worship sect. In an instant, the entire Shu Mountain Hall descended into chaos. Although the Shu Mountain elders had numerical superiority, the 6 Hall Masters of the Moon Worship sect were all Qi condensation stage cultivators. In the blink of an eye, they had already beaten most of the elders into a bloody mess. Only a few Shu Mountain elders with profound cultivation could barely hold their ground, but their situation was extremely perilous. Zhao Chang, wielding his golden sword, unleashed powerful spiritual energy as his muscular body flexed, engaging in a fierce battle with a powerful member of the moon worship sect. Despite giving his all, he was still forced to retreat unsteadily in the face of the overwhelming disparity in strength. You don't know when to give up. Once we kill you, the leader of the Shu Mountain sect, no one will dare to resist us anymore. The moon-worshipping sect's powerful warrior remained expressionless, unleashing a brutal punch that sent waves of demonic energy surging forth, causing Zhao Chang to cough up blood and fly backward. Without holding back, the moon-worshipping sect master seized the opportunity to charge at Zhao Chang, intending to finish him off with a single strike. Golden Armored Puppet. Zhao Chang hurriedly summoned his golden armor puppet, which possessed the combat power of the out-of-body realm, to block the attack. However, as soon as the golden armor puppet blocked one attacker, another powerful member of the moon-worshipping sect charged forward. How dare you! This is the sacred ground of Mount Shu. How dare you demonic cultists act so brazenly! Seeing Zhao Chang in danger, a sudden loud shout rang out, and the elderly Elder Wu Hai appeared, striking the moon-worshipping sect stronghold with a single palm, severely injuring him. A cultivator at the late stage of the out-of-body realm. Feeling Wu Hai's overwhelming aura, the other moon-worship sect masters immediately abandoned their attacks on the other Shu Mountain elders and quickly surrounded him. Excellent! It's Elder Wu Hai. Seeing Wu Hai appear, the Shu Mountain elders, who had previously felt despair, all showed signs of excitement. 50 years ago, Wu Hai was already the second strongest cultivator in Shu Mountain, second only to that mysterious sword cultivator. Now, after so many years, he had become even stronger. Kill! Several powerful members of the moon-worshipping sect attacked simultaneously, their demonic energy surging skyward, shaking the entire Shu Mountain hall to its foundations. Wu Hai remained expressionless, a famous sword appearing in his hand. The sword's glow shot into the sky, sending the several strong members of the moon-worshipping sect flying backward, spitting blood. Seeing the dire situation, the Crimson Yang Elder, who was engaged in combat with the true martial elder, suddenly roared, "Deputy Sect Master, if you don't act now, we're in trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, the void suddenly churned, and a massive hand composed entirely of demonic energy materialized out of thin air, slamming toward Wu Hai. Wu Hai's heart sank, and he raised his sword to resist with all his might. Bang! But in the next instant, Wu Hai's expression changed drastically. His famous sword shattered in his hands, and his entire body was struck like a heavy blow, flying hundreds of meters away. Senior Wu. This scene sent a chill down Zhao Chang's spine. Elder Wu was a cultivator at the late stage of the out-of-body realm, yet he had been knocked flying with a single blow. How powerful was the attacker? After the demonic energy palm struck Wu Hai, it continued its momentum, heading toward Zhao Chang with the intent to kill him in one blow. Zhao Chang's face turned pale as he tried to step back and dodge, but he found that the surrounding space felt like quicksand, making his limbs heavy and difficult to move. Escape quickly! Seeing Zhao Chang unmoving, Princess Pingyang shouted anxiously, but her cultivation was too weak to get close. Clang! Just as everyone thought Zhao Chang was about to be killed, a clear, powerful sword ring echoed from the distance. Bang! The demonic energy hand collapsed and disintegrated. A crimson flying sword appeared before Zhao Chang, emitting strands of sword energy that dispersed the clouds on the horizon and enveloped most of Shu Mountain. The one who had intervened was Zhao Fan, who had timely sensed the emergency from within the demon ceiling tower. Chapter 39, A Sword Strike Across the Void. It's my older brother. Seeing the flying sword blocking his path, Zhao Chang was startled for a moment, then his face lit up with joy, knowing it must be Zhao Fan who had intervened. The unease he had felt earlier vanished instantly. With his older brother personally intervening, the group of moon worshippers were doomed. In Zhao Chang's heart, his older brother Zhao Fan was almost a symbol of invincibility. A wisp of demonic energy gathered out of thin air, eventually forming a human figure. It was a man, tall and muscular, exuding an eerie and evil aura. His eyes glowed a sickly green. He was Su Feng, the deputy leader of the moon-worshipping sect, a rising power in the demonic arts in recent years. Within the sect, his strength and prestige were second only to the sect leader himself. This operation was entirely his doing. The sword control technique lost to the world for thousands of years by the Shu Mountain. So the rumors were true. There is indeed a powerful sword master hidden within Shu Mountain. As he gazed at the intimidating flying sword, Su Feng couldn't help but feel a hint of caution. However, deep within his eyes, a fierce battle intent began to surge. He had always been ruthless and unwilling to admit defeat otherwise, how dare he plan such a daring operation? I'll see just how powerful the mysterious sword cultivator at Shu Mountain truly is. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Feng's demonic energy surged, and his figure suddenly grew towering, resembling a primordial demon reborn, his overwhelming aura shaking half of Shu Mountain. He let out a low growl, and a demonic hand once again struck out, as massive as a mountain, carrying the force of a tidal wave. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the entire Shu Mountain hall to crack and collapse. Facing his all-out attack, the crimson sky sword blazed with intense heat, its golden sword chi surging like a tidal wave, striking down from above. This sword strike was unparalleled in the world, shaking the heavens and the earth. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the demonic hand shattered into pieces, and the sword's brilliance swept toward Su Feng. How is this possible? Su Feng couldn't believe it. As a cultivator at the split soul realm, his most prideful strike couldn't even block the opponent's single sword strike? As the sword energy approached, Su Fang activated several demonic artifacts to defend himself, but they were sliced through as easily as tofu. Run! Feeling the overwhelming aura of death engulfing him, Su Fang's scalp tingled with fear. To buy himself some time, he grabbed 5 or 6 moon-worshipping churchmasters nearby and threw them toward the golden sword beams. He turned and dashed out of the hall, taking the opportunity to flee the area. Deputy Sect Leader. The 5 or 6 members of the moon-worshipping church were filled with fear. They never imagined that Su Fang would use them as shields to block the swords in order to escape. Puff! The sword light swept past, and the moon-worshipping sect masters were reduced to a blood mist in a burst of screams. Golden sword chi swept through everything in its path, carrying the force of a thunderous storm, and continued unabated toward Su Fang. Su Fang's face turned deathly pale as he roared, "Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique." Just as his physical body was struck by the sword light, a blood-red spiritual essence darted into the sky, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the distance. What a pity! But he won't last long after being struck by my sword energy. Inside the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected the opponent to use a demonic technique to allow the soul avatar to escape. Even if he pursued now, it would be difficult to catch up. Zhao Fan's mind flickered, and his flying sword, Crimson Sky, emitted a clear ring, piercing through layer after layer of void, returning to his hand. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the crowd in the hall reacted, all the strong warriors of the moon-worshipping sect had been killed, except for Su Fang's soul, which had escaped. Lai Xiong, accept your death with peace. At that moment, the true martial elder and the Crimson Yang elder had also settled their battle. With a furious shot from Lin Mu, a single sword strike severed Lai Xiong's head. After killing Lai Xiong, Lin Mu rushed to Zhao Cheng's side and asked with concern, "Master, are you okay?" "I'm unharmed." Zhao Cheng waved his hand, signaling him not to worry. "Was that the sword cultivator who intervened just now?" Lin Mu asked, filled with doubt and astonishment. "Yes. Thanks to that sword cultivator." Gazing in the direction where the flying sword had vanished, Zhao Cheng took a deep breath and said. Though his voice was not loud, it was crystal clear to the ears of the many guests present, causing many hearts to tremble. Recalling the devastatingly powerful and domineering sword strike from earlier, many envoys from other top cultivation sects still felt a lingering sense of fear. They only then remembered that Shu Mountain still had a mysterious and powerful sword cultivator residing there. However, 50 years had passed, and the sword cultivator from Shu Mountain had remained in seclusion. Additionally, with the great changes in the world and the emergence of countless new powerful cultivators, everyone had gradually forgotten his existence. However, after this battle, the fame of the swordmaster from Mount Shu will once again resound throughout the world. Without revealing his true form, he single-handedly slew the 6 hall masters of the moon worship sect and destroyed the physical body of the sect's deputy leader. Such feats are unmatched by anyone. The wedding shall continue. After a brief period of chaos, with the consent of the sect master Zhao Chang and Princess Ping Yang, the true martial elder announced that the wedding would resume. At the same time, at the moon worship sect's headquarters, the moon-worshipping sect leader sat upon his throne, emanating a terrifyingly evil aura from every pore. Below him stood powerful figures, all among the most formidable warriors of the moon-worshipping sect. As long as Su Fang can disrupt the alliance between Shu Mountain and the Tang dynasty, we will launch an attack immediately, first capturing the Tang dynasty and then annihilating Shu Mountain. With the vast resources of the Tang dynasty and Shu Mountain, our Baihui sect will undoubtedly grow in power, becoming one of the top forces in the demonic path. At that point, dominating the entire cultivation world will be no problem. The leader of the moon-worshipping sect laughed coldly, outlining his grand plans to the crowd. Attack the Tang dynasty first, then destroy Shu Mountain, and dominate the cultivation world. The moon-worshipping sect is invincible, unmatched under heaven. As the moon-worshipping sect leader finished speaking, everyone present looked at him with fervent eyes and shouted in unison. Currently, the entire Baihui sect is poised for action, awaiting the good news that Deputy Sect Leader Su Fang and others have successfully disrupted the alliance. Boom! At that moment, a tiny spirit figure plummeted like a meteorite, shattering the array formation of the Grand Hall and crashing heavily to the ground. Deputy Sect Leader. The sudden turn of events startled the moon worship sect disciples. Upon recognizing the spirit form's appearance, they all cried out in shock. Su Fang, how did you end up like this? The moon worshipping sect leader furrowed his brows and hurriedly asked. Master. The operation failed. Su Fang's soul was dim and lifeless. To escape from Shu Mountain safely, he had paid an unimaginable price. Though extremely weak, he managed to hold on and quickly recounted everything that had happened on Shu Mountain. What? The mysterious sword master of Shu Mountain intervened, slaying the 6 guardians and shattering your physical form with a single strike? The moon-worshipping sect leader's face darkened, and his heart remained unsettled for a long time. Su Fang was the second strongest after him. Even if he had personally intervened, it would have taken considerable effort to subdue him. Yet the mysterious sword cultivator from Shu Mountain, without revealing his true form, had destroyed Su Fang's physical body with a single sword strike. How powerful was he? Master, if it weren't for me using the heavenly demon disintegration technique to escape in time, my divine soul wouldn't have been able to return safely. After speaking, Su Fang's spiritual essence grew even dimmer, teetering on the brink of collapse. Don't speak yet, I'll help stabilize your soul. The moon-worshipping sect leader stepped forward, raising his hand to transfer demonic energy to Su Fang's soul. However, just as he was about to touch it, it seemed as though he had triggered something. A sliver of sword energy suddenly erupted, shattering Su Fang's weakened soul essence into a sharp, unstoppable divine sword that silently charged toward the moon-worshipping sect leader. What? The moon-worshipping sect leader's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively raised his hand to block the attack. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom echoed out, causing the moon-worshipping sect leader to cough up blood violently. He was forced to retreat over 10 meters before he could barely stabilize his body. What a terrifying sword energy! It changes form at will and can even injure me from a distance. At those words, the hall fell deathly silent. The moon-worshipping sect disciples who had earlier boasted of dominating the cultivation world now stood in terror, daring not to utter a single word. Chapter 40, Change Without Form. In the hall, the sound of falling leaves echoed, and the expressions of the moon-worshipping sect disciples were filled with panic. They never imagined that Mount Shu still harbored such a powerful swordsman, who not only slew the deputy sect leader Su Fang but also wounded the moon-worshipping sect leader with a single sword strike from afar. Master, are you all right? A gracefully slender woman looked at the moon-worshipping sect leader with concern. It's just a minor injury, I'm fine. The moon-worshipping sect leader waved his hand, trying to appear calm, but his pale face sent a chill down everyone's spine. They weren't amateurs, they could tell the injuries were severe. Everyone felt uneasy and tense. The moon-worshipping sect leader was a cultivator at the split-mind realm, far stronger than the deputy sect leader. Even so, he had been wounded by a sword strike from a distance. It was unimaginable how powerful the sword master who had struck him must be. Now that the plan to stop the arranged marriage has failed, what should we do next, sect leader? The woman furrowed her brows and asked. Issue the order to suspend the operation. Though his expression betrayed his reluctance, the moon-worshipping sect leader issued the order. Not only had the mission to stop the arranged marriage failed, but they had also lost a cultivator as skilled as Su Fang. If the moon-worshipping sect continued to provoke the Tang dynasty first, they would have to face two powerful cultivator factions with deep roots, the Shu Mountain and the Tang dynasty, at the same time. Moreover, what worried the moon-worshipping sect leader most was the mysterious swordmaster from Shu Mountain. As you command. The members of the Baiyu sect all nodded in agreement, accepting the order. Once everyone had left, the moon-worshipping sect leader exhaled deeply, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. His body, which had been forced to remain upright, collapsed like a deflated balloon, slumping lifelessly onto the throne. I am already at the peak of the early stage of the spirit division realm, and the mid-stage is just a step away. Yet that person was able to severely wound me with sword chi from a distance. Could he be a late stage or even a fully realized cultivator of the split soul realm? The leader of the Baiyu sect furrowed his brows, his expression filled with worry. Over the years, he had believed that after becoming a cultivator at the split soul stage, there were few rivals left in the entire cultivation world. Now he realized that there were always those more powerful than oneself. This won't do. We must find the old sect master. If he personally intervenes, he can definitely eliminate that sword cultivator from Mount Shu. Then, conquering Mount Shu and the Tang dynasty will be a piece of cake. The moon-worshipping sect leader's eyes flashed with determination, and he quickly made up his mind. Within the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan was unaware that, due to his actions, the once arrogant and domineering moon-worshipping sect had temporarily reigned in its arrogance. Now, my sword control technique has become increasingly proficient, and I have fully mastered the third layer of the void sword creation realm. Next, I can attempt to comprehend the fourth layer, where one can transform into anything. Compared to the first three layers of sword control, the fourth layer is exponentially more difficult to master. Over the past few decades, Zhao Fan had found no clues at all. It wasn't until just now, after using sword summoning to slay a powerful moon-worship sect disciple who had invaded Shu Mountain, that Zhao Fan gained a new insight. Zhao Fan sat with his eyes closed, his entire body shrouded in a sword energy that sent shivers down the spine. He had entered a peculiar state, as if he had transformed into a divine sword, yet also as if he had become everything in the universe. Zhao Fan silently pondered the true essence of the fourth level of sword control technique, and time slipped away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. No wonder it's the sword control technique of Mount Shu. Even the fourth layer, where one becomes formless, is so profound and vast. On this day, Zhao Fan slowly opened his eyes and spoke softly to himself. He had silently pondered and gained some insights. Senior brother, I've brought your meal. Just as Zhao Fan was about to continue his cultivation, the light footsteps of Zhang Qian could be heard outside the demon ceiling tower. Today I prepared sweet and sour pork, braised fish, old hen soup, and a few green vegetables. Zhang Qian's voice was clear and pleasant as she spoke, opening the food box in her hands and gently passing it through the door. Smelling the enticing aroma of the food, Zhao Fan smiled and said, "Little junior sister, did the sun rise in the west today? You've prepared 7 or 8 dishes. Is there something joyful worth celebrating?" "Of course there is." Zhang Qian giggled and said, "Senior brother, the sect master recently got married, and now our Shu Mountain and the Tang dynasty are now unwavering allies. Isn't that worth celebrating?" "Indeed it is." Zhao Fan smiled slightly, then began to taste Zhang Qian's cooking without hesitation. "Senior brother, take your time. Let me tell you in detail. On the day of the sect leader's wedding, there was almost an accident. Elder Qiyang colluded with the moon worship sect to attack Shu Mountain, nearly ruining the wedding. But do you know how it ended?" At this point, Zhang Qian deliberately paused, waiting for Zhao Fan's reaction. Zhao Fan, of course, knew exactly what she was getting at, but he played along and asked, "What happened?" Just as the situation was at its most critical, that Shu Mountain sword cultivator suddenly intervened. Zhang Qian's face was filled with excitement, her big eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she said, although he didn't reveal his true form, a flying sword alone slew 5 or 6 moon worship sect experts at the Qi condensation realm, and with a single strike, destroyed the physical body of the moon worship sect's deputy sect master. The deputy sect master of the moon worshipping sect was said to be a great cultivator at the spirit-splitting realm, yet he was still severely wounded by the sword cultivator's single strike, leaving only his soul to escape. "Senior brother, you don't know the envoys from other cultivation sects who were present were all stunned into silence." Zhang Qian smiled broadly and added, "Now, rumors are spreading throughout the outside world that our Shu Mountain sword cultivator is a top-tier split-soul stage sword cultivator. With such an invincible sword cultivator senior among us, and Shu Mountain once again allied with the Tang dynasty, who dares to look down on us now? So, senior brother, do you think it's worth celebrating?" "That certainly deserves a celebration." Zhao Fan smiled and agreed. Looking at the cold, locked demon ceiling tower gate, Zhang Qian felt a pang of regret and said, "It's a pity that senior brother couldn't attend the sect master's wedding that day. Otherwise, he would have definitely seen the peerless might of the sword cultivator." Zhang Qian thought for a moment, then said with a hint of goodwill, "Why don't I go ask the sect master to plead for you, and have him release you? I'm fine staying here. I don't want to go out at all." Zhao Fan smiled, knowing Zhang Qian meant well, and gently refused. "Senior brother, are you really sure you don't want to go out?" Zhang Qian blinked her big eyes, feeling very puzzled. Over the years, she had always been curious about how Zhao Fan could endure such harsh conditions in the demon ceiling tower for so long. If it were her, she would have given up long ago. "I don't want to." Zhao Fan smiled. Zhang Qian had no idea that what appeared to outsiders as a prison-like demon ceiling tower was, to him, an endless treasure trove. Every day, he used the system to check in and grow stronger, which was far more comfortable than being outside. He could focus solely on his cultivation without being disturbed. "All right, senior brother, your resolve is truly admirable." Zhang Qian sighed softly, speaking with admiration. After chatting for a while, Zhang Qian left with an empty food box. After Zhang Qian departed, Zhao Fan resumed his cultivation. Chapter 41, Does Zhao Fan have a nephew? Since the grand wedding of the sect master Zhao Chang, the influence of Shu Mountain had grown significantly stronger than before. Shu Mountain has always had a deep foundation, and now that its leader, Zhao Chang, has married Princess Pingyang of the Tang dynasty, Shu Mountain and the Tang dynasty have re-established their alliance. This is akin to two powerful cultivation factions with deep roots joining forces. Whether it be the demon sect or the demon clan, any faction daring to target Shu Mountain or the Tang dynasty must first assess their own capabilities and whether they can withstand the combined counterattack of two major cultivation factions. Most importantly, there is the mysterious sword cultivator of Shu Mountain. Previously, Zhao Fan had not made a move for 70 or 80 years, leading many to speculate that he had already passed away. However, when he single-handedly slew the powerful figures of the moon-worshipping sect with a single sword strike, everyone realized that Shu Mountain still had a top-tier cultivator in residence. Even the deputy sect master of the moon-worshipping sect, who was at the soul-splitting realm, had his physical body completely destroyed by a single sword strike. Across the entire cultivation world, how many cultivators could confidently claim victory against such a foe? It must be noted that even in the current environment of spiritual energy revival, cultivators at the split soul realm are still among the few strongest in major factions. Yet Zhao Fan had effortlessly destroyed the deputy sect master of the moon-worshipping sect with a single sword strike, revealing his profound and unfathomable cultivation realm, which left all factions deeply wary. With such overwhelming might, even the moon-worshipping sect, which has always acted with arrogance and dominance, has refrained from responding, tacitly accepting this enormous loss. As a result, Mount Shu once again entered a period of stability and peace. Zhao Fan devoted himself entirely to cultivation, ignoring the changes in the outside world, as if he had forgotten the world or as if the world had forgotten him. Cultivating immortality defies the heavens and is fraught with immense risks. The slightest misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Living inside the demon ceiling tower was even more monotonous, requiring endurance of boredom that few could withstand. However, Zhao Fan did not mind. On the contrary, he enjoyed this feeling. For every day, he could clearly feel himself growing stronger. Time flies in cultivation, and before he knew it, another decade had passed. The rate at which spiritual energy was reviving in the heavens and earth had accelerated significantly. Powerful cultivators emerged in droves, and many once obscure figures rose to prominence like shooting stars, becoming rulers of their own domains. As for the old monsters who had been lying low within the major factions, they took advantage of the great changes in the heavens and earth to achieve significant improvements in their cultivation levels. Compared to the thousands of years that had passed, the entire cultivation world had entered a favorable period. Though it couldn't yet compare to the most glorious era tens of thousands of years ago, it was beginning to show signs of prosperity and the revival of all arts. For cultivators, this was an excellent era, but for ordinary people, it was a cruel and dark time. In just a decade, the cultivation world has been plunged into chaos and turmoil. Demon sects have established themselves and fought for dominance, demonic races have risen, and various factions such as dynasties and sects have engaged in constant warfare, leaving countless common people homeless and suffering terribly. These were the circumstances Zheng Qian mentioned to Zhao Fan when she came to deliver food. However, fortunately, Shu Mountain remains relatively stable for now and has not yet become a target for other factions. The people under its jurisdiction can still live in peace. Within the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan sat cross-legged in the void, his countenance solemn and dignified. His physique was robust, and every inch of his flesh emitted a faint golden glow, as if forged from divine metal, brimming with overwhelming power. What was most terrifying was that he was simply sitting there without channeling any spiritual energy, yet he resembled a drawn celestial sword, emanating terrifying sword intent that caused the surrounding void to warp in layers. Zhao Fan kept his eyes closed as the sword intent continued to grow stronger, from dozens at first, to hundreds, and finally to tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of sword intents churned the void, causing half of the demon ceiling tower to tremble and shake slightly. Boom! With a deafening roar, countless sword intents suddenly vanished. It felt like droplets of water disappearing into a lake, yet it was more like they had dissolved into nothingness and merged with everything around them. Wherever one looked, there was only Zhao Fan's overwhelming sword intent. Zhao Fan flickered his thoughts, and countless sword chi emerged from nowhere, causing half of the demon ceiling tower to erupt with the deafening roar of swords, as terrifying sword energy surged into the sky, dispersing the thick leaden clouds stretching for 10,000 meters. Success! I have finally mastered the 4th level of sword control, the ability to transform into the intangible. Zhao Fan took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting golden glow flashing through the depths of his pupils. Over the past decade, Zhao Fan had dedicated himself to studying and practicing, and it was only today that he had finally achieved the 4th level of the sword control technique. Ha! My cultivation realm has actually improved significantly? Zhao Fan realized that his spiritual energy was nearly saturated, having reached the peak of the late stage of the Spirit Division realm, just half a step away from the pinnacle of the Spirit Division realm. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Fan estimated it would take him several more years, or even longer, to reach the bottleneck stage, but he never expected to advance so much sooner. Since that's the case, I'll take the Crimson Gold Blood Pill and push through to the peak of the Spirit Division stage in one go. Feeling the nearly saturated spiritual energy within his body, Zhao Fan hesitated not a moment, taking out the pill the little white fox had given him earlier and swallowing it. Half an hour later, a surge of energy so powerful it made the heavens and earth pale shot through the clouds, causing the entire demon ceiling tower to tremble and rumble. With the aid of the Crimson Gold Blood Pill, Zhao Fan successfully broke through to the peak of the Spirit Division realm, his aura growing even more profound and enigmatic. After successfully breaking through, Zhao Fan spent some time consolidating his cultivation base. On that day, the gates of the demon ceiling tower slowly opened. After many years, the sect master Zhao Chang returned to this place. Zhao Chang, why have you come here? As soon as Zhao Fan finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that beside Zhao Chang was an 8-year-old boy. The boy had bright eyes and was exquisitely cute, like a carved jade figurine. Who is this child? Zhao Fan asked in surprise, hesitating. Big brother, he is my illegitimate son, named Zhao Xiaotian. After saying this, Zhao Chang patted the little boy on the head and whispered, Xiaotian, come forward and greet your great uncle. The little boy was very shy, hiding behind Zhao Chang and only daring to peek out half his head, glancing at Zhao Fan. Xiaotian, how did your father teach you? Quickly call him uncle. Seeing his son unresponsive, Zhao Chang furrowed his brows and urged him. Never mind. Children are shy, don't be so hard on him. Zhao Fan waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no problem, and asked curiously, how did you end up with an illegitimate son? Upon hearing Zhao Fan's question, Zhao Chang sighed wryly and said, Brother, do you remember what I told you before? I once fell in love with a mortal woman, and Xiao Tian is the child we had together. You're something else. Zhao Fan shook his head, unable to help but admire his younger brother's romantic nature. Chapter 42, Clash and Conflict. Zhao Chang sighed, his expression sad, and said with a wry smile, Xiao Tian's mother gave birth to this child without telling me, but she fell seriously ill a few days ago and only told me about his true identity before she died. His voice carried a hint of deep guilt. 10 years ago, he had abandoned the mortal girl he loved and, at the arrangement of the elders, married Princess Pingyang. He had believed their ties were severed, but he never imagined she would give birth to his child. Elder Zhao, I have come here today to ask you to temporarily take in Xiao Tian. Zhao Chang took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Although I am the master of Shu Mountain, if I were to openly bring him to Shu Mountain, it would not only cause gossip but also upset Princess Pingyang. Therefore, I ask you to help me take care of Xiao Tian for a while. Although he was the master of Shu Mountain, seemingly high and mighty, once the young Zhao Xiaotian's true origins were exposed, he might not be able to grow up safely. Therefore, out of necessity, he had no choice but to seek his elder brother's help. Moreover, what was most important was that Zhao Chang was well aware that his elder brother was the most powerful cultivator in Shu Mountain at present. If Zhao Xiaotian could stay here and receive his guidance, his future prospects would be limitless. Zhao Fan remained silent, his brows furrowed. He could sense his younger brother Zhao Chang's helplessness and well-meaning intentions, but this was the demon ceiling tower, not a place of comfort. A young child would find it difficult to adapt to such a life. Elder brother, please help me, and help this child as well. Come, Xiao Tian, kneel down and beg your uncle. Fearing Zhao Fan might refuse, Zhao Cheng hurriedly pulled the little boy and knelt before him. What are you doing? Get up quickly. Zhao Fan flicked his finger, and a gentle force lifted Zhao Chang and his son off the ground. Brother, if you don't agree, I want to get up. All right. Let the child stay. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan finally agreed. That's wonderful. Xiao Tian, quickly thank your uncle. Thank the little boy timidly looked at Zhao Fan and spoke awkwardly. We're all family, there's no need for thanks. However, if you leave this child here, he'll have a tough time. Don't regret it later. Zhao Fan thought for a moment, then spoke in a solemn tone, as if giving a warning in advance. I understand. Big brother, if Xiao Tian acts up or misbehaves, feel free to discipline him. Zhao Cheng nodded and said. Xiao Tian, from now on, stay here and listen to your uncle. Don't cause any trouble, understand? Zhao Cheng stroked Zhao Xiaotian's head and reminded him gently. The little boy blinked his big eyes, though shy and timid, he nodded seriously. Brother, Xiao Tian will stay here. The sect is about to go to war with the demon cultist moon worship sect. I must return to oversee the situation. After giving his final instructions to his child, Zhao Cheng prepared to leave. War with the moon worship sect? What's going on? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow and asked calmly. Big brother, you're not aware of the situation. Ever since you intervened and killed the strong warriors of the moon worship sect who attacked Shu Mountain back then, the moon worship sect has been relatively quiet for the past decade. However, just recently, they managed to retrieve their former sect leader. That's an ancient monster who's lived nearly 1,000 years, with power beyond comprehension. In just a few days, he led the Baiyu sect disciples to conquer more than half of the Tang dynasty's territory. He even declared that after dealing with the Tang dynasty, he'll attack our Shu Mountain to seek revenge. The sect is now preparing to support the Tang dynasty. Zhao Cheng quickly summarized the situation. I understand. You take charge of the overall situation and act as you see fit. If you encounter any trouble, I will come to your aid. Zhao Fan spoke calmly, his eyes burning with intensity. Brother, your words are enough for me. Rest assured, the current Shu Mountain is no longer what it once was. I am confident we can take on the moon-worshipping sect. If it really comes down to it, we can always ask you for help later. Zhao Cheng spoke solemnly, his expression serious. Over the years, Shu Mountain had not only cultivated numerous disciples but also recruited many powerful cultivators. Currently, the sect boasted 3 great masters at the split soul realm, which was why Zhao Cheng had the confidence to face the moon-worshipping sect. Moreover, he didn't want to rely on Zhao Fan for everything, otherwise, how could he talk about reviving Shu Mountain? All right. Zhao Fan nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Soon, under Zhao Fan's watchful gaze, Zhao Cheng took steady steps and slowly left the demon ceiling tower. Father. Zhao Xiaotian, delicate, watched Zhao Cheng's receding figure and took a few steps forward, but then remembered his father's instructions and slowly retreated. He timidly looked at Zhao Fan, his small hands clutching each other, appearing uneasy and nervous. From now on, I'll call you Xiaotian. Without my permission, you must not leave the demon ceiling tower on your own, and you must not wander around inside the tower. Do you understand? Looking at the shy Zhao Xiaotian, Zhao Fan spoke calmly. I understand. Zhao Xiaotian blinked his big eyes, speaking with some awkwardness. Zhao Fan smiled, then with a flick of his mind, the flying sword Qishao appeared with a clear ringing sound. In a few swipes, it carved out a stone house. This was Zhao Fan's flying sword, Qishao, appearing with a clear ringing sound. With a few swipes, it carved out a neat and clean stone house. You will live here from now on. This is the foundational cultivation technique of Mount Shu. Take it and study it first. If you have any questions, come ask me. Zhao Fan casually waved his hand, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered, eventually forming a cultivation manual that appeared in Zhao Xiaotian's hands. This scene, resembling a divine miracle, left the young Zhao Xiaotian wide-eyed in astonishment. However, he did not ask any questions but timidly took the cultivation manual and obediently went inside the stone house to rest. Not bad. Seeing this, Zhao Fan smiled. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng had returned to the main hall of Shu Mountain. Inside the hall, nearly all of the important high-ranking members of Shu Mountain were present, and the atmosphere was tense. Master, you finally arrived. Jinwu elder Lin Mu, upon seeing Zhao Cheng arrive, sighed in relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Zhao Cheng furrowed his brows and asked, Senior Lin, what's going on? Master, we have just received the latest news. The old demon of the moon worship sect has captured the capital of the Tang dynasty, causing severe losses to the Tang dynasty. Their envoys are currently in the side hall, begging us to dispatch troops immediately to confront the moon worship sect. Otherwise, the Tang dynasty may face annihilation at any moment. What? Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng, who was usually composed, how could it happen so quickly? Didn't we say earlier that the Tang dynasty could hold out for a while longer? That old demon master has attained divine level power. He has consecutively killed 2 Tang dynasty cultivators at the split soul realm, causing the remaining cultivators to lose their will to fight, resulting in their complete rout. Killed 2 cultivators at the spirit division stage? Zhao Cheng's expression grew grim, his brows furrowing tightly. He never imagined that the old demonic master could be so powerful. Master, the Tang dynasty is now in dire straits. Should we rescue them or not? Lin Mu looked at sect master Zhao Cheng, and the other elders did the same. Shu Mountain and the Tang dynasty had previously formed an alliance through marriage, restoring their alliance. If they remained indifferent, it would be a source of shame for the entire world. However, if they intervened, they would have to face the old demon of the moon worship sect. Even though Shu Mountain was no longer what it once was, the outcome of a battle was still uncertain. Save him. We must save him. Even if we don't act, that old demon will come to Shu Mountain to kill us. It's better to strike first than wait for death. Zhao Cheng took a deep breath, looked at the crowd in the hall, and his eyes suddenly grew sharp. He ordered in a stern voice, transmit my orders, all disciples of Shu Mountain must prepare themselves and immediately confront the moon-worshipping sect. As you command. Everyone in the hall spoke in unison. Following Zhao Cheng's orders, Shu Mountain quickly dispatched a large number of cultivators to confront the moon-worship sect members, causing chaos within the Tang dynasty's borders. Shu Mountain's swift response left many cultivating factions impressed. Originally, they had assumed that facing the mysterious and powerful old demon of the moon worship sect, the Shu Mountain sect might choose to bide its time and let the Tang dynasty fall. However, to their surprise, the Shu Mountain sect had decided to act at the most critical moment. Besides the righteous cultivating factions, many demonic forces were also watching this conflict and showdown. Zhao Fan remained oblivious to the external turmoil, focusing solely on his cultivation. Zhao Xiaotian, though young, possessed an outstanding talent for cultivation. In just a few days, he had mastered the foundational cultivation techniques of Shu Mountain and could barely begin to channel qi into his body. Most importantly, this child was exceptionally well-behaved and obedient. Unless faced with something he did not understand, he would never disturb Zhao Fan without good reason. Although Zhao Fan did not say anything on the surface, he gradually accepted the child in his heart. Therefore, whenever he had free time, he was willing to give him some guidance. Shall we begin the check-in? Check-in. Inside the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan replied habitually. Check-in successful. Reward, high-grade flying sword, Lu Yun. As the system's voice faded, a silver flying sword appeared in Zhao Fan's hand. A high-grade flying sword? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised that today's reward was a flying sword. However, its quality was inferior to his own flying sword, Qishao, making it seem somewhat useless. He shook his head and casually placed the flying sword into the system's built-in storage space. Though he had no use for it now, it was at least a high-grade flying sword, which he could save for future use or give to someone in need. Chapter 43, The Flying Sword Shows Its Power. That day, Zheng Qian came again. The food she brought was as delicious as ever, and she continued chatting with Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan savored the dishes, smiling as he listened to her recount various trivial matters. Senior brother, in a few days I must ascend the mountain. If I don't come next time, I will have someone from the discipline hall bring it. Please don't take it to heart. When I return, I will cook several dishes to make it up to you. Zheng Qian smiled apologetically and spoke softly. Zhao Fan was slightly startled and raised his eyebrows, asking, "What are you going down the mountain for?" Zheng Qian was already a senior disciple in the discipline hall, responsible for teaching over 100 new disciples. Under normal circumstances, she should not be able to leave the sect at will. In recent days, the moon worship sect of the demon cult has nearly overrun the entire Tang dynasty. The sect has been at war with the moon worship sect for several days, and many disciples have been injured or killed. To completely eliminate the moon worship sect, the sect master will lead the senior elders and elite disciples to the Clear Wind Gorge in 3 days to engage the moon worship sect in a decisive battle. I am a senior disciple from the discipline hall. At this critical moment, I must also contribute to the sect and confront those heretical cultists. Zhang Qian's eyes shone brightly as she spoke with a resolute tone. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows, recalling the situation Zhao Chang had mentioned earlier. He had assumed his younger brother, the sect leader, could handle it with ease, so he hadn't given it much thought. Now it seemed the situation was far more dire than he had imagined. Otherwise, why would a discipline hall disciple like Zhang Qian need to descend the mountain to fight? Little junior sister, be careful when you go down the mountain. If you encounter disciples of the demonic path, fight if you can, but run if you can't. Don't be reckless. Zhao Fan said seriously. Zhang Qian had been bringing him meals for so many years he didn't want anything to happen to her. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I'm already a late-stage golden core cultivator. As long as I don't encounter any overly powerful demonic cultivators, I should be safe. Besides, I'm not the only one going down the mountain to fight. Being able to fight alongside the other senior disciples of the sect to exterminate demons and protect the way is also an exciting and inspiring thing. Zhang Qian smiled and said. She was upright and kind-hearted, and she had an innate loathing for demonic cultists. She had longed to personally slay those demonic cultivators who were harming the people. That may be true, but the battlefield is a place where swords and blades have no eyes. You must still be careful. Zhao Fan thought for a moment, still feeling uneasy. He casually reached out and gathered the celestial chi within 100 meters around him into his palm, transforming it into a crystal-clear spirit sword. This was the fourth-tier technique of sword control, allowing him to manipulate the spiritual energy of a region, compressing it into a spiritual sword. Additionally, a thread of his divine essence was embedded within it. If the spirit sword was activated, only a cultivator of the same level could withstand it. Below the peak of the spirit division stage, no one could block a single strike. Take this small sword with you, it should be of some help. Zhao Fan passed the 3-inch-long spiritual sword through the crack in the demon ceiling tower's door to Zhang Qian outside. Senior brother, what is this? Zhang Qian looked at the exquisite and delicate spiritual sword, vaguely sensing its extraordinary nature, but she couldn't put her finger on it. After all, her cultivation level was still at the late golden core stage. Don't ask so many questions. It could save your life in a critical moment. We've known each other for so many years, I don't want to see you in danger. Zhao Fan admired Zhang Qian's straightforward nature. After all, she had followed the enforcement elder's orders and brought him meals for over 90 years. Moreover, Zhang Qian had never sought any reward in return. In everyone's eyes, Zhao Fan was just a criminal imprisoned in the demon ceiling tower. What could he possibly offer in return? Looking at the entire Shu Mountain now, Zhao Fan cared about only two people, Zhang Qian and his younger brother Zhao Chang. Thank you, senior brother. I will keep it with me at all times, Zhang Qian said softly, her heart warmed slightly as she nodded gently. Though she had some doubts about whether the small sword was as powerful as Zhao Fan had claimed, it was still a token of his kindness, so she carefully tucked it away close to her body. Soon, Zhang Qian left, taking Zhao Fan's spiritual sword with her. The demon ceiling tower returned to its usual tranquility. Since breaking through to the peak of the spirit division realm, Zhao Fan's spiritual energy had been growing extremely slowly. Even after spending several days cultivating, he couldn't improve by the slightest bit. Zhao Fan had anticipated this situation long ago, so he did not grow discouraged. Instead, he shifted his focus to cultivating the 10,000 swords technique and the 6-foot golden body. While cultivating, Zhao Fan also took time to guide his nephew Zhao Xiaotian, who was very obedient and sensible. He stayed in the stone house every day to cultivate and dared not wander off without Zhao Fan's instructions. As for the little white fox, it had been staying deep within the demonic grave's underground space for quite some time and had not emerged for a long while. Zhao Fan took the time to visit her and found that the little white fox was in a deep sleep, but her aura was constantly growing, clearly indicating that she was in the midst of a critical phase of her cultivation. Zhao Fan did not disturb her, as the little white fox's sole obsession at the moment was to enhance her strength further and attempt to recall the memories she had lost. Time passed. Finally, the day of the decisive battle between Mount Shu and the moon-worshipping sect arrived. Qingfeng Gorge was the gateway to Shu Mountain, usually deserted, but today it was crowded with countless figures. Under the leadership of the sect master Zhao Chang, nearly all of Shu Mountain's elite disciples had gathered, with thousands of cultivators stationed to defend the gorge. Outside the gorge, banners filled the sky and demonic energy swirled. Over 10,000 Baiyu sect disciples surged forward like a tidal wave. In the distance, powerful figures from various factions of the righteous path and demonic races were all watching the battle unfold. The aura of evil pierced the heavens, and demonic shadows loomed everywhere. The blazing sun was obscured by thick leaden clouds, and a towering figure shrouded in flames broke through the layers of space from the distance, accompanied by deafening sonic booms. It was an old man with snow-white hair and beard, his eyes pitch black, with clusters of demonic flames dancing across his body, emanating an evil and terrifying aura. He was the old patriarch of the moon-worshipping sect, the bloodthirsty elder. Master of the Shu Mountain sect, you dare to lead your followers to oppose our moon-worship sect openly. Do you wish to meet the same fate as the Tang dynasty? Surrender now and submit to us, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for unleashing a massacre, leaving no one from Shu Mountain alive." The bloodthirsty old man shattered the ground with a single kick, gazing coldly at the sect master Zhao Chang with an air of absolute dominance. His gaze was filled with contempt, as if he looked down on everything and everyone. "You old demon of the moon worship sect, dare you speak so boldly? Your moon worshipping sect has committed countless evils. Not only did you openly attack the Tang dynasty, but you dare to challenge us of Shu Mountain? Do you truly believe you are invincible? Our Shu Mountain has stood tall in the cultivation realm for tens of thousands of years, ruling over thousands of miles of territory and billions of lives. How dare you demons cause chaos here? The three elders of Mount Shu have come to kill you." By Zhao Chang's side, three figures as deep as abysses shot into the sky, their overwhelming aura scattering the clouds on the horizon. They were three cultivators at the split soul realm. The three elders surrounded the bloodthirsty old man from different directions. Three early-stage split soul realm cultivators? The bloodthirsty old man sneered disdainfully. "You're asking for death." The bloodthirsty old man looked down on them, raising his hand to unleash a domineering demonic fist. The fist, as massive as a mountain, tore through the sky, crashing down with the force of 1,000 thunderbolts. Attack together. Feeling the overwhelming pressure bearing down on them, the three split soul realm elders of Mount Shu roared in anger, unleashing surging swordlights in an attempt to block the attack. Bang, bang, bang. But in the next instant, the fist's black glow erupted, instantly extinguishing the blazing swordlight. The remaining force struck the three elders, sending them flying backward, spitting blood as they were hurled thousands of meters away. In a single exchange, the three elders of the split soul realm, even when joining forces, were no match for the bloodthirsty old man. The entire scene fell into complete silence as the disciples of Mount Shu stared in disbelief at the unfolding events. The intelligence was incorrect. This old demon isn't a mid-soul splitting stage cultivator, he's a late soul splitting stage master. Jinwu Elder Lin Mu suddenly realized something and shouted in alarm. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Mountain sect master Zhao Chang felt a chill run down his spine. The bloodthirsty old man had previously displayed the cultivation level of a mid-stage split soul cultivator, so Zhao Chang had believed that with three split soul cultivators, they could effectively contain the enemy, and Shu Mountain and the moon worshipping sect would have a chance to fight. But he never imagined that the bloodthirsty old man's true strength was that of a late-stage split soul expert, who had severely injured three elders in a single encounter. The difference between the mid-Shen split realm and the late-Shen split realm may seem like just a minor realm distinction, but the actual gap was immense. Now, what could Shu Mountain possibly use to confront this old demon? The bloodthirsty old man descended from the sky, his overwhelming aura surging forward like a tidal wave, causing the Shu Mountain disciples to feel an intense sense of suffocation. The disciples of Shu Mountain were nearly overcome by despair. Could it be that Shu Mountain, which had stood for tens of thousands of years, was about to be destroyed today? I know that Shu Mountain has a mysterious sword master in residence. Have him come out to face me in battle. Otherwise, you will all die. The bloodthirsty old man's eyes were pitch black as he looked down on the Shu Mountain disciples, his killing intent as cold and piercing as the wind. Just then, Zhang Xian, standing behind the sect master Zhao Chang and the elders, noticed something trembling slightly in her embrace. "This is the small sword my senior brother gave me." Zhang Xian took the object from her bosom and was startled to find it was the same crystal-clear spirit sword. At that moment, the sword's body had grown scorching hot. Clang! Perhaps sensing the terrifyingly evil aura of the bloodthirsty old man, the spirit sword gently broke free from Zhang Qian's small hands, accompanied by a clear, metallic ringing sound as it shot into the sky. In the next instant, the sword's light shone brilliantly. Chapter 44, A Single Sword Shocks the World. The golden figure stood proudly in the void, appearing and disappearing intermittently, emanating threads of sword intent that caused the surrounding space to warp and distort. He resembled a true sword immortal, profound and transcendent, beyond the reach of mortals. This figure was none other than Zhao Fan, whose essence had fused with the spirit sword. That figure seems to be the sword cultivator from our Shu Mountain. Jinwu Elder Lin Mu, gazing at Zhao Fan's figure, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. His tone carried a hint of excitement and anticipation. "It's my older brother." Zhongzhu Zhao Chang was also overjoyed, never expecting his elder brother to appear in time. "It's the sword cultivator from our Shu Mountain. It's really him. We're saved now. Please ask the sword cultivator to assist us in slaying the old demon of the moon worship sect. Please, the sword cultivator, act." Upon seeing Zhao Chang appear, the disciples of Shu Mountain, who had previously been filled with despair, became almost ecstatic. In the minds of the Shu Mountain disciples, the sword cultivator was almost a symbol of invincibility. Senior sword cultivator, why? Could it be? Zhang Qian stared in disbelief, until a moment later, she suddenly realized something and hurriedly covered her mouth. At that moment, all the disciples of Shu Mountain were filled with excitement, completely oblivious to Zhang Qian's unusual emotions. "The sword master of Shu Mountain, you have finally appeared. I have heard of your reputation. You once destroyed the physical body of one of our sect's deputy leaders with a single sword strike. Gazing at Zhao Fan's figure, the bloodthirsty old man showed no sign of fear, but instead his murderous intent grew even stronger. Having lived nearly 1,000 years, he was a true old monster and would not be intimidated by Zhao Fan's reputation. Moreover, the bloodthirsty old man himself was incredibly powerful, with a cultivation level at the late stage of the split soul realm. Even if he were facing the legendary sword master of Mount Shu, he would still have absolute confidence in his ability to easily suppress him. Those who dare to offend Shu Mountain shall be killed without mercy. Zhao Fan remained expressionless, his voice, though not loud, rang clearly and forcefully in everyone's ears. "I'll see how you plan to kill me," the bloodthirsty old man sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, he acted decisively, unleashing a torrent of fist energy that formed several terrifying fist shadows as tall as mountains. Compared to his previous defeat of the three elders, this strike was even more powerful and devastating. Facing the bloodthirsty old man's demonic fists, Zhao Fan remained unfazed, his body radiating a golden, blinding light. Boom! With a deafening explosion, under the shocked gazes of everyone present, the terrifying fist shadows were shattered into pieces by the golden light emanating from Zhao Fan's body. This was the power of the 6-foot golden body, capable of effortlessly blocking the opponent's attack. What? The bloodthirsty old man's expression changed drastically. Die! Zhao Fan's eyes grew cold as he took the initiative to strike. The originally delicate and compact spirit sword suddenly expanded into a 3-foot-long divine sword. As he swept it out, the sword light illuminated the heavens and earth, nearly tearing the boundless void layer by layer, sweeping toward the bloodthirsty old man. This strike shook the heavens and earth, striking fear into even the gods and demons. Darkness Fist. Feeling the overwhelming aura of death, the bloodthirsty old man gritted his teeth and roared in anger, giving it his all as he suddenly punched out with both fists, attempting to block this fatal strike. With a thunderous crash. Under Zhao Fan's sword light, the fist's power was instantly annihilated, unable to withstand the attack. No! The sword light, as swift as a streak of the Milky Way, engulfed the bloodthirsty old man completely. In a final agonizing scream, his physical body exploded into countless blood mist, dying instantly. Even his soul had no chance to escape, truly achieving complete annihilation of both body and soul. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone present had reacted, the bloodthirsty old man had already perished completely. With just a single sword strike, the ancient monster who had lived for nearly 1,000 years was completely slain. This shocking scene left everyone frozen in place. He's dead. The old sect master is dead. The current leader of the moon-worshipping sect was pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. That was the bloodthirsty elder, a late-stage spirit-splitting cultivator and the pride of their sect, and he had been killed with a single sword strike? Master, let's flee quickly. Several other powerful members of the moon-worshipping sect spoke in terror. Flee! Flee immediately! The moon-worshipping sect leader finally came to his senses, abandoning the tens of thousands of moon-worshipping sect members, and attempted to flee with a few important figures. However, before they could escape far, a sword light tore through the void, striking down with lightning speed. Ah! With several agonizing screams, the moon-worship sect leader, who was at the initial stage of the soul-splitting realm, and several of his most capable warriors were completely annihilated. This is bad. The old sect master and the sect master are both dead. Let's flee quickly. Run, run! With the moon-worshipping sect leader's gruesome death, the once numerous moon-worshipping sect disciples scattered in all directions like startled birds. Zhao Fan had no intention of intervening. If he couldn't even handle them, then as the sect leader of Zhao City, he should step down and make way for someone else. Zhao Fan glanced at the crowd from Mount Shu, and his golden figure slowly faded away until it disappeared completely. Inside the demon's ceiling tower, as the last remnant of his divine essence returned to its place, Zhao Fan opened his eyes and exhaled slightly. Earlier, separated by an endless distance, he had used a thread of his divine essence to slay the bloodthirsty elder and the others. Though it had not consumed much spiritual energy, it posed significant risks to his divine essence. If the split essence was damaged, it would also cause noticeable injuries to the cultivator's main body. Therefore, unless one is absolutely confident in their own strength, this method of killing enemies from a distance should not be used lightly. Although the bloodthirsty elder and the moon-worshipping sect leader, along with other high-ranking members, were all dead, the moon-worshipping sect disciples were ruthless and brutal cultivators of the demonic path. If they were allowed to escape, they would remain a fatal threat to many innocent civilians. Therefore, after Zhao Fan's figure disappeared, the sect master Zhao Cheng quickly reacted and issued a firm order: "All disciples of Mount Shu, follow me to annihilate the followers of the moon-worshipping sect." As you command. Kill. The cries of thousands of elite disciples from Shu Mountain echoed across the sky, their momentum overwhelming as they pursued the moon worshippers. Although the moon worshippers outnumbered them, they were nearly all terrified out of their wits. Within half a day, more than half of them were slaughtered by the Shu Mountain disciples, with only a small number managing to escape from Qingfeng Gorge. Following this battle, the moon worshipping sect collapsed and was completely annihilated. The events of that day quickly spread throughout most of the cultivation world. The late-stage split-soul cultivator, the bloodthirsty old man, was powerless to defend himself and was slain by a mysterious swordmaster from Shu Mountain with a single strike, causing a huge stir. Countless people speculated on the true strength of the Shu Mountain sword master. Some claimed that the Shu Mountain sword master was undoubtedly a fully realized cultivator at the peak of the spirit division stage. Others claimed that the sword master from Mount Shu was a great being who had already set one foot into the fusion stage. Opinions varied widely, but no one could provide a definitive conclusion. However, there was no denying that after this battle, most of the cultivation world held Shu Mountain in deep awe. Even the arrogant demonic tribes and sects, upon hearing the news, hurriedly instructed their disciples and clan members to stay away from Shu Mountain's territory and avoid provoking this powerful force for the time being. Amidst the chaos outside, Zhao Fan paid no heed, instead using the system to begin his daily check-in. "Shall we begin the check-in?" "Check-in," Zhao Fan said habitually. "Check-in successful. Reward, blood-purifying demon exorcising pill." As the system's voice faded, a green pill appeared in Zhao Fan's hand. This was a top-tier pill. Although Zhao Fan had little use for it, it could be used to help cultivators below the split soul realm enhance their cultivation. Chapter 45, Zheng Qian's Admiration. Zhao Fan quietly put the pill away and prepared to continue his cultivation. But just then, a faint yet powerful fluctuation of celestial and earthly spiritual energy emanated from the stone house in the distance. Whoosh! Zhao Fan's figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing beside Zhao Xiaotian. At that moment, the 8-year-old Zhao Xiaotian had his eyes tightly closed, his innocent face twisted in pain. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, his skin flushed red, and his body was burning hot. Unify your mind and spirit, sink your qi into the dantian. Attempt to refine the celestial and earthly spiritual energy surging into your body into your own spiritual power. Zhao Fan spoke solemnly with a serious expression. At the same time, he raised his hand and grasped the celestial and earthly spiritual energy swirling around him, effortlessly drawing it toward himself. It flowed through Zhao Xiaotian's pores, entering his body in an unending stream. Zhao Xiaotian's small body trembled violently, and his expression grew even more painful, but he did not utter a single sound. This child has a good temperament. Zhao Fan nodded approvingly upon seeing this. A child of 7 or 8 years old who could grit his teeth and endure such pain clearly possessed willpower far surpassing that of ordinary people. As each thread of celestial and earthly spiritual energy entered Zhao Xiaotian's body, his young frame was subjected to immense pressure. Even an ordinary adult would find it difficult to endure the pressure and pain of absorbing and refining the celestial energy, let alone a child like Zhao Xiaotian. However, Zhao Xiaotian continued to grit his teeth and endure, absorbing as much celestial energy as possible into his body and refining it into spiritual energy according to the foundational cultivation techniques of immortality cultivation. Though young, he was fully aware that he was at a critical juncture. If he could successfully transform this celestial energy into his own, he would break through the constraints and become a cultivator at the qi condensation stage. "Can you hold on any longer?" Seeing Zhao Xiaotian's body swaying precariously, Zhao Fan furrowed his brows. If this child could endure more celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy during his first attempt to draw it into his body, his starting point for cultivating immortality would be much higher, giving him an advantage far surpassing that of ordinary people. Just as Zhao Fan was growing concerned, Zhao Xiaotian managed to persevere. His young face turned deathly pale, and even his skin began to seep a faint trace of blood. Time passed slowly, second by second. Crackle! Finally, with the sound of popping beans echoing from within Zhao Xiaotian's body, his previously weak vital energy surged visibly, breaking through the constraints and allowing him to successfully break through to the qi cultivation stage. Under the nourishment of his own spiritual energy, the bloodstains on Zhao Xiaotian's body gradually faded, and his previously rapid breathing returned to a steady rhythm. Zhao Fan, seeing this, finally let out a slight sigh of relief. This child was stronger than he had imagined. Moreover, being able to initially channel the essence of heaven and earth and break through to the qi cultivation stage in one go was an achievement that not only his peers couldn't match, but even many so-called geniuses among cultivators found difficult to achieve. Feeling the immense changes within himself, Zhao Xiaotian opened his tightly closed eyes, about to leap up in joy, but upon seeing Zhao Fan standing beside him, he startled and timidly said, "Uncle, you did very well. Having successfully drawn qi into your body for the first time and reached the qi cultivation stage, if you cultivate diligently, you will achieve great things in the future." Zhao Fan smiled and waved him over, saying, "Follow me." Zhao Xiaotian was a bit confused, but he still followed Zhao Fan cautiously. "Watch closely." Upon reaching the open field outside, Zhao Fan looked toward a massive rock 100 meters away. He formed his fingers into a sword-like shape and casually swung it forward. The motion was fluid and seamless, as if summoning the power of heaven and earth. The sword light was as fast as lightning, shattering the rock with a thunderous crash. "Goodness me!" Zhao Xiaotian's wide eyes and innocent face betrayed his shock. "This is the basic sword technique of Mount Shu. I'll only show you once. How much you can grasp depends on your own destiny." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Fan's figure moved gracefully, slowly demonstrating the Shu Mountain basic sword technique he had once strengthened. Though his movements were not fast, they appeared extremely complex to Zhao Xiaotian. Every move was filled with the supreme essence of the sword way. Zhao Xiaotian's face grew serious as he stared intently, carefully memorizing every one of Zhao Fan's movements. Though he couldn't fully understand them, he sensed that the sword technique his uncle was teaching him was far from ordinary. After a moment, the sword technique was completed, and Zhao Fan slowly came to a stop, turning to Zhao Xiaotian and asking, "Have you remembered it?" "Uncle." Zhao Xiaotian scratched his head nervously and said timidly, "I think I remembered everything, but it feels like I didn't remember anything at all." "Very good, that's exactly right." To his surprise, Zhao Fan didn't get angry at all. Instead, he smiled and patted Zhao Xiaotian on the head, continuing, "From today onward, you will practice this sword technique. If there's anything you don't understand, come ask me." "I understand." Looking at the approachable Zhao Fan, Zhao Xiaotian sighed in relief and nodded earnestly. Without needing Zhao Fan's prompting, Zhao Xiaotian immediately began imitating the previous movements and started practicing the basic sword techniques of Mount Shu. It must be said that this child had a natural talent for cultivation. Zhao Fan had only demonstrated the moves once, yet he was able to memorize nearly all of the sword techniques. Though his movements were stiff and lacked fluidity, for an 8-year-old child, it was an extraordinary achievement. Time flew by, and 7 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Through relentless effort and Zhao Fan's guidance, Zhao Xiaotian gained a certain level of understanding and mastery of the Shu Mountain basic sword techniques. However, Zhao Fan did not ease his demands on him, continuing to have him practice diligently every day. One day, light footsteps could be heard outside the demon ceiling tower. It was time for Zhang Qian to bring lunch. "Senior brother, I've brought your meal. I've also brought a few bottles of good wine for you." Zhang Qian had delicate features and a tall, slender figure. Compared to before, she had lost some of her innocence and gained a touch of mature allure. She greeted him from a distance, her clear, sweet voice carrying a hint of excitement she had never shown before. "Little junior sister, what kind of good wine did you bring?" Zhao Fan asked with a smile. "Osmanthus wine and premium yellow wine, both over 100 years old. I had to go through a lot of trouble to trade them with the wine-loving senior brother in the sect." "Senior brother, you must drink a few cups." Zhang Qian giggled, poured Zhao Fan's cup full, and handed it to him. "The aroma is intoxicating, it's indeed excellent." Zhao Fan tasted it and nodded in satisfaction. Hearing this, Zhang Qian smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a brief gleam of purity, and said with a smile, "As long as the sword cultivator senior is satisfied." "Little junior sister, you haven't even had any wine. How could you be drunk? I'm your senior brother. Where did you get the idea of a sword cultivator?" Zhao Fan snorted derisively, speaking casually. "Senior brother, don't pretend. I've already figured it out. You're the mysterious sword cultivator from Mount Shu." Zhang Qian's eyes burned with admiration as she said, "The small sword you gave me a few days ago is the best proof." In recent days, Zhang Qian had been extremely excited, even unable to sleep for several nights. Though she was innocent and kind-hearted, she wasn't foolish. The small sword Zhao Fan had given her had displayed its power in Qingfeng Gorge, transforming into the mysterious sword cultivator from Shu Mountain and slaying the bloodthirsty old man of the demon path with a single strike. At that moment, she was utterly shocked and began to form a certain suspicion in her heart. In recent days, recalling how Zhao Fan remained calm and composed during previous dangerous situations at Shu Mountain, Zhang Qian became even more certain of his true identity. Chapter 46, Accumulation and Settlement. Zhang Qian spoke with unwavering certainty, her confidence rooted not only in her own logical deductions but also in a woman's innate intuition. She was absolutely certain that Zhao Fan was the mysterious and powerful sword cultivator from Mount Shu. Although separated by the thick doors of the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan could still sense her eager anticipation. "Since you've already figured it out, I guess I can't deny it anymore." Zhao Fan thought for a moment before acknowledging it openly. "Senior brother, is this true?" Upon hearing Zhao Fan confirm it himself, Zhang Qian nearly jumped for joy, asking repeatedly, "You really are the sword cultivator from Mount Shu? That's wonderful. I knew my guess was correct." She was overjoyed, even more so than when she had broken through a major cultivation realm. After the excitement subsided, Zhang Qian seemed to think of something. She pouted her full red lips and asked, "Senior brother, why didn't you tell me sooner?" "Didn't I tell you?" Zhao Fan smiled innocently, reminding her, "If I remember correctly, I did tell you before that I was the Shu Mountain sword cultivator. You just didn't believe me at the time." This. Zhang Qian blushed with shame, clearly recalling that after the incident involving the 6 great sword sects, Zhao Fan had indeed joked that he was a senior sword cultivator from Mount Shu. However, she had dismissed it as a joke at the time and hadn't taken it seriously. Now that she thought about it, Zhao Fan hadn't lied to her. "Senior brother, can I still call you that from now on? Can I still bring you meals like before?" Zhang Qian blinked her big eyes and asked timidly. Learning that Zhao Fan was the enigmatic senior sword cultivator from Shu Mountain made Zhang Qian both overjoyed and deeply pressured. "Of course. What's wrong? Don't you want to bring me meals anymore? Zhao Fan teased. No. I'd be thrilled to bring you meals every day. Being able to bring meals to a sword cultivator is something countless people dream of. Zhang Qian giggled and hurriedly replied. Little disciple sister, you can just call me senior disciple like before. Remember, whatever happens between us is our secret. Don't tell anyone else. Zhao Fan thought for a moment before whispering the reminder. Senior brother, you can rest assured. I definitely won't tell anyone else, so as not to disturb your peace and quiet. Zhang Qian nodded and said earnestly. Then it's settled. Zhao Fan smiled slightly and then asked, by the way, I killed the bloodthirsty old man and his men. Is the issue with the moon-worshipping sect resolved now? Senior brother, the moon-worshipping sect has been completely annihilated. Moreover, because of this incident, many demonic beings from various races and sects have become deeply wary of our Shu Mountain. Even the high-ranking members of many factions have personally issued orders to restrain their disciples from setting foot on our Shu Mountain. The most, in the past few days, over a dozen cultivating families have voluntarily joined our Shu Mountain as vassal factions. I hear the sect master and the elders are all busy beyond measure. Zhang Qian briefly recounted the events that followed the moon worship sect's downfall. All of this is thanks to senior brother. As long as senior brother is here, our Shu Mountain will definitely grow stronger and stronger. After finishing her report, Zhang Qian couldn't resist adding a flattering remark. To revive Shu Mountain, we can't rely on just one person. It requires the collective efforts of many people. Zhao Fan smiled faintly and spoke calmly. Zhang Qian blinked her bright eyes and nodded thoughtfully. After some more casual conversation, as dusk approached, Zhang Qian reluctantly departed. After Zhang Qian left, the demon ceiling tower returned to its usual tranquility. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan did not step out of the demon ceiling tower once. He spent his days signing in and cultivating, occasionally taking time to guide his nephew Zhao Xiaotian in his cultivation. At Zhao Fan's level of cultivation, even a casual hint was of immense benefit to ordinary cultivators. Zhao Xiaotian had decent cultivation potential, and under Zhao Fan's repeated guidance, he progressed at an astonishingly fast pace. Time passed slowly. Before long, another 22 years had passed. This marked the 120th year since Zhao Fan had arrived at the demon ceiling tower. For ordinary people, 100 years is a lifetime, but for cultivators, it is but the blink of an eye. Over the past 22 years, Zhao Fan had not made any significant breakthroughs in his cultivation, remaining at the peak of the spirit division stage. Above the split soul realm lies the fusion realm, a profound and mysterious realm that serves as a dividing line for cultivators. Even during the most glorious era of the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago, cultivators at the fusion realm were referred to as great beings, as those at this level possessed the power to move mountains and fill seas with a single gesture. The fusion realm was now within reach. Zhao Fan could pierce it with a single finger, yet he remained utterly unfazed. The fusion stage transcends all previous cultivation realms. It is a realm where the soul, spiritual energy, and physical body are all balanced and elevated to their absolute limits, allowing one to step into this new tier. Looking back over the past 10,000 years, even if there were a few exceptional cultivators who reached this stage, they would have only perfected one or two of the three aspects, achieving breakthrough success. They could not be considered true great beings. My spiritual essence and spiritual energy have been refined over the years, and both are nearly at their peak. Now, only my physical body is slightly lacking. Once the three are united and break through the realm simultaneously, my overall strength will far surpass that of cultivators of the same rank by several times. Zhao Fan's eyes shone brightly as he murmured to himself. Over the years, he had been refining himself, constantly accumulating and consolidating his strength. After 22 years, the spiritual energy within Zhao Fan's body was as vast and deep as an ocean, while his divine soul was as solid and powerful as a blazing sun. Within the spacious clearing of the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the endless black clouds stretching across the sky. He pointed his fingers like swords and casually slashed through the air. With a thunderous crash, the thick black clouds covering an area of over 10 miles split into two in an instant. From afar, it seemed as though the entire sky had been cleaved in two. This scene was witnessed by Zhao Xiaotian, who couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. But it wasn't over yet. Without using any spiritual energy, Zhao Fan merely moved his thoughts, and water vapor in the void condensed into countless sharp flying swords. They filled the sky, rushing toward the depths of the clouds and slicing the originally split black clouds into pieces. As the black clouds dispersed, golden sunlight poured down upon Zhao Fan, making his figure appear even more majestic and towering. Uncle has grown even stronger. When will I be able to become this powerful? Gazing at Zhao Fan's figure, Zhao Xiaotian murmured, his eyes filled with admiration and awe. After years of Zhao Fan's guidance, he had already grown from an 8-year-old child into a self-reliant Yuanling stage cultivator. Yet he still couldn't fathom his uncle's true depth, knowing only that the latter was incredibly powerful, like an endless ocean with no bottom in sight. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth is growing increasingly dense. I must hurry to cultivate my physical body and break through as soon as possible. After dispersing the clouds at the horizon, Zhao Fan could clearly sense that the spiritual energy in the upper skies was growing increasingly dense. Over the years, the rate of spiritual energy revival had been accelerating. Days passed as usual. Zhao Fan spent most of his time cultivating his physical body, occasionally guiding his nephew Zhao Xiaotian. Under his efforts, the 6-foot golden body had already reached the second layer of perfection, with only half a step remaining before reaching the third layer. Chapter 47, Changes in the Underground Space. On this day, heavy snow fell, bringing a cold winter to Mount Shu. Zhao Chang, the sect master who had not visited the demon ceiling tower for many years, arrived today amidst the falling snow. Zhao Chang wore a wide golden robe, his face stern and resolute, his eyes sharp and piercing. Compared to before, he had lost a touch of his former straightforwardness and gained a hint of authority. Under Zhao Chang's leadership, Shu Mountain had achieved significant progress and development over the years, and he himself had become a cultivator at the spirit separation stage. However, the path to the spirit splitting stage remains distant, and without a stroke of luck, he may never break through his current realm in his lifetime. Most critically, he was bogged down by countless trivial matters, leaving him no spare energy for cultivation. Immortals defy the heavens even if one's talent is extraordinary. Without focused cultivation, one's achievements will be limited. Big brother, Zhao Chang called out affectionately. In front of others, he was the revered and awe-inspiring master of the Shu Mountain sect, but only in the presence of his older brother did he reveal such a down-to-earth side. "You're here," Zhao Fan smiled calmly, as if he had already anticipated his arrival. "Father." Zhao Xiaotian, standing nearby, looked at Zhao Chang, who was just a few steps away, and called out stiffly. His emotions were in turmoil. Over the years, he had lived with his uncle Zhao Fan, but his father Zhao Chang had never once visited him, leaving him with some lingering resentment. Zhao Chang smiled gently and nodded at Zhao Xiaotian. "How have you been these past years?" Zhao Chang asked with concern. "Father, thanks to Uncle Zhao's teachings, I am now a cultivator at the mid-stage of the Yuanling realm. However, there are still many things I have not learned, and I am not even a thousandth as skilled as Uncle Zhao." Zhao Xiaotian remained humble. Very good, very good. When I was your age, I was only a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Your achievements have already surpassed mine, and your future is limitless. As for your uncle, he is the strongest cultivator in our Shu Mountain. Even if you were given another 200 years, you might not be able to master everything he taught you." Zhao Chang smiled, both delighted by Zhao Xiaotian's growth and grateful for Zhao Fan's silent guidance. "Enough, you two. Stop flattering me." Zhao Fan smiled and turned to Zhao Chang, asking, "How come you have time to visit this time?" "It's been over 20 years since I last visited my older brother, so I thought I'd come by to pay him a visit. Additionally, Xiaotian has grown up, and I also want him to go out and help me with some matters." Zhao Chang did not hide his intentions and spoke directly. "That's only right. Even if you hadn't come today, I was planning to send Xiaotian out to gain some experience soon. Otherwise, staying locked up in the demon ceiling tower forever wouldn't be appropriate." Zhao Fan nodded and spoke thoughtfully. Back then, at his younger brother Zhao Cheng's request, Zhao Fan had agreed to temporarily take care of Zhao Xiaotian, but he had never intended to teach him for the rest of his life. Most importantly, Zhao Xiaotian was different from him and had no systematic guidance. He couldn't stay in the demon ceiling tower to level up by checking, and continuing to stay there would have no meaning. "Father, but I want to stay by Uncle's side and continue my cultivation. I still have so much to learn and don't want to leave here." Hearing his uncle and father's conversation, Zhao Xiaotian grew anxious and strongly opposed the idea. "Xiaotian, the demon ceiling tower is dull and lacks spiritual energy. Itself not the place for you. The outside world is far more exciting. You're still young, you should go out and explore. If you encounter any difficulties or have questions about cultivation, you can always come to the tower to find me." Zhao Fan smiled gently and comforted him softly. After all, they had lived together for over 20 years. How could one remain unmoved? Especially since he was Zhao Fan's own nephew, whom he had personally trained. "Uncle." Zhao Xiaotian clenched his teeth, his eyes slightly red. "Listen to your uncle. There are many matters to attend to at Mount Shu now, and your father is struggling to manage alone. I need your help." Zhao Chang patted his shoulder and spoke slowly. "All right. Uncle, I'll be going now." As he spoke, Zhao Xiaotian knelt down with a thud and bowed respectfully to Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan did not stop him and accepted the gesture with a sense of peace. "This high-quality flying sword, Lu Yun, is a gift from me to you. Take it with you." Zhao Fan took out a flying sword and handed it to Zhao Xiaotian. "Thank you, uncle. I will not disappoint your expectations." Zhao Xiaotian took a deep breath and accepted the flying sword solemnly. Though Zhao Xiaotian was reluctant to leave, he eventually followed his father, Zhao Chang, out of the demon ceiling tower. Watching the father and son depart, Zhao Fan sighed softly. Inside the demon ceiling tower, peace once again settled in as it had always been. After Zhao Xiaotian left the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan once again immersed himself in his cultivation. He had already cultivated his Zhanlu golden body to the second layer of perfection, but he was still missing that crucial opportunity to break through to the third layer. Boom! One day, while Zhao Fan was meditating with his eyes closed, a faint tremor emanated from the depths of the demon ceiling tower. Though barely perceptible, Zhao Fan detected the anomaly. Zhao Fan suddenly opened his eyes and vanished from his original spot. When Zhao Fan reappeared, he had already arrived at the depths of the demon's grave, where he discovered the entrance to the underground space, which was trembling violently and emitting an abnormal aura. Could something have happened to the little fox? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and dashed inside at lightning speed. At that moment, the underground space, which had once been filled with towering palace buildings, collapsed in large sections, forming a hideous black hole. The black hole was bottomless, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, with strands of toxic gas seeping out, corroding the surrounding palaces beyond recognition. Even the powerful arrays guarding the palaces could not withstand the onslaught for a moment. In the midst of the crisis, a small fox with crystal white fur used its overwhelming demonic power to construct a massive light barrier, barely managing to block most of the toxic gas. Otherwise, the entire underground palace complex would have been destroyed in an instant. As the toxic gas continued to gather, the little white fox's eyes grew solemn. Its tiny body retreated steadily under the terrifying pressure. Little fox, you're awake. What's happening? Just as the little white fox was about to collapse, Zhao Fan suddenly appeared beside her, raising his sword and slashing it forward. The surging sword light tore through the void, completely annihilating the toxic gas in front of them. Quick, help me block that opening. Otherwise, the toxic gas will keep leaking out. Seeing Zhao Fan, the little white fox was briefly relieved but immediately urged him on. Though he hadn't figured out what was happening, Zhao Fan still acted, unleashing a fierce and astonishing sword chi that swept toward the black hole like a sudden storm. At the same time, the little white fox beside him raised its paw and struck out, forming a claw shadow as massive as a mountain. Boom! With a deafening roar, the combined attack of the man and the fox temporarily forced back the toxic gas pouring out of the black hole. But this wasn't over yet. It seemed that a terrifying creature inside the black hole had sensed the abnormal activity outside. With a low, growling roar, the toxic gas erupted like a volcano, gushing out endlessly. Interesting. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes, and powerful spiritual energy surged from his body. The flying sword Qishao appeared out of thin air, emitting a crisp and powerful ringing sound. Break! As Zhao Fan uttered the command, the sword light illuminated the entire underground space, resembling a golden sun, obliterating countless black toxic gases. The momentum continued unabated, sweeping down toward the black hole with overwhelming force. Sizzle! The toxic gas filling the black hole evaporated, and the sword light formed a giant net-like seal, covering the entrance of the cave, preventing the toxic gas from escaping. Chapter 48, Checking in at the Demon Cave. The black hole was bottomless, and the toxic gas, resembling demons, emitted unwilling growls under the powerful suppression of the golden sword light before being forced back. Seeing that the sword light had temporarily suppressed the toxic fumes, the little white fox raised its tiny paw, patted its chest nervously, and said in a crisp, girlish voice, "Thank goodness you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have been exhausted." She was so arrogant, glancing sideways at Zhao Fan and snorting lightly. "Weren't you asleep? How did this happen?" Zhao Fan didn't bother to argue with her, but frowned and asked. "I don't know either." The little white fox shook her head in confusion and said, "I just finished my slumber and hadn't even had time to celebrate breaking through to the late spirit division stage." Then the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing this black hole spewing endless poisonous gas, nearly suffocating this fox spirit to death. "You've broken through to the late stage of the spirit division?" Zhao Fan looked up and down at the little white fox, noticing that her aura was significantly stronger than before, and even her appearance and build had undergone subtle changes. Behind the little white fox, a second tail had grown, swaying gently, exuding an air of mystery and power. "Of course." The little white fox raised her head proudly and said, "This fox spirit is of unparalleled talent. You mere human cultivators can't even compare to me." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly seemed to remember something. She widened her bright eyes and stared intently at Zhao Fan, saying, "Wait a moment. Even with my late-stage split-soul cultivation, it's extremely difficult to suppress the toxic gas inside the black hole. How did you manage to do it? You guess." Zhao Fan smiled and teased her. "Did you break through too? You're so abnormal." The little white fox felt a bit discouraged. She had thought that after her long slumber, she had broken through from the early stage of the split-soul realm to the late stage, and she was sure she could catch up to Zhao Fan, the human cultivator. But she never expected that she still couldn't do it. She felt a bit resentful and was thinking about waiting until her cultivation reached Zhao Fan's level, then finding an opportunity to teach him a lesson. "Little fox, you're already quite impressive. You only slept in the jade coffin for over 20 years and managed to break through 2 minor realms in succession. At this rate, it won't be long before you catch up to me." Seeing the little white fox looking dejected, Zhao Fan smiled and comforted her. "Are you really telling the truth?" The little white fox blinked her big eyes, looking skeptical. Of course I'm telling the truth. Zhao Fan smiled and said. He wasn't just comforting the little white fox, the speed of its breakthrough had truly astonished Zhao Fan. If it continued to sleep and cultivate like this, it might even surpass him. Zhao Fan increasingly felt that the little white fox's origins were no ordinary matter. Ordinary demonic beings didn't possess such terrifying cultivation speed. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's figure out how to deal with this black hole. Zhao Fan turned to look at the bottomless black hole, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression from afar. This black hole is extremely dangerous. And there were low growls coming from inside earlier. It seems like there is some kind of terrifying creature inside. The little white fox watched the black hole warily, its tiny body tensing slightly, appearing uneasy and nervous. As a demon clan cultivator, she possessed a keen intuition for danger. The sudden appearance of this black hole had made the little white fox sense a faint hint of destruction. Zhao Fan also furrowed his brows. Where had this black hole come from? Had it been there all along? Ding, would you like to check in at the demon's den? Just as Zhao Fan was examining the black hole, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. What? Is the black hole the demon cave? Zhao Fan was startled for a moment before instinctively responding, check in. Check in successful. Reward, Nirvana Golden Pill. As the system's voice faded, a golden pill appeared in Zhao Fan's hand. It's actually the Nirvana Golden Pill? Zhao Fan looked thrilled, never expecting to sign in for such a precious item. The Nirvana Golden Pill was not an ordinary pill. More accurately, it was the essence of divine power left behind by a powerful demonic being before their death. If human cultivators were to refine and absorb it, it could greatly enhance their physical body. For those focused on physical cultivation, it was said to be a rare treasure of the highest order. Zhao Fan had been unable to break through the fusion stage for a long time due to deficiencies in his physical body. Now that he had obtained the Nirvana Golden Pill, he could greatly enhance his physical body and advance his 6-foot golden body to the third layer of the realm. Little fox, help me guard the process. We'll deal with the black hole later. Before the little white fox could react, Zhao Fan suddenly crossed his legs and began to refine and absorb the Nirvana Golden. What's wrong with you? Why are you ordering around this fox spirit? The little white fox stomped its snow-white paws in anger but obediently stayed by Zhao Fan's side. She stared intently at Zhao Fan. The next moment, her eyes widened in shock, for the flesh and skin of the former suddenly burst into a dazzling golden glow, as brilliant as the midday sun. What a powerful physical body. What is happening to him? The little white fox took a step back, keeping a close eye on Zhao Fan. Under the little white fox's gaze, Zhao Fan's entire body was covered in layers of bright golden light, as if cast from divine metal, radiating immense power. From afar, he resembled a golden Buddha, emitting such intense light that even the toxic gases swirling within the nearby black hole seemed to recoil in fear, daring not to continue their assault on the swordlight seal. Zhao Fan's appearance was majestic. With the help of the Nirvana Golden, his 6-foot golden body smoothly broke through to the third realm. He could clearly feel that his physical body was now several times stronger than before. Most importantly, as his physical body strengthened, Zhao Fan's spiritual essence and spiritual energy began to transcend, with strands of transcendent and sacred energy emanating from his body. Boom! The next moment, a deafening roar like the collapse of mountains and the crashing of seas erupted from Zhao Fan's body, causing his aura to surge several-fold. What is this? Caught off guard, the little white fox was knocked back by the terrifying aura, stumbling backward. The little white fox's fur stood on end as she stared at Zhao Fan with wide eyes filled with shock. Despite her cultivation at the late stage of the split soul realm, she had been suppressed to such an extent by the other party's aura. Just how powerful was he? As the little white fox speculated, the terrifying aura that had been emanating from Zhao Fan quickly vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. This feeling is truly delightful. It didn't last long before Zhao Fan opened his eyes. His entire demeanor had become even more profound, like an endless ocean. You've broken through again? The little white fox blinked its big eyes and asked in an uncertain tone. I suppose so. Zhao Fan smiled and didn't deny it. You're so freaking talented. The little white fox muttered angrily. Chapter 49, The Living Demons. The little white fox was annoyed. They had only just met, yet Zhao Fan, this human cultivator, had already made another breakthrough. This left her feeling deeply discouraged. Stay outside and keep watch. I'll go in and take a look. Gazing into the bottomless black hole, Zhao Fan hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. If the System S was correct, then this black hole was the Demon's Den. In the recorded history of the cultivation world, the Demon's Den was a mysterious place formed naturally by the heavens and earth, where demonic energies gathered. It might give birth to rare treasures or give rise to terrifying demons. Zhao Fan must investigate thoroughly, otherwise, it would remain an uncertain threat. Moreover, what piqued Zhao Fan's curiosity the most was why the demon cave had appeared beneath the underground space. Had it existed all along, or had it just recently formed? If it has existed for a long time, it may hold clues about the origin of this underground space. What? Are you out of your mind? The little white fox was startled. No one knew what existed inside the black hole, and if Zhao Fan rashly entered and encountered danger, she wouldn't even have time to rescue him. Don't worry. If I encounter any danger, I'll retreat immediately. Zhao Fan felt the surging spiritual energy within his body and spoke with unwavering confidence. If he hadn't broken through before, he wouldn't have dared to enter the black hole. But now, not only had he reached the third level of the Zhanlu Jinshan realm, but his cultivation had also surpassed the Finshin stage. Even if there were extreme dangers inside the black hole, he was confident he could escape unscathed. As his words fell, Zhao Fan transformed into a streak of light, darting into the black hole like an arrow. Hey! The little white fox froze, angrily pounding the ground with its tiny paws, causing the entire underground space to rumble and tremble. These toxic gases are terrifying. They could even threaten a great being at the fusion stage. As soon as he entered the black hole, Zhao Fan saw the toxic gas that had been lurking below, like a giant beast sensing the scent of prey, surging forward like a tidal wave. Even someone as powerful as Zhao Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, Zhao Fan was prepared. He growled, 6-foot golden body. In an instant, Zhao Fan's entire body glowed brightly, resembling a true golden-bodied arhat, emanating dazzling golden chi that nearly illuminated half the cave. Sizzle! The surging toxic gas that had just rushed toward him was instantly vaporized, like ice meeting fire. This was the third-tier realm of the 6-foot golden body's protective aura. The golden aura was flawless and complete. Not only could it easily handle these toxic fumes, but even a cultivator at the peak of the split soul realm would struggle to break through its defenses even by giving it their all. Although the gale chi was repelling the corrosive toxic gas, Zhao Fan did not relax in the slightest. Instead, his expression grew increasingly solemn. As they continued to descend, the toxic gases grew increasingly dense, eventually forming a tangible substance. After descending thousands of meters, Zhao Fan still couldn't see the end of the cave, as if it were endless. Roar! At that moment, from the bottomless depths of the black hole, a deep roar echoed, simultaneously scattering the toxic gases. A massive crimson claw, over 100 meters in size, accompanied by a terrifying stench, swept upward toward Zhao Fan from below. There's actually a living creature inside here? Zhao Fan was taken aback, sensing a strong sense of danger emanating from the red claw. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan clenched his fist, and the flying sword Qishao appeared out of thin air, erupting with dazzling sword light, slashing forcefully toward the giant claw. Puff! The sword light sliced through the toxic gas, severing the red claw in one clean stroke. Arg! The furious roar of the unknown creature below echoed through the cave, causing it to tremble violently. One after another, massive claws tore through the layers of toxic gas, charging toward Zhao Fan with overwhelming force. Zhao Fan's expression changed slightly. Looking around, there were over 100 giant claws, nearly enough to shatter the entire cave. They surged forward with surging demonic energy, like a raging tidal wave. Sword control technique. Zhao Fan took a deep breath, and his spiritual energy surged forth. The crimson sword, Qishao, emitted a crisp and powerful ringing sound, transforming into countless sword shadows that tore through the void, crashing down like a tidal wave. Bang, bang, bang. Dense sword lights collided with the countless hideous claws, causing the entire cave to tremble and roar, creating a terrifying explosion. Roar! Before the dust had settled, one after another, massive black shadows suddenly appeared in Zhao Fan's field of vision. At the same time, waves of overwhelming energy surged toward him, growing stronger with each passing moment. Facing these terrifying auras, even someone as powerful as Zhao Fan felt his body tense up, realizing the gravity of the situation. The sensation was akin to standing face to face with prehistoric behemoths that shook the heavens and earth, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of oppression that seemed to emanate from the very depths of one's soul. Zhao Fan's scalp prickled. Could there be terrifying demonic beings lurking within the 10,000 demons cave? Run! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan turned and fled. As if sensing Zhao Fan's attempt to escape, terrifying roars echoed from below, like thunderclaps shattering the air with piercing screams. The terrifying sound waves were powerful enough to kill any cultivator below the fusion stage. However, Zhao Fan was already a great cultivator at the fusion realm, with profound cultivation, and though his body trembled slightly, he quickly recovered, transforming into a sword light and charging upward. Boom! The black toxic gas was torn apart, and one after another, terrifying giant claws emerged, only to strike empty air repeatedly. Just as these claws were about to reach the edge of the cave entrance, the previously smooth cave walls suddenly manifested golden runes, forming a terrifying net. Sizzle! The moment they touched the golden net, countless claws screamed in pain, smoking and retracting back to the bottom like they had been electrocuted, leaving behind only the sound of their unwilling roars. Thankfully, they can't get out. Otherwise, with my current strength, I wouldn't stand a chance. As the golden web slowly vanished, Zhao Fan exhaled deeply, relieved. He never expected the demon cave to be so terrifying, with remnants of demons still lurking inside. That stinky guy, I hope he's not in trouble in there. At the edge of the cave entrance, the little white fox stared with eyes as bright as gems, looking anxious and tense. The violent tremors and terrifying roars that had come from the black hole earlier had left it worried about Zhao Fan's safety. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure burst out of the cave. It was Zhao Fan, who had just emerged from the demon's den. You finally came out. You almost gave this fox spirit a heart attack. Upon seeing Zhao Fan, the little white fox sighed in relief and complained. By the way, what's the situation inside? The little white fox asked with concern. Zhao Fan looked serious and said in a low voice, there are living demons inside, extremely powerful and terrifying. If I hadn't left quickly, I almost wouldn't have been able to get out. Zhao Fan didn't hide anything and briefly recounted what had happened inside. That's so dangerous. Thank goodness I didn't go in earlier. Otherwise. The little white fox shuddered at the thought. There's a mysterious seal blocking the entrance, so those creatures can't escape for now. However, we must figure out what's going on as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the seal breaks, it will be a major problem. To be on the safe side, Zhao Fan unleashed several powerful sword beams, completely sealing the entrance to the cave of 10,000 demons. This way, even if the mysterious seal were to disappear in the future, he would be able to detect any demons attempting to break out of the cave immediately. Little fox, are you staying here or coming with me? After finishing everything, Zhao Fan asked the little white fox. I'll go with you. Although the entrance was temporarily blocked, the little white fox dared not stay in the underground space any longer. If the demons inside ever broke the seal and burst out, she would be in trouble. It would be safer to stay by Zhao Fan's side. Before leaving, the little white fox casually picked up the original jade coffin. This way, even if she wasn't staying in the underground space, it wouldn't affect her cultivation. Chapter 50, Envoys from the Immortal Alliance. After leaving the underground space, Zhao Fan brought the little white fox back to the scripture hall of Mount Shu. He hoped to find records in the relevant documents here about the 10,000 demon cave beneath the underground space. The scripture hall was bustling with disciples, as more and more new disciples had joined the mountain over the years as Shu Mountain continued to grow and prosper. Some diligent and eager new disciples would search the hall of scriptures for Shu Mountain martial arts suitable for their cultivation. Zhao Fan and the little white fox, with their profound cultivation levels, were completely undetectable to ordinary cultivators. Although the place was heavily guarded, Zhao Fan and the little white fox walked in boldly without anyone noticing them. Let's check the records of the 10,000 demons cave first. Zhao Fan followed the relevant historical documents and began to go through them one by one. He reviewed the documents at an astonishing speed, grasping their contents with a single glance. In just a short while, Zhao Fan found the records about the 10,000 demons cave. However, the records were extremely sparse, containing only a few scattered words. The documents vaguely mentioned that tens of thousands of years ago, there had been rumors that during the founding of the Shu Mountain sect, the ancestral master had engaged in a fierce battle with countless demons and monsters. Later, he sealed some terrifying demons and monsters within the Wanyao cave, and the subsequent events remained unknown. If that's the case, the Wanyao cave where the founder personally sealed the demons must be the one beneath the underground space. So it has existed for tens of thousands of years. But after such a long period of time, there are still demons surviving inside? That's almost hard to believe. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows, realizing that the origin of that demon cave might be incredibly astonishing. After all, the founder of Mount Shu was one of the most legendary supreme beings in the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago. And the demons he personally sealed must have been incredibly powerful beings. Unfortunately, the historical records are limited, almost like mythical legends, with only a few scattered sentences. Zhao Fan continued flipping through the pages, but found no further clues related to the matter. Speaking of which, little fox. Over the years, have you recalled any other memories? Just then, Zhao Fan suddenly turned to the little white fox beside him and asked softly. Upon hearing this, the little white fox let out a cry, then jumped onto his shoulder. Its bright eyes held a trace of confusion as it whispered, Empress. Nine-tailed fox clan. Nine-tailed fox clan? Could it be related to the empress you mentioned earlier? Zhao Fan was surprised, not expecting that his casual question would lead the little white fox to provide new clues. I don't know. The little white fox shook its head, looking confused, and said, After I woke up this time, these memories suddenly appeared in my mind. Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows slightly but didn't press further. Instead, he quickly began searching through the literary records about the nine-tailed celestial fox. The little white fox stood on Zhao Fan's shoulder, eagerly watching the pages turn. Soon, after Zhao Fan's swift search, he finally found the records about the nine-tailed celestial fox. The nine-tailed fox clan had once unified the entire demon race tens of thousands of years ago, dominating most of the cultivation world at the time. They were the strongest and most mysterious race within the demon race. Adult nine-tailed foxes not only possessed combat power rivaling that of true immortals but also had 9 tails, each representing a life, making them extremely difficult to kill. According to legends, the nine-tailed fox clan also had the most powerful nine-tailed celestial fox, which reincarnated every 1,000 years after undergoing a tribulation. After 9 lifetimes of cultivation, it could break the chains of heaven and earth and become a terrifying existence above even true immortals. However, since the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth began to dwindle 10,000 years ago, not only the mythical 9-tailed celestial foxes, but the entire 9-tailed fox clan has nearly vanished completely. Not only the 9-tailed fox clan, but many other terrifying races that once shook the cultivation world have also vanished without a trace after the decline of the celestial and earthly spiritual energies. These vanished races are referred to by cultivators as the last demon clans. This means that since their disappearance, the spiritual energy in the cultivation world has been declining day by day. Over the past 10,000 years, not only has the former glory of the cultivation world failed to reappear, but even demonic beings and cultivators at the spirit division stage have almost completely vanished from the world. It wasn't until recent years, with the gradual revival of the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, that many cultivators and demons at the spirit-splitting realm began to emerge. However, even now, it remains extremely difficult for beings of a higher realm than the spirit division stage to emerge. Little fox, you wouldn't happen to be from the 9-tailed fox clan, would you? After reading the relevant records, Zhao Fan stared intently at the little white fox, especially her 2 tails. Weren't those the obvious characteristics? I don't know either. The little white fox shook her head in confusion. The 9-tailed fox clan indeed had 9 tails, but she currently only had 2. Moreover, many fox clans could also give birth to multiple tails. Alright. But could this underground space have been built by the 9-tailed fox clan? Or perhaps it was that mysterious empress who came from the 9-tailed fox clan and built the underground space. Zhao Fan speculated thoughtfully, but without any evidence, he was temporarily at a loss. The little white fox remained silent, also lost in thought. She was even more curious about her own origins than Zhao Fan. Her mind was in turmoil. She wasn't sure if she truly belonged to the 9-tailed fox clan. The human and the fox stared at each other, lost in their own thoughts, and fell into silence. Never mind, guessing won't get us anywhere. Little fox, focus on your cultivation. Try to recall more useful memories. I'll help you figure out your origins when the time comes. Zhao Fan thought for a moment before saying this. All right. The little white fox nodded gently, resting on Zhao Fan's shoulder, her mood seeming a bit downcast. Don't dwell on it. I'll help you. Noticing her sadness, Zhao Fan smiled and comforted her. Hoof. The little white fox turned her head away, but still felt a warmth in her heart. Soon, the man and the fox left the scripture hall and returned to the demon ceiling tower. The little white fox carried the jade coffin into its stone house and lay comfortably on it to cultivate. Having witnessed Zhao Fan break through his cultivation in front of her, the little white fox was greatly inspired and became extremely diligent and focused, spending almost every day in her room practicing cultivation, without disturbing Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan, having just broken through, didn't have much time to pay attention to the little white fox and began to consolidate his cultivation realm. Although Zhao Fan had broken through to the stage above the spirit division realm, he showed no arrogance or complacency. After entering the 10,000 demon cave, Zhao Fan urgently realized that as the heavenly and earthly spiritual energies revived, places like that, which had sealed ancient demons, would reappear in the world due to the sudden changes in the heavens and earth. Moreover, this was an isolated region within the Shu Mountains. The cultivation world was vast and boundless. It was impossible to guarantee that other regions did not have similar places, or that stronger ancient monsters or terrifying demons were lurking there. Although those who have achieved the fusion realm seem to be above all others, they are not necessarily invincible. They still need more time to cultivate and improve themselves. Time flies, passing bit by bit. Before long, several more years had passed. Zhao Fan used this time to solidify his cultivation realm, becoming even stronger than when he first broke through. His demeanor had become even more enigmatic and unfathomable. One day, Zhang Qian came to bring him food again. Through the thick doors of the demon ceiling tower, Zhang Qian, with her delicate features, spoke in a crisp voice, "Senior brother, did you know? The cultivation world has become increasingly chaotic in recent years. A few days ago, several factions formed the Kunlun Immortal Alliance, intending to wage war against the demonic sects and demonic tribes." Zhao Fan, who was eating his meal, asked, "The Kunlun Immortal Alliance? Is it related to the Kunlun sect?" As far as he knew, there was only the Kunlun sect in the cultivation world, a powerful and enduring faction that surpassed even the renowned Shu Mountain. Yes, it's the cultivation alliance proposed by the Kunlun sect. Apparently, several major cultivation factions have already joined, and the scale is enormous. I also heard that the Kunlun Immortal Alliance has sent envoys to negotiate with the sect masters and elders about inviting our Shu Mountain to join the alliance. Have the sect masters agreed? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and asked. Not yet. It's said that the envoys from the Kunlun Immortal Alliance have ulterior motives. On the surface, they're inviting us to join the alliance, but in reality, they want us to become their vassals, serving Kunlun as their overlord and acting as cannon fodder in their war against the demons. Once we get involved, who knows how many of our brothers and sisters will be killed or injured? Zhang Qian shook her head and spoke softly. Chapter 51, Endless Arguments. If that's the case, then just refuse, right? Zhao Fan smiled and said. Even Jiang Qian, an ordinary disciple, understood this principle, which meant that the disciples of Shu Mountain had little regard for the so-called Kunlun Immortal Alliance. Senior brother, you make it sound so easy. I heard from the disciplinary elder that many high-ranking members of the sect are now advising the sect master to join the alliance and compete with Kunlun for the position of alliance leader. I heard that the sect master hasn't even discussed it with the Kunlun Immortal Alliance's envoy yet, and he is already in a complete mess. Zhang Qian blinked her big eyes and said helplessly. Over the years, Shu Mountain has achieved significant development, so many high-ranking members within the sect have harbored ambitions, believing that joining the Kunlun Immortal Alliance is a favorable opportunity. Being the sect master of Shu Mountain isn't easy, Zhao Fan smiled slightly, saying no more. He believed his younger brother Zhao Chang could handle these matters. Zhang Qian then told Zhao Fan many amusing stories that had occurred recently within Shu Mountain before leaving the demon ceiling tower with an empty food box. Shall we begin the check-in? Just then, the familiar prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Check in. Zhao Fan replied habitually. Check-in successful. Reward, Taiyuan Sword Classic. As the system's voice faded, Zhao Fan's mind was flooded with a profound and mysterious sword technique. The overwhelming sword intent shook the heavens and moved mountains, causing Zhao Fan's body to tense up. It felt as though he was facing the mightiest sword technique in the world, a shock that came straight from his soul. Zhao Fan was utterly shocked, muttering to himself, this sword manual is incredible. The sword intent it emits is far more powerful than the sword control technique and the 10,000 Swords manual. Over the years, as the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth had been rapidly reviving, Zhao Fan had also obtained many other powerful martial arts techniques through his daily check-ins. However, compared to the sword control technique and the 10,000 Swords manual, they all fell short. He never expected that the Supreme Emperor's sword scripture he had obtained today would be so profound and powerful. Even the sword-like intent emanating from the scriptures alone was enough to shake his very core, an experience he had never encountered before. Zhao Fan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged, carefully absorbing the true essence of the Supreme Emperor's sword scripture. As a natural sword body, he possessed an innate advantage in comprehending sword-based martial arts techniques. However, after spending several days, Zhao Fan could only barely grasp 1% of the entire sword scripture. This alone speaks volumes about how precious and profound the Taiyuan sword scripture truly was. Zhao Fan was completely absorbed in his study of the sword scripture, his body emanating a terrifying sword intent that even the void itself warped under its intense influence. Indeed, it is profound and mysterious. This Taiyuan sword scripture is a sword cultivation text far surpassing the sword control technique and the 10,000 Swords manual. If cultivated to perfection, it could even lead directly to the realm of earthly immortals. Unfortunately, with my current cultivation level, I can only barely grasp 1 or 2% of its teachings. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Fan slowly opened his eyes. The sword intent around him dissipated, but his demeanor had grown even deeper, resembling a divine sword still sheathed. Though it did not reveal its cold edge, it still sent shivers down one's spine. With the aid of the Supreme Emperor's Sword Classic, Zhao Fan gained a deeper understanding and improvement in the way of the sword. Just as Zhao Fan was immersed in his cultivation, constant arguing could be heard from the main hall of Mount Shu. Master, the envoy from the Kunlun Immortal Alliance has been waiting for several days. I believe we should seize this opportunity to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance and expand our influence. I fully agree with Elder Zixiao's proposal. The Kunlun Alliance has already been joined by several major cultivation factions. It is currently at the peak of its power and influence. If our Shu Mountain can join them, it will significantly enhance our strength and reputation. You're absolutely right. Over the years, our Shu Mountain has worked tirelessly to strengthen itself, and our sect's power now far surpasses that of 100 years ago. The cultivation world is currently undergoing a once-in-thousands-of-years transformation. We must seize this opportunity to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. Led by Elder Zixiao of Shu Mountain, over a dozen senior elders all urged the sect master, Zhao Chang, to agree to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance, so that Shu Mountain's influence could surpass that of others. I disagree. The Kunlun Immortal Alliance is on the brink of war with the demonic sects and various demonic clans. Now that the Kunlun envoys are inviting us to join the alliance, they are merely using us as vassals and cannon fodder. They would never allow Shu Mountain to rise to power under their banner. Gentlemen, do not forget that the Kunlun Immortal Alliance acts tyrannically. Recently, when they failed to lure the Fenglei Immortal sect into their ranks, they sent powerful cultivators to slaughter nearly the entire sect of thousands. Such brutal actions are not the way of the righteous path of cultivation. How are they any different from the demonic tribes? Jinwu Elder Lin Mu strongly opposed this, arguing forcefully. Elder Lin is right. The Kunlun sect has always been arrogant and tyrannical. This time, they invited us to join the alliance without showing any sincerity. If we were to join them, wouldn't we be living under their roof? As Lin Mu finished speaking, many other Shu Mountain elders also spoke up in agreement. They were all very clear-headed. Although the Kunlun Immortal Alliance currently boasted a formidable presence, it was led by the Kunlun sect, which sought to dominate the cultivation world. If Shu Mountain were to get involved, it would be extremely difficult to remain neutral and unharmed. In recent years, our Shu Mountain has produced countless powerful cultivators, and our disciples now number over 10,000. Even if we join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance, we can still vie for sufficient influence. Even if the Kunlun faction has deep roots, we at Shu Mountain are not afraid. It would be better to ride the wave of their power to rise again and revive our sect. The elders from both sides voiced their opinions, arguing endlessly, causing chaos in the entire hall. The sect master, Zhao Chang, looked stern, but a shadow of worry lingered between his brows. Though he remained silent, he appeared deeply concerned. Enough. I will consider this matter further. You may all withdraw for now. Seeing that the argument was going nowhere, Zhao Chang took a deep breath, interrupted the elders, and gestured for them to leave first. As you command. Though their expressions betrayed reluctance, the elders bowed respectfully and withdrew. The once bustling hall fell into complete silence. Tian, what do you think of this matter? Zhao Chang turned to Zhao Xiaotian beside him and asked in a solemn tone. Father, Kunlun harbors ambitions to dominate the cultivation world. If we join the alliance, we will inevitably be tied to their war wagon. But if we refuse outright, Kunlun won't give up easily. The fate of the Fenglei Immortal sect is a warning to us. Zhao Xiaotian spoke solemnly. Before the Kunlun envoys arrived at Shu Mountain, the Fenglei Xianmen had already been annihilated for refusing Kunlun's invitation, clearly a warning to others. Your father is well aware of this, but the elders like Zi Xiao have great ambitions. Plus, the Kunlun envoys are coming with such force. If we refuse outright, the Kunlun Immortal Alliance might turn their guns on us and target Shu Mountain directly. But Kunlun has a long-standing foundation and deep roots. It is said that in recent years, 7 or 8 great cultivators at the peak of the Spirit Division realm have emerged. If negotiations break down, it will be extremely troublesome. Zhao Chang furrowed his brows and spoke slowly. If it were any other cultivating faction, Shu Mountain could have refused outright. However, facing Kunlun was different. It had been one of the top-tier factions for thousands of years, with depths that were impossible to fathom. Even now, with the demonic forces growing strong, no one dared to provoke Kunlun lightly. Father, perhaps we should seek advice from our uncle? Seeing Zhao Chang so troubled, Zhao Xiaotian suddenly spoke up. Consult our elder brother? That's not a bad idea. Xiaotian, you go to the demon ceiling tower on my behalf. All right. Zhao Xiaotian nodded and said. Chapter 52, A Casual Word. Zhao Xiaotian quickly arrived at the demon ceiling tower. Before the tower, the vegetation was sparse, with piles of broken stones scattered about. 2 massive, weathered, and incomplete divine statues stood there, exuding an air of utter tranquility and desolation. Here, it was a stark contrast to the ever-changing Shu Mountain sect. Time seemed to have come to a standstill, as if thousands or even tens of thousands of years had passed, yet nothing had changed. Zhao Xiaotian looked dazed and murmured, My great-uncle possessed extraordinary abilities that could pierce the heavens and earth, yet he chose to remain in this remote and desolate place. Such a mindset is something I fear I could never hope to match, even after thousands or tens of thousands of years of cultivation. In recent years, Zhao Xiaotian had left the demon ceiling tower to assist his father in managing Shu Mountain affairs, broadening his horizons and enriching his knowledge. Yet he had never encountered anyone as formidable as his own great-uncle. With a touch of excitement, Zhao Xiaotian slowly pushed open the heavy door. Before the stone house, Zhao Fan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Zhao Xiaotian as he entered, and smiled. Xiaotian, you're here. Uncle. Seeing his uncle's familiar figure, Zhao Xiaotian hurried forward, knelt down with a thud, and said respectfully, Xiaotian pays his respects to his uncle. How have you been these past years? Stand up. I'm fine. Zhao Fan gently waved his sleeve, and a soft force lifted Zhao Xiaotian off the ground. Why did you come here instead of helping your father at Shu Mountain? Zhao Fan asked with a smile. I came today mainly because it's been years since we last met, and I've missed you greatly, so I came to pay my respects. Additionally, my father has encountered a difficult problem and hopes I can seek your advice. Zhao Xiaotian didn't hide anything and briefly explained the situation with the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. Uncle, the Kunlun Immortal Alliance has invited our Shu Mountain to join them, but their true intentions are to lure us into their trap. They are now pressing us relentlessly, and some elders within the sect who don't understand the situation are supporting them. My father is very troubled and wants to hear your opinion. Please enlighten us, Uncle. Does your father refuse to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance? Yes, joining the Kunlun Immortal Alliance now would bring more harm than good. Zhao Xiaotian nodded slightly and said. If that's the case, then we should refuse outright. Zhao Fan thought for a moment and said. Uncle, that might not be possible. Zhao Xiaotian sighed helplessly and said, the Kunlun Immortal Alliance is currently at the peak of its power. Setting aside the other immortal cultivation factions within it, the Kunlun sect alone is extremely powerful. The number of fully cultivated immortals at the Spirit Division stage openly displayed by their sect alone amounts to 7 or 8. If we refuse outright, the Kunlun sect might take direct action, and a major conflict between the two sects isn't out of the question. So they're forcing Shu Mountain to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and asked. That's correct. This time, the Kunlun Immortal Alliance has come with such force, clearly forcing us to join them. If it weren't for the lingering might of your uncle's previous defeat of the bloodthirsty old man, the Kunlun sect wouldn't even have sent an envoy to contact us. They would have already sent powerful cultivators to annihilate our sect. The Fenglai Immortal sect was destroyed because they refused Kunlun's demands, and their disciples were slaughtered to the last man. Zhao Xiaotian's expression grew solemn as he spoke in a low voice. Such actions are more brutal and rampant than demons and monsters. Zhao Fan's tone grew cold as he waved his hand. Go fetch paper and ink. Though somewhat puzzled, Zhao Xiaotian hurried to fetch the paper and brush. Uncle, the paper and brush are here. Zhao Xiaotian respectfully placed the items before Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan remained calm as he picked up the brush and began to paint. The ink flowed effortlessly, like clouds in water, completing the stroke in one fluid motion. In just a moment, he casually wrote a single character, a large sword. Though somewhat hastily written, the characters were powerful, exuding a fierce aura and containing a terrifying, otherworldly essence. Uncle, what is this? Looking at the black and white characters, Zhao Xiaotian was puzzled. He had come to seek Zhao Fan's help, not to ask for a character. Zhao Fan gave a mysterious smile, offering no further explanation. Instead, he handed the painting to Zhao Xiaotian and instructed, go back and tell your father to send a Shu Mountain cultivator at the Split Soul Realm to Kunlun sect with this edict refusing their alliance. If they dare to defy us again, simply unfold this paper in front of them. Will that work? Zhao Xiaotian was filled with doubt and disbelief. Could a mere piece of writing really intimidate the arrogant Kunlun sect? What's wrong? Don't you believe me? Zhao Fan glanced at him and asked in return. Xiaotian dares not. Zhao Xiaotian shook his head hurriedly. Even if he were given 100 dares, he wouldn't dare question his own uncle's abilities. Remember, don't open this scroll before you reach the Kunlun sect. At this point, Zhao Fan paused, emphasizing his words, otherwise, it will cost someone their life. Zhao Xiaotian heard this and his heart trembled slightly. He assured him, please rest assured, uncle. I've remembered it clearly. Go now. Zhao Fan waved his hand, signaling Zhao Xiaotian to leave. Uncle, Xiaotian takes his leave. Zhao Xiaotian bowed respectfully once more, carefully put away the scroll, and left the demon ceiling tower. Little fox, have you finished eavesdropping? After watching Zhao Xiaotian leave, Zhao Fan suddenly turned around and spoke to the stone house next door. As soon as his words fell, the little white fox appeared out of thin air. It turned out she had already woken up and had overheard every word of their conversation. Were you just playing with him? It's just a piece of calligraphy. What could it possibly do? The little white fox blinked her gem-like eyes and asked in a clear, pleasant voice. Don't underestimate that piece of writing. It's more than enough to intimidate a cultivating sect. Zhao Fan smiled faintly, speaking with certainty. What did you write on it? The little white fox asked curiously. The true essence of the sword path. Zhao Fan thought for a moment before answering seriously. Upon hearing this, the little white fox widened its eyes in shock and asked, did your last breakthrough mean you've advanced to the fusion realm? Although the little white fox couldn't remember its own origins, it was very clear about cultivation realms. Anything related to the true essence of the Tao was a realm only accessible to great beings. Merged great beings were towering figures. Even during the most glorious era of the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago, they were among the top-tier cultivators. When she had witnessed Zhao Fan's breakthrough earlier, she had suspected as much, but she hadn't been certain. She never imagined that Zhao Fan had actually broken through the barriers and entered that realm. Watching the little white fox's reaction, Zhao Fan merely smiled calmly, his aura growing even more enigmatic. Carrying Zhao Fan's calligraphy, Zhao Xiaotian hurried back to the main hall of Mount Shu. Xiaotian, you're back so soon? What did your uncle mean? Upon seeing Zhao Xiaotian return, the sect master Zhao Chang asked with concern. Father, my uncle told me to bring back this painting. Zhao Xiaotian carefully unfolded the neatly folded painting and handed it to Zhao Chang, briefly repeating Zhao Fan's instructions. Just a piece of calligraphy? What use could it possibly have? Zhao Chang was completely baffled and found it hard to believe. Father, since my uncle is so confident, I think we should follow his instructions. Zhao Xiaotian suggested softly. You're right. Go fetch Elder Wang Lai. Zhao Cheng thought for a moment before speaking. Wang Lai was currently the strongest elder of Shu Mountain. He had previously been a powerful figure under a vassal faction of Shu Mountain, possessing exceptional cultivation talent. With the accelerated revival of celestial and earthly spiritual energy in recent years, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, making him a cultivator at the late stage of the Spirit Division realm. Following the incident where the Moon Worship sect attacked Shu Mountain, Zhao Cheng had been recruiting powerful cultivators from all over the world over the past few years to continuously strengthen Shu Mountain's overall strength. Shu Mountain possesses vast resources, and Zhao Cheng has granted Wang Lai significant benefits and status, so he has remained loyal to him. Chapter 53, Ascending Kunlun. Greetings, Sect Master. Elder Wang Lai quickly arrived at the main hall of Shu Mountain and bowed respectfully to Zhao Cheng. Elder Wang, I want you to go to the Kunlun sect. Zhao Cheng got straight to the point. To the Kunlun sect? Wang Lai was taken aback and asked, Master, have you agreed to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance? Recently, Shu Mountain had been in an uproar over the decision to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. Though he was a neutral party, he had been closely following the matter. No, Zhao Cheng shook his head solemnly. I intend to reject their proposal. What, this? Wang Lai looked distressed and said bitterly, if that's the case, I won't stand a chance at Kunlun. Kunlun has stood for tens of thousands of years with unimaginable depth. It's said that their sect alone has 7 or 8 cultivators at the peak of the Spirit Division realm. With my current cultivation at the late Spirit Division realm, going there would be nothing but humiliation. Wang Lai was loyal, but he wasn't a pushover. The sect master, Zhao Cheng, had refused to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. If he were to rashly go there as an envoy to negotiate and anger Kunlun, it would be difficult to retreat safely. He had worked so hard to become a late-stage Spirit Division expert, how could he just stand by and let himself be sent to his death? Zhao Cheng naturally understood Wang Lai's thoughts and smiled reassuringly. Senior brother Wang, don't misunderstand. I'm sending you to Kunlun to deliver the Imperial Edict, not to provoke them. If you can avoid fighting, try not to. Avoid fighting? Wang Lai frowned and said, Master, I've heard that Kunlun acts in a domineering and arrogant manner. If they see that you refuse to join the alliance and insist on attacking me, what should we do? As if anticipating Wang Lai's question, Zhao Cheng handed him the painting on the table and said seriously, if that happens, just open this painting. What use could a painting possibly have? Wang Lai looked at it skeptically, feeling that Zhao Cheng was trying to deceive him, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Senior Wang, this painting was personally drawn by a sword cultivator. Just then, Zhao Xiaotian, who was standing nearby, spoke up to remind him. The sword cultivator who killed the bloodthirsty old man a few years ago? Wang Lai's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he asked excitedly. Although he had only joined Shu Mountain for a few years, he harbored deep admiration and longing for the mysterious sword cultivator of Shu Mountain. Back then, he had agreed to become a Shu Mountain elder not only because Zhao Cheng had offered sufficient benefits and status, but more importantly, because of that mysterious sword cultivator from Shu Mountain. Several years ago, Wang Lai had not yet broken through to the late Spirit Division stage, but the mysterious sword cultivator from Shu Mountain had effortlessly slain the bloodthirsty old man at the late Spirit Division stage with a single sword strike, shocking half of the cultivation world. Now, so many years have passed. Who knows how powerful that sword master has become? That's exactly right, Zhao Cheng smiled and said. If that's the case, I can personally go to Kunlun for this mission. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Lai agreed readily. Excellent. This will be a great honor for Elder Wang. Zhao Cheng patted Wang Lai on the shoulder with a satisfied expression. Wang Lai was currently the strongest elder of Shu Mountain and the most suitable candidate to go to Kunlun. If anyone else were sent, they might not even be able to step foot inside Kunlun's gates. Senior Wang, do not forget this, under no circumstances are you to open this painting before arriving at Kunlun. Doing so would endanger your life. Zhao Xiaotian spoke again, giving Wang Lai appropriate instructions. These were also the words Zhao Fan had personally entrusted to him. Alright, I'll remember. Wang Lai nodded, then bowed to Zhao Cheng and said, Please rest assured, Master. I will not disappoint your trust. Alright. Xiaotian, bring me my edict. Take it with you for Elder Wang. Zhao Cheng gestured for Zhao Xiaotian to bring the edict he had written earlier. Elder Wang, take care on your journey. After you descend the mountain, I will also announce this matter to the entire sect and the entire cultivation world. Although Kunlun is domineering and arrogant, you are still an elder of Shu Mountain. They dare not treat you too harshly. That is excellent. Then I shall descend the mountain. Wang Lai bowed respectfully, took the edict and the painting, and slowly exited the hall. As soon as Wang Lai had left Shu Mountain, the sect master Zhao Cheng made no secret of his decision to refuse joining the Kunlun Immortal Alliance, announcing it openly and informing the entire cultivation world that Shu Mountain would not join any alliance or faction. The news that Zhao Cheng had sent people down the mountain to Kunlun also spread quickly, causing a huge stir. At present, the Kunlun Immortal Alliance was at the height of its power. In just a few months, countless large and small cultivation sects had rushed to join its ranks. On one hand, they sought the protection of the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. On the other, they feared that refusing to join would lead to the same tragic fate as the Fenglai Immortal sect. No one could have anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, the Shu Mountain sect would dare to openly defy the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. As the news spreads, all factions whether righteous, evil, or demonic are quietly awaiting the Kunlun Immortal Alliance's response. Given the Kunlun Alliance's historically domineering and unyielding style, they would certainly not let Shushan off lightly. At this moment, Wang Lai, carrying the edict personally written by Zhao Chang, had already arrived at the Kunlun sect. Shu Mountain Elder Wang Lai, here to pay a visit. Wang Lai took a deep breath and spoke with composure. The gates of the Kunlun sect were grand and majestic, yet no one responded. Wang Lai furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. Swish, swish. At that moment, tall figures suddenly appeared on the high steps. They were all Kunlun disciples, each emitting powerful spiritual energy fluctuations far surpassing those of most Shu Mountain disciples. Before Wang Lai could marvel at the strength of the Kunlun disciples, their spiritual energies instantly intertwined, forming a storm-like force that surged toward him. This pressure was incredibly powerful, formed by hundreds, perhaps even thousands of Kunlun disciples. Even ordinary cultivators at the spirit division stage would find it difficult to withstand it head-on. Wang Lai's expression darkened. Had the Kunlun sect come here to intimidate him right off the bat? It seemed to live up to its reputation for being domineering and ruthless. But he wasn't someone to be pushed around. His spiritual energy surged forth, and the powerful aura of a late-stage spirit division cultivator erupted from his body. Boom! The two completely different auras collided, causing the void to erupt with deafening roars. Wang Lai stood firm, but the Kunlun disciples around him retreated in disarray. How dare you! Daring to display such power in our Kunlun sect? Bring men to break his legs first, then interrogate him thoroughly. Someone spoke coldly, their voice filled with bone-chilling intent. Is this how Kunlun treats its guests? I am an elder from Shu Mountain. Wang Lai's face darkened as he asked in a deep voice. A Shu Mountain elder? What are you? We welcome honored guests with open arms, but we show no mercy to enemies. As the words fell, a terrifying and overwhelming aura surged forth from the depths of the mountain gate, rising into the sky like a primordial peak, carrying the force of a tidal wave, crashing down upon Wang Lai with overwhelming force. Chapter 54, The Sword Immortal in the Ink. That overwhelming aura was so powerful that even someone as strong as Wang Lai, a cultivator at the late stage of the split soul realm, felt a suffocating pressure. Thud, thud. Wang Lai's expression changed drastically. He exerted all his strength to counter the aura, but he still stumbled back several steps amid the deafening roar, managing to steady himself only after retreating 7 or 8 steps. A peak-level cultivator at the peak of the spirit division stage. Wang Lai instinctively looked up and saw a towering figure at the end of the stairs. It was a man dressed in a golden robe, his expression solemn and majestic, standing there motionless, like an unreachable mountain peak. The elders of Mount Shu are nothing special. He looked down at Wang Lai with a look of disdain, speaking with contempt. Wang Lai's face turned ashen, and his fists clenched unconsciously. However, remembering the words of his sect master, he quickly regained his composure. Wang Lai ignored the provocation and spoke in a solemn tone. I represent Shu Mountain and have come to read out the edict of our sect master. Whom, the master of Shu Mountain? How dare his edict be read here in Kunlun? It's simply laughable. Just then, another figure appeared. It's not just laughable, it's utterly foolish. If it weren't for the fact that Shu Mountain has a swordmaster present, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to speak with us from Kunlun. Before the words had even finished, more figures appeared, filling the end of the stairs, standing there like a group of deities, coldly gazing down at Wang Lai. Wang Lai's originally sullen expression suddenly turned pale, for the aura emanating from each of those figures, faint yet palpable, felt to him like an insurmountable mountain. Let him enter the main hall. I want to hear what the master of Shu Mountain has to say. Just as Wang Lai was filled with anxiety, a stern and cold voice suddenly rang out. Since the sect master has spoken, we'll reluctantly allow you to enter the hall. The man in the golden robe at the front frowned and reluctantly stepped aside to clear the way. Wang Lai sighed in relief, touched the scroll in his robe, straightened his back, and, under the gaze of countless Kunlun disciples, steeled himself to step onto the stairs and slowly entered the Kunlun hall. Inside the hall, there were countless figures standing densely packed together, with the Kunlun sect master at the forefront. He exuded an air of solemn dignity, his expression calm and composed. Simply standing there, he gave off an aura that made it difficult for others to look directly at him. Behind the Kunlun sect master stood 7 or 8 figures with depths as profound as abysses, their expressions ranging from contempt to indifference to disdain as they gazed at Wang Lai. Wang Lai's body tensed up, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure, far stronger than before. What business has the Shu Mountain sect master sent you here for? The Kunlun sect master spoke slowly, asking a question he already knew the answer to. Wang Lai was slightly nervous but forced himself to remain calm. Master of the Kunlun sect, this is the edict from our sect master. Do you wish for me to read it aloud or review it yourself? The Kunlun sect master remained expressionless, raising his hand to grasp the edict out of thin air, which landed in his palm. In just a moment, the head of the Kunlun sect's brows furrowed, and his expression turned gloomy. The words in the edict were concise and powerful. Not only did it reject the Shu Mountain sect's invitation to join the alliance, but it also listed the Kunlun sect's domineering and arrogant behavior, clearly stating that the Shu Mountain sect would never associate with the Kunlun sect. When Zhao Chang wrote it, he had no reservations, and the text even expressed Shu Mountain's numerous grievances toward Kunlun, leaving the Kunlun sect master with a grim expression and an icy glare. Kunlun has stood tall in the cultivation world for tens of thousands of years without faltering, never showing any signs of decline. To this day, it remains one of the top cultivation powers. How dare a mere Shu Mountain dare to criticize Kunlun? Very well, very good. You, the leader of Shu Mountain, refused to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance, and your words even accused us of acting tyrannically. I haven't encountered such a foolish person in ages. The Kunlun sect master raised his hand, and the edict suddenly turned to dust. He sneered, in my opinion, the Shu Mountain has no reason to exist. Let's start with you today. A flash of murderous intent flickered in the Shu Mountain sect master's eyes. He intended to kill Wang Lai first, to make Shu Mountain understand the price of refusing Kunlun. The surrounding Kunlun disciples showed no surprise. If it weren't for their fear of Shu Mountain's mysterious swordmaster, Kunlun wouldn't even have bothered to invite Shu Mountain to join the Immortal Alliance. Moreover, not only had Shu Mountain openly refused, but they had also dared to accuse Kunlun of acting tyrannically. It was tantamount to courting their own destruction. Kunlun had always acted tyrannically when opposing others. They would never give others the chance to oppose them. Kunlun sect master, I am a Shushan elder. If you dare to lay a finger on me, aren't you afraid of sparking a war between the two sects? Wang Lai's cold sweat poured down his face, feeling like a lamb that had wandered into a pack of wolves, his heart pounding with fear. Kill him. The Kunlun sect master didn't bother with words, speaking coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of powerful and astonishing auras surged into the sky, revealing 8 peak-level cultivators at the Split Soul Realm, who immediately surrounded Wang Lai. Normally, even a single peak-level cultivator at the Spirit Severing Realm would be more than enough to handle Wang Lai, let alone 8 of them. The Kunlun sect master did this clearly to demonstrate the Kunlun sect's immense power. Because those present today included not only Kunlun disciples but also numerous other cultivators from factions that had joined the Immortal Alliance. He wanted everyone to understand just how profound Kunlun's foundations were. Several other cultivators from other factions witnessed this scene and couldn't help but shake their heads in astonishment. While marveling at Kunlun's power, they also felt sympathy and regret for Wang Lai's fate. The master of the Shu Mountain sect was far too arrogant. He dared to send a cultivator at the late stage of the Split Soul Realm alone to Kunlun. Wasn't that like sending a lamb into the mouth of a tiger? The situation was dire, but Wang Lai, though drenched in cold sweat, did not lose his composure. He scanned the Kunlun sect master and the others, gathering his courage and said, Kunlun sect master, don't blame me for not telling you. Before I left Shu Mountain, I obtained a precious painting. It was personally written by our Shu Mountain's legendary sword cultivator. Upon hearing this, the Kunlun disciples were all at a loss for words. Even if it was a masterpiece written by that mysterious sword cultivator from Shu Mountain, what good would it do? At this moment, even if it were a masterpiece, or even if the sword cultivator from Shu Mountain had come in person, it wouldn't save Wang Lai's life. He might even be trapped and killed here. There were 8 peak-level cultivators present in the entire cultivation world who could possibly withstand such a force. How foolish. He is indeed powerful, having once slain the bloodthirsty old man with a single sword strike years ago. But he is likely only at the peak of the Spirit Division realm. Now that the Heavenly Chi has revived and cultivators of all ranks are emerging, we have 8 peak Spirit Division realm experts in Kunlun. Even if he were to come personally today, he would meet a tragic end here. The Kunlun sect master sneered derisively. The look he gave Wang Lai was as if he were looking at a fool. In our Shu Mountain, that sword cultivator is the symbol of invincibility. Since you don't believe me, don't blame me for unfolding this painting. Wang Lai took a deep breath and slowly unfolded the painting under the mocking gazes of the crowd. Boom! The once clear sky above Kunlun suddenly turned pitch black. A golden sword light, tens of thousands of meters long, carrying the might to split the heavens and earth, descended toward Kunlun with overwhelming force. Even before the sword light had fully descended, the boundless sword intent had already stirred the forces of heaven and earth, unleashing a terrifying and overwhelming aura that poured down upon the land. All the disciples of Kunlun trembled uncontrollably and knelt to the ground involuntarily. Even the Kunlun sect master and other cultivators of the same caliber could not withstand this terrifying pressure, forcing them all to kneel down in unison. Their knees struck the ground with such force that the hard earth cracked into countless fissures. Chapter 55, The Might of a Great Being. The sword light was dazzling, like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire Kunlun Mountains. Apart from Wang Lai, no one could remain standing. Heavens! Is this the masterpiece of a sword cultivator? There's a young man practicing swordsmanship up there. What kind of terrifying sword technique is that? A single masterpiece contains such terrifying power. Wang Lai stood there in awe, staring at the scene with a look of intense passion in his eyes. On the scroll, there was only the character sword, but at that moment, it seemed almost divine, erupting with blinding sword light. The sword light that had just split the heavens and earth was none other than the characters on the calligraphy. This was simply too terrifying. Though it appeared to be merely a piece of calligraphy, it actually contained a thread of Zhao Fan's divine essence. Though it was only a thread of divine essence, it was sufficient to stir the cosmic forces of heaven and earth into an unparalleled sword energy that suppressed the entire Kunlun mountain. The master of Kunlun looked on in disbelief, his voice trembling as he asked, "What on earth is happening?" He couldn't fathom how a mere piece of calligraphy could possibly overpower the entire Kunlun. Even someone as powerful as him, a cultivator of the same caliber, would be forced to kneel on the ground even if he gave it his all. The Kunlun sect master's scalp prickled with fear. This was merely a glimpse of the terrifying sword energy. There was no trace of killing intent. If even a single sword strike were to fall, the consequences for the entire Kunlun would be unimaginable. The Kunlun hall was filled with kneeling figures. Among them were the once mighty Kunlun sect master, elders at the peak of the spirit division realm, and powerful cultivators from other factions who had come to observe. But regardless of who they were, they all trembled under the pressure of the sword's might, feeling a fear that seemed to come from the depths of their souls. It felt like an ant facing a dragon, utterly insignificant. The sword light shone brilliantly, descending with the force of creation, yet it did not destroy even a single hair of Kunlun. However, the sword's aura was overwhelming and unimaginable. It was a truly terrifying sight. Wang Lai held a painting and suppressed the entire Kunlun town, along with the onlookers gathered around. Everyone was both shocked and terrified, feeling immense discomfort. If they had known this would be the outcome, they would never have dared to come and watch. Compared to them, the disciples of Kunlun felt even more ashamed and angry. Some cursed loudly, while others turned pale with anger. Several Kunlun elders who prided themselves on their powerful cultivation had pushed their spiritual energy to its limits, attempting to resist the terrifying pressure and force themselves to stand up. Boom! But in the next instant, these Kunlun elders were struck by an even greater backlash, collapsing to the ground under the terrifying sword intent, their mouths and noses spilling crimson blood. This is a great being at the fusion stage. At that moment, an elderly Kunlun elder with a deeply shocked expression spoke tremblingly. "Senior Elder Quanfeng, what did you say?" The Kunlun sect master's heart skipped a beat as he blurted out the question. The Kunlun elder forced himself to speak, his voice trembling. "This is the might of a great being at the fusion stage." How is that possible? The Kunlun sect master was panicking, unable to believe this fact. A great being at the fusion stage was in existence beyond the spirit division stage. Even during the most glorious period of the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago, they were the top cultivators dominating a region. In the past 10,000 years, not a single such being had emerged. While the scarcity of celestial energies played a role, the most crucial factor was that for most cultivators, it was an unattainable realm. If Mount Shu had a great being of the fusion stage stationed there, not even 3 Kunlun clans combined would stand a chance against it. A great being at the fusion stage. Could this be true? The cultivation world hasn't produced such a powerful being in 10,000 years. Could Shu Mountain really have a great cultivator stationed there? As the words of the elderly elder of Kunlun fell, everyone present broke out in a cold sweat. Wang Lai, however, grew increasingly excited, his hands trembling slightly as he held the painting. He was both shocked and overjoyed, never having imagined that the sword cultivator from Mount Shu was already a mighty being of such high standing. No wonder the sect master was so confident, telling me to bring only the sword cultivator's painting. Wang Lai had been puzzled before, but now he began to admire the sect master Zhao Cheng's foresight. Unlike Wang Lai, the strong disciples of Kunlun felt a mix of disbelief, fear, and dread. A single thread of his oppressive aura was already so terrifying. If a great power at the fusion stage were to act personally, how overwhelming would their power be? Previously, relying on the 7 or 8 peak stage cultivators within their sect, the Kunlun sect master and others had grown arrogant, attempting to form the Kunlun Immortal Alliance by recruiting several cultivation factions to dominate the cultivation world. Originally, they had planned that once the Shu Mountain refused to join the Immortal Alliance, they would launch a war to swallow it whole. But now they realized how naive they had been. Even if the sword cultivator from Shu Mountain didn't intervene personally, a single painting was enough to annihilate the entire Kunlun town. This is the terrifying power of a great sage at the fusion stage. A cultivator at the fusion stage, even a single thread of their chi can stir the cosmic forces within 100 li, forming an unstoppable torrent of terrifying power. According to records from 10,000 years ago, beings of this caliber can move mountains and fill seas with a single gesture, and destroy an entire sect with a single thought. The elderly elder of Kunlun, his face filled with despair, sighed and reminded them. As his words fell, the Kunlun sect master closed his eyes in despair, his face betraying a rare expression of defeat. He knew that from this day forward, even if Kunlun could preserve its lineage, the reputation it had accumulated over 10,000 years would be irretrievably lost. No wonder the Shu Mountain dared to reject Kunlun's proposal so arrogantly. It turns out there's a great power protecting them. This time, Kunlun has really hit a brick wall. But there's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, it's a great being at the fusion stage. In the entire cultivation world today, who dares to confront them head-on? The powerful figures from various factions watching from the sidelines all knelt obediently on the ground, whispering among themselves. Hearing these discussions, the disciples of Kunlun felt their cheeks burn with shame, but not a single one dared to act rashly. Enough. Kunlun admits defeat. We withdraw our previous request for Shu Mountain to join the Immortal Alliance and publicly apologize to Shu Mountain. The master of Kunlun took a deep breath and, in front of everyone, chose to compromise and admit defeat. He had once been so arrogant, planning to deal with Shu Mountain in the future, but now he was humbling himself, creating a stark contrast. However, no one mocked the Kunlun sect master. Facing Shu Mountain, which was backed by powerful cultivators, if Kunlun refused to surrender, their fate would be inevitable. In the cultivation world, the strong devour the weak. Whoever holds the power holds the authority. Previously, Kunlun had the ambition to establish the Kunlun Immortal Alliance and dominate the cultivation world because it relied on its deep-rooted heritage and powerful sect influence. But now that Shu Mountain was stronger, they had no choice but to apologize and avoid further conflict. Upon hearing the words of the Kunlun sect master, Wang Lai nodded satisfactorily, then slowly closed the painting. In an instant, the terrifying swordlight and oppressive aura vanished without a trace. Within the grand hall, everyone felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted, breathing heavily. Each of them was still trembling with fear, their backs soaked in sweat. Everything that had just happened felt like a terrifying nightmare, leaving them trembling with fear. Many exchanged glances, shaking their heads with bitter smiles. A cultivator at the fusion stage was truly terrifying. A mere threat of their aura was enough to crush everyone to the point of suffocation, unable to even stand up. If they had truly unleashed their full power, how terrifying would that have been? Just thinking about it was enough to send a chill down one's spine. Master of the Kunlun sect, the Shu Mountain sect has never been one to provoke others, but we also do not fear being provoked. Today's incident was merely a small lesson. We hope you will not repeat such mistakes in the future. Otherwise, the next time won't be as simple as today. Wang Lai carefully put away the ink scroll, then turned to face the Kunlun sect master and spoke in a solemn tone. This time, his voice was filled with confidence. The Kunlun sect master no longer bore the arrogance and coldness of before. Instead, he bowed slightly and spoke softly, "I have taken note. Please convey to the Shu Mountain sect master that the Kunlun sect will never be enemies with Shu Mountain." "That's good. Farewell." Wang Lai felt much better, laughed aloud, and left the Kunlun hall with his head held high, under the complex gazes of the crowd. Chapter 56, The World is in Shock. Earlier, the Shu Mountain's refusal to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance had drawn the attention of various factions. Many were eager to see how this situation would unfold into a major upheaval. It was well known that Kunlun had always acted with arrogance, refusing to tolerate any opposition or refusal from other factions. The Fonlei Immortal sect was a cautionary example from the past. Some demon clans and demonic sects even secretly predicted that when the Shu Mountain envoys arrived at Kunlun and declared their refusal to join the Immortal Alliance, it would enrage the Kunlun High Command and spark a major conflict between the two sects. However, as the news spread, it defied everyone's expectations. Almost every cultivation faction closely following the matter was left speechless upon hearing the news, their expressions filled with disbelief, and some even became terrified and fearful. A great being at the fusion stage. A great being at the fusion stage had actually appeared. In an instant, the entire cultivation world was abuzz with excitement. It was like a calm lake suddenly had a massive rock dropped into it, sending water spraying everywhere and triggering an intense wave that quickly amplified the incident, making it the focal point of the entire cultivation world. A fusion stage powerhouse has emerged from Mount Shu. This is the first such powerhouse in over 10,000 years, the first in recorded history. It is important to note that the current state of the world is far inferior to that of the cultivation realm tens of thousands of years ago. In the past few thousand to 10,000 years, let alone great cultivators, even those at the chi projection stage and spirit division stage were as rare as hen's teeth. It wasn't until the past century that the celestial energies began to revive, giving rise to numerous such powerful beings. If it weren't for the emergence of a great cultivator at the fusion stage in Shu Mountain, many people would have already forgotten about this realm. Even during the most prosperous era of the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago, great masters were already rare and top-tier powerhouses who dominated their regions. This alone demonstrates how rare and extraordinary cultivators of the great sage realm truly are. If it weren't for many people witnessing it firsthand, the news that the great master from Mount Shu had subdued the entire Kunlun range with just a painting would have been dismissed as a bizarre rumor. I never would have imagined it. The celestial environment has only improved slightly over the past century, yet a great being has already emerged. We thought that reaching the split soul stage would be enough to look down on others, but now we see how foolish we were. Some powerful cultivators from various sects sighed. Over the years, they had relied on the revival of spiritual energy to cultivate diligently, barely breaking through to the spirit-splitting stage, and had almost exhausted their potential. Let alone becoming cultivators of higher realms, even achieving the peak of the spirit division stage is extremely difficult. For them, breaking through to the great power stage of the fusion realm was nothing more than a distant dream. Demon Realm, the sacred land of the Tianpeng clan. A man stood with his hands behind his back, tall and muscular, exuding a fierce and intimidating aura. His pupils contracted as he gazed into the distant sky, murmuring coldly, "I never imagined that with the revival of the heavenly and earthly spiritual energies barely reaching the late stage, a great being of the fusion stage would emerge and right within the ranks of our sworn enemies, the Shu Mountain clan. But it doesn't matter. I have just awakened the bloodline of the primordial demon beast, the golden-winged Great Pang. With enough time, I will definitely break through to the highest inheritance and enter the legendary realm of the great beings. When that day comes, my Tianpeng clan will first annihilate Kunlun and then destroy Shu Mountain. What then will stand in the way of leading millions of demonic beings to once again dominate the cultivation world?" This man was none other than the clan leader of the Tianpeng clan. Over the years, with the revival of the heavenly and earthly spiritual energies, the Tianpeng clan had become highly active, ranking among the top demon clans in the demon realm. He himself had already broken through to the peak of the spirit division realm, just a step away from the fusion realm. The urgent task at hand is to continue my seclusion. When I break through successfully, that will be the day the Tianpeng clan returns to the cultivation realm. The Tianpeng clan chief's gaze was as piercing as a flame, as he made a resolute and powerful vow. In the main hall of Mount Shu, upon receiving the news, the sect master Zhao Chang was first startled, then overjoyed. "My elder brother is actually a great cultivator at the fusion stage. With such a powerful ally, how can I fail to revive Shu Mountain?" Zhao Chang smiled, feeling a sense of relief. Having a great powerhouse stationed at Shu Mountain was enough to intimidate the entire world. There was no doubt that after this incident, the reputation and prestige of Shu Mountain would rise to new heights. "Xiaotian, why didn't you tell your father sooner about your uncle's immense power? It's been keeping me on edge these past few days, worried about Elder Wang's safety." Coming to his senses, Zhao Chang turned to Zhao Xiaotian beside him and spoke with a hint of displeasure. "Father, this is all a misunderstanding. I only knew that my uncle was strong, but I had no idea he was this powerful," Zhao Xiaotian said, both excited and helpless. In his heart, he admired Zhao Fan even more. His uncle, who possessed strength that could rival the heavens, had willingly chosen to stay in the demon ceiling tower, leading a monotonous and uneventful life. Just that level of resolve and willpower alone far surpassed most cultivators. Shu Mountain was able to avoid conflict with Kunlun. "We must thank your uncle. Go prepare some food and drink. I must go and properly thank my elder brother." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chang ordered. "All right." Zhao Xiaotian nodded and immediately set to work making arrangements. Zhao Chang arrived at the demon ceiling tower with the wine and food. He did not bring Zhao Xiaotian along, as there were numerous trivial matters to attend to at Shu Mountain, and he needed the latter's assistance. After all, they couldn't both take time off from their duties. "Brother, I've brought some fine wine and dishes to visit you." Zhao Chang pushed open the door and immediately spotted Zhao Fan sitting in front of the stone house. Despite the years that had passed, Zhao Fan's appearance hadn't aged at all. Instead, he looked even younger, as if he were still in his late teens. Though his appearance was youthful, Zhao Fan's demeanor made Zhao Cheng feel that he was even more enigmatic than before. "Why are you here again?" Zhao Fan smiled and asked calmly. "The matter with the Kunlun Immortal Alliance has been resolved. Thanks to your painting, we avoided a lot of trouble." Zhao Cheng sat down in front of him, arranged the dishes one by one, then picked up his wine cup and said earnestly, "Brother, I speak on behalf of all of Shu Mountain to thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Cheng downed the wine in one gulp. "Among brothers, there is no need for such formalities. It would only make us seem distant." Zhao Fan smiled and shook his head, showing no signs of politeness, and drank the rest of the wine in his cup. "There's no need to be formal. Shu Mountain has reached this point today thanks to your indelible contributions. Without your support, I wouldn't have been able to secure my position as the sect leader." Zhao Cheng smiled, showing his true self only in front of his older brother. "Don't flatter me. For Shu Mountain to rise again, relying on just my help won't be enough. After resolving the incident with the Kunlun Immortal Alliance, this might be a good opportunity for Shu Mountain. As the sect leader, you should put more effort into it." Zhao Fan reminded him with a meaningful glance. "I understand. Big brother, rest assured. I'll use this opportunity to greatly enhance Shu Mountain's influence." Zhao Cheng nodded seriously, understanding his elder brother's meaning. The two brothers chatted casually for a while longer until the wine jug was completely empty, and Zhao Cheng finally left, reeking of alcohol. He was very happy this time, so he drank to his heart's content. After all, Shu Mountain had defeated Kunlun, a top-tier cultivation sect that had remained unmatched for tens of thousands of years. The significance of this victory far exceeded that of Shu Mountain's previous defeat of the moon worship sect. Chapter 57, Checking in at Tai, Nourishing the Spirit. Just as Zhao Cheng had left, the little white fox appeared, walking with graceful steps. Her fur was snow white and crystal clear, her eyes as clear and bright as gems, resembling a young girl with an innocent and adorable demeanor. She asked in a clear and pleasant voice, "You, the younger brother, seem to know that you are a great being at the fusion stage. Knowing or not knowing, what difference does it make?" Zhao Fan smiled indifferently. What I mean is, why do you always help him? Don't you find it troublesome? The little white fox tapped her pink paws and tilted her head curiously. I'm not helping him, I'm helping myself. Zhao Fan shook his head, his gaze growing deep and calm as he continued in a calm tone, only if Mount Shu grows stronger can I continue my cultivation here in peace. Otherwise, how could I be so carefree and at ease? The little white fox thought about it and felt that Zhao Fan had a point, but relying solely on that reason seemed insufficient to explain why he would go out of his way to help Shu Mountain through crises time and again. Seeing the little white fox still puzzled, Zhao Fan smiled slightly and didn't explain further. She was just a little fox, how could she possibly understand the depth of his feelings for Shu Mountain? Although Zhao Fan spent his days in the demon ceiling tower, seemingly indifferent to the outside world's turmoil, he shared the same hope as the other Shu Mountain disciples, that Shu Mountain would rise again and stand proudly in the cultivation world. Moreover, this was a promise he had made to his late father. No one is heartless, are they? Although cultivators are different from ordinary people, possessing long lifespans, their path of cultivation defies the heavens. A single misstep could lead to instant death and the annihilation of their cultivation, so in a strict sense, they place even greater emphasis on the bonds of their sect. Otherwise, the vast cultivation world would not be home to so many entrenched cultivation factions. Alright. By the way, what's the difference between the fusion stage and the split soul stage? At this moment, the little white fox tilted its head and asked again. She was already at the late stage of the split soul stage, just half a step away from breaking through to the peak of the split soul stage, and the distance to the fusion stage wasn't particularly far, so she was deeply yearning for and curious about that realm. The difference is significant. In the fusion stage, the cultivator's soul, spiritual energy, and physical body no longer exist independently. They begin to merge into one, allowing them to manipulate the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth with the slightest movement, making their power 10 or even 100 times greater than that of the split soul stage. The power of a great cultivator at the fusion stage is no mere boast. With a single thought, they can move mountains and seas with ease. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that upon reaching the fusion stage, one's lifespan is significantly extended. Without sustaining injuries, one can easily live for 1,000 years. In the most glorious era of the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago, ancient texts recorded that there were great beings who mastered the art of nurturing life. With the aid of divine herbs, some lived for over 2,000 years. A human life of 100 years is extremely brief, while those at the fusion stage possess lifespans of 1,000 years or even longer. For ordinary people, this is, in a sense, already considered immortality. With such powerful abilities and such a long lifespan, it is no wonder that cultivators at the fusion stage are referred to as great masters. If that's the case, I must strive even harder. I'll strive to break through to the fusion stage and become a great being, then find an opportunity to crush you underfoot. The little white fox's beautiful eyes sparkled brightly as she vigorously waved her pure white paws. She had always been deeply resentful of her inferior cultivation level compared to Zhao Fan. Additionally, as her cultivation improved, she began to recall memories she had never experienced before, which fueled an extraordinary obsession with cultivation. I look forward to that day. But I doubt I'll ever see it in this lifetime. Zhao Fan smiled faintly, causing the little white fox to roll her eyes in frustration. As long as the system was with him, not even 6 little foxes combined could surpass him. However, despite his words, Zhao Fan harbored no trace of arrogance or complacency. He was well aware that without the system's assistance, he wouldn't have progressed so quickly. Moreover, with the continuous revival of the heavenly and earthly spiritual energies, even more powerful cultivators would emerge in the future, some of whom might even rival his own strength. The cultivation world was teeming with talent, and extraordinary individuals and powerful beings emerged constantly. Zhao Fan did not believe he could remain the dominant figure of his era forever. To put it bluntly, there are still many old masters who have been lying low for hundreds or even thousands of years within the major cultivation factions. As the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth continues to revive, these individuals will undoubtedly achieve astonishing breakthroughs and enhancements. However, as things stand now, it should only be Zhao Fan who has broken through to the great being stage of the fusion realm. Otherwise, the various factions of the cultivation world would not be so shocked and in an uproar. After the events at Kunlun, Mount Shu will undoubtedly experience another brief period of development. Zhao Fan's painting that shook Kunlun actually shook the entire cultivation world. If his younger brother Zhao Cheng can seize this opportunity to consolidate the achievements of the previous reforms and use it to enhance Shu Mountain's prestige, then the goal of reviving Shu Mountain will become increasingly within reach. Following that, Zhao Fan discussed some cultivation-related matters with the little white fox, who then happily returned to the stonehouse to continue his cultivation. Zhao Fan, of course, did not idle either, dedicating all his energy once again to cultivation. The reincarnation stage is extremely profound, divided into 4 substages: early, middle, late, and perfect. The gap between each minor realm is enormous, and since Zhao Fan's divine soul, spiritual energy, and physical body all entered this realm simultaneously, the difficulty of his cultivation progress is several times greater than that of ordinary cultivators. However, Zhao Fan quietly continued his cultivation without any urgency, as no one would disturb him at this time. As time slowly passed, Zhao Fan's cultivation base grew increasingly solid, taking a steady and firm step forward in the early stage of the fusion realm. Shall I begin the check-in? On this day, the system's prompt sounded in Zhao Fan's mind as usual. Check-in. Check-in successful. Reward, Tai Nourishing Nerve. A vast amount of cultivation technique content surged into Zhao Fan's mind. Though extremely profound and obscure, Zhao Fan's current level of understanding was far beyond that of an ordinary person, and he quickly grasped the entire content. This cultivation technique is specifically designed to enhance the soul, which is exactly what I need. Zhao Fan smiled. Currently, he had cultivation techniques to enhance both his spiritual energy and physical body, but he lacked a suitable method for cultivating his divine soul. After all, such scriptures were extremely rare. However, with this Tai Nourishing Divine Soul technique, he could now better cultivate his divine soul. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan began to study this cultivation technique for refining the divine soul. Chapter 58, 60 years in the blink of an eye. Time flies, and another year has passed. Spring gave way to autumn, and before they knew it, another 60 years had passed. Over the past 60 years, Zhao Fan had not stepped foot outside the demon's ceiling tower once, completely immersed in his cultivation. Apart from Zhang Qian, who brought him food every 10 days, almost everyone else had nearly forgotten about Zhao Fan's existence. Few remembered that the former young master of the Shu Mountain sect, who had been disgraced, was still alive and well within the demon's ceiling tower. The thick, cold doors of the demon's ceiling tower completely isolated the outside world. On the barren ground, weeds grew in waves, withering time and again. In contrast to the tranquility within the demon's ceiling tower, the outside world was filled with undercurrents and shifting winds. As the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth continued to revive, the entire cultivation world welcomed a cultivation environment far superior to the past, though it still couldn't compare to the days of tens of thousands of years ago. However, the faint signs of a cultivation golden age were already beginning to emerge. What were once rare split soul realm cultivators are now almost everywhere. Even minor sects dare not claim to be cultivation sects if they don't have at least 3 or 4 split soul realm cultivators stationed there. Over the years, the sect master Zhao Chang has leveraged the former prestige of Zhao Fan to recruit wave after wave of powerful cultivators. At the same time, he has cultivated numerous local cultivators from Shu Mountain, with young talents emerging in droves. Thanks to the success of the reforms and the united efforts of everyone in Shu Mountain, the sect is now far more powerful than it was 60 years ago, having truly established itself among the top-tier cultivation sects. Within the sect, there are tens of thousands of disciples at the Qi cultivation and foundation establishment stages, thousands at the nascent soul stage, hundreds at the spirit severing stage, 60 at the spirit splitting stage, and a full 13 at the spirit splitting stage's peak, all stationed there. Such a scale surpasses that of the Kunlun sect 60 years ago. Most importantly, Shu Mountain also harbors a mysterious cultivator at the fusion stage. Even after 60 years, this figure still exerts a powerful deterrent force, causing numerous cultivating factions to dare not provoke Shu Mountain lightly. Shu Mountain is growing stronger by the day, and its leader, Zhao Chang, along with the other high-ranking officials, have become increasingly ambitious. Originally, Shu Mountain controlled a 1,000-mile territory, but through years of careful expansion, it has grown several times larger. The larger the territory, the more ordinary citizens there are, the richer the spiritual veins and mineral deposits, and the more promising cultivators there will be. Zhao Chang, the sect master, stood above all others, his word was law, and he held absolute power over Shu Mountain. His authority was so formidable that no one dared to challenge his decisions or will. Zhao Chang was somewhat satisfied with his current achievements, but the ambition deep within him began to swell. He did not merely seek to make Shu Mountain stronger than before, he also aspired to dominate the entire cultivation world. He sought to become the most accomplished sect master in the history of Shu Mountain and to make Shu Mountain a dominant power in the cultivation world. Ambition, once it takes root, tends to grow wildly. Most importantly, the current cultivation world was in a state of chaos, with various factions vying for dominance. If Shu Mountain was managed properly, it indeed had the potential to dominate. That year, after consulting with the other high-ranking members of Shu Mountain, Zhao Chang resolutely abandoned the previous strategy of biding his time and chose to actively compete with other immortal cultivation factions, beginning to outline a plan to dominate the immortal cultivation world. In the past, Shu Mountain had always acted with caution, adhering to the principle of, if you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. However, after Zhao Chang decided to vie for dominance in the cultivation world, Shu Mountain completely changed its approach. Its disciples and followers began to attack in all directions, gradually sweeping away and annexing nearby territories controlled by demonic sects and demonic tribes. Even some weaker cultivation sects were forcefully expelled by Shu Mountain. In just a few months, the Shu Mountain's territory expanded once again, stretching for thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Within the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan sat cross-legged in the void, his powerful physique radiating dazzling golden light, resembling a primordial divine being, exuding a sacred and transcendent aura of the immortal path. Over the years, he had cultivated the tiny nourishing spirit technique to the small achievement stage, and his divine soul had grown significantly compared to before. The benefits of this enhancement were immediately apparent. With a single thought, Zhao Fan could now perceive hundreds of miles of territory. Everything happening within Mount Shu was no secret to him. His younger brother, Zhao Chang, had grown increasingly ambitious, planning to compete with other cultivation factions for dominance over the cultivation world, causing Zhao Fan's brows to furrow slightly. Although Shu Mountain is currently in its most prosperous period in nearly 1,000 years, its foundational strength is far from comparable to that of top-tier cultivation factions. It can be described as strong but not yet fully established. It is like a child who has just learned to stand but has not yet firmly established himself, yet dares to dream of running alongside others. The inevitable outcome will be a heavy fall. Although Zhao Fan felt this was unwise, he did not feel it was appropriate to intervene. He believed that once Shu Mountain suffered a major setback, his younger brother Zhao Chang and the others would naturally back down. Otherwise, even if he intervened now, he might suppress their ambitions for a time, but it would be difficult to suppress them for a lifetime. Zhao Fan did not continue to pay attention to the matter but instead looked up at the sky. With the enhancement of his spiritual essence, he no longer needed to summon a sword to fly. He could clearly sense the astonishing fluctuations of celestial and earthly spiritual energy in the sky above. Over the years, the celestial energy surging from the depths of the sky had grown faster and more abundant. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire celestial environment resembled that of tens of thousands of years ago. At that point, the number of cultivators would likely increase significantly compared to the present. What are you looking at? The little white fox approached with graceful steps. Her fur was snow white and crystal clear, and her eyes remained as clear and bright as ever. Over the years, she had grown even stronger, recalling many fragmented memories, but she still had not found any detailed clues about the female emperor. Moreover, what was most important was that, unlike other demonic beings, the little white fox had yet to show any signs of transforming into human form. The little white fox was deeply troubled, but fortunately, Zhao Fan comforted her, suggesting that perhaps when she broke through to the fusion stage, that would be the day she could transform. The little white fox believed this wholeheartedly, so she had been practicing diligently all these years. With the help of the jade coffin, she had already reached the peak of the split soul stage years ago, and was now just half a step away from the fusion stage. With the right opportunity, the little white fox could attempt the breakthrough at any time. The celestial chi in the skies above has suddenly become much more abundant in recent years, Zhao Fan said calmly, his gaze deep. He had previously mentioned the changes in the celestial chi to the little white fox, so he wasn't concerned that she wouldn't understand. Isn't that a good thing? This means I can break through faster. The little white fox spoke with a hint of excitement in her clear, pleasant voice. Breaking through to the fusion stage isn't that simple. You need to prepare yourself. You can't just rely on the benefits brought by the changes in the celestial and earthly spiritual energies. Zhao Fan shook his head and reminded her. I understand. Anyway, you're here with me, right? If I fail to break through, you can't just watch me die, can you? The little white fox blinked her gem-like eyes and asked in a crisp voice. You little fox. Zhao Fan sighed helplessly and couldn't resist ruffling her little head. Chapter 59, The News Brought by Zhang Qian. After all these years together, the little white fox was still a bit spoiled, but her attitude toward Zhao Fan had improved significantly. On occasion, when she was in a good mood, she even allowed Zhao Fan to stroke her little head. I must go to cultivate. Once this fox spirit breaks through to the fusion stage, I might be able to transform into human form and recall even more memories. The little white fox blinked her bright, beautiful eyes, full of determination to break through to the fusion stage as soon as possible. In response, Zhao Fan merely smiled and let her return to the stone house to continue her cultivation. Shall we begin the check-in? Just then, as usual, the familiar system prompt sounded in Zhao Fan's mind. Check-in. Zhao Fan replied habitually. Check-in successful. Reward, life-extending sacred technique. As the system's voice faded, a new secret technique appeared in Zhao Fan's mind. The life-extending sacred technique could heal certain injuries and effectively delay the death of cultivators. Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised to receive such a healing technique through the check-in. Out of curiosity, Zhao Fan began to study it, but soon his brows furrowed involuntarily. This life-extending sacred technique had extremely high usage requirements. It could only be used on those of a lower cultivation realm than the caster, and to achieve effective healing, it required the expenditure of massive amounts of spiritual energy, and even a portion of one's lifespan. This healing technique seems rather useless. However, it's at least easy to learn. I hope I won't need it in the future. Zhao Fan pondered for a moment before mastering its key points. For him, unless it was something as profound and powerful as sword control techniques or the 10,000 Swords Manual, ordinary techniques posed little challenge. That day, light footsteps echoed outside the demon ceiling tower. Senior brother, I've brought your meal. Accompanied by a clear, sweet voice, Zhang Qian carried a food box to the demon ceiling tower, bringing Zhao Fan a hot meal. Over the years, Zhang Qian had risen from a disciple of the discipline hall to a high-ranking elder of the enforcement hall, overseeing hundreds of disciples. However, no matter how high her status had risen, whether it was windy or rainy, she remained true to her original intentions and insisted on personally delivering the meal every 10 days. Her cooking skills have improved greatly over the years, and she can now prepare a wide variety of dishes. Zhao Fan often teased her, saying she was a female chef whose culinary skills had been neglected due to her cultivation. Zhang Qian never gets angry when she hears this. Instead, she is very happy, because no one knows better than she does that this is Zhao Fan's recognition of her. To be acknowledged by the most renowned swordsman of Mount Shu, what could be more joyful than that? If the other disciples were to learn Zhao Fan's true identity, how many would rush to deliver meals, let alone receive his approval? Little junior sister, what delicious dishes did you prepare this time? Zhao Fan asked with a faint smile. There's your favorite braised pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, and kung pao chicken. Zhang Qian blinked her beautiful eyes and giggled, then added, I also brought you a bottle of good wine. Not bad, not bad. Thank you for your trouble. Zhao Fan didn't hesitate to taste each dish. The fine wine and delicious food served as a much-needed break from the monotonous life of cultivation. Eat more, senior brother. Hearing Zhao Fan's praise, Zhang Qian smiled. By the way, senior brother, the cultivation world has been getting more and more turbulent lately. Zhang Qian, as usual, began talking about recent events. A powerful demon clan called the Heavenly Pang Demon Clan has emerged in the demon realm. They launched a large-scale attack on the territories of human cultivators, annihilating several well-known cultivation factions in quick succession. It's said that they even forced the Kunlun Immortal Alliance into retreat, and even the Kunlun sect master was severely injured by a powerful demon from the Tianping Demon Clan. Moreover, those demon clans are extremely arrogant, proclaiming the slogan first destroy Kunlun, then annihilate Shu Mountain, intending to defeat all the cultivation factions in one fell swoop and dominate the entire cultivation world. Zhang Qian described the scene vividly. The Tianping Demon Clan? First destroy Kunlun, then annihilate Shu Mountain? That is quite the bold claim. Zhao Fan heard this and laughed self-deprecatingly. Who says otherwise? Because of this incident, the sect master is furious and plans to personally lead the disciples of Shu Mountain to march into the demon realm within the next few days and annihilate the Tianping Demon Clan. Zhang Qian reported truthfully. Shu Mountain is going to attack the Tianping Demon Clan? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and asked. That is right. This was decided after the sect master and the elders discussed it. In recent days, our Shu Mountain's territories have been expanding, which has aroused the jealousy of many other cultivating factions. Therefore, some elders suggested that if we could defeat the Tianping Demon Clan, which defeated the Kunlun Immortal Alliance, Shu Mountain would once again intimidate the world and prevent other factions from acting recklessly. Intimidate the world? Zhao Fan scoffed and shook his head. I suspect it's an excuse to suppress the Tianping Demon Clan, showcase our strength, and then better compete for dominance in the cultivation world. I don't know about that. But now, everyone in the sect is eager for war. Even many disciples from our discipline hall are eager to go down the mountain to fight the Tianping Demon Clan and earn merit. Once the war begins, who knows how many will die? Zhang Qian's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of worry flashed across her exquisite face. She was inherently kind-hearted and didn't care whether the sect would win or lose. She was more concerned about whether her fellow disciples would be injured or killed. If there were more people like you in the sect, perhaps we wouldn't blindly rush into battle against the Tianping Demon Clan. Zhao Fan shook his head and spoke calmly. Senior brother, from what you're saying, it seems you don't have much faith in the sect's current mission? Zhang Qian blinked her large eyes, curiously asking. Ambition is a good thing, but too much ambition becomes a burden. Zhao Fan spoke indifferently. Zhang Qian nodded thoughtfully, though she didn't fully understand. She felt that Zhao Fan was right. Zhao Fan and Zhang Qian continued their conversation for some time. By noon, Zhang Qian left the demon ceiling tower slowly, carrying an empty food box. The demon ceiling tower returned to its usual calm. Zhao Fan showed no signs of slacking off, continuing his monotonous cultivation. After years of accumulation and refinement, his strength had grown exponentially compared to his earlier days, to the point where even Zhao Fan himself couldn't fathom how powerful he had become. For up until now, Zhao Fan had yet to encounter an opponent worthy of his full effort. Time flew by, and another half-month had passed. One day, sudden, turbulent fluctuations of spiritual energy erupted from the stone house next door. Zhao Fan suddenly opened his eyes and vanished from his original spot in a flash. Inside the stone house, the little white fox looked in agony. Its once crystal clear, snow-white fur was now wrapped in strands of black mist, giving it a demonic and eerie appearance. She's lost control and fallen into demonic possession. Zhao Fan suddenly appeared, his expression growing incredibly serious. The little white fox had acted too hastily during its breakthrough, unable to control the massive demonic energy within its body. If no one intervened, its mind would soon succumb to demonic influence, turning it into a bloodthirsty monster. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan reached out and grabbed the little white fox in his palm. A massive amount of pure spiritual energy surged into it, helping the little white fox calm its chaotic demonic energy. Under Zhao Fan's control, the black mist enveloping the little white fox evaporated, and its previously restless aura gradually returned to calm. Unify your mind and seize the opportunity to break through the realm. Zhao Fan spoke calmly, guiding the little white fox to break through its own realm. Boom! In the next instant, the little white fox's aura surged violently, and waves of powerful demonic energy erupted from her body, enveloping her delicate form in layers, forming a white cocoon. Feeling the white fox's energy rising steadily, Zhao Fan knew she had broken through successfully. She was likely in the shape-shifting stage, so he remained nearby to prevent any accidents. Time passed slowly, and after an hour, the once massive cocoon cracked open from the inside out, revealing the graceful figure of a delicate young woman. Chapter 60: The Little White Fox is Shape-Shifting. This was a delicate and adorable young girl, with delicate features, smooth and fair skin, and eyes as clear and bright as gems. Her entire body emanates a subtle, refreshing fragrance. What catches the eye most, however, are the two fluffy tails protruding from her small, pert behind, giving her an utterly innocent and adorable appearance. She was none other than the little white fox who had successfully transformed into human form. This fox spirit not only broke through the realm successfully but also transformed into human form. That's wonderful. The little white fox was beaming with joy, completely unaware that her alluring figure was exposed under someone's watchful gaze. Zhao Fan felt his mouth go dry, his blood surging upward. With nearly 2 centuries of cultivation discipline, he nearly lost control in that moment, but he managed to maintain his basic clarity and rationality. Little fox, put your clothes back on. Zhao Fan cleared his throat and casually retrieved a garment from his system space, gently draping it over the newly transformed little white fox. Ah! The little white fox let out a startled cry, finally realizing she had exposed herself. What are you looking at? If you look again, this fox spirit will gouge out your eyes. Noticing Zhao Fan's intense gaze, the little white fox glared at him before quickly putting the clothes on. Her originally delicate and charming face turned slightly red with embarrassment, making her even more adorable and alluring. I'm not looking anymore. Zhao Fan awkwardly waved his hands and reluctantly pulled his gaze away. What are you doing here? The little white fox tensed her body, glaring at Zhao Fan with a hint of anger in her voice. Don't let her recent transformation fool you. Though she was still somewhat naive, as a demonic cultivator, especially a female one, she placed great importance on her purity. Her body had been nearly completely exposed to Zhao Fan. How could she not be furious? She glared at Zhao Fan with a murderous expression. If his answer was unsatisfactory, she would attack him at any moment. Zhao Fan gave an awkward smile and hurriedly explained, "You almost lost control earlier. I intervened just in time to help you." Lose control? The little white fox furrowed her delicate brows, recalling a vague memory that it might indeed be the case. Are you telling the truth? The little white fox asked again in her clear, pleasant voice, making sure he meant it. Why would I lie to you? What a thankless act. I helped you, and you're doubting me? Zhao Fan shook his head, his voice tinged with disappointment. All right. In that case, this fox spirit should thank you? The little white fox rolled her eyes and said irritably. No need for thanks. Just be nicer to me in the future. For example, when you have nothing to do, give me a leg massage or a back rub. I don't mind. Zhao Fan chuckled and suddenly joked. You. The little white fox stomped her little foot in anger and pounced toward Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan wasn't about to let her catch him. As soon as the words left his mouth, he vanished from where he stood, leaving the little white fox to pounce on thin air. If you're so skilled, don't run away. Let this fox spirit show you a thing or two. I challenge you. The little white fox, still fuming, chased after him. Soon, deafening roars echoed from outside. The little white fox had just broken through, so he was full of confidence and wanted to try teaching Zhao Fan a lesson, so he took the initiative to spar with him. Zhao Fan, of course, understood perfectly and gave her this opportunity. One human and one fox nearly overturned half of the demon's ceiling tower, and it wasn't until several minutes later that things finally calmed down. How annoying. I clearly broke through to the fusion stage, yet I'm still no match for you. And how come I can't even see your cultivation level? The little white fox pouted, looking dejected. Earlier, she had tried to attack, but she couldn't even touch Zhao Fan's robe, let alone defeat him. Little fox, you've done very well. Most cultivators at your level would struggle to match you. You've only just broken through to the fusion stage. You need to consolidate your cultivation first. Seeing her dejected expression, Zhao Fan stepped forward, ruffled her hair affectionately, and said with a tender smile. All right. Once I consolidate my cultivation, I'll definitely be stronger than now. Then I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Although she knew Zhao Fan was just comforting her, the little white fox still huffed arrogantly and said. Zhao Fan merely smiled slightly, saying nothing more, but inwardly he couldn't help but chuckle. Even if he gave the little white fox another few decades, she'd still never be able to teach him a lesson. By the way, now that you've transformed into human form, I'll give you a nice name. Zhao Fan suddenly said. I don't want one. You'll probably pick a bad name. The little white fox, feeling a bit proud, instinctively refused. Just listen first. If you don't like it, you can refuse later. Zhao Fan smiled and continued, your fur is as white as snow. From now on, your name will be Bai Shui. Bai Shui, Bai Shui. The little white fox blinked its big eyes and repeated the name twice, clearly satisfied. What do you think? Zhao Fan asked with a smile. It's okay. Though she thought the name was nice, the little white fox still hummed disapprovingly, stubbornly refusing. Alright, then I'll call you Bai Shui from now on. Zhao Fan smiled and said. This fox spirit must go and strengthen my cultivation realm. The little white fox curled its tail and walked slowly back into the stone house with its long legs. I never expected that after transforming into human form, this little fox would become so beautiful. No wonder the ancient texts of Mount Shu mention that the Fox clan is one of the most charming demon clans. Zhao Fan sighed wryly to himself. He hadn't found the little white fox charming before, after all, he had only treated it like a pet. Now that it had suddenly transformed into a beautiful young woman, he found himself momentarily unable to control his feelings. Although Zhao Fan had been cultivating for nearly 200 years, he was, at his core, still a confirmed bachelor. Being faced with such a cute and beautiful fox spirit every day was undoubtedly a tremendous test of his resolve. In the days that followed, the little white fox, Bai Shui, stayed in the stone house to consolidate her cultivation, while Zhao Fan, of course, wasn't idle. He used the system to check in daily and grow stronger. Ding, check-in successful, reward, Jade Battle Robe. Ding, check-in successful, reward, Holy Spirit Sword Technique. Ding, check-in successful, reward, Great Restoration Pill. Zhao Fan's strength was slowly improving. Even Bai Shui, who had broken through to the fusion stage, couldn't discern his true cultivation level. The demon ceiling tower was utterly still, as if the entire world had forgotten its existence. Until that day, when all the tranquility was shattered by the sound of chaotic footsteps. Uncle, uncle. Something's wrong. My father is in trouble. Zhao Xiaotian rushed to the demon ceiling tower, shouting urgently before even pushing open the door. Xiaotian, what are you doing here? Seeing Zhao Xiaotian rush in, Zhao Fan was taken aback and asked softly. Thud. Zhao Xiaotian, his face filled with sorrow, knelt heavily before Zhao Fan and cried out, Uncle, please save my father. What happened? Speak slowly. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and asked in a solemn voice. A few days ago, my father led the elite troops of Shu Mountain to the demon realm to fight the Tianping demon clan. At first, everything went smoothly, but then a powerful demon suddenly appeared from the Tianping demon clan. Not only did he kill 7 or 8 elders who were at the peak of the spirit division realm, but he also severely injured my father. He is now on the brink of death, with his life hanging by a thread. Zhao Xiaotian spoke quickly, his face filled with grief. What? Such a thing has happened? Zhao Fan abruptly stood up, his terrifying aura surging like a tidal wave, shaking the entire demon ceiling tower to its core. Chapter 61, Prolonging Life. The main hall of Mount Shu. The interior was in complete chaos. The current sect master, Zhao Cheng, was pale as a ghost, barely clinging to life. If it weren't for several elders at the peak of the split soul realm taking turns to channel spiritual energy into him, he would have collapsed long ago. Even so, they could only barely keep him alive. Seeing Zhao Cheng on the brink of death, nearly every elder in the hall wore expressions of deep sorrow. They had believed that Master Zhao Cheng, leading the elite of Shu Mountain, could annihilate the Tianping clan in one fell swoop. But they never imagined that the Tianping demon clan had a great being at the fusion realm stage stationed there. Not only did they slaughter numerous Shu Mountain elites, but they also severely wounded Zhao Cheng, leaving him on the brink of death. What should we do now? Even the most precious healing elixirs of the Dao Dan level cannot alleviate the sect master's injuries. What else can we do to turn the tide? Jinwu Elder Lin Mu spoke solemnly, his face filled with grief. Just moments ago, they had already administered several extremely precious healing elixirs to Zhao Cheng, but even now, there was no sign of improvement. Even the few Shu Mountain elders skilled in medicine were helpless. Could they really stand by and watch the sect master Zhao Cheng die before their eyes? If Zhao Cheng were to fall, Shu Mountain would be left without a leader to hold the fort. With the Tianping demon clan advancing with overwhelming force, chaos would inevitably ensue, and the very survival of the sect would be at stake. No, the sect master must not come to harm under any circumstances. Send someone down the mountain to search for the heavenly elixir. No matter what, we must save the sect leader's life. At Lin Mu's command, several elders immediately set off, preparing to descend the mountain in search of the legendary elixir said to revive the dead. Perhaps only that could save the life of the sect leader, Zhao Cheng. Lin Mu, don't waste your efforts. The heavenly elixir appears only once every 10,000 years. Even if we send people down the mountain now, I won't be able to wait that long. Just as the true martial elder Lin Mu finished speaking, the sect master Zhao Cheng slowly opened his eyes and said weakly, I don't have much time left. I have led the Shu Mountain for nearly 200 years, dedicating myself to reform and development. I have at least made some contributions to the Shu Mountain. What a pity, what a pity. It's all my fault for being arrogant. I led the attack on the Tianping demon clan without understanding their true strength, resulting in heavy casualties among the strong warriors and disciples. This is a stain on my life that I can never erase. Hearing Zhao Cheng's words, the crowd led by the Jinwu elder could not help but feel a lump in their throats, and some even covered their faces and wept. Though the attack on the Tianping demon clan had failed, no one could deny that Zhao Cheng was a wise ruler of Shu Mountain. During his reign, he had worked tirelessly to rebuild the realm, which had allowed Shu Mountain to achieve its current prestige. Everyone, please leave. I have matters to discuss with my wife. Zhao Cheng waved his hand, dismissing the others and leaving only his wife, Princess Pingyang. Jinwu elder Lin Mu sighed and led the other elders out slowly. The situation at Shu Mountain was now critical, with the Tianping demon clan nearly at the mountain gates. They could no longer remain here and must go out to take charge of the situation. Inside the grand hall, Princess Pingyang had delicate features, but her fair face was now streaked with tears. My lord, is there anything else you need to tell me? Princess Pingyang asked tearfully. My wife, you have suffered so much over the years. I have been busy with matters of the sect, leaving little time to spend with you. Do you blame me? Zhao Cheng asked softly. Don't say such foolish things. I have never blamed you. Having such a wise and heroic husband is an honor for me, Pingyang. Princess Pingyang shook her head, her gaze gentle as she looked at Zhao Cheng and said, Then I can rest assured. Zhao Cheng nodded, then sighed and said, If I should unfortunately pass away, I wish to pass the position of Shu Mountain sect master to Xiao Tian. What do you think, madam? Pass it on to Xiao Tian? Princess Pingyang furrowed her brows upon hearing this, but quickly relaxed them and said gently, Although Xiao Tian is not my biological son, he is still your flesh and blood. Passing it on to him is also an excellent choice. With your words, I have nothing to worry about. Zhao Cheng looked satisfied. Since marrying Princess Pingyang, he had indeed had a son named Zhao Xiaofeng, but in terms of talent and ability, he was far inferior to his eldest son, Zhao Xiaotian. Lady, please step out first. I want to be alone. Husband. Pingyang princess was reluctant to leave, but she slowly stepped back. Inside the grand hall, only Zhao Cheng remained. Though his breath grew increasingly weak, he struggled to maintain his last ounce of strength, for the most important person had yet to arrive. Father, your eldest brother has arrived. Just as Zhao Cheng's consciousness began to grow faint, Zhao Xiaotian returned to the Shu Mountain Hall, walked up to him, and reminded him. Really? Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng immediately forced himself to stay alert. Through his blurred vision, he saw a tall figure. It could only be his older brother, Zhao Fan. Zhao Cheng, I'm here. Seeing his frail younger brother Zhao Cheng, Zhao Fan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Just a few days ago, he had been the proud and powerful master of Shu Mountain, but now he looked like an old man on the verge of death. Eldest brother. Zhao Cheng looked at Zhao Fan and shouted excitedly. At the brink of death, the person he longed to see most was not his gentle wife or his obedient son, but his own older brother, born from the same womb. Back then, Zhao Fan was born first, blessed with exceptional cultivation talent, and was nurtured as the young master of Shu Mountain, radiating heroic spirit and unmatched elegance. Zhao Fan was the person Zhao Cheng admired most and had once pursued as his goal. Because Zhao Fan had said that Shu Mountain was deeply weakened, with an imperfect sect system internally and vassal factions rebelling against authority externally. Therefore, after becoming the sect master of Shu Mountain, he implemented radical reforms to improve the sect system and later cracked down on the six sword sects with unwavering determination. Though the process was extremely perilous, all of this has made today's Shu Mountain far stronger than it was 100 or 200 years ago. Most importantly, achieving such feats was not only due to his own relentless efforts but also the unwavering support of his older brother behind him. Therefore, Zhao Cheng desperately wanted to see his older brother Zhao Fan once more in the twilight of his life and express his gratitude. Zhao Fan arrived, his demeanor transcendent and ethereal, resembling a graceful and elegant young man. Zhao Cheng smiled, his expression as pure and content as that of a child. Don't worry, I'll save you. Zhao Fan stepped forward, took Zhao Cheng's hand, and spoke calmly yet firmly. Elder brother, I know my own condition. My soul is disintegrating, and my spiritual energy is depleted. Even a great immortal couldn't save me now. Zhao Cheng shook his head, signaling Zhao Fan not to waste his efforts. He had already accepted his fate. Zhao Fan remained silent, instead casting the life-extending sacred technique, channeling a vast amount of life-giving energy into his younger brother Zhao Cheng's body. Zhao Cheng's once ravaged body began to heal at a visible pace under the powerful life force. His once weak body regained a glimmer of vitality, and even his pale complexion began to turn rosy. Uncle, you really healed my father. Seeing this miraculous scene, Zhao Xiaotian, standing nearby, couldn't contain his joy and shouted out loud. Brother, what's happening? Zhao Cheng was also overcome with emotion, gripping Zhao Fan tightly, unable to believe what he was seeing, as if he were in a dream. The father and son were both overjoyed, but Zhao Fan's heart was heavy. As Zhao Cheng had mentioned earlier, his soul essence had disintegrated. While the life-extending sacred technique was astonishingly effective, it could only repair the damage to his physical body and could not truly save Zhao Cheng. At most, it could prolong his life for a short time. Your soul essence has disintegrated. Though I used a secret technique to repair your injuries, it was only a temporary fix. Under the current circumstances, I can only extend your life by about 3 months. Beyond that, I am powerless. Zhao Fan shook his head inside as he spoke. Chapter 62, The Tianping Demon Clan Assaults the Mountain. What? Zhao Xiaotian's smile froze, and he immediately knelt before Zhao Fan with a thud, pleading, "Uncle, is there really no other way? Please help my father." Xiaotian, don't put your uncle in a difficult position. Zhao Cheng hurriedly stopped Zhao Xiaotian, smiling and saying, "To live a few more months, I am already content." "Brother, thank you." Looking at Zhao Fan, Zhao Cheng not only felt no disappointment but instead spoke with a heart full of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan nodded slightly, and the heaviness in his heart eased slightly. "Ah, it's all my fault for being arrogant and foolishly dreaming of dominating the cultivation world from Shu Mountain, leading the elite warriors of Shu Mountain to attack the Tianping Demon Clan. Otherwise, we wouldn't have ended up like this." Zhao Cheng sighed softly, still feeling a bit of regret. However, at this moment, saying such things was pointless. Zhao Cheng turned his gaze toward Zhao Xiaotian and spoke in a solemn tone, "Zhao Xiaotian, heed my orders." "Father, I'm here." Zhao Xiaotian wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes and approached Zhao Cheng with utmost respect. "Kneel before your uncle." Zhao Cheng spoke sternly. Although Zhao Xiaotian was puzzled, he obediently complied. Looking at Zhao Xiaotian kneeling before him, Zhao Cheng remained silent, but deep down, he had already guessed what his younger brother was about to do. "Eldest brother, over the years, I have worked tirelessly to make Shu Mountain stronger than ever before. However, there is still a long way to go before we can truly revive it. If the next leader of Shu Mountain lacks the resolve to continue this path with bold reforms, then all my efforts will be in vain." He paused for a moment before continuing, "That's why I want Xiao Tian to become the new leader of Shu Mountain." "Are you sure?" Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow. Although Zhao Xiaotian was Zhao Cheng's biological son, he was still an illegitimate child. Once he truly ascended to power, the resistance he would face would be considerable. "I've already thought it through, and I've also spoken with Pingyang. I hope that once Xiao Tian takes the position, you will continue to support him as always. After all, this child was raised by you." Zhao Cheng spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan looked at Zhao Xiaotian with bright eyes. The latter felt a bit nervous but instinctively straightened his posture. "Since your father is willing to entrust Shu Mountain to you, I naturally won't oppose it. But Xiao Tian, remember this, being the master of Shu Mountain is no easy task. You must learn from your father." Zhao Fan paused for a moment before speaking solemnly. "Please rest assured, uncle. I will not disappoint your expectations or my father's." Zhao Xiaotian was deeply moved and bowed deeply to Zhao Fan. No one was more aware than he was that with Uncle Zhao Fan's support, the position of the new Shushan sect master would be secure. "Very well, I believe you can fulfill my final wish and restore Shu Mountain to its former glory as one of the top sects in the cultivation world." Zhao Cheng smiled, feeling a great weight lifted from his shoulders. With the issue of the heir settled, the last remaining concern in his heart was finally put to rest. "I will do my utmost to fulfill this duty." Zhao Xiaotian took a deep breath and said with unwavering determination. "By the way, father, the Tianping Demon Clan is currently besieging the mountain with overwhelming force. What should we do now?" Upon becoming the heir, Zhao Xiaotian immediately thought of the dire situation Shu Mountain was currently facing. Since his father Zhao Cheng had fled back to Shu Mountain, the Tianping Demon Clan had been in hot pursuit, and now they had completely surrounded Shu Mountain, leaving no room for escape. "The Tianping Demon Clan? They've come just in time. I'll go help you avenge your father." Before Zhao Cheng could speak, Zhao Fan slowly stood up, his figure suddenly becoming tall and imposing. His gaze was icy cold. Anyone who dared to severely injure his younger brother Zhao Cheng would pay a heavy price. Zhao Fan had never felt such intense anger in his life. "Big brother, don't act impulsively. The Heavenly Phoenix Demon Clan's core formation stage expert is extremely powerful. Even 7 or 8 peak stage split soul elders join forces and couldn't withstand a single move of his." Zhao Cheng spoke with concern, offering a reminder. "A mere demonic being? I can slice it in two with a single sword strike." Zhao Fan spoke calmly, his expression indifferent. Over the years, Zhao Fan's strength had grown far beyond what it was back then, to the point where he himself was unsure of his own limits. Although the celestial and earthly spiritual energies had revived for many years, Zhao Fan was absolutely certain that he currently stood at the pinnacle of the entire cultivation world. He dared not claim to be invincible under heaven, but at least, across half of the cultivation world, there were few who could match him. "Xiao Tian, come with me. Let's go meet the Tianping Demon Clan." Zhao Fan gestured for Zhao Xiaotian to follow, then took steady steps and left the Shu Mountain Hall. "Go ahead. Don't disappoint your uncle's efforts." Zhao Cheng knew the reason his older brother Zhao Cheng had called Zhao Xiaotian along, and waved his hand at the latter as he spoke. "Father, you rest first. I'll be back soon." Zhao Xiaotian nodded and hurried to catch up with Zhao Fan. Outside Shu Mountain, demon clouds were thick and dark, forming a vast, ominous expanse. Above the demon cloud stood one powerful figure after another, almost all of them being members of the Tianping clan with human bodies and phoenix heads. The Tianping clan had always dwelled in the depths of the demon realm. For nearly 1,000 years, they had vanished from the cultivation world, only reappearing recently. The Tianping demon clan had recently grown extremely powerful, not only repelling the Kunlun Immortal Alliance but also, just moments ago, defeating the Shu Mountain elites who had launched an offensive. Now, they are pressing their advantage, surrounding the entire Shu Mountain and aiming to annihilate this cultivation force in one fell swoop. Countless members of the Tianping demon clan stood in silence, gazing at the towering figure at the forefront with eyes filled with fervent adoration. That figure was a man clad in golden robes, the Tianping demon clan's clan leader, Tianping Wang, a peerless powerhouse at the fusion realm. It was precisely because of his presence that the Tianping demon clan could advance so swiftly and reach the gates of Shu Mountain. This is bad. The Tianping demon clan is being so aggressive they really intend to annihilate our Shu Mountain. At the entrance to Shu Mountain, Jinwu Elder Lin Mu led the other elders and their disciples, gathering here and preparing for battle. With the sect master critically injured and on the brink of death, if Shu Mountain were to fall to the Tianping demon clan, it could very well be annihilated. In this critical moment, he must step forward at all costs to lead everyone in defending Shu Mountain. Senior Jinwu, can we hold them off? The Tianping king is at the fusion realm cultivation level. With just the two of us, we're like moths flying into a flame. You're right. 60 years ago, we still had the Shu Mountain sword cultivators to rely on. But now the Tianping clan has already reached the mountain gates. Why hasn't that elder taken action yet? Could he have already passed away? Someone spoke anxiously, filled with worry. Stop talking nonsense. That sword cultivator is still alive. As long as he's willing to act, these Tianping demons aren't a threat. Lin Mu took a deep breath and tried to reassure everyone. In truth, he too was unsure. If that sword cultivator was still alive, why hadn't he shown himself yet? Listen to me, you people of Shu Mountain. Immediately dismantle the protective array and surrender. I will spare your lives and forgive the past. Otherwise, once I break the array, I will slaughter you all without mercy, leaving no one alive. At that moment, the heavenly Pang King, standing arrogantly in the clouds, spoke coldly. His voice thundered like a clap of thunder, echoing in everyone's ears. How dare you speak so arrogantly, you demon? We have sword cultivators of the Shu Mountain sect here. If you dare to attack, you will face certain death. The true martial elder Lin Mu's face turned ashen with anger as he responded. Hoof. If that's the case, then let that cowardly sword cultivator from Shu Mountain come out. Let me show you how I can take his life with a single flick of my wrist. The heavenly Pang King's gaze was icy cold, and his powerful demonic energy surged out, dispersing the thick clouds on the horizon. He was brimming with arrogance and battle intent. If it weren't for his fear of that legendary sword cultivator from Shu Mountain, he would have already led his clan to attack. Although the heavenly Pang King was utterly confident in his own strength, he dared not underestimate his enemy. After all, 60 years ago, that sword master from Shu Mountain had already been a peerless great being at the fusion stage. Chapter 63, A single sword slays the heavenly Pang. You bastard! How dare you, you demonic creature! Upon hearing the words of the heavenly Pang King, the true martial elders Lin Mu and the others all revealed expressions of anger, but none dared to step forward to fight at this moment. Even 7 or 8 peak-level cultivators had been slain by the heavenly Pang King alone earlier. For them to go out now would be no different from suicide. It seems you're just bluffing. 60 years have passed. Could the great cultivator of the fusion realm from Mount Shu have already passed away? Seeing that Lin Mu and the others did not react, Tianping Wang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He no longer wasted words, raising his hand to strike out with a claw. Instantly, the heavens and earth trembled, and countless streams of spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a 10,000 zhang long phoenix claw, bearing the might of 10,000 thunderbolts, crashing down toward the Shu Mountain sect protecting array. Trouble! Activate the sect protecting array. Lin Mu and the others paled, rushing to channel their spiritual energy into the sect protecting array, unleashing dazzling sword lights that sliced toward the colossal phoenix claw. Over the years, the Shu Mountain Guardian Array had been continuously upgraded and strengthened, becoming extremely powerful. Combined with the massive spiritual energy poured into it by dozens of elders, its explosive power was terrifying. Boom! The sword lights of the sect protecting array barely managed to hold back the phoenix claws, colliding with a deafening crash that caused the entire void to tremble. A bunch of ants. What do you have to oppose me? The heavenly Pang King sneered coldly, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy. His claws suddenly solidified into a form as solid as the claws of a primordial golden-winged pang, capable of splitting the heavens and earth. Bang! In the next instant, the sword light of the Guardian clan formation shattered upon impact. The phoenix claws, as vast as the sky, crushed the formation into pieces. Lin Mu and the others were struck as if by a heavy blow, each spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, suffering severe backlash. Die! The heavenly Pang King's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he struck out with a claw toward the Shu Mountain disciples. This was a terrifying attack from a cultivator at the fusion stage, its might beyond imagination. This is bad. Lin Mu and the other elders all wore expressions of despair. Facing such a mighty demon, they had no power to resist and could only watch helplessly as the phoenix claws, as large as mountains, roared down toward them. Clang! Just as the situation reached its most critical moment, a golden swordlight, as brilliant as a star-studded river, ignored the layers of spatial distance and struck the phoenix claw with overwhelming force. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the phoenix claws shattered into pieces. The golden sword light swept away everything in its path, its momentum unabated, charging straight toward the heavenly Phoenix King. This sword strike was as fast as lightning, and its force was overwhelming. What? The heavenly Pang King's expression changed slightly as he sensed the danger approaching, instinctively raising his claws, as hard as divine metal, to block the attack. He was a great demon who had awakened the bloodline of a primordial beast, with a physique that was incredibly sturdy and powerful, especially his claws, which could tear apart divine weapons. But in the next instant, the heavenly Phoenix King's claws began to bleed, his body shook violently, and he was sent flying through the air as if struck by a mountain. He flew horizontally for over 10 miles, shattering several towering peaks before crashing heavily back to the ground. This sudden strike left the once frenzied Tianping demons stunned and terrified. What is that? Lin Mu and the others followed the sound and looked up, only to be shocked to discover that, at some point, a golden figure had appeared, resembling a divine being as it walked through the void. With each step, it covered hundreds or even thousands of feet. In just a few steps, he had already appeared in the sky above the mountain gate. The golden figure emitted an aura so vast it felt like an endless ocean, making everyone feel an overwhelming sense of insignificance. It's the Sword Cultivator. The Sword Cultivator has finally intervened. Our Shu Mountain is saved. Upon seeing this transcendent and powerful figure, the elders and disciples of Shu Mountain were all overcome with excitement, shouting and cheering in unison. It's truly the Sword Cultivator. Wait, isn't the Zhao Xiaotian, the master's illegitimate son, standing beside him? Could he be the one who invited the Sword Cultivator? Lin Mu noticed that standing beside the Sword Cultivator was another figure. It could only be Zhao Xiaotian. This scene left Lin Mu utterly shocked. Xiaotian, go stand over there and watch carefully. To prevent Zhao Xiaotian from getting hurt, Zhao Fan instructed him sternly. All right. Uncle, be careful. Zhao Xiaotian nodded and then gracefully landed beside Lin Mu and the others. Xiaotian, did you summon the Sword Cultivator? As soon as Zhao Xiaotian landed, Lin Mu and the other elders gathered around him. Zhao Xiaotian noticed the intense gazes directed at him and realized his uncle's well-meaning intentions, so he did not deny it. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and said, "Rest assured, elders. The Sword Cultivator will protect our Shu Mountain. Everyone can watch him fight the enemies." That's wonderful. With the Sword Cultivator stepping in, these demons are doomed. The Sword Cultivator is invincible. Upon hearing this, everyone shouted excitedly. In their eyes, the Sword Cultivator was the embodiment of invincibility. The Sword Masters of Mount Shu. You finally arrived. At that moment, the earth shook violently. The heavenly Ping King, who had been struck flying by Zhao Fan's sword, crushed the ground beneath him and shot into the sky like a cannonball. His hair was disheveled, his eyes cold and piercing like lightning, and his entire body emanated surging demonic energy, as if a primordial demon had reappeared. The terrifying pressure he emitted shook the heavens and the earth, sweeping out in all directions. At that moment, whether they were members of the Tianping clan or disciples of Shu Mountain, all were overwhelmed by the overwhelming pressure, unable to stand firm. Some of the weaker ones were even knocked unconscious on the spot. As long as we kill you, Shu Mountain will be destroyed today. The Tianping King's murderous intent was terrifying, glaring at Zhao Fan in the distance like a predator fixated on its prey. Those who dare to offend Shu Mountain shall be executed without mercy. Zhao Fan remained expressionless, his words ringing out with unwavering resolve. Ha ha. Then come and try. As soon as Tianping Wang finished speaking, his demonic power surged forth, and his body instantly swelled to the size of a 10,000-meter-tall celestial phoenix, covered in iron feathers and emanating an unimaginably terrifying aura. This was his true form, and with every movement, he could shatter mountains and rivers. Kill! The heavenly Phoenix King spread his wings like arrows, charging toward Zhao Fan with the force of a tidal wave. For demonic cultivators, their most powerful weapon was their indestructible physical bodies, and the Tianping clan was the cream of the crop among demonic beings. As the colossal beast closed in, Zhao Fan remained expressionless, his crimson sword, Shishao, emitting a crisp, resonant ring in his hand. 10,000 Swords Technique. As Zhao Fan spoke, the crimson sky sword slashed forward with blinding speed. A sword light even more intense than before erupted, nearly illuminating the entire sky. The terrifying sword intent shattered the heavens and roared out in all directions. At that moment, within Mount Shu, countless treasure swords emitted cries in response. Heavenly Pang's destructive claw. Feeling the immense power of Zhao Fan's sword strike, the Heavenly Ping King's body grew cold, but he gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to unleash his most powerful attack. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the terrifying sword light effortlessly shattered the Heavenly Ping King's prideful claws and continued its momentum, severing his massive body. How is this possible? The Tianpeng King couldn't believe it. He had already revealed his true form, and his combat power far surpassed that of other cultivators of the same level. Even if he was at his worst, he should have been able to block the sword light for a moment. At the brink of life and death, he desperately channeled his demonic energy to block the sword strike, but it was utterly useless. No! The Heavenly Pang King let out an agonizing scream of refusal, ultimately perishing under the terrifying sword light, with even his soul unable to escape in time. Chapter 64, The Strange Occurrence at the Cave of 10,000 Demons. With the fall of the Heavenly Phoenix King, the gates of Mount Shu became deathly silent. Countless members of the Tianping demon clan stood with their mouths agape, unable to believe what they had witnessed, filled with fear and dread. Some weaker demon cultivators trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of collapse. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to accept the fact that the Tianping demon clan's pride and joy, the Tianpeng King, had been slain by Zhao Fan with a single sword strike. That was the Heavenly Phoenix King, a great being at the fusion stage. Impossible. I must be dreaming. The clan leader is the strongest demon of our Tianpeng clan. How could he be killed by someone? This must all be a dream. An elderly member of the Tianpeng demon clan trembled uncontrollably, shouting in refusal. Elder, this is real. The Tianpeng King is dead. We must flee immediately. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Gazing at the golden figure standing proudly in the sky, many of the stronger members of the Tianpeng demon clan were filled with terror, lacking the courage to continue fighting. That figure was a powerful and invincible sword immortal. Even the Tianpeng King had been slain with a single sword strike. These demon clan cultivators, who hadn't even reached the fusion realm, couldn't even think of fighting back. They could barely withstand the terrifying aura emanating from the figure. He's too strong. No wonder he's a sword cultivator from Mount Shu. That demonic cultivator was at the fusion realm, yet he couldn't even block the elder's single strike. Has the sword cultivator become invincible in the world? In stark contrast to the despair-filled reactions of the Tianpeng demon clan, the Shu Mountain elders and disciples led by Lin Mu were all filled with excitement, unable to contain their shouts. Even Zhao Xiaotian wore an expression of fervor. Though he had always known his uncle could defeat the Tianpeng King, he never imagined it would be so decisive, a single sword strike to slay a demonic being at the fusion stage. That was the Tianpeng King, a great being at the fusion stage. In the entire cultivation world today, he was almost at the pinnacle of existence. As the Shu Mountain disciples were overwhelmed with excitement, the members of the Tianpeng demon clan transformed into their true forms and rushed out of Shu Mountain at breakneck speed, determined to escape the area as quickly as possible. They did not want to linger here for even a moment longer. This is bad. We must not let these Tianpeng clan members escape. Shu Mountain disciples, follow me to pursue and eliminate them. As thousands upon thousands of Tianpeng demon clan members prepared to flee, Jinwu elder Lin Mu's eyes flashed with hatred, ready to lead the strong disciples of Shu Mountain in pursuit. But just then, Zhao Fan, who was suspended mid-air, suddenly moved. His physique was towering and muscular, his eyes cold and ruthless. Facing these Tianpeng clan members, he showed no mercy. As Zhao Fan's mind moved, his flying sword, Crimson Sky, shot forth like thunder and lightning, slicing through layer upon layer of the void. In an instant, countless sword shadows filled the sky, forming a dense, overwhelming barrier. Puff, puff. Wherever the sword shadows struck, blood spattered everywhere. One after another, Tianpeng clan members disintegrated in agonizing screams. In just a short moment, except for a few who managed to escape with their lives, nearly all of the thousands of Tianpeng clan members were slaughtered on the spot. One after another, corpses plummeted from the sky, their blood swiftly staining the gates of Shu Mountain a deep crimson. This was the most ruthless move Zhao Fan had ever made, not only slaying the Heavenly Phoenix King, a great being at the fusion realm, but also using his sword technique to kill numerous Heavenly Phoenix clan members present. However, even after this, Zhao Fan's anger had not diminished much. To him, even if the entire Tianpeng demon clan were to unite, they would not be as important as his younger brother Zhao Chang. Looking across the entire Shu Mountain, he had only 2 or 3 people he cared about, and one of them was Zhao Chang. Thousands of Tianpeng clan members, almost all of them are dead. Looking at the scene of corpses littering the ground, an elder of Shu Mountain spoke in a trembling voice. Many disciples of Shu Mountain gazed at Zhao Fan's figure standing proudly in the void, their eyes filled with deep reverence. The sword cultivator didn't act unless he had to, but when he did, it was like a thunderclap. After this battle, the majority of the Tianpeng clan had been annihilated. Even if they managed to barely preserve their lineage, they would plummet from a top-tier demon clan to a 3rd or 4th-rate power, and might even fall far below that. After resolving the issue with the Tianpeng demon clan, Zhao Fan did not linger any longer. He took a step forward and vanished from the spot in an instant. The cleanup and aftermath were left to the elders of Shu Mountain. The Tianping demon clan's massive assault on Shu Mountain was annihilated by a mysterious sword cultivator. Such a shocking event could not be concealed and spread like wildfire throughout the entire cultivation world. Upon learning that the Tianping king, a great being at the fusion stage, had been slain with a single sword strike, the powerful cultivators of the entire cultivation world were left drenched in cold sweat. After all, he was a great being at the fusion stage, and the Tianping demon clan possessed formidable physical strength, making their combat power far surpass that of ordinary cultivators at the same level. Yet even so, they were still crushed by the sword cultivator from Shu Mountain. How powerful must that individual be? Both the demon and demonic realms, as well as other cultivation sects, were deeply shocked and in an uproar. It was believed that over the past 60 years, the sword cultivators of Mount Shu had never shown themselves, and many speculated that they might have already passed away. However, no one could have imagined that he was still alive and even stronger than he was 60 years ago. With the revival of the heavenly and earthly spiritual energies, many powerful cultivators had emerged in the cultivation world, causing some factions to grow arrogant and vie for dominance. However, now, the sword cultivator from Mount Shu stood like a mountain, crushing the hearts of all those who dared to challenge him. For a time, the once chaotic cultivation world briefly returned to calm. No faction dared to stir up trouble at this time, let alone provoke Shu Mountain. Zhao Fan paid no heed to the external turmoil. After slaying the Heavenly Pang King and the Heavenly Pang clan members, he returned directly to the demon ceiling tower. He felt a hint of disappointment. He had thought the Tianping King might serve as a worthy opponent, but he was too weak to even withstand a single casual strike from Zhao Fan. There was no mistake when he had slain the Tianping King earlier. Zhao Fan had only exerted 10% of his strength. Of course, it wasn't that the Tianping King was too weak, it was simply that Zhao Fan was too powerful. Despite this, Zhao Fan did not grow arrogant. Instead, he returned to the demon ceiling tower to continue his cultivation, while also hoping to find a way to use the system's check-in feature to obtain the means to save Zhao City. For several days in a row, Zhao Fan used the system to check in daily, but to his disappointment, he did not obtain any healing martial arts techniques better than the life-extending sacred art through the check-in. This meant that his younger brother Zhao Chang could only survive for 3 more months at most. The heart desires, but the strength is lacking. Zhao Fan shook his head inwardly. Boom! That day, deep within the demon ceiling tower, a sudden violent tremor shook the area. It's coming from the direction of the demon's Denver. Zhao Fan suddenly opened his eyes and vanished from his original spot with a whoosh. When his figure reappeared, he had already arrived at the entrance of the demon cave beneath the underground space. Chapter 65, Signing the Imperial Seal Technique. Bang bang! Beneath the cave entrance, countless streams of black poisonous gas transformed into thick chains of divine order, relentlessly smashing against the golden seal net. The intense vibrations caused the entire underground palace to collapse and shatter. Zhao Fan's expression grew solemn. If he hadn't guessed wrong, it should be the demons from the demon's den attempting to break through the seal. After all these years, the golden seal power originally guarding the cave entrance seemed to have weakened significantly compared to its original state. What's happening here? A clear, pleasant voice echoed, and the figure of the white fox by Shui appeared beside Zhao Fan. She had been consolidating her cultivation realm inside the stone house and, upon sensing the massive commotion here, had rushed over immediately. The seal at the cave entrance is weakening. Something is trying to break out. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and spoke in a solemn tone. It's the demons inside. What should we do now? A serious expression flashed across Bai Shui's delicate, porcelain-like face. Her delicate body tensed involuntarily, ready for battle at any moment. Don't worry. I'm actually eager to test the power of those demons inside once more. Zhao Fan gestured for Bai Shui to relax. Back when he had just broken through to the early stages of the fusion realm, he had dared to enter the 10,000 demons cave alone and even managed to retreat unscathed after a brief skirmish with the demons dwelling there. Now, after so much time had passed, Zhao Fan was immeasurably stronger than before. Even if the demons managed to break out, he had absolute confidence in his ability to handle them. Seeing Zhao Fan so confident, Bai Shui blinked her clear, bright eyes, and her heart grew slightly calmer. Boom! Under Zhao Fan and Bai Shui's watchful eyes, countless black toxic gases surged forth, finally shattering the seal blocking the cave entrance. Endless waves of toxic gas surged forward, engulfing Zhao Fan and Bai Shui completely. Within the toxic gas, the agonized screams of countless demons mingled with excited roars, as if beasts trapped for countless years had finally broken free from their sturdy cages. Finally. After being suppressed by the Empress and the Shu Mountain ancestor for over 30,000 years, I've finally broken through the seal. I will bathe the world in blood. I will unleash a massacre. The deep roars echoed like thunder, filled with endless malevolence. Bai Shui's delicate brows furrowed tightly, and her slender body trembled slightly, as if she could barely endure the evil aura. Zhao Fan saw this and stepped forward, blocking her path. He coldly said, "You mere demonic creature, daring to think of bathing the world in blood? Today, I will destroy you body and soul." As soon as Zhao Fan finished speaking, a fierce and terrifying sword intent erupted from his body, carrying the force of 1,000 thunderbolts, completely suppressing the poisonous gases and evil aura. Zhao Fan's black hair flew wildly, his eyes cold and piercing like lightning, his figure growing towering and imposing, emanating an unimaginable aura of terror. What demons? What evil spirits? Before him, they were no more than worthless dogs and chickens. What a powerful cultivator's aura! This world actually has someone as powerful as you. How is this possible? Countless black toxic fumes dissipated, revealing a gaunt, pale figure. He had 2 horns on his head, and his eyes were as red as blood, a true demon. Come here. Zhao Fan remained expressionless, spreading his large hands and reaching out to grab the other with a domineering force. You bastard! I am the demon general who shakes the heavens. How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you want to die? The demon roared, then raised its claws and struck out. But the next moment, he was struck with such force that he was slammed into the ground by Zhao Fan's palm. Before he could get up, Zhao Fan's foot, carrying terrifying force, slammed down on his back, embedding him deeply into the hard ground. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't resist. The demon roared repeatedly, his face turning bright red, yet he was still unable to rise from the ground. What kind of demon general are you? You're nothing but a pathetic weakling. Tell me your origins, or else don't blame me for turning you into a pile of blood and mud. Zhao Fan spoke coldly from above. Though this demonic beast was no pushover, it was no match for the heavenly Phoenix King, and subduing it was child's play. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Zhao Fan, the demonic beast's eyes filled with fear, and it could only answer obediently, I am a demonic beast from the 10,000 Demons Cave, where I have been imprisoned for over 30,000 years. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow and asked, who imprisoned you there? Of course it was that wretch, the Empress. If it weren't for her teaming up with the Shu Mountain ancestor, I wouldn't have suffered so much inside. The demonic beast spoke with bitter resentment, as if recalling an irreconcilable enemy. The Empress and the Shu Mountain ancestor joined forces? Upon hearing the Empress's name again, Zhao Fan looked at Bai Shui, who had become visibly agitated. Zhao Fan had read the classics in the library and knew that the Shu Mountain patriarch referred to the founder of Shu Mountain, but who exactly was the Empress? Curious, Zhao Fan pressed further, who was the Empress? The Empress was a powerful being from over 30,000 years ago, with terrifying strength. She teamed up with the Shu Mountain ancestor to design a plan to suppress and seal our entire demon's Denver. The demon's face twisted with hatred as it continued, to prevent us from escaping, she even built this underground palace and reinforced the seal with the power of a great array. But unfortunately, she never imagined we could survive and endure until this era of the revival of celestial and earthly energies. Upon hearing the demon's words, Zhao Fan suddenly understood. This underground space was indeed constructed by that Empress, and the time was even earlier than he had imagined over 30,000 years ago. What was most important was that the Empress and the founder of Mount Shu had known each other and had once joined forces to suppress the demons of the Demon's Denver. Yet why did the ancient texts in the library make no mention of her? Zhao Fan grew even more puzzled. Could someone have deliberately erased her records? After the Empress sealed you all in the demon cave, where did she go? At this point, Bai Shui spoke urgently, eager to know the Empress's whereabouts. Who knows? However, to suppress the demon cave, the Empress paid a tremendous price and missed the best opportunity to ascend to the immortal realm. I suspect she likely passed away through meditation. The demonic old creature spoke honestly. Although that woman was breathtakingly beautiful, to him, she was an enemy he could never forgive. If he hadn't been sealed in the cave of 10,000 demons, he would have long since transcended this world and left it behind. Why else would he have become so weak, only to be easily subdued by a human cultivator? Upon hearing this, Bai Shui felt a mix of emotions. The Empress who appeared in her memories, had she truly passed away in meditation? What was her true origin? Could she have been created by the Empress? Bai Shui bit her red lips, a hint of sadness flickering across her delicate face. She had thought that if the Empress was still alive, she could go find her to clarify her own origins. Now it seemed impossible. Sir, I have already answered all your questions truthfully. Please spare my life. Though feeling wronged, the demon still pleaded. In the past, he had been so full of vigor and had roamed half of the cultivation world, being the most promising demon with the potential to attain the immortal realm. However, being imprisoned in the demon's den for so many years had caused his cultivation to plummet, leaving him incredibly weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated by Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan, upon hearing this, did not rush to answer his question. Instead, he asked, how many demons are left in the 10,000 demons cave? Besides me, there are probably dozens or even hundreds of them. We chose to hide in the 10,000 demons cave to temporarily avoid the calamity, so many demons gathered there. Avoid the calamity? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and asked again, so you were voluntarily sealing yourselves inside the 10,000 demons cave at first, and later were trapped there by the Empress? Of course. Otherwise, even if the Empress and that old man had joined forces, they wouldn't have been able to trap all of us inside. The demonic creature spoke arrogantly. Are there many other factions like the Demon's Den that actively sought refuge from the calamity in this world? Not too many. Among the demonic realms, the Buddhist sects, and the Taoist schools, there are quite a few top-tier factions that chose to seal themselves away. Some did so to temporarily avoid the great calamity of the past, while others waited for this era of spiritual energy revival. At this point, the demon paused and spoke slowly, trying to persuade him. Sir, I can see that you have exceptional talent for cultivating immortality. In the current mid-stage of spiritual energy revival, you have already attained such a high level of cultivation. If you agree to spare me, I can give you the supreme demonic scriptures from tens of thousands of years ago and many top-tier cultivation techniques. Are you tempting me? Zhao Fan scoffed. I don't need any demonic scriptures. You'd be better off perishing completely. As the words fell, Zhao Fan raised his hand and unleashed a terrifying sword intent, instantly shattering the demon into pieces, leaving not even its soul behind. At the same time, Zhao Fan unleashed several more sword strikes, sealing the cave entrance layer by layer with terrifyingly powerful sword chi. With his current cultivation level, sealing a cave entrance was no problem. Unless a demonic beast stronger than him arrived, it would be impossible to break the seal and escape. Shall we begin the check-in? Just as Zhao Fan had just resealed the entrance, the familiar prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Check in. Zhao Fan replied instinctively. Check-in successful. Reward, Human Emperor Seal Technique. As the system's voice faded, a profound and powerful martial art technique suddenly appeared in Zhao Fan's mind. Chapter 66, Bai Shue's Confidence. The Human Emperor's Seal Technique? Zhao Fan was somewhat surprised. This was an extremely powerful martial art technique, utilizing supreme spiritual energy to strike the human emperor's great seal, effortlessly suppressing mountains, rivers, and valleys. Its power was even on par with the sword control technique and the 10,000 swords art. Obtaining another powerful martial art technique improved Zhao Fan's mood. It seemed that the 10,000 Demons Cave was well suited for the system's check-in feature. Last time, he had also checked in here and obtained the Nirvana Golden, which had helped him break through to the fusion realm in one go. Could there be something unique about this place? As Zhao Fan pondered, the snow beside him, thinking he had something on his mind, asked softly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I was just thinking that there are dozens, if not hundreds, of demons inside. They probably haven't all awakened yet. Otherwise, it would be difficult to seal the entrance again this time." Zhao Fan smiled faintly and said casually, "But what if they awaken later? Will the seal you set up still be effective?" Bai Shui blinked her gem-like eyes, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Don't worry. It should still work, unless the demon's cultivation level far surpasses mine. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for them to break through the seal and escape." Zhao Fan smiled confidently, speaking with certainty. 60 years ago, he had already broken through to the early stage of the fusion realm. Now, after so many years, his cultivation level had far surpassed his previous peak by several fold. Unless it was a demonic beast at the late stage of the fusion realm, it would be absolutely impossible for it to break the sword-based seal he had set up. Moreover, judging from the strength of the demons he had just eliminated, the demons trapped deep within the 10,000 Demons Cave had likely grown extremely weak after so many years, with their strength roughly at the early or mid-stage of the fusion realm. Of course, this was merely Zhao Fan's own speculation, and it was impossible to guarantee that there were no stronger demons within. That's good. The little fox Bai Shui still believed Zhao Fan implicitly, as she had not encountered any human cultivators more extraordinary than him since she awoke in the underground space. "But what is your current strength? I've already consolidated my early fusion stage cultivation, yet why can't I see through your cultivation level?" Bai Shui tilted her cute little head and asked in a clear, pleasant voice. Her skin was smooth and fair, her face delicate and beautiful, and her large eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. So, mid-stage of the fusion realm. Zhao Fan smiled faintly and spoke calmly. To avoid discouraging Bai Shui, Zhao Fan refrained from adding that, if he wished, he could break through the bottleneck at any moment and become a late-stage fusion realm cultivator. Mid-stage of the fusion realm? That's not bad. Bai Shui smiled, her eyes sparkling with pride, and said arrogantly, "Once this fox spirit returns to intensify my cultivation, it won't take long before I catch up to you." She became confident, as if she could already see herself suppressing Zhao Fan, and her lips curled upward involuntarily. "All right. Then you'd better work hard." Zhao Fan naturally guessed Bai Shui's thoughts, but he merely smiled, not taking it to heart. Even if he gave her several more decades, she still wouldn't be his match. After returning from the underground space, the little white fox was full of energy and returned to the jade coffin in the stone house to continue her cultivation. Zhao Fan, of course, wasn't idle. In just one day, he had mastered the basics of the Human Emperor Seal technique. With a flick of his wrist, the Human Emperor Seal he summoned resembled a majestic divine mountain, its power incredibly strong and terrifying. Although the Human Emperor Seal technique was powerful, Zhao Fan was, after all, a sword cultivator, so he had no intention of delving deeper into its cultivation. As the saying goes, broad but not deep, deep but not broad, that was the principle. Moreover, Zhao Fan had already cultivated the sword control technique and the 10,000 Swords Manual, and he also possessed the even more powerful Supreme Emperor's Sword Scripture. After his previous arduous cultivation, Zhao Fan had reached a very high level in sword cultivation. Looking at the entire Shu Mountain now, no one could compare to him. However, Zhao Fan was far from satisfied. Because in recent years, after he had completely mastered the fourth layer of sword manipulation, shapeshifting, his progress had become extremely slow, and he had yet to break through to the fifth layer, all things become swords. Of course, the primary reason was that Zhao Fan had previously devoted much of his energy to cultivating his physical body, which had hindered his progress in sword control technique. Therefore, in the days that followed, Zhao Fan redirected his efforts toward the sword art and the 10,000 swords technique, achieving significant improvements in a short time. In less than 10 days, relying on the powerful comprehension ability of his innate sword body, Zhao Fan had already mastered the fifth layer of sword manipulation. Grass and trees become swords. At the same time, he had cultivated the 10,000 swords technique to the third layer, significantly enhancing his overall strength. On this day, as Zhao Fan continued his cultivation, a light footstep sounded outside the demon ceiling tower. Today was the day Zhang Qian came to bring him food. "Senior brother, I've come to bring you your meal." Zhang Qian was tall and slender, with smooth, fair skin. Her delicate, charming face bore a sweet smile. She was now an enforcement elder of the discipline hall, and compared to when she was still a disciple, her demeanor had matured greatly. However, despite the years that had passed, Zhang Qian's nature remained as innocent and kind as ever. "Little junior sister, you're here." Zhao Fan greeted her with a smile, showing no airs, as if he were greeting an old friend, his tone very casual. Across the vast Shu Mountain, Zhang Qian was the only person he could talk to and joke around with. He. "Senior brother, did you miss me?" Zhang Qian batted her big eyes playfully. "Of course I did. How could I not? I've been thinking about your delicious food and wine." Zhao Fan smiled and teased her. "Senior brother, don't worry. I've cooked several delicious dishes this time. All specially prepared to treat you." As she spoke, Zhang Qian skillfully opened the food box, revealing the fragrant wine and dishes inside. The color, aroma, and taste are all perfect, and there's even some century-old wine. Not bad, not bad." Zhao Fan tasted it and smiled contentedly. Every day of cultivation in the demon ceiling tower was fulfilling yet monotonous. The only joy was tasting Zhang Qian's homemade delicacies every 10 days, a habit deeply ingrained in Zhao Fan's bones. "By the way, senior brother, do you remember the Tianping demon clan that attacked our Shu Mountain a few days ago?" Zhang Qian hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously. In recent days, the disciples of Shu Mountain had been discussing nothing else but the recent incident where the sword cultivator senior had slain the Tianping king and the Tianping demon clan. Zhang Qian knew that Zhao Fan was the one who had done it, so she had specially prepared a few extra dishes to reward him. "What's wrong? Are there any remnants of the Tianping demon clan left?" Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and asked softly. "No, but I heard some good news. It is said that after the Heavenly Phoenix King was killed on our Shushan Mountain, the remaining Heavenly Phoenix demon clan was swallowed up by several powerful demon clans and has now been completely annihilated." Zhang Qian smiled and continued, "All of this is thanks to senior brother. Otherwise, our situation at Shu Mountain would have been truly dangerous a few days ago. I merely acted on impulse. Actually, if it weren't for the ambition of some within the sect, perhaps this crisis could have been avoided." Zhao Fan shook his head and sighed. "Senior brother is right. If we hadn't taken the initiative to attack the Tianping demon clan, so many people wouldn't have died in the sect. Many elders and fellow disciples might still be alive." At this point, Zhang Qian's mood suddenly grew somber. She was naturally kind-hearted, and as an enforcement elder with a high status, she had already learned about the casualties from the failed campaign against the Tianping demon clan, which made her feel deeply distressed. "Don't be sad. If you want to protect your fellow disciples and siblings in the sect, you must strive even harder in your cultivation. Only then will you be able to help them when danger arises in the future." Zhao Fan comforted Zhang Qian. "I'll follow my senior brother's advice. I also want to become a great warrior like him, so that I can step forward to protect the sect when it's in danger." Zhang Qian nodded earnestly, speaking with unwavering determination. "Having that kind of heart is a good thing." Zhao Fan smiled with satisfaction and said. After that, Zhang Qian talked to Zhao Fan about many other things, including how her younger brother Zhao Cheng had officially promoted Zhao Xiaotian to the position of young sect master of Shu Mountain, making it easier for him to succeed as the sect master in the near future. However, due to Zhao Xiaotian's illegitimate status, he faced opposition from many elders. In the end, Zhao Cheng overruled the objections and forced Zhao Xiaotian to become the young sect master. Zhao Fan did not comment further, as it was entirely within his expectations. As the sky grew dark, Zhang Qian left the demon ceiling tower slowly, carrying an empty food box. Inside the demon ceiling tower, peace once again settled in. Chapter 67, Frozen. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan paid no heed to the turmoil outside and remained within the demon ceiling tower to cultivate. As the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth continued to recover at an accelerating pace, an increasing number of powerful cultivators would emerge in the future. However, what was most crucial was that Zhao Fan had not forgotten the words spoken by the demon that had burst out of the 10,000 demons cave before its death, that there were still many terrifying forces sealed away in the world, much like the 10,000 demons cave. Once the top-tier experts from those forces awoke and regained their strength, it would pose a terrifying threat to the entire cultivation world, and Mount Shu would also be greatly affected. Therefore, to prepare for any major changes that may occur in the future, Zhao Fan must act swiftly and continuously enhance his own strength. He continued to cultivate his sword techniques, focusing on the sword control art and the 10,000 swords technique, as these two sword arts were the cornerstone of his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Zhao Fan sat cross-legged in the void, his body strong and muscular, with a golden glow emanating from his skin, as if he were forged from divine metal. He exuded a powerful and awe-inspiring aura. At the same time, strands of sword intent spread out, seemingly tiny yet extremely dangerous, more terrifying than thunder and lightning, causing the surrounding void to constantly twist and collapse. This was merely the unintended display of Zhao Fan's might. Inside the demon's ceiling tower, it was deathly quiet. As a gentle breeze swept by, a slender blade of grass was lifted by the wind. Before it could fall, Zhao Fan suddenly caught it in his hand. Boom! Zhao Fan's eyes flashed like lightning. He used the withered blade of grass as a sword and casually slashed toward the sky. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened, the clouds turned, and a dazzling sword light easily shattered the thick clouds as heavy as mountains, carrying the might of creation, nearly splitting the entire sky apart. Above the demon ceiling tower, a massive void fissure appeared in the sky, spanning dozens of miles, its grotesque and terrifying form sending shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. What is that? The sky, it split open. Within the Shu Mountains, several elders sensed the commotion and immediately noticed the sky's terrifying spectacle, all of them stunned into speechlessness. Could it be a special celestial phenomenon? Does it foretell danger for our Shu Mountain? An elderly elder spoke with a worried expression. It's highly likely. The sect master has appointed his illegitimate son as the young sect master, defying the will of our ancestors. This is why the unusual phenomenon is warning us. We must continue to persuade the sect master. Though these elders were no slouches in combat, they failed to notice the spatial fissures in the sky. They were merely the result of Zhao Fan casually practicing his sword techniques. Not only that, but they mistakenly believed this was a special omen of impending danger for Shu Mountain, attributing everything to the matter of Zhao Chang appointing Zhao Xiaotian as the young master. I have finally mastered the 5th level of sword control. Every blade of grass and tree is a sword. Within the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan smiled. He was unaware that the traces left by his sword had already caused panic among the people of Shu Mountain. Now, even without a flying sword in hand, ordinary plants and trees can become my weapons. A single strike can shatter everything in its path. In the current cultivation world, there are probably few who can withstand it. Zhao Fan was highly confident, as his improvement wasn't limited to sword control. The 10,000 swords technique had also reached the 3rd layer of perfection, with only half a step remaining to the 4th layer. The two martial arts complemented each other, significantly enhancing his overall strength. Shall we begin the check-in? Just then, a familiar system prompt sounded in Zhao Fan's mind. Check-in. Zhao Fan replied instinctively. Check-in successful. Reward, Xiantian Nourishing Spirit Coffin. As the system's voice faded, a white crystal coffin materialized before Zhao Fan, carved like jade, adorned with intricate runes, and emanating a bone-chilling coldness. Xiantian Nourishing Spirit Coffin? Zhao Fan was puzzled and asked the system, what is this for? The Xiantian Nurturing Spirit Coffin is forged from 10,000-year-old Xiantian ice and conceal the life force and lifespan of cultivators. The system's response was concise and to the point. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan's eyes flashed with a gleam of determination. He pressed further. If a severely injured and dying cultivator were to lie inside the coffin, could it also seal off their remaining life force to delay death? Of course it can. That's great. Hearing the system's response, Zhao Fan smiled. If that were the case, his younger brother Zhao Chang might not have to die. No wonder its system made it definitely top-notch. Before Zhao Fan could continue celebrating, he sensed a series of hurried footsteps outside the demon ceiling tower. Uncle. As the demon ceiling tower door swung open, Zhao Xiaotian, who had recently become the young master of the sect, suddenly appeared. Zhao Fan noticed that Zhao Xiaotian's face was filled with sorrow, and his heart tightened instinctively. He frowned and asked, "Why are you here instead of handling important matters at Mount Shu?" "Uncle, my father, he is not doing well." Zhao Xiaotian spoke with profound sorrow. "It's only been 2 months since he passed away. Didn't he have another half-month left? These past few days, my father has been constantly arguing with the senior elders of the sect to help me ascend to power. He's been teaching me how to handle sect affairs day and night, barely getting any rest. This morning, he suddenly collapsed and is now barely clinging to life. Several elders skilled in medicine have all said he could pass away at any moment. That is why I came to ask my uncle to come over and see my father one last time." Zhao Xiaotian choked back tears, speaking painfully. Let's go. Zhao Fan felt a heavy weight on his heart as he headed toward the main hall of Shu Mountain, with Zhao Xiaotian following closely behind. The main hall of Shu Mountain. The sect master, Zhao Chang, lay unconscious, lying peacefully. His once jet black hair was now completely white, resembling an old man on the brink of death. His entire body emanated the lifeless aura of impending death. Even as he slipped into unconsciousness, he disregarded his own injuries and insisted on teaching Zhao Xiaotian how to handle the affairs of Shu Mountain. For Zhao Chang had always harbored a deep regret that he had not yet achieved his goal of reviving Shu Mountain. He hoped to pass on as much as possible to his son, so that he could fulfill the unfinished wishes of his father. Inside the Grand Hall, Princess Pingyang and her son knelt on the ground alongside the elders of Shu Mountain, their sorrowful sobs echoing throughout the chamber. Although Zhao Chang had made the mistake of attacking the Tianping demon clan, no one could deny his achievements. Shu Mountain's current prosperity was entirely due to his previous efforts in reforming and revitalizing the mountain. Therefore, Zhao Chang was still deeply beloved by the elders and disciples of the mountain. Everyone, leave. Just as everyone was overcome with grief, a calm voice suddenly rang out. Before they could react, they were gently pushed out of the hall by a soft force. Zhao Fan had arrived. He did not want the brothers' possible final meeting to be disturbed by others. Including Zhao Xiaotian, everyone else was blocked outside the hall by a mysterious force. As if sensing Zhao Fan's arrival, Zhao Chang, the younger brother, regained consciousness and slowly awoke from his coma. With a voice weak beyond words, he asked, "Is it my older brother who has come?" "It's me. I'm here." Zhao Fan walked forward slowly, gently holding Zhao Chang's withered, lifeless hand. Pure spiritual energy slowly flowed into his body. "Big brother, you're here." Zhao Chang smiled, his expression innocent like that of a child. He vaguely recalled that when he was young, his older brother had also held his hand like this, taking him to various places on Mount Shu to play and cause trouble. Those were the happiest days of Zhao Chang's life, for no matter how much trouble he caused, his older brother was always there to protect him. "Brother, when I took your place as the young master of the sect and later became the master of Shu Mountain, I failed to lead Shu Mountain to revival. Do you feel disappointed in me?" As he neared the end of his life, Zhao Chang suddenly spoke, asking slowly. Over the years, Zhao Chang had always felt that he had taken his older brother's position as young master, and this had always weighed heavily on his heart. Therefore, he was even more determined to achieve something great to live up to his older brother's and his late father's expectations. However, every time a crisis arose, it was his older brother who had to clean up the mess. Therefore, Zhao Chang was deeply concerned about whether his older brother was disappointed in him. "You've done very well. And no one could have done better than you." Zhao Fan smiled and comforted him. "That's good. I should be going now. From now on, I'll rely on my older brother to take care of Xiaotian." Zhao Chang felt a weight lifted off his shoulders, smiled contentedly, and slowly closed his eyes. "You can't leave yet." Suddenly, Zhao Fan shook his head, casually retrieving the Xiantian nurturing spirit coffin from the system space, and spoke calmly, "You must live on and witness the revival and strength of Shu Mountain." As his words fell, Zhao Fan placed Zhao Chang into the Xiantian nourishing spirit coffin. Instantly, a powerful sealing force froze the nearly lifeless Zhao Chang. With the Xiantian nourishing spirit coffin, Zhao Chang could barely cling to a thread of life. Once Zhao Fan grew stronger in the future, he could find a way to revive him. However, taking Zhao Chang away like this makes it difficult to explain to those outside the hall. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Fan raised his hand and grasped the surging celestial and earthly spiritual energy, which into a puppet resembling his younger brother Zhao Chang. This puppet made no sound whatsoever, lying motionless on the ground like a true corpse. This was the technique of a cultivator at the fusion stage. Though merely a puppet formed from spiritual energy, it was impossible for ordinary people to discern its true nature unless faced with someone of greater cultivation than Zhao Fan. "The sect master has passed away in meditation. You may now enter." As soon as the words were spoken, Zhao Fan vanished into thin air, and the mysterious force blocking everyone from entering the hall slowly dissipated. Chapter 68, Late Fusion Stage. Outside the hall, Princess Pingyang and her son, along with the other elders, were growing impatient. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaotian had informed them in advance that the person inside was a senior sword cultivator from Shu Mountain, who was there to pay his final respects to the sect master. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. Every single person on Mount Shu held the sword cultivator in the highest regard. Without his presence to uphold the mountain, Shu Mountain would have been destroyed countless times. "The sect master has passed away. You may now enter." At that moment, a steady and powerful voice echoed from within, and the mysterious force blocking their path vanished into thin air. Everyone paused for a moment before rushing into the grand hall. The lifeless Zhao Chang lay quietly on the ground, now nothing more than a corpse. "Husband, father, master." Upon witnessing this scene, everyone knelt to the ground, overcome with grief and sorrow. Soon, Shu Mountain held a grand funeral ceremony for the sect master Zhao Chang, which lasted a full 5 days before finally coming to an end. It seems they haven't noticed anything suspicious. Gazing toward the direction of the Shu Mountain Hall, Zhao Fan murmured to himself. Although his younger brother Zhao Chang was not actually dead, he was as good as dead. Currently, he could only be sealed in the Xiantian Yangling coffin, living like a walking corpse. The entire Shu Mountain sect was immersed in grief over the passing of their sect master, Zhao Chang. However, to avoid chaos, led by the true martial elder Lin Mu, the controversial Zhao Xiaotian was pushed into the position of sect master. Though many elders opposed this, it was ultimately the decision of the former sect master, and Zhao Xiaotian did possess outstanding talent and formidable cultivation. Upon ascending to power, Zhao Xiaotian demonstrated remarkable ability, swiftly addressing the mess left behind by his predecessor, Zhao Chang. Earlier, when the elite forces of Shu Mountain launched an attack on the Tianping demon clan, nearly half of their forces were lost. Zhao Xiaotian first arranged for the families of the deceased disciples to be taken care of, then continued to deepen the reforms initiated by the previous Shu Mountain sect. He did not implement drastic reforms but instead followed the path set by his predecessor, advancing the reforms in a very conservative and orderly manner. Zhao Xiaotian was well aware of his limitations. By doing so, he could stabilize the current situation at Shu Mountain and gradually build his reputation, earning the trust and support of more people. After all, he had not yet firmly secured his position as the leader of the Shu Mountain sect. Although he had his own uncle secretly supporting him, Zhao Xiaotian was still young and had his own pride and confidence. Unless it was an absolute emergency, he really did not want to trouble Zhao Fan. Inside the demon ceiling tower, everything was calm and peaceful. Zhao Fan paid no heed to the commotion outside. After returning from the Shu Mountain Hall, he did not leave the tower for a single step. After advancing his cultivation in the sword control technique and the 10,000 swords manual, Zhao Fan did not cease his training. He continued to grow stronger each day through the system's daily check-in. Days passed one after another. Boom! On this day, as Zhao Fan continued his cultivation, the spiritual energy within his body suddenly surged dramatically. At the same time, a powerful and terrifying aura erupted from his body, sweeping upward like a violent storm. The entire demon ceiling tower trembled under the force of this energy, emitting deafening roars. Zhao Fan broke through effortlessly. Late fusion stage. It came sooner than I had anticipated. Zhao Fan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as lightning, piercing several meters into the void. He was not overly surprised by his breakthrough to the late fusion stage, as he had already accumulated sufficient strength and experience beforehand. Cultivating immortality defies the laws of heaven, and as one's cultivation level increases, the difficulty naturally grows. However, with the revival of celestial energy and the increasingly favorable environment for cultivation, Zhao Fan's cultivation progress, aided by the system, far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, this was achieved while he intentionally suppressed himself and consolidated his foundation, otherwise, his progress would have been even smoother. Feeling the boundless power surging within him, Zhao Fan felt no arrogance. Instead, his mind grew increasingly calm as he began to consolidate his cultivation realm. He thoroughly enjoyed these days of constant cultivation and improvement, as if he had forgotten the passage of time. Time flew by, and another 15 years had passed. During these 15 years, Zhao Fan grew even stronger, and his entire demeanor became as vast and mysterious as the ocean. During this time, he never left the demon ceiling tower, except for the 10-day intervals when Zhang Chen brought him food. The only companion he had was Bai Shui, who remained in the stone house, sleeping and cultivating. Zhao Xiaotian had not come to find Zhao Fan once. He had spent the past 15 years carefully building his influence, gaining the support of many in Mount Shu, and had temporarily secured his position as the sect master. 15 years is enough time for the cultivation world to undergo drastic changes. As the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth continued to recover, one powerful figure after another emerged, and new factions began to form. Some fell tragically, while others laughed triumphantly as they claimed dominance. Such scenes played out almost daily in various corners of the cultivation world. Shu Mountain had remained extremely low-key in recent years, partly due to the conservative style of its sect master, Zhao Xiaotian. However, the primary reason was that after the brutal failure of the campaign against the Tianping demon clan, many elders and disciples of Shu Mountain had abandoned any ambitions to compete for dominance. As a result, many began to overlook Shu Mountain, even forgetting the existence of the swordmaster who had slain the Tianping king with a single stroke 15 years ago. In recent times, Shu Mountain has remained obscure, but the Tang dynasty, which has an alliance with Shu Mountain, is thriving in contrast. The dynasty is teeming with martial arts experts and cultivators, but what has drawn the most attention is the sudden reappearance of an ancient ancestor who was rumored to have died years ago. Not only that, but he has risen to become a mid-stage fusion realm powerhouse. With such a powerful figure backing them, the Tang dynasty has been conquering and annexing weaker nations one after another, and is now the most powerful cultivating force in the vicinity of Shu Mountain. These pieces of information were inadvertently shared with Zhao Fan by Zhang Qian while she was delivering food. Zhang Qian also told Zhao Fan that the external world was undergoing rapid changes, becoming increasingly complex and chaotic compared to previous years. Demons, and various factions of good and evil were emerging in droves, turning the cultivation world into a chaotic mess. Even if Shu Mountain wanted to stay neutral and keep a low profile, it sometimes couldn't help but be affected, leaving the sect master Zhao Xiaotian and the elders in a state of chaos. Every time he heard these things, Zhao Fan would smile. He was glad he hadn't become the master of Shu Mountain, otherwise, the troubles he was hearing about might have fallen on his shoulders. It was better to stay in the demon ceiling tower, where he could grow stronger each day through the system's daily check-in, without having to worry about the troubles outside. He focused his main efforts on cultivating his spiritual essence and physical body. Unlike ordinary cultivators at the fusion stage, Zhao Fan cultivated his spiritual energy, physical body, and divine soul simultaneously, granting him combat power far surpassing that of his peers. The Tai nurturing spirit technique and the Zhanglu golden body were powerful martial arts techniques Zhao Fan obtained through check-ins, corresponding to the cultivation of his spiritual essence and physical body, respectively. Years ago, Zhao Fan had already cultivated both to a certain level, so continuing his cultivation became even more effortless. Chapter 69, The Return of 10,000 Swords? Boom! On this day, while Zhao Fan continued his cultivation, a powerful and astonishing aura suddenly emanated from the stonehouse beside him. It's Bai Shui. It seems this little fox has broken through again. Zhao Fan smiled and murmured to himself. Over the years, the little fox Bai Shui had spent most of her time lying in the jade coffin inside the stonehouse, sleeping. Unlike human cultivators, her sleep was a form of cultivation. After each period of rest, Bai Shui's cultivation would improve significantly. To be honest, this made Zhao Fan genuinely envious. Despite having the system's assistance, he still diligently cultivated every day, striving to become a successful cultivator who had crossed over from another world. However, comparison only leads to envy. While Bai Shui could grow stronger simply by sleeping, that was far more comfortable than his own situation. Thus, this vast and wondrous world truly holds no end of surprises. The overwhelming aura lingered for a moment before slowly dissipating. At that moment, a delicate and adorable young girl elegantly emerged from the stonehouse. She was as delicate as a carved jade, with eyes as bright as gems, fair and supple skin, and a graceful posture. Compared to before, she had become even more alluring and beautiful. Zhao Fan. I want to fight you. Bai Shui spoke with a clear, pleasant voice, full of confidence. Despite being a sweet and delicate young beauty, she was now determined to challenge Zhao Fan to a fight. In fact, over the past 15 years, this wasn't the first time Bai Shui had challenged Zhao Fan. Almost every time her cultivation reached a new level, no matter how slight the improvement, she would seek him out for a duel. Now it had almost become a habit, with a small fight every 2 weeks and a big one every month. Bai Shui, you're no match for me. Zhao Fan glanced at her and tried to persuade her with a stern expression. Otherwise, if he made the young girl cry, he'd have to spend a long time comforting her. Mind your own business, Bai Shui snorted arrogantly, her face brimming with confidence. I've just broken through to the mid-stage of the fusion realm, and I've also recalled a few decent Demon Clan martial arts techniques. I'm definitely capable of pinning you to the ground. Besides cultivating her cultivation and recalling more memories, her only remaining obsession was to subdue Zhao Fan and prove how powerful she was. Alright. I'll play along with you. Seeing that the little fox Bai Shui was so confident, Zhao Fan knew he couldn't refuse. He casually unleashed a stunning sword light, which transformed into a resilient light barrier enveloping the entire demon ceiling tower. This way, they could avoid causing unnecessary commotion from their battle. Don't you dare regret this. As the words fell, Bai Shui moved immediately. Her slender body vanished from her original spot in an instant, appearing before Zhao Fan in the blink of an eye. A slender, fair hand, shrouded in a faint golden glow, struck toward his chest. Such astonishing speed left even Zhao Fan taken aback. But Zhao Fan was no ordinary man. His reaction was equally swift and unimaginable. He raised his hand and struck out as well. Bang! The two palms, one large and one small, collided directly, causing the void to warp slightly. This alone was enough to show how terrifying the force behind the strike was. 6-foot golden body. Very impressive. Zhao Fan smiled and praised Bai Shui. Earlier, he had taught the 6-foot golden body technique to Bai Shui, and it seemed she had already reached at least the second level of cultivation. I have something even more powerful. Bai Shui raised her chin arrogantly, and suddenly, powerful demonic energy surged forth, forming the illusory figure of a 1,000-foot-tall fox. It let out a deafening howl and charged toward Zhao Fan like a tidal wave. This attack was extremely powerful, stirring the celestial energies from all directions and causing the entire demon ceiling tower to rumble and tremble. Even a cultivator of the same realm as Bai Shui would find it difficult to block this attack head-on. Interesting. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, then clasped his fingers together like a sword and struck out with the force of a thunderbolt. Boom! A 1,000-foot-long fox-like shadow shattered upon impact as sword lights crisscrossed the sky with unmatched speed, continuing their relentless assault toward Bai Shui. Ah! Bai Shui's face paled slightly as she hurriedly struck out with a series of sharp claw-like shadows to block the attack. However, against this devastating sword strike, her efforts were utterly futile. Bang! Just as the sword light was about to strike her, it suddenly collapsed and dissipated. Before Bai Shui could react, a finger gently touched her smooth, fair forehead, accompanied by Zhao Fan's faint laughter. This time, I still won. Feeling the warmth from Zhao Fan's finger, Bai Shui's face flushed red, and she jumped back like a startled rabbit, glaring at him angrily. I'm already at the mid-stage of fusion. Why can't I beat you? Bai Shui gritted her teeth, asking with obvious resentment. Keep trying harder. Once you break through to the late fusion stage, you should have a chance. Zhao Fan didn't want to discourage her, so he could only comfort her in this way. Really? What exactly is your current strength? Bai Shui blinked her big eyes, doubting Zhao Fan's words. If she remembered correctly, someone had said the same thing before. I don't know either. Zhao Fan sighed helplessly. He wasn't just brushing her off, he genuinely didn't know how strong he was now. 15 years ago, Zhao Fan had already broken through to the late stage of the fusion realm. After so many years, his cultivation had long since reached the peak of the fusion realm. Most importantly, his cultivation was unique. His spiritual energy, soul, and physical body were all integrated into one. His true combat power far surpassed that of other cultivators at the same level by several fold. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Once this fox spirit breaks through to the late stage of the fusion realm, I'll definitely remember more powerful demon clan martial arts and come back to settle the score with you. Bai Shui stomped off angrily and returned to the stone house to continue her slumber. Seeing this, Zhao Fan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Shall we begin the check-in? Just then, a system prompt sounded in Zhao Fan's mind. Check in. Zhao Fan replied without hesitation. Check-in successful. Reward, 10,000 swords return to the source. As the system's voice faded, a new sword martial art technique suddenly appeared in Zhao Fan's mind. 10,000 swords return to the source? As a time traveler from Blue Star, Zhao Fan naturally knew how powerful this sword technique was. With a hint of anticipation, Zhao Fan quickly skimmed through it but soon furrowed his brows. This martial art is indeed powerful, comparable to sword control technique and 10,000 swords technique, but it has unique cultivation requirements. Only cultivators below the spirit division realm can practice it. Zhao Fan sighed helplessly. It was the first time he had encountered such an odd requirement. Never mind. I already have several powerful sword cultivation techniques. The 10,000 swords technique can be set aside for now, or perhaps left for others with the right destiny to cultivate. Zhao Fan thought it over and decided to abandon the idea of cultivating the 10,000 swords return to the source technique. He was currently at the peak of the fusion realm. Was he really going to abandon most of his cultivation to start over? Zhao Fan wasn't that foolish. Uncle, I've come to see you. Just then, a respectful voice suddenly rang out. The current sect master, Zhao Xiaotian, had arrived. Chapter 70, Zhao Xiaotian with a heavy heart. Opening the gates of the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Xiaotian stepped inside slowly. He wore a golden robe, his tall and muscular frame exuding strength. His face was stern and angular, his eyes bright and piercing. There was a faint resemblance to his younger brother, Zhao Chang, in his demeanor. You, the current patriarch of Mount Shu, should be at the main hall handling important matters. Why have you come all the way here? Looking at his nephew, who had changed so much over the years, Zhao Fan smiled and teased him. Uncle, I'm sorry. Over the years, I've been busy with sect affairs and haven't had the chance to visit you, so please forgive me. Zhao Xiaotian mistakenly thought Zhao Fan was scolding him and was about to kneel down to apologize. Stand up. I was just joking with you. There is no need to be so formal. Zhao Fan shook his head and smiled wryly. Before Zhao Xiaotian could kneel down, he casually waved his hand, and an invisible force gently lifted him up. He felt a hint of disappointment. If it had been his younger brother Zhao Chang, at least they could have joked around. Although he had raised Zhao Xiaotian from childhood, the boy's reverence for him was so great that it lacked the warmth of a close relationship, instead feeling somewhat distant. It's just Zhao Tian being too serious. As long as Uncle isn't upset, that is fine. Hearing Zhao Fan's explanation, Zhao Xiaotian felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders and sighed in relief. Sit down. Take your time and speak your mind. Noticing that he seemed deep in thought, Zhao Fan casually boiled some tea. These were premium-grade teas obtained through system check-ins in the past. The rewards from system check-ins weren't limited to pills, martial arts techniques, or weapons. There were also various other miscellaneous items. These premium teas had a captivating aroma, and Zhao Fan would occasionally enjoy some during his free time, as they had a calming and refreshing effect. What a fine tea! After drinking it, I feel refreshed all over. Taking the teacup Zhao Fan handed him, Zhao Xiaotian took a sip, and his entire demeanor brightened. The tea isn't particularly good, it's just that you have too many worries on your mind, so you feel the difference so strongly. Zhao Fan smiled, poured him another cup of tea, and then asked casually, "Tell me, what's been happening lately?" "Uncle, my little worries are no match for your sharp eyes." Zhao Xiaotian sighed with a wry smile. "I raised you from a child, how could I not understand you?" Zhao Fan snorted. "Uncle, over the years, I've worked diligently and finally secured my position as clan leader, all with the goal of carrying on my father's legacy and reviving Shu Mountain. But now, I've encountered a very matter. Your nephew is feeling lost, so I'd like to seek your guidance. Zhao Xiaotian's expression grew serious as he spoke slowly. What kind of tricky situation? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow and asked calmly. Zhao Xiaotian was someone he had personally trained, and both his ability to govern the sect and his cultivation potential were beyond reproach. If even he found the issue, it must not be a minor matter. I have just received confirmed information that Pingyang's mother, at the instigation of my second younger brother, has secretly contacted over 10 elders from Mount Shu. They plan to force me to relinquish my position as sect master in a few days and then install my second younger brother, Zhao Xiaofeng, as the new sect master. Zhao Xiaotian took a deep breath and spoke in a solemn tone. Princess Pingyang. If I recall correctly, didn't she promise in front of your father that she wouldn't interfere in the succession of the sect leader? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows, clearly surprised. Back then, Princess Pingyang did indeed promise my father before his death. However, in recent years, with the rise and strengthening of the Tang dynasty, and with the backing of an ancestor of the level of emerged great being, my second younger brother has gained the support of many sect elders. Even though I have worked diligently and devotedly for the past 15 years, in the eyes of many, I am still just an illegitimate son who rose to power by sheer luck, with no legitimate claim to the position. Zhao Xiaotian smiled bitterly, speaking helplessly. So that's how it is. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows, now understanding why Zhao Xiaotian was so troubled. Uncle, please advise me. What should I do now? As he spoke, Zhao Xiaotian knelt before Zhao Fan. Although he had learned that his younger brother and his followers were about to rebel, Zhao Xiaotian did not immediately suppress them. Instead, he came to seek advice from Zhao Fan. He knew very well that his second younger brother, Zhao Xiaofeng, had the backing of the Tang dynasty. If things escalated, Shu Mountain would face a devastating internal uprising, which could not only severely weaken its strength but also leave it vulnerable to being swallowed up by other factions. Moreover, his position as clan leader had been granted to him with Zhao Fan's approval. If his eldest uncle wished for him to step down, Zhao Xiaotian would not dare to oppose it and would willingly cede the position to his younger brother Zhao Xiaofeng. Go back. Don't worry. Without my consent, no one can touch you, the master of Shu Mountain. Looking down at his nephew kneeling before him, Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes and spoke calmly. Though he did not say it explicitly, those words were the strongest and most powerful guarantee. Uncle. I understand. Zhao Xiaotian felt a warm surge in his heart, bowed deeply to Zhao Fan once more, and then slowly left the demon ceiling tower. 15 years without drawing my sword. It seems that not only the entire cultivation world, but even the entire Shu Mountain sect, has forgotten my existence. Watching Zhao Xiaotian depart, Zhao Fan sneered and muttered to himself. After returning from the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Xiaotian went straight to the main hall of Shu Mountain. Master, did you go to meet that sword cultivator? What is his stance? Jinwu elder Lin Mu, who had been waiting there all along, asked impatiently. Earlier, it was he who first detected the news that Princess Pingyang and her son were about to cause trouble, and then secretly reported it to Zhao Xiaotian. As an elder who had served 3 successive sect masters of Shu Mountain, Lin Mu held great prestige within the sect and was utterly loyal. He was deeply concerned about the matter, as any mishandling could lead to inevitable internal turmoil within Shu Mountain. The consequences would be unimaginable. Senior Lin, there's no need to ask further. There's no need to worry too much about Princess Pingyang and my younger brother. Zhao Xiaotian spoke with a confident smile. With his uncle's assurance, even if his younger brother and the others were backed by the Tang dynasty, Zhao Xiaotian remained unfazed. Because no one knew better than he did how profoundly mysterious his uncle, who was locked away in the demon ceiling tower, truly was. After all, since he began cultivating immortality, Zhao Xiaotian had never encountered anyone in this world who was stronger than his eldest uncle, Zhao Fan. In his mind, Zhao Fan was the very embodiment of invincibility. Master, should we make some contingency plans? Lin Mu asked hesitantly. No need. Let's just watch them perform. Zhao Xiaotian spoke calmly, his eyes flashing with a sharp gleam. Master, did you convince that sword cultivator to intervene at a critical moment to suppress the situation? Lin Mu, upon hearing this, instantly realized something and his face lit up with joy. If that elder was willing to intervene personally, all the troubles would be resolved effortlessly. I don't know. But in any case, there is no need to worry. Zhao Xiaotian gave a mysterious smile, deciding to keep the rest to himself for now. Chapter 71, Forced to abdicate and pass the throne. Seeing Zhao Xiaotian so composed, Elder Lin Mu felt reassured. As a seasoned advisor who had served 3 generations of sect leaders, Lin Mu firmly stood by Zhao Xiaotian. Over the years, the latter's capabilities had been evident to all. He had deepened and advanced the reforms initiated by the previous sect leader, enabling the Shu Mountain sect to quickly recover the vital energy lost during its campaign against the Tianping demon clan. Shu Mountain had finally reached this point after so much hardship, and he did not want to see internal strife weaken the sect. Otherwise, the efforts of 2 or 3 sect masters would be in vain. In the days that followed, Shu Mountain remained as peaceful as ever. However, this seemed like the calm before a storm, tinged with an eerie and abnormal atmosphere. On this day, the sect leader Zhao Xiaotian, as usual, summoned all the elders to the Grand Hall for a meeting. This was an important monthly meeting to discuss and summarize the sect's future development direction and establish detailed sect regulations, so it was of utmost importance. All prominent elders of Shu Mountain were present. Elders, the matters that have just been decided, please return to your respective duties and carry them out. Half an hour later, as the time seemed just right, Zhao Xiaotian waved his hand, signaling everyone to withdraw and conclude the meeting. Wait! Sect Master, I have an urgent matter I wish to discuss with everyone. At that moment, Elder Zhou Tai of the Qingmu faction suddenly spoke up, interrupting Zhao Xiaotian. Elder Qingmu, what is this urgent matter? Zhao Xiaotian asked coldly, his expression unchanged. Zhou Tai was one of the few radical factions within Shu Mountain and had always been at odds with Zhao Xiaotian, so he didn't get angry. Inside the Grand Hall, all the elders turned their gaze toward Zhou Tai, many of them curious about what he was about to say. Elders, Zhou Tai, proposed that the current sect leader step down, and we all elect Princess Pingyang's son, Zhao Xiaofeng, to take his place. Under the gaze of everyone present, Zhou Tai smiled confidently, exuding confidence, and continued, as everyone knows, the current sect leader is an illegitimate son. Moreover, in the 15 years since he ascended to power, his actions have been timid and indecisive, rendering him incapable of leading Shu Mountain to revival. Outrage! As Zhou Tai finished speaking, the crowd erupted into a commotion. Zhou Tai, you dare! The clan leader has been in power for 15 years, and his achievements are evident to all. How dare you even think of deposing him? You're inciting rebellion. Some elders who supported Zhao Xiaotian couldn't tolerate Zhou Tai's reckless words and scolded him angrily. What achievements does he have? If someone else were in his position, they wouldn't be much different. Zhou Tai sneered, looking at Zhao Xiaotian with a hint of contempt. He wore a mocking expression and coldly snorted, the current sect leader is utterly incompetent. Therefore, Zhou Tai, strongly recommend that we depose Zhao Xiaotian from his position as sect leader and elevate Zhao Xiaofeng to the throne. Senior Zhou speaks wisely. I also believe the current clan leader is incompetent. Stepping down and making way for the capable is the best choice. I agree as well. Please step down and make way for the capable. Please step down and make way for the capable. As Zhou Tai finished speaking, one elder after another, as if they had all planned it beforehand, stood up and demanded that the current sect leader, Zhao Xiaotian, step down and make way for the capable. In the blink of an eye, over 20 people, a full third of the elders, joined Zhou Tai in supporting his proposal. This scene left the remaining elders utterly shocked. Had Zhou Tai and his followers lost their minds? How dare they demand that the current sect leader step down? This was something that had never happened in the past few thousand years of Shu Mountain. You are rebelling. This is outright insubordination. Don't you fear death? As the situation turned against the sect leader Zhao Xiaotian, the elders who supported him began to speak out, harshly reprimanding Zhou Tai and the others. These were all loyal supporters of Zhao Xiaotian, who genuinely admired him for his abilities. There were over 20 of them, accounting for a third of the people in the hall. The two sides stood in tense standoff, the atmosphere growing increasingly intense, as if a major battle was about to erupt at any moment. Seeing the strange turn of events, the remaining elders exchanged glances, deliberated carefully, and then remained silent, choosing to remain neutral and observe. The hall grew chaotic, but Zhao Xiaotian remained calm, as he had anticipated this outcome. Besides him, Lin Mu was also calm, as he knew very well that Zhou Tai and the others dared to cause such a commotion because someone was behind them. Since the real mastermind had not yet appeared, as a true martial elder, he saw no need to speak up. What's all the commotion about? What is so important that you would disregard the elder's authority and cause such a commotion? Just as tensions were running high, the hall doors suddenly swung open, and a gracefully elegant woman stepped inside. She was exceptionally well preserved, with snow-white, delicate skin, exquisite features, and graceful manners. Every inch of her exuded a seductive and alluring charm. Greetings, Princess Pingyang. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, the elders who had been arguing all changed their expressions and immediately bowed respectfully. Princess Pingyang was the wife of the former sect leader, Zhao Chang. Due to her royal lineage and formidable strength, she retained her title of princess even after marrying into the Shu Mountain sect. Since Zhao Chang's death, she had lived a reclusive life for the past 15 years. However, she still held immense influence throughout Shu Mountain, especially in recent years as her maternal family, the Tang dynasty, had risen to power, further elevating her status within Shu Mountain. Greetings, Princess Pingyang. Even the current sect leader, Zhao Xiaotian, rose to his feet and bowed slightly upon seeing Princess Pingyang, as she was his senior by virtue of her title. Xiaotian, what are these elders arguing about? Princess Pingyang asked Zhao Xiaotian with a cold expression. Her tone was casual, showing no regard for him as the clan leader. Although he knew she was asking out of curiosity, Zhao Xiaotian did not take it to heart. He smiled slightly and said, Zhou Tai and the other elders are urging me to step down and cede the position of clan leader to my younger brother, Zhao Xiaofeng. As he spoke, Zhao Xiaotian remained calm, as if recounting an insignificant matter. Since all the elders have suggested that you step down and make way for the younger generation, you should just step down, Princess Pingyang said indifferently, her expression unchanged. Princess Pingyang, do you know what you're saying? The current clan leader was designated as the heir by the old clan leader. What right do you have to make him step down? Seeing the main figure arrive, Lin Mu could no longer contain himself and spoke up in a stern voice. My mother is speaking with Zhao Xiaotian. Do you have any right to interrupt? By Pingyang Princess's side, the towering Zhao Xiaofeng glared at Lin Mu like a venomous snake, his expression extremely hostile. You! Lin Mu flew into a rage and was about to step forward to argue. Senior Lin, step back. Zhao Xiaotian stopped Lin Mu and turned to look at Princess Pingyang, asking seriously, Mother Pingyang, are you sure you want to do this? It's not too late to change your mind now. Xiaotian, I know you've been dedicated as the sect leader all these years, but it would be best if you step down from this position. All elders, follow me in requesting the current sect master to step down. As Princess Pingyang finished speaking, Zhou Tai and the others' voices grew louder, shouting in unison, please step down and make way for the next generation. In an instant, the situation in the Grand Hall took a dramatic turn. Many of the elders who had been neutral observers switched sides and joined Zhou Tai's faction upon seeing Princess Pingyang appear. Elders, follow me to protect the sect master. I'll see who dares to act recklessly. Lin Mu swept his sleeves aside, leading over 20 loyal elders to stand firmly before Zhao Xiaotian. As the battle was about to erupt, Princess Pingyang gave a subtle signal to the few people behind her. Boom! With a terrifying roar, a golden edict appeared out of thin air, emanating a terrifying and overwhelming aura. In an instant, the entire hall was engulfed, with Lin Mu and the other elders pinned to the ground. What's happening? What a terrifying aura! I can't get up. Lin Mu and the others all looked terrified. Under the overwhelming might of the edict, they could barely breathe, and each of them felt as though a mountain was crushing them, unable to rise no matter how hard they tried. Chapter 72, Making the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty kneel and confess guilt. The oppressive might of a great being at the fusion stage. Zhao Xiaotian's expression suddenly changed as he recognized the terrifying aura of a great power contained within the imperial edict. That's right. This is the imperial edict personally written by the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty. It contains a thread of his will. I am the third prince of the Tang dynasty, here to support my cousin Zhao Xiaofeng in inheriting the position of master of the Shu Mountain sect. Anyone who dares to obstruct us is declaring war on the Tang dynasty and on our Tang dynasty ancestors. At that moment, a tall, handsome young man stepped forward with a haughty expression. He was none other than the third prince of the Tang dynasty. Princess Pingyang, you and your son have colluded with the Tang dynasty to force the sect leader to abdicate. This is outright rebellion. Jinwu elder Lin Mu was furious and shouted angrily. Seeing that someone dared to speak out, the third prince sneered and said, you don't know when to die. I'll make an example of you. As his words fell, he activated the divine will within the imperial edict and charged toward Lin Mu with the intent to kill. Stop! Zhao Xiaotian was utterly shocked, but with his cultivation at the out-of-body realm, he was powerless to stop it. Clang! Just as the situation reached a critical moment, a crisp and powerful sword cry rang out. A thunderous sword beam illuminated the entire Shu Mountain, resembling an invincible sword immortal slicing through the air, transcending layers of time and space, and striking the glowing magical edict with a single stroke. Bang! The will within the edict sensed the danger and erupted with even more powerful energy fluctuations to resist, but under the overwhelming sword light, it had no ability to fight back and shattered into pieces in the explosion. The sword light continued unabated, like the Milky Way in the night sky, constantly blooming. With a puff sound, it instantly severed the arrogant third prince, and without pausing, continued to strike toward Zhou Tai and several other leading elders who had instigated the rebellion. Puff, puff. Blood spattered everywhere, staining the smooth floor of the hall red. Zhou Tai and the others had no time to react before they fell into the pool of blood, their bodies and souls completely annihilated. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone reacted, the sword light had not dissipated but had into a golden figure. The profound sword intent spread throughout the hall like a violent storm. At that moment, nearly everyone trembled uncontrollably, unable to resist the urge to crawl to the ground. Some of the weaker elders were even knocked unconscious by the shockwave. Compared to the imperial edict produced by the deceased third prince, the aura emanating from this golden figure was immeasurably more powerful, as different as heaven and earth. This figure was none other than a fragment of Zhao Fan's divine essence. Upon sensing the commotion within the Shu Mountain Hall, despite being far away, his true form, stationed within the demon ceiling tower, had already intervened. At Zhao Fan's current level of cultivation, perceiving the situation within 100-li radius with a single thought was effortless. There was little that could escape his notice. It's the sword cultivator elder. That's great. The sword cultivator has stepped in to suppress the entire scene. Let's see who dares to rebel now. Jinwu elder Lin Mu immediately recognized the origin of the figure and couldn't help but shout out in excitement. We pay our respects to the sword cultivator. Zhao Xiaotian also wore a delighted expression. Though he knew the golden figure was his own uncle, he did not reveal the truth but instead knelt down respectfully. Without his uncle's permission, he dared not reveal his identity. We pay our respects to the sword cultivator senior. The over 20 elders who supported the sect leader Zhao Xiaotian followed suit, kneeling down to pay their respects. Each of their expressions was deeply reverent, as if they were paying homage to a deity high above. To them, the mysterious sword cultivator from Mount Shu was the true, invincible deity. We're doomed. This is all over. The elders who had previously forced Zhao Xiaotian to abdicate, upon witnessing this scene, were all filled with despair, their hearts as dead as ashes. The Shu Mountain sword cultivators had personally intervened to slay the third prince of the Tang dynasty in Zhou Tai, clearly indicating their support for Zhao Xiaotian. They weren't just opposing Zhao Xiaotian, they were openly defying the sword cultivators. How many lives would they need to atone for this? If they had known earlier that the sword cultivator held Zhao Xiaotian in such high regard, they would never have dared to follow Zhou Tai in supporting Princess Pingyang and her son. But now, it was too late for regrets. How could this happen? Princess Pingyang's face turned deathly pale. She had supported her son's ascension because she believed that the sword cultivator from Shu Mountain would not interfere in this matter. After all, in the past, the sword cultivators from Shu Mountain only intervened when facing external crises of immense scale. Moreover, even if we were to consider the most unfavorable scenario, Zhao Xiaofeng was the son of the former sect leader Zhao Chang. This was a family feud among brothers and should not have drawn the attention of the sword cultivator. But she never imagined that the mysterious and legendary sword cultivator from Shu Mountain would not only intervene but also personally slay the third prince in Zhou Tai. You are a reclusive master of Shu Mountain, why would you support this illegitimate son? Princess Pingyang bit her red lips, her voice tinged with resentment. At that moment, she had lost all her earlier elegance and composure, leaving only despair and helplessness. Those who dare to offend Shu Mountain shall be punished without mercy. Zhao Fan's divine essence, manifested as a clone, did not directly answer her question but instead spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Princess Pingyang's face grew even paler, finally realizing her mistake. She could support her son's rise to power, but she should never have colluded with the Tang dynasty. Although Shu Mountain and the Tang dynasty were allied, they were fundamentally two distinct immortal cultivation factions, not part of the same power. Return and tell the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty to come to Shu Mountain on the night of the full moon 3 days from now to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, do not blame me for leveling the Tang dynasty to the ground. Zhao Fan's gaze was deep and piercing, his words clear and forceful, echoing throughout the entire hall, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. This was the might of a sword cultivator. Not only had he casually slain the third prince of the Tang dynasty, but he had also forced the Tang dynasty's ancestor to personally come and beg for forgiveness. He was one of the few great masters of recent years, and it was precisely because of his existence that the Tang dynasty had achieved its current unparalleled prestige. To put it bluntly, the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty holds the same exalted status in the Tang dynasty as the sword cultivator does on Mount Shu. Would such a powerful figure truly come to Shu Mountain to kneel and beg for forgiveness? Thud. Princess Pingyang was so frightened that she turned pale, hurriedly kneeling down with the terrified Zhao Xiaofeng and begging, "Sword cultivation elder, we have made a mistake. Please do not punish the Tang dynasty. Shu Mountain and the Tang dynasty are allied." Princess Pingyang was truly panicking. Although the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty was powerful, the reputation of the sword cultivator was even more formidable. If the Tang dynasty were to fall, she and her son would lose their last line of defense. Zhao Fan didn't even glance at Princess Pingyang and her son. Instead, he turned to Zhao Xiaotian and said, "The rest is up to you." After speaking, he glanced at the elders following behind Princess Pingyang, causing them to tremble in fear, nearly losing their souls. Withdrawing his gaze, Zhao Fan's spiritual avatar suddenly dissipated, and the terrifying aura that had enveloped the area slowly receded like a tide. At that moment, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Many of the elders who had previously supported Princess Pingyang and her son were drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. They were still shaken, yet also puzzled why hadn't the sword cultivator senior made things difficult for them? Zhao Xiaotian understood his uncle's intentions. This was an opportunity to win over the hearts of the people. He rose slowly, his expression solemn and majestic, and spoke in a deep voice, "Have you all heard the words of the sword cultivator? The sect leader understands that some were swayed by temporary delusions and chose to rebel. Now, if you confess your mistakes openly, I will forgive you." As his words fell, numerous elders rushed forward, clinging to him like they were grasping at a lifeline, begging for mercy and admitting their mistakes. "Master, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I also admit my mistake. It was all Zhou Tai and the others who deceived me. Please show mercy and forgive us. Please forgive us, sect master. We swear to remain loyal to you until death." In the blink of an eye, the 24 or so elders who had supported Princess Pingyang and her son were all kneeling before Zhao Xiaotian, begging for his forgiveness with humble deference. "This master forgives you of all your sins." Zhao Xiaotian smiled faintly and spoke calmly. The affairs of Mount Shu were numerous, and they were already short-handed. They couldn't afford to kill them, as that would result in a significant loss of vitality and strength. Mother, we're completely finished. This scene left Zhao Xiaofeng utterly despairing, unable to bear the blow, and he fainted on the spot. It's over. Princess Pingyang closed her beautiful eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had thought victory was certain, but never expected such an outcome. Looking at Princess Pingyang and her son, Zhao Xiaotian did not order their execution but instead commanded, "Bring them here. Take them away and imprison them. They are not to leave their residence without my permission." Soon, several elders stepped forward to carry out the order, escorting Princess Pingyang and her son back to their respective residences and locking them up. Chapter 73, 10,000 Iron Hooves at the Border. As news of Princess Pingyang and her son's imprisonment spread, rumors of an impending internal uprising at Shu Mountain quickly spread throughout the surrounding regions. No one could have imagined that Shu Mountain, which had remained low-key for 15 years, would be embroiled in such an incident. Most astonishingly, the Shu Mountain sword master who had once slain the heavenly Pang King with a single stroke had once again emerged. Not only did he slay the third prince of the Tang dynasty who had aided the rebellion, but he also named names, demanding that the Tang dynasty's ancestral patriarch personally come to Shu Mountain to kneel and confess his sins on the night of the full moon 3 days hence. Otherwise, he vowed to level the Tang dynasty to the ground. The news spread like wildfire, causing a huge uproar. Over the years, with the accelerated revival of spiritual energy, powerful cultivators have emerged in droves. Even among those at the fusion stage, several have begun to surface. Additionally, Shu Mountain had remained low-key for the past 15 years, causing many to forget that there was still a mysterious sword cultivator of unparalleled strength residing there. However, as the incident escalated, many people finally recalled his existence. All factions, whether good or evil, demonic, are closely monitoring the situation. In recent years, the Tang dynasty has been at the peak of its power, unifying the surrounding 1,000-mile territory and gathering countless cultivators under its banner, its might already surpassing that of Shu Mountain at present. The fundamental reason behind all of this is the existence of the Tang dynasty's ancestral patriarch. He is one of the few remaining great masters in the cultivation world, having intervened multiple times to assist the Tang dynasty in eliminating several powerful rivals. Moreover, the Shu Mountain and the Tang dynasty are allied forces. Could it be that the Tang dynasty's support for Princess Pingyang and her son's rebellion will lead to a rupture between these two immortal factions? The reclusive sword cultivators of Shu Mountain facing off against the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty who will emerge victorious? Many are watching with bated breath, awaiting the Tang dynasty's response. The situation is tense, with Shu Mountain and the Tang dynasty on the brink of war, their relations having plummeted to an all-time low. However, no matter how turbulent the outside world becomes, Zhao Fan pays no attention to it. Since the Divine Essence avatar within the Shu Mountain Hall dissipated, Zhao Fan has redirected all his focus back to his own cultivation. To him, remotely slaying the third prince of the Tang dynasty and Zhou Tai was no more than crushing a few ants, something not worth his attention. Shall we begin the check-in? Just then, the familiar system prompt sounded. Check-in. Zhao Fan said habitually. Check-in successful. Reward, tightening ring control spell. As the system's voice faded, a unique spell suddenly surged into Zhao Fan's mind. The tight binding control of immortal spell allows practitioners to condense immortal spell energy and inject it into an enemy's body. The life of the cursed individual is entirely at the mercy of the caster, who can completely control their fate. After briefly understanding this technique, Zhao Fan was surprised to discover it was a secret art for controlling others, seeming to carry a hint of demonic and heretical energy. In the cultivation world, many demonic and evil paths excel not only in slaughter and plunder but also in controlling others' lives. Understanding and practicing it seems surprisingly straightforward. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Fan decided to review the complete version of the tightening ring control spell. This secret technique might prove useful in the future. As long as one's heart remains pure and upright, and one does not kill innocents indiscriminately, even demonic techniques can be used for righteous purposes. Zhao Fan's comprehension was exceptionally high. In less than half an hour, he had already managed to the energy of the immortal spell using his spiritual energy. If struck by the incantation's energy, even a powerful being at the fusion realm would have their life hanging by a thread, depending on Zhao Fan's decision. He did not continue his cultivation. Such methods were ultimately merely side paths. Enhancing one's own strength was the true path to greatness. The Tang dynasty. How dare he? That sword master from Mount Shu not only killed my son but also dared to demand that our ancestor personally go to Mount Shu on the night of the full moon in 3 days to kneel and beg for forgiveness? Who does he think he is? Does he really believe himself to be a high and mighty sword immortal? In the Imperial Palace Hall, the emperor roared like a lion, his voice deafening. The civil and military officials of the Tang dynasty trembled in fear, with few daring to speak, lest they become the emperor's scapegoat at this critical moment. Your Majesty, Shu Mountain has gone too far. If we do not respond strongly to this matter, we will become a laughingstock throughout the entire realm. At that moment, the old Grand Tutor, whom the Tang Emperor trusted most, spoke slowly. The Grand Tutor speaks wisely. Although we were once allies with Shu Mountain, since they have shown no mercy, we cannot be blamed for acting justly. Please issue an imperial edict to sever ties with Shu Mountain and launch a campaign against them. Let the iron hooves of the Tang dynasty crush Shu Mountain completely. The Grand Tutor's prestige was immense, and as his words fell, several high-ranking officials stepped forward, making extremely aggressive suggestions. In recent years, the Tang dynasty had been unmatched in power, becoming the strongest force within a 1,000-mile radius. From the emperor at the top to the civil and military officials below, everyone was filled with immense ambition and arrogance. Otherwise, they would not have sent the third prince to support Princess Pingyang and her son in their rebellion. My lords are correct. Our Tang dynasty is now so powerful, with our ancestors backing us, we can rival any first-rate power in the world. If we swallow our pride, not only will I lose face, but the Tang dynasty will also lose its reputation. The Tang emperor remained expressionless, his eyes narrowed slightly, with a cold gleam flashing within. He sneered and said, "That sword master from Shu Mountain, didn't we send our ancestor to Shu Mountain on the night of the full moon? Then let our 10,000 iron hooves follow our ancestor to pay our respects. The emperor is wise and mighty. The Tang dynasty is invincible. The old ancestor is invincible." Upon hearing the Tang emperor's words, all the civil and military officials knelt down in unison, flattering him with sycophantic praise. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, it was the night of the full moon. Outside the gates of Mount Shu, numerous powerful beings from various factions of good and evil demons had gathered, all eager to witness the spectacle. "Master, there are so many people outside. If the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty truly arrives tonight, it will certainly not be as simple as coming to kneel and beg for forgiveness." Inside the main hall of Shu Mountain, the true martial elder Lin Mu was feeling anxious. It wasn't just him, the other elders also felt a mix of unease and tension. Although Shu Mountain had sword cultivators of great renown stationed there, the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty was no ordinary figure. In recent years, he had helped the Tang dynasty eliminate numerous powerful enemies, and his strength was said to be unfathomable. "Don't worry. The sword cultivator elders have summoned him to apologize, so he must come to apologize." Zhao Xiaotian smiled slightly, reassuring everyone. His gaze was unwavering, and he harbored blind confidence and admiration for his own uncle. Boom! At that moment, accompanied by the sudden roar of an earthquake and tsunami, the entire Shu Mountain began to shake violently. Caught off guard, the elders were startled as well. "What's happening? Is there an earthquake?" Moments later, the tremors subsided, and everyone looked at each other in confusion. "This is bad. The Tang dynasty's 100,000-strong army has arrived at the mountain gates and has completely surrounded our entire Shu Mountain." Suddenly, a Shu Mountain disciple, pale-faced and panicked, rushed into the hall to report. "What?" Even Zhao Xiaotian, with his extraordinary composure, jumped to his feet at the news. 10,000 iron hooves. So the tremors earlier weren't caused by an earthquake, but by the massive noise of countless troops approaching. Has the Tang dynasty gone mad? Except for a few individuals, nearly all the elders in the Grand Hall erupted into chaos. Should we begin the roll call? Just then, a familiar voice from the system echoed in Zhao Fan's mind. Chapter 74, Finally Panicking. Let's go and take a look. Zhao Xiaotian's expression darkened slightly as he led the elders toward the mountain gate. With the Tang dynasty's 100,000 iron hooves pressing down on the border, the entire Shu Mountain was in a state of panic. If he, as the sect master, did not personally step forward to take charge of the situation, unnecessary chaos might erupt. Soon, Zhao Xiaotian and the elders arrived at the mountain gate. It's indeed the Tang dynasty's 10,000 iron hooves. Zhao Xiaotian furrowed his brows, his expression growing grim. Looking out, beyond the walls of Shu Mountain, countless ironclad cavalry stood densely packed, covering the mountains and valleys. Each soldier rode a towering warhorse, clad in shimmering, hard armor, emanating a terrifying, overwhelming aura of slaughter. This was the Tang dynasty's most elite army, with every warrior at the foundation establishment realm. 10,000 iron hooves were more than enough to sweep away a cultivation sect of comparable strength. The moon hung high in the sky, and the gates of Shu Mountain were filled with the smell of gunpowder. The 10,000 iron hooves of the Tang dynasty's army emitted a terrifying aura that pierced the heavens. However, after surrounding Mount Shu in layers, they suddenly came to a complete halt, showing no further movement, as if waiting for some kind of command. The powerful beings who had come to observe from nearby were all trembling with fear. Indeed, this was the mightiest army of the Tang dynasty. Even their disciplined movements alone demonstrated their extraordinary combat prowess. Once the assault on the mountain truly began, they would undoubtedly unleash a devastating force capable of sweeping away all opposition. The Tang Emperor has arrived. At that moment, as the loud trumpet sounds echoed, the army slowly parted, revealing the Tang Emperor, clad in golden armor, leading dozens of generals with steady steps to the front. Gazing at the nearby Shu Mountains, the Tang Emperor's expression was stern and cold as he mockingly laughed. "Shu Mountain sect master, you dare to be so bold? Not only did you kill my 3 imperial sons, but you also dared to demand that our Tang dynasty ancestors come to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Today, I will lead 10,000 ironclad troops to completely flatten your Shu Mountains. Destroy Shu Mountain. Destroy Shu Mountain. As the Tang Emperor's words fell, the roar of the 10,000 iron hooves shook the heavens, and the terrifying aura scattered the clouds on the horizon. Tang Emperor, it was your Tang dynasty that supported Princess Pingyang and her son in causing chaos in our Shu Mountain first. You show no remorse and instead lead your army here. Do you really think Shu Mountain is easy to bully? Hearing this, the sect master Zhao Xiaotian not only showed no fear but stepped forward and shouted back. You speak the truth. We of Shu Mountain are no pushovers. If you want to fight, we'll fight to the end. In front of so many people, even if they didn't have much confidence, the elders and disciples of Shu Mountain knew that they couldn't let their morale falter at this moment. They spoke in unison. Both sides faced off, ready for battle. Ha 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 ha. Why bother with the Tang dynasty's 10,000 iron cavalry? This old ancestor alone is enough to annihilate all of Shu Mountain. Suddenly, a thunderous laugh echoed through the heavens. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw, under the moonlight, a figure as majestic as a god or a demon descending from the sky. It was an old man with a terrifying aura, though his hair and beard were snow white, his stature was towering and majestic. As he appeared, a terrifying wave of power, like a tidal wave, swept toward everyone. In that instant, nearly everyone present paled in fear. It was as if ants had suddenly encountered a towering dragon, overwhelmed by a profound sense of insignificance, even struggling to breathe. Some of the weaker individuals could not withstand the energy emanating from the old man and collapsed to the ground with a thud, fainting instantly. This is the might of a great being. The ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty has appeared. What an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even among great beings at the fusion stage, the strength of this ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty must rank among the top. The various powerful figures who had been observing from the sidelines all revealed expressions of fear and dread, sensing an extremely dangerous aura emanating from the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty. We humbly welcome the ancestor's arrival. Upon seeing the figure of the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty, Emperor Tang's attitude became reverent and respectful, and he took the initiative to bow in greeting. The Tang dynasty owes its current prosperity to this ancestor. Even as the supreme ruler of the dynasty, he must show the utmost respect in his presence. Welcome, ancestor. Welcome, the ancient ancestor. 10,000 iron hooves moved in perfect unison, all kneeling on one knee, creating an incredibly awe-inspiring scene. Rise, all of you. There is no need for you to move. This old ancestor wishes to see today who dares to kneel before me and confess their sins. The ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty stood expressionless, hands behind his back, exuding an aura as overwhelming as that of a divine being. Even before he had moved, the fluctuations emanating from his body formed a tidal wave of energy, crashing down upon the crowd from Mount Shu. Bang, bang. Under this terrifying momentum, although Zhao Xiaotian and the others did their utmost to resist, the gap in their cultivation levels was too great, and they were instantly crushed to the ground. This was the true power of the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty. With just one person, and without even fully unleashing his power, he had effortlessly subdued the entire Shu Mountain. Whoosh! This scene left everyone utterly speechless. The ancestor is invincible. The Tang Emperor smiled, his voice tinged with excitement. No wonder he's our ancestor. What is Shu Mountain compared to him? You sword cultivators hiding within Shu Mountain, why don't you show yourselves? Didn't you send me here to kneel and beg for mercy? I give you 3 seconds. If you don't show yourself, don't blame this old ancestor for unleashing a bloodbath. The ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty stood suspended in the air, his white hair fluttering in the wind, his chi surging to its peak. Although he had heard of the Shu Mountain sword cultivators' power, the Tang dynasty ancestor did not take them seriously. Having lived for nearly 1,000 years, he was a true old monster, with comprehensive strength far surpassing ordinary great beings, and numerous techniques at his disposal. Even facing an immortal cultivator 1 minor realm stronger than himself, he remained confident in his ability to fight. Finally, you've come. Inside the demon ceiling tower, upon sensing the commotion at the mountain gate, Zhao Fan slowly rose to his feet. His flying sword, Crimson Sky, emitted joyful cries, and powerful sword chi surged forth, causing the surrounding void to twist and collapse. Zhao Fan's eyes were calm and profound. With a single step, he vanished from his original position in an instant. 1. 2. Just as the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty was about to utter the word 3, the heavens and earth suddenly brightened as if it were daytime, even the moonlight was overshadowed by the dazzling sword light. Boom! A golden sword beam sliced from east to west, splitting the originally pitch-black night sky into 2 halves. With the force of 1,000 thunderbolts, it charged toward the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty. The ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty felt a chill run through his body, sensing a strong sense of danger emanating from the sword light. However, he did not panic. Instead, he burst into laughter and said, "Sword cultivator of Mount Shu, you have finally shown yourself. As his words fell, he clenched his fists tightly, gathering a surge of powerful spiritual energy, and suddenly struck out, forming an equally powerful fist light. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the sword light and fist light collided heavily, emitting a deafening explosion. But in the next instant, the fist light unleashed by the Tang Dynasty ancestor shattered and dispersed, while the golden sword light, unabated in its momentum, continued its relentless descent. Heavenly palm! The ancient ancestor of the Tang Dynasty's face betrayed a hint of shock, but his combat reflexes were lightning fast. His hands, as if forged from divine metal, continuously struck out countless palm prints hundreds of feet wide, each strike carrying immense force and power. Bang, bang! However, even his prideful palm technique could not withstand the golden sword light, shattering completely in the explosive sound. What? How is this possible? The ancient ancestor of the Tang Dynasty finally began to panic, instinctively activating a secret technique to teleport tens of thousands of meters away, narrowly avoiding that terrifying sword strike. Boom! The golden sword light struck down, and a 1,000-foot-tall mountain collapsed and disintegrated in the deafening roar, sending. Chapter 75, Submission. Gazing at the collapsing mountain, the ancient ancestor of the Tang Dynasty's face paled, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. If he hadn't used his secret technique to dodge it earlier, his fate would have been either death or severe injury. You managed to dodge my casual sword strike. You do have some skill. Before the ancient ancestor of the Tang Dynasty could react, a figure shrouded in golden light suddenly appeared in the void. He was tall and majestic, resembling a sword immortal descended from the heavens, emanating an aura as vast and profound as the ocean. This figure was none other than Zhao Fan, who had emerged from the demon ceiling tower. The previous sword strike had only utilized less than 5% of Zhao Fan's true strength, yet even that was sufficient to effortlessly eliminate most mid-stage fusion realm cultivators. However, the ancient ancestor of the Tang Dynasty managed to dodge at the last moment, clearly possessing exceptional life-saving techniques. Truly a veteran who has lived nearly 1,000 years. A single sword strike nearly killed the ancient ancestor of the Tang Dynasty, leaving everyone present speechless and staring in disbelief at the suddenly appearing Zhao Fan. Is this the mysterious sword master from Mount Shu? He's truly unfathomable. Just how strong is he? Even the ancient ancestor of the Tang Dynasty was forced into a disadvantage by a single sword strike. Some powerful figures watching from a distance felt the faint yet pervasive sword energy emanating from Zhao Fan, causing a chill to run down their spines. That feeling was as though they were facing a sword immortal standing high above them even without making a move. The sword energy alone was enough to tear the heavens and earth apart. It's a sword cultivator elder. With him intervening, even the ancient ancestor of the Tang Dynasty would be certain to lose. Please, the sword cultivator, show your might and protect Mount Shu. Seeing that golden figure as transcendent as a sword immortal, the elders and disciples of Shu Mountain all shouted excitedly. In their eyes, the sword cultivator was the embodiment of invincibility, a being as mighty as the gods themselves. Our great uncle has finally intervened. The ancient ancestor of the Tang Dynasty will surely be defeated. Zhao Xiaotian felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted, and a faint smile appeared on his face. In stark contrast to the joyful celebrations of the Shu Mountain crowd, Tang Huang and the others sensed something was amiss, as the earlier earth-shattering sword strike had forced the Tang Dynasty ancestor into a disadvantageous position. Don't worry, the ancestor won't lose. He is the strongest warrior of the Tang Dynasty, and among his peers, there are few who can match his cultivation level. Once the ancestor unleashes his full power, it will be the end of that sword master from Shu Mountain. Though he felt a hint of unease, Emperor Tang spoke firmly to reassure the crowd, lest their morale falter. As if to verify the Tang Emperor's words, the ancient ancestor of the Tang Dynasty's spiritual energy surged forth, his aura rising steadily, far surpassing his previous strength. I don't believe it. If you're really that powerful, that sword strike earlier must have been your strongest attack. Now it's my turn to counterattack. The ancient ancestor of the Tang Dynasty took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his mind. He did not believe that Zhao Fan was much stronger than him. He must be putting on a show. Moreover, in front of so many people, he couldn't afford to show any fear. Otherwise, if word got out, his reputation as the ancient ancestor of the Tang Dynasty, built over nearly 1,000 years, would be ruined in an instant. Heavenly strike! The ancient ancestor of the Tang Dynasty did not hesitate, unleashing his most powerful attack, summoning the spiritual energy from all directions to form hundreds, even thousands, of meteor-like energy blades. Each one was powerful enough to shatter mountains and carve out a 100-foot-deep chasm in the earth. The heavens and earth lost their color, and the sun and moon were obscured. The pitch-black sky was filled with countless meteor-like energy beams, covering the heavens. Carrying the scent of destruction, they emitted deafening roars as they crashed down upon Zhao Fan. The powerful energy fluctuations shattered the heavens and earth, spreading out in all directions. At that moment, almost everyone trembled uncontrollably, feeling an indescribable sense of suffocation. Some weaker cultivators could not withstand the residual energy and were blown away, coughing up blood. Facing the mightiest attack of the Tang Dynasty's ancient ancestor, Zhao Fan remained utterly calm, showing no signs of concern. Without any visible movement, his flying sword, Crimson Sky, shot forward with terrifying sword intent, striking with decisive precision. Boom! As the sword descended, countless meteor-like energy layers were obliterated. The Crimson Sky was unstoppable, nearly reaching the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty in an instant. Trouble! The ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty was filled with horror, hastily activating a secret technique to teleport away, but he was a step too slow and was grazed by the fierce and terrifying sword chi. Bang! The ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty was knocked back tens of thousands of meters, his body covered in blood, and his breath growing weak. Though he did not die on the spot, he had suffered unimaginable injuries. Flee! His face twisted with fear, he cared not for his dignity and prepared to flee as a streak of light. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows, then took a step forward, seeming to traverse layers of void, instantly blocking the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty. Before the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty could react, he was immobilized by an invisible force. Whoosh! This scene left everyone present in shock and uproar. No one had expected that the legendary Tang dynasty ancestor, said to be unfathomable, had been defeated and subdued on the spot by a mysterious sword cultivator from Mount Shu. Your Majesty! The ancestor has been defeated, we have lost. We're all doomed now. Seeing the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty being subdued, the generals surrounding the Tang emperor were all thrown into panic, and even the originally iron-blooded and ruthless 10,000 cavalry began to lose their formation. Ancestor! This must be a dream. The ancient ancestor couldn't possibly have lost. The Tang emperor stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief, his entire body overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. No wonder he's a sword cultivator. He actually defeated and suppressed the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty. I knew the sword cultivator was invincible. Unlike Emperor Tang and the others, the elders and disciples of Mount Shu were all cheering loudly with joy, their momentum soaring straight to the heavens. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Fan stood high above, glaring down at the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty. His calm eyes flickered with a hint of murderous intent. The opponent was no pushover and possessed a special life-saving technique, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived this long. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your servant for life. Please spare my life, honorable elder. I beg you to show mercy and let me live. As death approached, the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty suddenly spoke, pleading with all his might, his former arrogance completely gone. He had survived nearly 1,000 years, possessing an overwhelming desire to survive. As long as he could survive, reputation and face meant nothing. Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, hesitating slightly. The old ancestor was no pushover, even a late-stage cultivator who had merged their bodies would struggle to defeat him. I can spare your life. But you must bring the Tang dynasty to join the Shu Mountain. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Fan thought for a moment before speaking calmly. Of course. As long as the senior spares my life, I will do whatever you ask. I will go immediately to have Emperor Tang and the others surrender. From this day forward, I will dedicate my life to Shu Mountain until my last breath. The ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty was like a drowning man clinging to a lifeline, quickly agreeing, fearing that Zhao Fan might change his mind. At that moment, even if he had 10,000 dares, he wouldn't dare disobey Zhao Fan. Tightening ring control spell. Although he had received the Tang dynasty ancestor's promise, Zhao Fan didn't trust him. Instead, he condensed a divine spell energy and struck it into the Tang dynasty ancestor's body. Elder! What are you doing? The ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty was startled and asked. Your body has been imbued with my divine spell. If you ever dare to harbor any treacherous thoughts in the future, your life and death will be at my mercy. Zhao Fan spoke each word slowly and deliberately, causing the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty's heart to race and cold sweat to pour down his forehead. The ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty felt like crying, but there was nothing he could do but accept his fate. He never imagined that after surviving nearly 1,000 years, he would meet his end today on Mount Shu due to his own carelessness. Tang Emperor, have your men surrender and lay down their weapons. From this moment onward, the entire Tang dynasty will be incorporated into Shu Mountain. The ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty took a deep breath and, with Zhao Fan's tacit approval, approached Emperor Tang and the others, speaking bitterly. Ancestor! The Tang Emperor's face turned ashen, unable to accept this outcome, and he fainted on the spot. Within the Tang dynasty's ancient ancestor held absolute authority. Combined with witnessing Zhao Fan's unimaginable power, the people of the Tang dynasty had long since lost the will to resist, and one by one, they laid down their weapons and chose to submit. Such a stark contrast left the powerful figures from various factions watching from afar, stunned beyond words. Just moments ago, the Tang dynasty's ancestral patriarch and Emperor Tang had been brimming with arrogance, vowing to flatten the entire Shu Mountain. Now, they were like stray dogs, choosing to submit to Shu Mountain to save their lives. What a mockery! However, none of the onlookers dared to laugh, for the sword masters of Shu Mountain were truly too powerful. Zhao Fan's gaze was cold and piercing. His slender yet muscular body was shrouded in golden light, resembling a sword immortal descended from the heavens, exuding an otherworldly aura of power. He cast a casual glance at the crowd gathered in the distance, and they vanished from their spots. The terrifying sword energy that had enveloped the area slowly dissipated like a receding tide. Chapter 76, Urging. Did he discover the few of us? What incredible insight! In the deepest depths of the void, several figures stood tall, their forms as deep and mysterious as an abyss. They had merged with the heavens and earth, making their presence completely undetectable to ordinary cultivators. However, when Zhao Fan's gaze swept over them, the figures trembled in fear, as if they had been locked onto by the eyes of death, filled with intense unease. These figures were powerful beings from the demonic and righteous factions of the cultivation world, including some even stronger than the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty. Yet at this moment, each of them was extremely tense, fearing that Zhao Fan might strike first. For they could see that Zhao Fan had subdued the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty with ease, his power seemingly as vast and unfathomable as the ocean. Even if they were to act, their fate would likely be no different from that of the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty. It must be an illusion. He hasn't noticed us. Let's return to Mount Shu. As Zhao Fan withdrew his gaze and vanished from the spot, the others finally exhaled in relief. Shu Mountain has this sword cultivator as its guardian. We are not his match at present. I should return to cultivate diligently and await the day when we grow strong enough to rise again. The same goes for me. The revival of the celestial and earthly chi is accelerating. I will eventually stand tall in the cultivation world. The great battle came to an end, and the few powerful beings hiding in the shadows naturally had no reason to stay any longer. They all quickly departed. They were among the few remaining powerful beings in the world, but after witnessing Zhao Fan's actions, they all realized their own inadequacy and prepared to return to their respective sects to strengthen their cultivation. The cultivation environment was improving. Not only was the spiritual energy recovering at an accelerated pace, but the once fragmented and incomplete cosmic laws of the heavens and earth were also slowly being repaired. Though they temporarily acknowledged that they were no match for Zhao Fan, they harbored unwavering confidence that, with the support of their sect's foundations and the benefits of the changing environment, they would eventually catch up to this mysterious powerhouse from Mount Shu and perhaps even surpass him in the future. The departure of the few top-tier experts went unnoticed by others, just as their arrival had been silent. On the night of the full moon, the Tang dynasty mobilized 10,000 troops to surround Shu Mountain. The ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty even personally intervened, but was ultimately suppressed by the mysterious sword cultivator from Shu Mountain. This shocking event, witnessed by countless people, swept across half of the cultivation world like a storm. Upon learning that the mysterious sword cultivator from Mount Shu had subdued the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty and that the entire Tang dynasty had been incorporated into Mount Shu, the various factions of the cultivation world were filled with dread. With the Tang dynasty's founder as its backing, the Tang dynasty had grown into a true first-rate cultivation powerhouse in recent years, controlling a vast territory as fertile as 1,000 miles of fertile land, with a total population of over 10 million. When evaluating the strength of a faction, besides the number of cultivators, the most important factors are population and territory. Shu Mountain not only gained the loyalty of the ancestor of the Tang dynasty and the cultivators of the Tang dynasty but also fully absorbed the population and territory of the Tang dynasty, causing its overall strength to surge several-fold. It has directly risen to become the most powerful and outstanding cultivating faction within a 1,000-mile radius. To put it bluntly, Shu Mountain now holds a pivotal position in the entire cultivation world, far surpassing its former status. The impact of this battle reverberated across all factions of the righteous, demonic, and demonic realms, leaving all powers deeply shocked and in uproar. From this moment onward, even the most arrogant demonic tribes and sects dare not underestimate the existence of Shu Mountain, as everyone has come to deeply realize that as long as that mysterious sword cultivator remains, the rise of Shu Mountain may be unstoppable. Rumors swirled outside, while the entire Shu Mountain was filled with joy and excitement. However, Zhao Fan paid no heed to the commotion and, after subduing the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty, returned directly to the demon's ceiling tower to continue his cultivation. Though others did not notice, he had already detected the figures of several powerful beings lurking in the shadows, and the cultivation levels of one or two of them surpassed even that of the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty. The spiritual energy is constantly reviving, and the environment is improving. In the future, there will be more and more cultivators. Moreover, there are many sealed forbidden lands like the 10,000 Demons Denver. Once those ancient powerful beings awaken and emerge, the world will truly descend into chaos. This is an era gradually heading toward brilliant glory. Even with the system by my side, I must seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently. Otherwise, if I stop, I might be overtaken by others. Zhao Fan spoke calmly, murmuring to himself. He didn't feel the slightest bit of joy from defeating the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty. In fact, when he suppressed the former, he hadn't even used more than 5% of his strength. This alone demonstrated just how powerful Zhao Fan truly was. Cultivation knows no time, and before he knew it, 5 days had passed. Uncle, your nephew has come to pay his respects. On this day, Zhao Xiaotian once again came to the demon ceiling tower to pay respects to his uncle Zhao Fan. Compared to before, he was now full of vigor, with a smile on his face, clearly in a very good mood. Since receiving the loyalty of the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty, Mount Shu not only gained a powerful ally but also absorbed all the personnel and resources of the former Tang dynasty. In just a few days, the number and strength of cultivators at Mount Shu had surged several-fold. Zhao Xiaotian knew that all of this was thanks to his elder uncle Zhao Fan, so after finishing his tasks, he hurried here immediately to express his gratitude. "You're here. Come sit down." Zhao Fan waved his hand, gesturing for Zhao Xiaotian to sit down and talk. "Uncle, this is a token of our respect from me and the elders. Please do not refuse to accept it." As soon as he sat down, Zhao Xiaotian suddenly took out numerous items, including jade boxes containing supreme-grade elixirs, dazzling super-grade spirit jade, and top-grade flying swords forged from special materials. These were all precious treasures contributed by the Tang dynasty. Though he wasn't sure if his uncle would like them, he and the elders had discussed it and selected the most valuable items to bring. Medicinal herbs that can regenerate flesh from bones, super-grade spiritual jade that can help fusion-stage cultivators quickly restore their spiritual energy, and flying swords made from special materials. "You, as the sect master, sure know how to spend money." Zhao Fan glanced at them and joked with a smile. "Uncle, you have saved Mount Shu from peril on multiple occasions. These items alone cannot possibly express my gratitude. These are merely a token of my and the elders' sincerity. Please accept them." Zhao Xiaotian spoke earnestly, as if afraid Zhao Fan would refuse. "This flying sword is quite good, you may keep it. Take the rest back with you." Zhao Fan reached out and grabbed the flying sword, pulling it into his hand. Although he already had the flying sword Qishao, the little fox by Shui did not have a weapon. If he gave her an exquisite flying sword, at least she would be happy for a while and wouldn't keep asking him to spar with her. "This. All right." Zhao Xiaotian sighed helplessly and dared not disobey his uncle's orders. "Xiaotian, although the Shu Mountain has annexed the Tang dynasty, there is still a long way to go before it can be revived. Tens of thousands of years ago, during the peak of Shu Mountain's glory, a single edict from the sect master could make half the cultivation world obey without hesitation." At this point, Zhao Fan paused, looking at Zhao Xiaotian and asked, "Do you understand what I mean?" "Your nephew understands." Zhao Xiaotian nodded, his mind fully grasping the meaning. "Uncle is urging me not to become arrogant or complacent, but to work harder to strengthen Shu Mountain's power and restore the sect's former glory from tens of thousands of years ago." "Very good. Don't let me or your father down." Zhao Fan smiled, patting his shoulder. "Please rest assured, uncle. I will not disappoint you or my father. Your nephew will lead Shu Mountain back to its true glory." Zhao Xiaotian's eyes were filled with determination. "By the way, you're currently at the out-of-body realm, right?" Suddenly, Zhao Fan seemed to think of something and asked. "Yes, uncle. I have a fine martial art technique here. You may take it to cultivate." As he spoke, Zhao Fan pointed his finger at Zhao Xiaotian's forehead, and the complete version of the 10,000 swords returned to the source technique surged into his mind. This was a powerful sword-based martial art obtained through the system's daily login, but it had special cultivation requirements. Only those below the spirit-splitting realm could practice it. Zhao Xiaotian was the perfect candidate at this stage. What a powerful sword martial art! "Thank you, uncle." After briefly reviewing the contents of the 10,000 swords returned to the source in his mind, Zhao Xiaotian couldn't help but show his delight, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Zhao Fan. "We are family, there's no need for thanks. Go back and cultivate diligently. The master of the Shu Mountain sect can't be too weak." Zhao Fan smiled slightly and reminded him. "All right, your nephew will take his leave now. I'll come visit you again in the future." Having just obtained a mysterious and powerful sword cultivation technique, Zhao Xiaotian was eager to begin practicing as soon as possible. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, he did not linger further, bowed respectfully, and departed from the demon ceiling tower. Chapter 77, Changing the Permanent Check-in Point. After Zhao Xiaotian departed, the demon ceiling tower once again fell into silence. Sword name, Yun Meng. It looks decent enough. Zhao Fan examined the flying sword in his hand. Though not as sharp as the crimson sky, it was pure white like snow and emitted a chilling aura, making it a fine weapon. Bai Shui is still asleep. I'll give it to her once she wakes up in a while. Zhao Fan played with it for a moment before storing the flying sword in the system's built-in space. Shall we begin the check-in? At that moment, the familiar prompt from the system echoed in Zhao Fan's mind. Check-in. Zhao Fan replied without hesitation. Check-in successful. You have obtained the Sharira Tribulation Pill. As the system's voice faded, a crystal-clear golden pill appeared in Zhao Fan's hand. The intense aroma of medicine instantly filled half of the demon ceiling tower. Shady Tribulation Pill? Isn't this an upper-grade Dao? Zhao Fan was both shocked and delighted. As everyone knew, the value of Daodan far exceeded that of ordinary pills, and high-grade Daodan were even more precious. The Sharira Tribulation Pill was a legendary pill mentioned in ancient texts, said to help cultivators at the fusion stage increase their chances of successfully breaking through to the tribulation stage. The news of such a Dao appearing in the world would be enough to spark a terrifying scramble among countless righteous and evil demons. Even those ancient monsters who had lived for thousands of years would spare no expense to obtain it. That's wonderful. The system truly is a timely savior. I am now at the peak of the fusion stage, just one step away from the tribulation stage. I didn't have much confidence before, but with this Shili Dujia pill, I can at least increase my success rate by 30%. Zhao Fan smiled, now confident in his ability to break through to the tribulation stage. He had hesitated to attempt breaking through the fusion stage for so long because, for ordinary cultivators, breaking through to the tribulation stage was almost a suicide mission. To put it another way, if there were 100 fully cultivated merging stage experts attempting to break through to the tribulation stage simultaneously, perhaps only 3 or 4 would succeed in the end. Not only was the success rate terrifyingly low, but failure meant either falling into madness and losing one's cultivation base or dying instantly. This is because the tribulation stage is fundamentally different from all previous cultivation realms. It is the true dividing line on the path of cultivation, marking the crucial process by which cultivators transition from the extraordinary to the near divine. The tribulation stage is precisely where cultivators must endure the thunderous trials of heaven and earth to successfully enter the next realm. The tribulation is the destructive power of heaven and earth, capable of obliterating all things. Even cultivators who appear to be above mortals in the eyes of ordinary people will be reduced to nothing if they are not adequately prepared. Therefore, when attempting to break through the tribulation stage, one must either refrain from attempting it altogether or succeed in one decisive push. Although the sacrificial pill can increase the success rate by 30%. However, the power of the thunder tribulation has been witnessed by only a handful of people in the past 10,000 years. I still need to prepare thoroughly before attempting the breakthrough. Otherwise, failure could result in losing everything and perishing along with one's cultivation. Looking at the Sharira tribulation pill in his hand, Zhao Fan hesitated before storing it in the system's built-in spatial pocket. He would wait until he was fully prepared before taking it to attempt breaking through his current realm. Ding, the celestial energy in the outer region of the demon ceiling tower is nearly depleted. Do you wish to search for a new permanent check-in point? Just then, a system prompt suddenly echoed in Zhao Fan's mind. What? The heavenly Dao Qi here is almost depleted? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows briefly before relaxing them. Since he had been imprisoned in the demon ceiling tower, it had been 198 years. The system had checked in without fail every day, and even the most concentrated heavenly Dao Qi would eventually be depleted over time. Agree to scan. Zhao Fan pondered for a moment before speaking. The system has detected that the celestial energy in the 10,000 demons' den is abundant. Should we set the 10,000 demons' den deep within the demon ceiling tower as the permanent check-in point? Yes. Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow and spoke calmly. Setup complete. The host only needs to visit the demon cave every day to continue checking in repeatedly and earn more rewards. As the words fell, the system fell silent. No wonder I was able to sign in and get so many good items at the demon cave before. It turns out the celestial energy there is exceptionally dense. It's been a while since I last went there. I'll go take a look and see if I can eliminate any potential threats while I'm at it. Otherwise, it will always be a ticking time bomb. Zhao Fan hesitated for a moment before taking a step forward, his figure suddenly vanishing from the spot. When Zhao Fan's figure reappeared, he had already arrived at the entrance of the 10,000 demons cave. The bottomless abyss below was filled with swirling black toxic fumes. Above the entrance was the sword seal Zhao Fan had cast 15 years ago, sealing away the toxic fumes and malevolent energies. Over the years, the demon cave had remained calm, with most of the demons inside seemingly still asleep and unawakened. With my current strength, I should be able to handle the demons inside. Let's go inside and take a look. Gazing at the cave entrance before him, Zhao Fan's eyes gleamed with a rare hint of battle intent. Compared to the past, Zhao Fan had grown immensely stronger. Even if there were numerous demons inside, he had enough confidence to handle them. Moreover, what was most important was that Zhao Fan desperately wanted to engage in a fierce battle. Since he began cultivating, he had never encountered a worthy opponent. Deep down, he yearned for a true, evenly matched battle. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Fan took a deep breath and slowly entered the cave. Whoosh! Countless black toxic gases detected the intruder and rushed toward Zhao Fan, but before they could get close, they were obliterated by waves of destructive sword qi. Zhao Fan's physique was strong and slender, with a faint golden glow emanating from his flesh. Sword qi swirled around him, making him resemble a true transcendent sword immortal. Even the powerful aura he unintentionally emitted was enough to shatter the viscous evil energies. Zhao Fan descended rapidly, reaching the deepest part in mere moments. This is the true demon's lair, far more vast than I imagined. It's like an underground world. Zhao Fan surveyed his surroundings, his eyes widening in astonishment. The demon cave was extremely spacious, filled with thick toxic fumes. Towering figures, some majestic and others grotesque, stood erect. These were the demons and monsters slumbering within, their bodies still emanating an overwhelmingly powerful aura despite the passage of countless years. There's the aura of an immortal cultivator. Who could it be? Who dared to enter the demon cave? Just then, a deep, growling roar echoed through the air. Not far away, 100-meter-tall demon slowly opened its eyes, revealing a cruel and bloodthirsty coldness, fixating its gaze on Zhao Fan. It seemed to have spotted a delicacy from the human world, its eyes gleaming with greed and desire. Chapter 78, Don't Come Any Closer. Fresh flesh and blood. It seems your cultivation isn't weak. If I devour you, it will definitely restore a significant portion of my strength. This demon was enormous, with wings on its back, and exuded an evil aura from head to toe. He regarded Zhao Fan as an easy prey. Having slept for years in the demon's den, the demon's power had steadily weakened. To survive, it either absorbed the essence of the heavens and earth or devoured cultivators of higher realms. Devour me? You're not worthy. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Zhao Fan sneered, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. I am the demon general of the heavens. You dare to be so arrogant, you mere human cultivator? I will not only devour your flesh and blood but also annihilate your very soul. The demon's eyes blazed with fury, enraged by Zhao Fan's words. The heaven-shattering demon general's killing intent grew fierce. In his time, his fame alone was enough to strike fear into 10,000 cultivators. How dare a mere human cultivator dare to act so brazenly before him? In his madness, the sky-shattering demon general didn't bother to assess Zhao Fan's cultivation level, as he was certain that even if the human cultivator was strong, he couldn't possibly match his own power. As the words fell, the sky-piercing demon general raised his hand and unleashed a sharp claw. Boom! With a single claw strike, the void twisted, and the claw darted toward Zhao Fan's throat at lightning speed. Seeing this, Zhao Fan didn't even glance at his opponent or make any movements. His flying sword, Crimson Sky, automatically shot out, its dazzling sword light illuminating half of the 10,000 demons' cave. Puff! The claw was severed by the sword, and a spray of crimson blood shot high into the air. Before the heaven-shattering demon general could react to the pain, a sliver of sword light, still carrying its momentum, swept toward its neck. Bang! The demon's head, wide with shock, crashed heavily onto the ground, leaving a clear indentation. The once mighty demon general, who had once been the pride of his generation, met his end in such a gruesome manner. Even its soul was obliterated by the sword's energy, leaving it utterly dead. How weak! Zhao Fan glanced at the corpse of the demon general, shook his head, and calmly muttered to himself, in my next life, whether as a human or a demon, I must never boast about my abilities before fully understanding my opponent's strength. Because the wind is too strong, it's easy to slip up. Boom! As the heaven-shattering demon general perished, at that moment, one after another of the sleeping demons and monsters standing in the demon's den seemed to sense danger and awoke from their slumber. Who is it? Who dared to kill the sky-shattering demon general? How dare they? Could it be that the Empress, that worthless creature, has dared to intrude into our demon's den again? I must avenge this. I must settle the grudge from years past. In just a short moment, over a dozen peerless demonic beings awoke, their terrifying demonic energy rippling through the entire demon's den, shaking the very fabric of space. Zhao Fan remained unfazed, standing still without any intention of intervening. He wanted to see just how formidable these revived demons truly were. The demon who had earlier claimed to be the heaven-supporting demon general was utterly weak, unable to even block a single sword strike from Zhao Fan's mind. Human cultivator! How dare you dare to enter the demon cave? Did you kill the sky-supporting demon general? Who are you? After reviving, these demons quickly noticed Zhao Fan. His towering figure was surrounded by them, and the terrifying aura he emitted enveloped half of the demon cave. If it were anyone else, even a late-stage fusion realm cultivator, under the gaze of so many demons, might not be able to withstand such terrifying pressure. But who was Zhao Fan? He was just one step away from becoming a powerful cultivator at the tribulation stage, with strength that was immeasurable. Not only could he handle a dozen demons, but even if all the demons in the demon cave were to awaken, he would still fear nothing. Who I am is none of your concern. I came here to say one thing: everyone present here is trash, except for me. Zhao Fan swept his gaze across the demons, then smiled and challenged them without hesitation. What? A human cultivator? Are you looking for death? Everyone, let us all attack and kill this brat. In an instant, the demons were enraged and charged toward Zhao Fan. Countless demonic energies surged, causing the entire Wanyao cave to shake violently. Fortunately, this was a special forbidden zone protected by powerful secret energies, so it did not collapse immediately. Just in time. Finally, a proper battle. Zhao Fan's eyes blazed with intensity, his battle intent surging forth. A terrifying sword intent pierced through the void, as if a true sword god had descended from the heavens. Bang, bang. Before the demons could even launch their attacks, they were swept away by dazzling sword lights. Sword chi crisscrossed the sky, causing the void to violently distort. With the force of 1,000 thunderbolts, they roared toward the demons. At that moment, the dozen or so demons all felt a chill run down their spines, sensing a faint yet intense aura of death. This is bad. This kid is a sword cultivator at the peak of the fusion realm. We've just revived and our strength hasn't fully recovered yet. We're no match for him. A demon who sensed Zhao Fan's power spoke in a low voice to warn the others. But it was already too late. The sword light, as swift as a silver river, struck down, sweeping away everything in its path. Over a dozen demonic beasts, despite giving their all to resist, were still sent flying, spitting blood, by that single sword strike. This was still with Zhao Fan holding back. He had only used 8% of his strength. If he had exerted even a fraction more, these demonic beasts would have perished instantly. Run! We're no match for him. Let's run! Realizing Zhao Fan's overwhelming power and invincibility, the demons panicked. Despite their severe injuries, they rushed toward the deepest part of the demon's den, where they had once stood arrogantly, looking down on everyone else. Why are you running? Come back and fight me. Zhao Fan wouldn't let them escape. He raised his crimson sky sword and gave chase. Damn it, this is pathetic. If this had been tens of thousands of years ago, during the peak of my power, even a sword cultivator at the peak of the fusion stage wouldn't stand a chance against me. Even a sword cultivator at the tribulation stage wouldn't be a match for me. There's no need to flee like this now. Don't mention it. Who knew that in this era, the celestial and earthly chi hadn't fully revived yet, and a sword cultivator at the peak of the fusion stage had appeared? It's simply unimaginable. Hurry up and escape. Don't let that sword cultivator kill you. We've endured for tens of thousands of years. We can't die today. A dozen or more demons fled for their lives, cursing and swearing as they ran. They finally understood why the heaven-shattering demon general had met such a tragic end. This human sword cultivator was simply too powerful. If they didn't flee immediately, they would surely die here. You were once demons who roamed the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago. You dare not fight me and instead flee for your lives? If word gets out, won't people laugh at you? Stay here and fight 100 rounds with me. Zhao Fan moved like lightning, blocking the path of the dozen demons in an instant. Don't come any closer. Seeing Zhao Fan blocking their path, the demons were so terrified that their faces turned pale, and they all retreated involuntarily. Chapter 79, Divine Source? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows. These demons were not only weak but also cowardly and afraid of death, leaving him deeply disappointed. Shouldn't they be fighting to the death against him? How could they be so different from the brutal, bloodthirsty demons he had imagined? Zhao Fan didn't know that these demons weren't weak, it was just that he was too strong. So strong that these demons were utterly despairing. A single sword strike could severely wound a dozen of them. Anyone else would have fled begging for mercy. Additionally, the longer a creature lives, the more it fears death. These demons had endured tens of thousands of years of hardship. Who would want to die so miserably just after reviving? Thus, cowardice and begging for mercy were also instincts for survival. This young man, no, this sword cultivator. We have no grudge against you. Please spare us, these pitiful and miserable demons. Seeing that Zhao Fan had temporarily stopped attacking, the leader of the demons, a tall three-eyed creature, steeled himself and stepped forward to beg for mercy. Pitiful and miserable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. He coldly said, "You are savage, bloodthirsty demons. Don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me. Hurry up and fight, or don't blame me for being ruthless. You're trying to drive us to our deaths." The demon leader, his face filled with despair, knelt down with a thud under Zhao Fan's stunned gaze. Thud, thud. Over a dozen demons followed suit, kneeling before Zhao Fan and wailing, "Please spare our lives, sword cultivator. I am a demon with a kind and upright nature. Tens of thousands of years ago, I already loved eating vegetarian food and have never harmed a single human." "Me too. I've been vegetarian since birth. Those monks from the Buddhist temple kept begging me to join them as a guardian. Sword cultivator, don't listen to them. I'm the kindest and most adorable one here. Don't let my three eyes fool you. I'm actually a blind demon. The thing I love most in life is helping the weak humans and demons. Tens of thousands of years ago, I was known as the three blind good demons. No, the three blind good demons." Zhao Fan was speechless, finally understanding what it meant to be utterly shameless. To beg for mercy by playing the victim, over a dozen demonic creatures with terrifying appearances were now kneeling before him like obedient children, swearing that they were vegetarian demons. What was even more outrageous was that the leader, with his three green eyes glaring, had the nerve to claim he was blind, and a great demon at that. Not only did he claim to be blind, but he also implied that Zhao Fan was blind as well? Enough! Zhao Fan's expression darkened. His powerful sword intent tore through space, instantly suppressing the group of demons who were trying to play the victim, causing them to tremble in fear and dare not continue their act. "Is that all the trash you have in the demon's den? Not even a single demon capable of fighting?" Zhao Fan's physique was tall and muscular, his body shrouded in golden light, his aura so powerful it caused the entire demon's den to tremble and shake. "Sword cultivator. At that moment, the three-eyed demon spoke timidly. If you seek stronger demons, you may proceed to the second layer of the demon cave. There lie beings far more powerful than us. Right, right. The demons nodded vigorously in agreement. The demon cave has a second layer? Take me there immediately. Zhao Fan's eyes lit up as he spoke in a solemn tone. Though he spoke thus, Zhao Fan grew cautious inwardly. Within the demon's lair, there seemed to be many secrets he was unaware of. The three-eyed demon hesitated, then spoke slowly, but the entrance to the demon's lair is guarded by a powerful array. It requires the power of someone who has passed the tribulation stage to fully open it. Take me there. Zhao Fan remained expressionless, speaking coldly. Alright, follow me. Led by the three-eyed demon, a dozen or so demons cautiously guided Zhao Fan deeper into the cave, soon arriving before a massive bronze door. This is the entrance to the second layer of the demon cave. The three-eyed demon led Zhao Fan to the bronze door and spoke honestly. I'll give it a try. Zhao Fan's gaze was intense. With a flick of his thoughts, his flying sword, Crimson Sky, shot out, slicing through the air with a dazzling sword light. The sword light was extremely powerful, even causing the void to distort and crack. Before the sword had even landed, the three-eyed demon and its companions were already filled with terror. The sword intent was as thunderous as 1,000 drums, unstoppable like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground. If they had been standing in its path, they would have been sliced in two with a single strike. Boom! With a deafening explosion, a terrifying gale swept out in all directions. As the dust settled, the bronze gates remained intact, their surfaces shimmering with a faint, resilient glow. Indeed, there is a powerful array protecting this place. Zhao Fan looked surprised but did not give up. Instead, he gripped his flying sword, Shishao, and a thunderous roar erupted from within him. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged forth, his aura now far stronger than before. What an overwhelming aura! This is definitely not an ordinary sword cultivator. The surrounding demons and monsters were all filled with terror, sensing a danger that was several times stronger than before emanating from Zhao Fan. They found it hard to believe that such an extraordinary sword cultivator had emerged in this realm before its spiritual energy had fully recovered. 10,000 Swords Technique. Zhao Fan ignored the expressions of the demons and monsters, instead unleashing a single sword strike. A golden, blinding sword light tore through the heavens and split the earth. This strike utilized 30% of his strength. Boom! The entire Wanyao cave shook violently, and the light barrier on the surface of the bronze gates cracked slightly, but it did not shatter. Instead, it began to repair itself at a visible speed, as if being reinforced by some unknown force. Seeing this, Zhao Fan did not continue his attack but furrowed his brows. This bronze gate indeed possessed extraordinary defensive power. Of course, if Zhao Fan were to persist in attacking with all his strength, there was still a slim chance he could shatter it. Failed again. Seeing the bronze door intact, the dozen or so demons couldn't help but reveal a hint of disappointment. Zhao Fan naturally noticed their unusual behavior and immediately said, "Forget it. I can't break this bronze door yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Fan's gaze shifted back to them. "Sword cultivator, what are you doing? It's you who can't break the array protecting the entrance. We can't help you either." Seeing Zhao Fan's gaze, which held a hint of malice, the three-eyed demon at the front grew anxious. "What can I do? Since you can't enter the second layer of the 10,000 demons cave, your value is useless. I'll have to kill you all." As Zhao Fan spoke, his flying sword, Shishao, emitted a terrifying sword chi that sent shivers down the spines of the demons. Feeling Zhao Fan's intent to kill, the three-eyed demon at the front immediately begged for mercy again. "Please don't kill me. I am willing to hand over the highest martial arts of our three-eyed clan in exchange for your mercy. I am also willing to give up the strongest martial arts of the Heavenly Ox clan to beg the sword cultivator to spare my life. I am also willing to contribute all my techniques and secrets." The demons all knelt down once more, desperate to trade their powerful demonic martial arts for their lives. Demon clan martial arts techniques? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and coldly replied, "I have no use for them." He was a human cultivator, and a sword cultivator at that. What use would demon clan martial arts techniques be to him? The only possible use would be to take them back for the little fox Bai Shui to cultivate, but Bai Shui was clearly not of the same demon race as these demons, and might not even be suited for their martial arts techniques. "I'm willing to give up my divine source. Please don't kill me." Seeing that Zhao Fan remained unmoved, the three-eyed demon clenched his teeth and suddenly spoke up. "I'm willing to give up my divine source." Chapter 80, another 36 years passed. As soon as the words left his mouth, the three-eyed demon pulled out a mysterious substance that was neither solid nor completely liquid, but rather a form between the two. Most importantly, it emanated a powerful, surging aura of transcendence, extremely unique and peculiar. "Sword cultivator, this is the divine source. It contains energy that can seal away something extremely precious. I am willing to exchange it for your mercy and release me." Though it pained him deeply, the three-eyed demon pleaded earnestly. Zhao Fan, upon hearing this, did not immediately agree. Instead, he reached out into the void and seized the divine source from the three-eyed demon's hand, holding it in his palm. He could clearly sense the extremely pure and unique energy emanating from the depths of the divine source. Had the demons been sealed away for tens of thousands of years relying on this substance? Special celestial substance detected. If the host agrees to fuse it into the system, they can obtain an unknown reward without needing to check in. Just as Zhao Fan was examining the divine essence, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. The divine source is a special celestial substance? It can be fused into the system? Zhao Fan was taken aback but quickly realized that the divine source could be of great assistance to the system. Agree to merge. Zhao Fan hesitated for only a moment before speaking instinctively. Fusion successful. Rewarding the host with the 9 Heavens Thunder transformation technique. As the system's voice faded, a powerful technique suddenly flooded Zhao Fan's mind. The 9 Heavens Thunder transformation technique, when cultivated to its peak, not only allows one to unleash earth-shattering thunder and lightning, but also to absorb and refine the power of thunder tribulations to enhance one's spiritual energy. It is one of the highest martial arts techniques of the Taoist school. Noticing the system's description, Zhao Fan was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the system to reward him with one of the Taoist sect's most powerful martial arts techniques after fusing with the divine source. Sword cultivator. I also have divine source. I can offer it to you as well. Please spare me as well. I also. Upon seeing the divine source in Zhao Fan's hands, the three-eyed demon seemed to freeze in place. The other demons exchanged glances before each offering a piece of their divine source, hoping the former would spare their lives. Hearing the demon's words, Zhao Fan did not bother to examine the newly obtained cultivation technique in detail. Instead, he calmly looked at them and casually said, "These divine sources are indeed valuable, but to think you can trade your lives for just 1 or 2 of them, this world isn't that easy. Hand over all the divine essence on your bodies, and I will spare your lives." Zhao Fan remained expressionless as his flying sword, Shishao, emitted a crisp, powerful ringing sound. A surging wave of sword intent, as vast as an ocean, pressed down upon the demons, terrifying them into pale-faced terror. Although the divine essence had no direct use to him, it could be fused into the system, clearly something extraordinary. These demons had lived for tens of thousands of years. Zhao Fan didn't believe they only had 1 or 2 pieces. He had to squeeze every last bit out of them. Under Zhao Fan's coercion, though the demonic beasts were extremely reluctant, they had no choice but to surrender the remaining divine essence they had left, as their lives were on the line. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Fan had obtained over 30 pieces of divine essence. Is that all? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and asked. Sword cultivator, this is truly all the divine essence we have left. After sleeping for tens of thousands of years, most of our divine essence has been depleted. We truly cannot spare even a single piece more, said the three-eyed demon at the front, his face filled with bitterness. They were once powerful demons who had once roamed the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago, yet today they were being extorted for divine essence by a human cultivator, a humiliation beyond words. But to save their lives, they had no choice but to comply. They had just awakened and had not yet replenished their energy from the outside world, making it impossible for them to recover their peak strength, let alone confront Zhao Fan. All right. I'll spare you for now, but remember this, without my permission, none of you are to leave the demon's den, otherwise, don't blame me for unleashing a massacre. Looking at these pitiful demons, Zhao Fan ultimately refrained from killing them. As a righteous cultivator, having accepted the demonic energy from the demons, he naturally had to honor his promise and spare their lives. Otherwise, what would be the difference between him and the demons? After collecting over 30 divine essence fragments, Zhao Fan didn't linger any longer. Under the demonic creature's watchful gaze, he left the demon cave directly. Finally gone. That human sword cultivator is terrifying. We almost lost our lives. I've lived for tens of thousands of years, and I've never felt so humiliated. What a cruel world we live in. As Zhao Fan departed, the demons and monsters were all left with complex expressions. Some were filled with resentment, while others felt a sense of relief. Zhao Fan ignored the reactions of the demons behind him and returned directly to the outskirts of the demon ceiling tower. Upon returning, Zhao Fan did not hesitate for long before merging the divine essence into the system one by one. Though this celestial substance was extremely precious, capable of helping cultivators seal themselves, Zhao Fan had no use for it. Moreover, without the system's intervention, Zhao Fan, as a time traveler, might have perished within the demon ceiling tower long ago. Therefore, he had no qualms about fusing all of it into the system. Fusion successful. Reward, Demon Slaying Sword. Integration successful. Reward, Great Destruction Fist. Integration successful. Reward, Arhat's Golden Blood. In just a short while, Zhao Fan had fused over 30 divine sources into the system, obtaining numerous valuable items. Moreover, after the fusion, Zhao Fan could clearly feel that the system seemed much more powerful than before, with its original system space expanding by nearly double. It seems the system can also grow stronger. But it requires fusing divine essence or other celestial substances. Zhao Fan's eyes flashed with determination as he quickly reached a conclusion. The usable items rewarded by the system were not wasted. Zhao Fan used them all for cultivation. His overall strength was slowly improving, but he remained at the peak of the fusion stage, refraining from attempting to break through to the tribulation stage. Even in the most glorious era of the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago, even the most prodigious cultivation geniuses required decades, or even centuries, of preparation to successfully break through to the tribulation stage. It wasn't as simple as breaking through or improving one's cultivation realm whenever one desired, even with the revival and concentration of celestial chi. Cultivation defies the heavens and is far from simple. The slightest misstep could result in losing everything, or even death and the extinction of one's cultivation path. In the days that followed, besides cultivating, Zhao Fan would go to the demon cave every day to continue checking in with the system. Occasionally, when he felt like it, he would enter the cave to teach those demons a lesson. Of course, to avoid killing them, Zhao Fan always held back. The demons hiding in the first layer of the demon cave were practically treated like human punching bags by Zhao Fan, receiving a lesson every few days. At times, Zhao Fan didn't even use his spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical strength to fight the demons, constantly honing his overall abilities. As time slowly passed, Zhao Fan's strength gradually grew stronger. Besides his spiritual power, his physical body and soul also saw significant improvements. Before he knew it, another 36 years had passed. This marked the 234th year since Zhao Fan had arrived at the demon's ceiling tower, and the 51st year since his nephew Zhao Xiaotian had become the master of the Shu Mountain sect. The revival of spiritual energy accelerated, and the cultivation environment across the entire world now rivaled half of the glory days from tens of thousands of years ago. The entire cultivation world was in turmoil, becoming even more chaotic. In addition to numerous newly emerged prodigious geniuses, some ancient old monsters had also appeared. These were almost all former powerful elders from major factions who had remained secluded in the past. Leveraging the favorable cultivation environment and their accumulated strength, their power had surged dramatically. In the past, cultivators of the great ability realm were as rare as phoenix feathers or dragon horns, but now they have become abundant. Even larger cultivation sects now have one or two great ability cultivators of the fusion stage stationed there. Shu Mountain has developed exceptionally well in recent years. Under the wise leadership of his nephew Zhao Xiaotian, it has not only cultivated several great beings at the fusion stage but also attracted numerous cultivation geniuses. Currently, Shu Mountain boasts a population of 100,000 cultivators, with its territory stretching thousands of miles from south to north. Its subordinate factions number in the tens or even hundreds. Even when compared to the vast and boundless central plains of the Divine Land, it is undeniably one of the top-tier cultivation sects. Chapter 81, The Tribulation Period. Shu Mountain was at the height of its glory, but Zhao Fan grew increasingly reclusive. For 36 years, he had not stepped foot outside the demon ceiling tower. Apart from Zhang Qian, who came to bring him food at regular intervals, almost no one else had seen him. Compared to before, Zhao Fan had grown significantly stronger. Though he was still at the peak of the fusion stage, his spiritual energy, soul essence, and physical body had all been cultivated to near perfection. To put it bluntly, despite not achieving a substantial breakthrough in his cultivation realm, his overall combat power had increased by at least one or twofold compared to before. He has also cultivated several important martial arts techniques to higher levels. The Shu Mountain sword technique had been elevated to the 6th layer, allowing him to wield a sword over 100 miles. With a single thought, his flying sword can now sever the head of a powerful enemy from 100 miles away. The 10,000 swords technique has also advanced to the 6th layer, and even a single thread of sword energy can sever a 1,000-foot-tall mountain in half. As for the Tai Yang Jing and Zhanglu Jinshan techniques, he had fully broken through to the 5th layer. With sufficient cultivation and accumulation, Zhao Fan began to comprehend the more powerful Tai Huang Sword Sutra. Previously, due to his insufficient cultivation level, he could only barely grasp 5 or 6% of it. Times have changed, and Zhao Fan quickly grasped the majority of the Tai Huang sword scripture, elevating the profound truths of his sword art to a new level. On this day, Zhao Fan did not continue his cultivation but instead silently gazed up at the sky. His gaze was calm and profound, filled with a hint of determination, as he murmured to himself, "It's about time. It's time to face the tribulation. Are you confident? If you fail the tribulation, you might really die." Bai Shui, delicate and beautiful, stood beside Zhao Fan and spoke softly. Her delicate, porcelain-like face betrayed a hint of anxiety and tension. Though she usually acted aloof toward Zhao Fan, she didn't want to see him die in the thunder tribulation. Over the years, she had spent her time either in deep meditation or sparring with Zhao Fan, and she knew his cultivation level. Yet she still felt some concern, as under normal circumstances, it was actually better to delay the tribulation as long as possible. "Don't worry. I haven't had enough fun teasing you yet, little fox. I won't die so easily." Zhao Fan smiled slightly, knowing that Bai Shui was worried about him, and teased her playfully. This fox spirit would rather see you die in the thunder tribulation. Ignoring a wise fox's advice will only lead to trouble." Bai Shui gave a delicate snort and turned her head away, ignoring Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan smiled, then no longer held back, suddenly unleashing a vast sword intent that instantly filled the entire demon ceiling tower. The astonishingly powerful aura shot straight into the heavens, causing dramatic changes in the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. Boom! Layer upon layer of dark clouds gathered above the demon ceiling tower. In no time, they formed a continuous chain of calamity clouds as tall as mountains. Though the calamity clouds had not yet fully formed, the overwhelming pressure from the heavens and earth felt tangible, causing the entire demon ceiling tower to tremble and shake. Thunder tribulation. Feeling the suffocating pressure from the heavens and earth, Bai Shui's fair face grew tense, and the gaze she cast toward Zhao Fan held a hint of unease. It's here. Zhao Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of battle intent emanated from every part of his body. He hesitated no longer, taking a step forward like a drawn sword, charging toward the thunder tribulation in the sky. If he remained where he was to endure the tribulation, not only might the demon ceiling tower be destroyed, but the entire Shu Mountain might be caught in the aftermath. Most importantly, Zhao Fan did not want to cause such a commotion, so he actively charged into the sky to confront the heavenly thunder tribulation. Crack! As if sensing Zhao Fan's arrival, the newly formed tribulation cloud showed no mercy, instantly unleashing a bolt of lightning as thick as a water barrel. This was a lightning bolt imbued with the power of heaven and earth, capable of obliterating most of the great beings at the fusion stage with a single strike. Clang! Before the lightning could strike, the flying sword Qishao emitted a crisp, powerful sound and struck out with a single sword strike. The sword light shone brilliantly, colliding heavily with the lightning. With a loud bang, the two vanished into thin air almost simultaneously. Boom, boom. The strike failed to harm Zhao Fan, causing the massive calamity cloud to seem completely enraged. With a deep rumbling sound, lightning bolts resembling venomous snakes flickered into view. If you have any tricks, bring them on. I'll see just how powerful the heavenly thunder tribulation truly is. Zhao Fan gripped the crimson sky sword tightly, his entire body brimming with battle intent. The sword energy emanating from him caused the very fabric of space to warp and crack. At that moment, he held nothing back. His spiritual energy surged like an ocean, roaring with overwhelming force. Crack, crack. Zhao Fan's provocation successfully triggered a fierce reaction from the thunder tribulation. One after another, thunderbolts as thick as water barrels, dense and overwhelming, crashed down toward him. Each bolt of lightning was powerful enough to easily kill a great being at the fusion stage. The combined might of thousands upon thousands of such bolts was beyond imagination. This is bad. Such powerful thunder tribulation energy. This is bad. Inside the demon ceiling tower, Bai Shui's face was filled with tension. She had already broken through to the late fusion stage and could clearly perceive the terrifying scene unfolding above. Just in time. Zhao Fan swallowed the Sharira tribulation pill, his gaze growing sharp and fierce. His aura surged to its peak as he wielded the top-grade flying sword Qishao and charged forward. The sword light shone brilliantly, illuminating half the sky. Zhao Fan swung his sword with immense force, shattering most of the lightning. His figure remained unyielding, his battle intent burning brightly. He resembled a true sword immortal confronting the heavens and earth, daring to charge alone into the storm clouds filled with the aura of destruction. This was simply unimaginable. Ordinary cultivators at the peak of the fusion stage would be forced to retreat by the heavenly thunder tribulation, barely able to passively endure the lightning attacks. But Zhao Fan turned the tables, transforming passivity into aggression, and charged directly into the thunder tribulation. Over the past thousands of years, he could undoubtedly be called the first to do so. Boom, boom. The pitch-black, thick calamity cloud spun wildly, drawing celestial energies from all directions, making the already terrifying aura even more powerful. Look quickly. What's happening in the sky? There's a huge dark cloud up there. That's strange. We can hear thunder, but no rain is falling. The thunderous roar from the sky above caught the attention of many disciples from Mount Shu, though they found it odd. None of them associated it with a cultivator's tribulation, let alone imagine that someone dared to enter the storm to confront the tribulation head-on. They're completely mad. That's a thunder tribulation. Bai Shui stomped her cute little feet in frustration. She stared with her gem-like clear eyes, nervously watching the intense thunder tribulation, deeply concerned for Zhao Fan's safety. However, it was clear that Bai Shui's worries were unfounded. In less than a minute, with a deafening roar, a sword light that seemed to split the heavens erupted from the depths of the tribulation. The terrifying sword energy severed the continuous thunderclouds stretching for 100 miles with a single strike. And this was far from over. Accompanied by the clanging sounds, countless sharp sword shadows swarmed the sky, relentlessly shattering the remaining lightning bolts. 10 minutes later, the once thick and terrifying thunderstorm retreated at an astonishing speed. A figure of unimaginable power stood arrogantly in the void, emanating an aura of terror so deep it was impossible to fathom. Zhao Fan's figure was tall and muscular, with flowing black hair and piercing eyes, resembling a divine being of unparalleled power and transcendence. After shattering the thunderstorm, Zhao Fan's previously stagnant cultivation realm naturally advanced to the tribulation crossing stage. Compared to before, he could clearly feel that his spiritual energy, soul, and physical body had all become more resilient and powerful after being partially purified by the thunder tribulation. Most importantly, Zhao Fan's overall strength had increased by at least several times compared to before. Zhao Fan even felt that with just a casual swing of his sword, he could shatter this entire world. This was an illusion brought on by the sudden surge in power. Chapter 82, The Most Beautiful Elder. Zhao Fan stood tall in the void, his eyes tightly closed, silently sensing the changes within himself. He could keenly sense that, besides the explosive increase in his power, his vitality was also growing stronger, and his lifespan had been significantly extended. To put it bluntly, compared to his previous state at the fusion realm, Zhao Fan could now live at least another 1,000 or 2 years, bringing him even closer to immortality. Of course, immortality is not the same as eternal life. The tribulation stage realm was entirely different from all previous realms. As it marks the transition of cultivators from the extraordinary to the near divine, it is fraught with countless dangers, and most importantly, the thunder tribulation is not endured just once. In the limited ancient texts that have been passed down, the more outstanding the cultivator, the more times they must endure the heavenly thunder tribulations as their strength increases during the tribulation stage. During the most glorious era of the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago, any prodigiously talented cultivator had to endure 9 thunder tribulations to break free from the constraints of the tribulation stage and ascend to the transcendent great perfection stage. Therefore, below the major realm of the tribulation period, there are no minor realms divided into early, middle, late, or perfect stages. Instead, the number of thunder tribulations one has passed through serves as the detailed distinction. Someone like Zhao Fan, who has just survived his first lightning tribulation, is classified as a cultivator at the first layer of the tribulation stage. However, Zhao Fan has accumulated profound cultivation and is the strongest sword cultivator in terms of offensive power. Despite being only at the first layer of the tribulation stage, his overall combat strength is such that he can face even those at the second layer of the tribulation stage without fear. Half an hour later, Zhao Fan slowly returned to the demon ceiling tower from the sky. "Are you okay?" Noticing the scorched marks from lightning on Zhao Fan's robes, Bai Shui hurried forward and asked anxiously. "Don't worry. I'm fine now." Zhao Fan smiled and reassured Bai Shui. "Did you successfully pass the tribulation?" Bai Shui, with her eyes as clear as gems, couldn't help but ask. "Of course." Zhao Fan answered with a smile. "You're lucky. This fox spirit must also work hard to cultivate, aiming to reach the perfect stage of the fusion realm as soon as possible, and then successfully pass the thunder tribulation in one go." Bai Shui was both happy for Zhao Fan and a bit envious she had finally almost caught up with Zhao Fan's pace, but now the gap had widened again. "Don't worry. I have something to give you." As he spoke, Zhao Fan took out the flying sword Yunmeng that Zhao Xiaotian had given him earlier and handed it to Bai Shui, saying, "This is an exquisite flying sword. Take it and use it." "A top-grade flying sword? You have such a good thing and didn't give it to me sooner?" Bai Shui was both delighted and annoyed, glaring angrily at Zhao Fan before snatching the Yunmeng sword from his hands without even saying thank you. "It's because you were always demanding to fight and spar with me before. If I had given it to you earlier, what if you had beaten me? That would have been so embarrassing for me." Zhao Fan smiled, his usual smooth talk, or rather, his usual smooth talk with a little fox. In truth, he had been too busy with his cultivation to remember, and only now had he recalled this matter. You're pretty smart. This flying sword is quite nice. This fox spirit will take it first. I won't let you come out on the losing end. Once I break through to the perfect stage of the fusion realm and recall those powerful inherited martial arts techniques, I'll pick 2 to teach you." Bai Shui gave a light snort, proudly lifting her little head, and returned to the stone house with the flying sword Yunmeng. Witnessing Zhao Fan break through the tribulation stage left her slightly shaken, so she lay back in the jade coffin to sleep and cultivate. Zhao Fan didn't take Bai Shui's words to heart. With the system, he didn't lack powerful martial arts, let alone demon clan techniques, which he couldn't learn anyway. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan did not become arrogant or complacent despite breaking through to the tribulation stage. Zhao Fan continuously consolidated his cultivation base, fully mastering the power of the tribulation stage. One day, Zhang Qian came to bring him food again. She had grown even more mature and beautiful, like a fully ripened persimmon, exuding an alluring fragrance with every movement. Over the years, Zhang Qian had remained as she was, coming to deliver food every 10 days, rain or shine. She is now a senior elder of the Discipline Hall, overseeing thousands of disciples under her command. Due to her sweet and beautiful appearance, she is known as the most beautiful elder of the Discipline Hall. Zhang Qian has also received many proposals from male elders of her age, but she has firmly refused them all. "Little junior sister, what did you cook for me today? The fruit wine from last time was delicious. Did you bring some this time?" Zhao Fan smiled and asked Zhang Qian softly through the gate of the demon ceiling tower. "Today's meal is very abundant. I prepared over 10 side dishes for senior brother, and I brought 3 bottles of the fruit wine from last time." Zhang Qian giggled and passed the food box through the opening beside the gate. Not bad, not bad. Zhao Fan opened the food box and, without needing Zhang Qian to remind him, began to savor the fine wine paired with the delicious dishes. Having cultivated for over 200 years, Zhao Fan had developed a deeply ingrained habit. Every 10 days, he looked forward to a meal prepared by Zhang Qian. Little disciple sister, your cooking has improved even more than before. Zhao Fan praised her as he ate. Outside the door, Zhang Qian felt delighted and smiled sweetly, as long as senior brother is satisfied. By the way, senior brother, there have been quite a few incidents outside Mount Shu recently. While you're eating, I'll tell you about them. Go ahead, I'm listening, Zhao Fan smiled and said. Senior brother, did you know? The cultivation world has become increasingly chaotic lately. Not only have many new powerful beings emerged, but also several ancient monsters have resurfaced. Among them, there's the old ancestor of the Qingyun sword sect and the Black Ox Demon King. These are all ancient beings who survived from 1,000 years ago and have resurfaced now that the celestial environment has improved. Of course, the one making the biggest waves lately is the Xianming Elder from the Demon Sect. It's said that he founded the Xianming sect and nearly swept through the entire Demon Sect, and he's even had conflicts with our Shu Mountain. Our Shu Mountain territories have been infiltrated by many Xianming sect demons, who have kidnapped numerous innocent civilians. Xianming Elder? Xianming sect? Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows and asked, has the sect master not taken any action? Of course we have. The sect master was furious and dispatched several powerful cultivators, nearly exterminating the invading Xianming sect demons. However, the Xianming sect not only failed to back down but also issued a threat, vowing to retaliate against our Shu Mountain. However, they probably don't have the guts to do so. After all, our Shu Mountain is no longer what it used to be. Among the divine lands of Central Earth, we are now one of the top-tier cultivation sections. At this point, Zhang Qian's charming face betrayed a hint of pride. Indeed, things have changed greatly. Zhao Fan nodded in agreement, satisfied with the current state of Shu Mountain. Let's not talk about that. There's something else I need to discuss with you in advance. Suddenly, Zhang Qian changed the subject and continued, Senior brother, I won't be coming to bring you meals next time. I'm trying to break through to the spirit division stage, so I might not have the time. Zhang Qian said with a touch of apology. You're already at the peak of the out-of-body realm, so attempting to break through to the spirit-splitting realm is only natural. It's fine. I understand. Zhao Fan smiled indifferently. Once I break through to the spirit division stage, I'll definitely cook a few extra dishes to make it up to you. Zhang Qian giggled. Alright, but be careful, little junior sister. Breaking through a cultivation realm is a natural process that comes with time. Don't rush or act recklessly. If you encounter difficulties during the breakthrough, don't persist. That could easily lead to spiritual backlash and ruin all your efforts. Zhao Fan thought for a moment before offering the well-meaning advice. Although Zhang Qian's cultivation talent was average, she was one of the few people he cared about most. He didn't want anything to happen to her. I know. Senior brother, you can rest assured. Zhang Qian smiled and gestured for Zhao Fan not to worry too much. She had prepared thoroughly beforehand and should be fine. The two chatted for a while longer, and soon the sky grew dark. Zhang Qian bid farewell to Zhao Fan, carrying an empty food box. As Zhang Qian departed, the demon ceiling tower once again fell into silence. Chapter 83, A Small Favor. After Zhang Qian left, Zhao Fan returned to his cultivation. Shall we begin the check-in? That day, Zhao Fan arrived at the entrance of the 10,000 Demons Cave and checked in with the system as usual. Check-in. Check-in successful. Reward, a pair of heaven-reaching spirit conches. As the system's voice faded, a pair of objects resembling sea snails appeared in Zhao Fan's hands. Heaven-reaching spirit conches? Zhao Fan was puzzled and couldn't help asking, System, what's the use of these? The heaven-piercing spirit conch can bypass spatial and array barriers, enabling communication at any time and place. It is the most advanced sound transmission artifact. The system's explanation was concise and to the point. All right. Seems a bit useless. Zhao Fan casually stored the heaven-piercing spirit screw into the system's built-in spatial pocket and immediately returned to the outskirts of the demon ceiling tower. Although he had broken through to the first layer of the tribulation stage, he still hadn't fully grasped the situation inside the 10,000 demons cave, so he had no immediate plans to venture into the second layer. Moreover, there were powerful seals he had set up near the entrance, preventing the demons from escaping, so there was no need to insist on investigating further. Time flew by, and nearly a month had passed since Zhang Qian last brought him food. Zhao Fan waited left and right but still did not see Zhang Qian appear. Could something have happened to my young disciple? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. I should go out and take a look. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan decided to get up and go check on Zhang Qian. After all, looking around the entire Shu Mountain, there were few people he cared about, but Zhang Qian was definitely one of the few. Senior brother, I've brought your meal. Sorry for keeping you waiting all these days. Just then, Zhang Qian's clear and pleasant voice suddenly echoed from the demon ceiling tower. Little junior sister, you're finally here. If you hadn't come to bring me food, I was going to go out and look for you. Zhao Fan didn't notice the weakness in Zhang Qian's voice and joked as usual. He. I'm sorry for worrying you, senior brother. It's just that my recent breakthrough wasn't very smooth, so I was delayed for a while. Zhang Qian's face was slightly pale, but she forced a smile. Senior brother, I made you lots of delicious food. There is fish and meat, over a dozen dishes, and I even brought you 6 jars of good wine this time. As she spoke, Zhang Qian handed the food box from the door. Zhao Fan opened it and saw that it was indeed very abundant, with 6 jars of fine wine, all aged for over 100 years, with a rich and aromatic fragrance. Not bad, not bad. You've really gone to a lot of trouble for me, little junior sister. Zhao Fan smiled and immediately began to eat heartily, not wanting to waste Zhang Qian's kindness. It's no trouble at all. Being able to let my senior brother enjoy a good meal is my greatest satisfaction. Zhang Qian smiled brightly, then sat down quietly outside the demon ceiling tower. As she gazed at the thick, sturdy doors, a hint of sadness flickered in her beautiful eyes. Zhao Fan savored the fine wine and delicious food, indulging his appetite to the fullest. He had to admit that Zhang Qian's cooking skills were truly masterful, even by the standards of Mount Shu. Suddenly, Zhao Fan stopped eating and furrowed his brows, looking toward the quiet door and saying, Little junior sister, why aren't you speaking today? Zhang Qian, upon hearing this, forced a smile and said, I've been busy with matters at the disciplinary hall today and am a bit tired, so I didn't feel like talking much. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Zhao Fan put down his bowl and chopsticks, having already noticed that Zhang Qian's mood was off. Otherwise, on any other day, she would have been chatting away, telling him all sorts of interesting stories from all over the world. Senior brother, Zhang Qian hesitated slightly before speaking slowly, I might not be able to bring you meals anymore. Why? Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows and pressed further. Zhang Qian stopped mid-sentence, sighing softly repeatedly without explaining the reason. Little junior sister, we're friends, right? Zhao Fan suddenly asked. Of course we are, Zhang Qian thought for a moment before answering seriously. If we're friends, is there anything we can't talk about? Can I tell you why you won't bring me food anymore? Zhao Fan asked calmly in a soft voice. I failed during my last cultivation breakthrough and fell into a state of spiritual chaos, causing my cultivation to be completely destroyed. I can no longer serve as an elder of the discipline hall. In 2 days, I must leave the mountain. With a hint of tears in her voice, Zhang Qian bit her lip and spoke slowly. Earlier, she hadn't come to bring him lunch on time because her cultivation had been completely destroyed after the qi deviation, and her body hadn't recovered yet. Now she was nothing but a powerless. Although Mount Shu was now powerful, it did not keep idle people. This final visit to bring him food was merely to bid farewell to Zhao Fan. Lost all your cultivation after going off the rails? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows briefly before quickly relaxing them, smiling slightly. I thought it was something major. It turns out it's just this minor issue. With senior brothers around, we wouldn't just let you become a. I was counting on you to keep bringing me meals in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Fan snapped his fingers, and a surge of pure, powerful energy burst through the gates of the demon ceiling tower, directly into Zhang Qian's delicate body. Senior brother. Zhang Qian hadn't even had time to react before she felt herself enveloped by a warm, soothing energy. The dantian that had been destroyed by her previous energy backlash was now being restored at a visible speed. My dantian. What's happening? Zhang Qian was speechless. And it wasn't over yet. Not only was her dantian being restored, but with the help of this energy, even the cultivation she had lost was rapidly returning. Zhang Qian's aura surged upward, advancing through the qi cultivation stage, foundation establishment stage, and golden core stage. Boom! In just a few minutes, Zhang Qian's cultivation had directly returned to the peak of the qi condensation stage. Zhang Qian opened her cherry red lips wide, as if she were dreaming, finding it hard to believe. Don't get distracted. Focus on breaking through and push yourself to the spirit division stage in one go. At that moment, Zhao Fan's calm voice echoed in her ears. Zhang Qian glanced gratefully at Zhao Fan inside the demon ceiling tower, then closed her eyes as instructed and focused on attempting the breakthrough once more. Boom! In just half an hour, with Zhao Fan's assistance, accompanied by the roaring sound of spiritual energy within her body, Zhang Qian successfully broke through to the initial stage of the distraction realm, her aura surging several times over. Feeling the immense power within her, Zhang Qian excitedly opened her eyes and thanked Zhao Fan inside the demon ceiling tower. Senior brother, thank you so much. Not only did you help me restore my cultivation, but you also helped me break through my previous realm. I am truly grateful beyond words. Zhang Qian was truly overwhelmed with emotion, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. She had once believed she would never be able to cultivate again in her lifetime, yet Zhao Fan had reopened the gates of cultivation for her. We're friends, there's no need to thank me. Hurry back. You've just broken through to the initial stage of the spirit division realm. You need to strengthen and consolidate your cultivation to avoid leaving any hidden weaknesses. Zhao Fan waved his hand and smiled slightly. Alright. Next time I come over, I'll cook more dishes to treat my senior brother properly. Zhang Qian took a deep breath, her face radiating a smile, then turned and left. Hearing Zhang Qian's cheerful footsteps fade away, Zhao Fan inside the demon ceiling tower let out a faint smile. For him now, helping Zhang Qian recover her cultivation and resume her cultivation journey was nothing more than a trivial task. Zhao Fan was about to continue his cultivation when, at that moment, footsteps sounded outside the demon ceiling tower. Uncle, your nephew has come to visit you. Zhao Xiaotian, the current master of the Shu Mountain sect, suddenly paid a visit to the demon ceiling tower. Chapter 84, Elders on the Verge of a Brawl. Xiaotian, what brings you here? Seeing his nephew Zhao Xiaotian at the door, Zhao Fan was slightly surprised. Over the years, Zhao Xiaotian had been focused on matters related to Shu Mountain and rarely came to the demon ceiling tower to visit him. Compared to his younger brother Zhao Chang, Zhao Xiaotian was much more diligent, handling almost every matter on Mount Shu personally, and had developed the mountain into a thriving community. Moreover, unlike his father, Zhao Xiaotian was extremely ambitious. He would only come to disturb Zhao Fan if he truly faced an insurmountable challenge. In his heart, Zhao Xiaotian did not want to disappoint his father and his eldest uncle's expectations, determined to take on the heavy responsibility of reviving Shu Mountain on his own. Zhao Xiaotian was tall and muscular, with a stern and composed expression. He was no longer the naive child of the past, but had already begun to exude the aura of a clan leader. However, there is a lingering shadow of gloom between his brows. It's been some time since I last visited my uncle, so I came to pay my respects. Zhao Xiaotian forced a smile and bowed to Zhao Fan. I suspect it's not just a simple visit, is it? Did something happen? Noticing his troubled expression, Zhao Fan smiled calmly and asked casually. Uncle, you're so perceptive. I knew I couldn't hide anything from you. Hearing Zhao Fan's question, Zhao Xiaotian didn't deny it but sighed wryly and continued, Uncle, you should know that over the years, Shu Mountain has achieved remarkable development. Among all the immortal cultivation sects in Central Earth, it can be considered one of the top-tier ones. But as the saying goes, great trees attract the wind. Now someone has set their sights on our Shu Mountain, and it's a very formidable enemy. Who? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and asked. The Xianming sect, the Xianming elder. Zhao Xiaotian spoke solemnly. The Xianming elder? Is he very powerful? Zhao Fan pondered for a moment. If he remembered correctly, Zhang Qian had mentioned him before. Recently, this Xianming elder had swept through the demonic sects, proving himself to be a powerful old monster. Uncle, you may not be aware, but the Xianming elder is a 1,000-year-old demonic old monster with unimaginable power. The Xianming sect he founded has swept through half of the demonic sects, and its influence is expanding rapidly. Previously, the Xianming elder sent Xianming sect demons to invade our territory and plunder our people. After I ordered them to be killed, he colluded with several demonic sects, gathering nearly 200,000 demonic cultivators, and is preparing to besiege our Shu Mountain soon. I had already dispatched the great ancestor of the Tang dynasty and 2 other great beings to directly attack the Xianming sect and crush them. However, we underestimated the power of the Xianming elder, and the great ancestor of the Tang dynasty and the others were suppressed. Their current condition is unknown, and their lives hang in the balance. At this point, Zhao Xiaotian's face grew solemn as he pleaded earnestly, this matter is of the utmost urgency. That is why I have come here today to humbly request that you personally intervene, slay the Xianming elder, and help Shu Mountain resolve this crisis. Otherwise, with 20,000 demonic cultivators attacking Shu Mountain, even if we manage to win, we will suffer terrible losses. The achievements we have worked so hard to attain over decades will be in vain, all our efforts will be wasted. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Xiaotian knelt down before Zhao Fan with a thud. Please, uncle, intervene and help Xiaotian, help Shu Mountain overcome this crisis. Zhao Xiaotian took a deep breath and pleaded earnestly. If there were any other options, Zhao Xiaotian would never have come to the demon ceiling tower to ask Zhao Fan for help. Shu Mountain had indeed achieved significant development over the years, but among its elite warriors, there were only 5 or 6 who had reached the level of a great sage. However, even the 3 great sages, the old ancestor of the Tang dynasty and the others, could not defeat the Xianming elder when they joined forces. He simply could not think of a better way to deal with the situation. Stand up. I understand. Zhao Fan gently waved his sleeve, and a soft force slowly lifted Zhao Xiaotian to his feet. Uncle, you agreed? Zhao Xiaotian asked, filled with doubt and surprise. Since you, the master of the Shu Mountain sect, have given such an order, how dare I refuse? Zhao Fan smiled faintly, speaking playfully. Thank you, uncle. Upon receiving confirmation, Zhao Xiaotian expressed his gratitude excitedly. Family doesn't speak in 2 voices. Go back quickly. I will handle the matter of the old man Xianming personally. Zhao Fan waved his hand, signaling Zhao Xiaotian to leave first. All right. Your nephew will await your good news, uncle. After bowing repeatedly to Zhao Fan, Zhao Xiaotian finally left the demon ceiling tower. After watching Zhao Xiaotian depart, Zhao Fan suddenly looked up toward the stone house and smiled, saying, You've been eavesdropping for half a day. Isn't it time to come out? Who was eavesdropping? This fox spirit has just awakened and accidentally overheard your conversation. Bai Shui, delicate and charming, emerged from the side. Zhao Fan heard this and merely smiled, not bothering to argue with her. Are you going out? Bai Shui blinked her gem-like eyes and asked Zhao Fan softly. What do you think? Zhao Fan smiled slightly. The crimson sky, which had been stuck in the ground, rose into the air and slowly landed in his hand. I want to go too. This fox spirit has been here for so long. I also want to go out and fight and see the outside world again. Seeing that Zhao Fan was about to leave, Bai Shui hurriedly blocked his path. She was delicate and graceful, standing tall and beautiful. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping and cultivating? Zhao Fan chuckled inwardly and asked. I'll try harder when I get back. It won't take much time. Bai Shui hummed and said. All right. Zhao Fan thought for a moment and decided to take Bai Shui with him as they left the demon ceiling tower. After all, this adorable little fox spirit, without his supervision, might cause some trouble. Better to be safe than sorry. The main hall of Mount Shu was in complete chaos, almost erupting into a riot. The elders were all arguing about how to handle the matter involving Xianming the Elder and the Xianming sect. Some radical and warlike elders advocated taking the initiative to attack first, gathering the cultivators of Shu Mountain, rather than waiting for the Xianming sect and the major demonic sects to assemble their 20,000 demonic cultivators. They believed they should launch a preemptive strike to crush their plans and actions. On the other hand, the conservative elders advocated resolving the issue with Xianming the Elder and the Xianming sect through negotiations. After all, the three great cultivators of the Tang dynasty, including the Tang dynasty ancestor, were currently in their hands. Without rescuing the three, they must not act rashly. The elders, each holding firm to their own opinions, were arguing fiercely, nearly coming to blows. Don't be fooled by their usual demeanor. Though they appear majestic and solemn in the eyes of their disciples, when they argue, they are no different from commoners, shouting and spitting as they do. Looking at the chaotic scene in the hall, Elder Lin Mu of the Jinwu sect sighed helplessly. The sect master has arrived. At that moment, he saw Zhao Xiaotian walking into the hall, and noticed the relaxed smile on his face. Chapter 85, Black Magic City. The sect master has arrived. Strange, how can he still be smiling at a time like this? Really? What's wrong with the sect master? Could it be that the pressure is too much, and he has reached his breaking point? It wasn't just the true martial elder Lin Mu. The other elders also quickly noticed Zhao Xiaotian's unusual behavior. At this critical moment, with the urgent matters involving Xianming Elder and the Xianming sect, how could Zhao Xiaotian, as the sect master, still be smiling so casually? Master, why are you laughing? Have you found a solution for the Elder Xianming and the Xianming sect? The situation is critical. You should make a decision quickly. Lin Mu, who had served under 3 sect masters, had an immense attachment to Shu Mountain and was deeply concerned about the matters involving Xianming Elder and the Xianming sect, so he spoke up first. At this moment, the high-ranking members of Shu Mountain were engaged in heated arguments. A decision must be made swiftly, otherwise, continuing this meaningless bickering would not only waste time but also miss the best opportunity to act. As Lin Mu finished speaking, all the elders fell silent, their gazes fixed on Zhao Xiaotian, waiting quietly for the young sect leader's decision. Elders, there is no need for further argument. Facing the gazes of everyone present, Zhao Xiaotian smiled slightly and continued, the matter involving the Xianming Elder and the Xianming sect has already been handled by someone else. There is no need for you to continue worrying about it. You only need to focus on your own responsibilities. Whoa! As Zhao Xiaotian finished speaking, the elders of Shu Mountain were all in an uproar, finding it hard to believe what Zhao Xiaotian had said. Was he really telling the truth? Master, you're not lying to us, are you? The elder of the Xianming sect is deeply mysterious, and the Xianming sect has colluded with several major demonic sects to gather 20,000 demonic cultivators to attack Shu Mountain. Besides us, who else can help the sect master in Shu Mountain? That's right. The situation is dire. If we don't handle this properly, the very foundation of Shu Mountain could collapse, and all our years of effort would be in vain. Who could possibly have the power to resolve the issues with the elder Xianming and the Xianming sect? The elders of Shu Mountain exchanged glances before unable to contain their curiosity and asked in unison. I won't tell you all who it is. Perhaps someone might be able to guess. Zhao Xiaotian smiled mysteriously and said, I know. Just then, Lin Mu seemed to think of something and suddenly exclaimed, Elder Lin, do you know who it is? The other elders all turned to look at Jinwu Elder Lin Mu at the same time. Master, is it that sword cultivator? Lin Mu's face betrayed a hint of excitement as he asked Zhao Xiaotian. No wonder you're a 3-time veteran. Elder Lin guessed correctly. Under Lin Mu's eager gaze, Zhao Xiaotian nodded slowly. What? It's actually that mysterious sword cultivator senior. That's great. If he is the one to handle it personally, the issues with Xianming Elder and the Xianming sect won't even be a problem. Including Lin Mu, all the elders, upon receiving Zhao Xiaotian's confirmation, wore expressions of surprise and excitement, becoming extremely thrilled and joyful. Many still remembered the overwhelming might with which the mysterious sword cultivator had effortlessly suppressed the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty. Over 30 years had passed. Who knew how much stronger that sword cultivator had become? But as long as he was willing to intervene personally, no enemy would be a match for him. In the Shu Mountains, the mysterious sword cultivator was the symbol of invincibility in the hearts of all the elders and disciples. On the other side, Zhao Fan had already set off with Bai Shui. The Xianming sect is far from Shu Mountain, with a straight line distance of 2,000 or 3,000 miles. Even for a great cultivator at the fusion stage traveling at top speed, it would take a full half-day to reach the Xianming sect's territory. However, Zhao Fan was no ordinary being. As a powerful existence at the first layer of the tribulation stage, such a distance was no great challenge for him. Zhao Fan flew on his sword, accompanied by the little fox Bai Shui, and arrived at the borders of the Xianming sect in just over an hour. Although the Xianming sect had only recently been established, it had quickly risen to dominance over most of the demonic path, thanks to the fame of the Xianming elder. Its territory was even larger than that of Shu Mountain, stretching over 2,000 miles from east to west. Their main headquarters was located in Black Magic City, which had once been a gathering place for evil cultivators of the demonic path. After the Xianming sect rose to power, they transformed it into their main base. Having finally managed to venture out, Zhao Fan did not rush to Black Magic City. Instead, he took advantage of this rare opportunity to explore the demon realm's territory with Bai Shui. The common people here look so miserable. They're like lambs, being slaughtered and enslaved at will. As they passed by a city, Bai Shui saw several Xianming sect demons ruthlessly slaughtering ordinary citizens. They drove the people into the wilderness and, like hunters, waited until their prey had run far enough away before enjoying the process of hunting them down for fun. Evil cultists, no wonder everyone wants to eliminate them. Zhao Fan snapped his fingers, and several Xianming sect demons who were slaughtering indiscriminately fell straight to the ground, turning into cold corpses. "Thank you, Savior. Thank you, Savior." Several surviving commoners, noticing Zhao Fan and Bai Shui in the distance, all knelt down to express their gratitude and worship. "Hurry up and leave." Zhao Fan waved his hand at them, then swiftly took off into the sky with Bai Shui. He flew past several cities under the rule of the Xianming sect. These demonic cultivators not only treated ordinary people with extreme cruelty but also frequently engaged in internecine battles. On the ground, corpses were scattered everywhere. A hell on earth, no more. Although Zhao Fan had heard rumors about the cold-blooded cruelty of the demonic cultivators, witnessing the scenes firsthand left him shaking his head in disbelief. If the demonic sect were to rule the entire cultivation world, it would undoubtedly cause immeasurable damage. Fortunately, he had come to deal with the Xianming envoys in the Xianming sect. Otherwise, when the Xianming sect's demons attacked Shu Mountain, given their behavior, who knows how many ordinary people and cultivators would have perished. There is nothing worth seeing here. Let's hurry to the Black Magic City. Zhao Fan took a deep breath and said to Bai Shui, "All right. Once we arrive at the Black Magic City, don't stop me. I want to kill some demons too." Bai Shui waved her little fist angrily. Along the way, the brutal actions of the Xianming sect demons were utterly appalling. Even she, a little fox, couldn't bear to watch. "All right." Zhao Fan gently stroked her little head, then, accompanied by Bai Shui, transformed into a sword and soared toward Black Magic City. A few minutes later, the man and the fox arrived at the gates of Black Magic City. "Who are you?" A tall Xianming sect cultivator stepped forward to block Zhao Fan and Bai Shui, asking them. Upon seeing the delicate and beautiful Bai Shui, a look of intense desire flashed in the Xianming sect cultivator's eyes. Chapter 86, Bai Shui shows her might. Those entering the city. Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke indifferently. "You all look unfamiliar. If you want to enter the city, you'll have to let me give you a thorough search, especially this young lady." As he spoke, the Xianming sect demon was about to grab Bai Shui. Put! Before he could get close, both his hands were severed cleanly, and the intense pain made him scream in agony. Bai Shui puffed out her cheeks, her beautiful eyes flashing with disgust. With a single slap through the air, the Xianming sect demon before her exploded into pieces. "Something's wrong. Intruders!" This scene caused the other Xianming sect demons to pale, quickly surrounding Zhao Fan and the others. "Bai Shui, they're all yours." Zhao Fan smiled and said to Bai Shui. Just stand there and watch." Bai Shui arrogantly tilted her head, then raised her fair, slender hand and casually struck out with a palm. Boom! A gigantic palm spanning a kilometer appeared out of thin air, mercilessly smashing down on the Xianming sect demons gathering at the city gate. Instantly, blood spattered everywhere, and screams echoed non-stop. Having witnessed the brutal methods the Xianming sect demons used against ordinary civilians, Bai Shui hated these demonic cultivators from the bottom of her heart, so she showed no mercy in her attacks. When facing such enemies, there could be no mercy. This was what Zhao Fan had taught her. With a single strike, hundreds of Xianming sect demons were nearly wiped out. The intense commotion naturally caught the attention of stronger demonic cultivators from the Black Magic City. In an instant, dozens of figures with powerful auras rushed toward them from the distance. Bai Shui furrowed her brows, then casually struck out with her small hand. Before the demonic cultivators could even get close, they were struck by an invisible force, sending them flying through the air, spitting blood. Among them were over 10 Xianming sect experts at the spirit division stage. How dare you? How dare you dare to act so brazenly on the territory of the Xianming sect? No matter who you are, you will die here today. Just then, a deep voice echoed from within the city, accompanied by surging demonic energy. Several figures as deep as abysses shot into the sky, appearing before Zhao Fan and Bai Shui in the blink of an eye. There were 5 of them in total, each emanating an extraordinary surge of demonic energy. The middle-aged man leading them was particularly imposing. 5 cultivators at the fusion stage. Zhao Fan casually glanced at them, instantly discerning the cultivation levels of the 5 before him. The strongest among them, the middle-aged man at the front, had reached the late stage of the fusion realm. Bai Shui stood gracefully, sizing up the 5 before her. Her eyes, as bright as gems, gleamed with a hint of eagerness. She had been trapped in the demon ceiling tower for far too long, and aside from sparring with Zhao Fan, she had scarcely found any other opponents. Now, 5 great cultivators of the fusion realm had suddenly appeared, causing Bai Shui's eyes to sparkle with excitement. How dare you! Not only did you dare to intrude into the territory of the Xianming sect, but you also dared to kill our disciples. I am Qin Song, the deputy sect master of the Xianming sect. Come and meet your deaths. Seeing the bodies of Xianming sect disciples littering the ground, deputy sect master Qin Song's expression grew icy. He immediately signaled the 4 elders behind him to attack. On the territory of the Xianming sect, regardless of who you are or what your reasons may be, anyone who dares to kill a member of the Xianming sect will face only one fate, death. Boom! The 4 elders of the Xianming sect erupted, charging toward Zhao Fan and his companion. You dare not touch them. Let me handle this. Bai Shuisheng feared Zhao Fan would intervene, so he rushed forward after issuing the warning and engaged the 4 elders of the Xianming sect in fierce combat. Bai Shui stood gracefully, looking cute and beautiful, but when she fought, she was extremely sharp and deadly. With a single strike of her hands, she shattered the attacks of the 4 elders of the Xianming sect, then, without pausing, delivered another blow that sent all 4 flying, spitting blood. Bai Shui's origins were mysterious, and she was currently a late-stage fusion realm cultivator. Not only were the 4 ordinary fusion realm elders of the Xianming sect no match for her, but even if there were 10 more of them, they wouldn't stand a chance. Weak, so weak. Bai Shui was slightly disappointed. She hadn't even used a fraction of her power, yet the 4 of them were already severely injured and flying through the air, unable to withstand a single blow. Late fusion stage. Seeing that her 4 most trusted elders had been defeated in just a few breaths, the deputy sect master, Qin Song, assessed Bai Shui's cultivation level and a look of gravity appeared on his face. He appraised Bai Shui, then turned his gaze to Zhao Fan, finally realizing that this man and woman seemed quite extraordinary. Especially the young man behind the girl, who didn't emit a single ripple of spiritual energy, appearing as ordinary as an average person. Yet the more ordinary he appeared, the more profound and enigmatic he seemed to deputy sect master Qin Song. Who are you? Qin Song did not act immediately but suppressed the anger rising in his heart, asking in a deep voice, attempting to uncover their origins. You have no right to ask about our origins. Tell the old man Xianming to come out. Otherwise, don't blame me for leveling this place. Zhao Fan spoke calmly, his expression unchanged. Though his voice was not loud, it rang clearly in the ears of nearly half the cultivators in Black Magic City. Arrogant. Our sect master is not someone you can just demand to see. If you want to explain yourself, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Though he felt a hint of caution, Qin Song didn't take it too seriously. This was the headquarters of the Xianming sect. He didn't believe that the 2 cultivators before him could cause any trouble. Bai Shui, dispose of them. Zhao Fan, upon hearing this, reminded Bai Shui. Leave it to me. This fox spirit is quite powerful. Bai Shui tilted her little head, looking like a playful neighborhood girl. But as she took a step forward, her figure suddenly vanished from the spot. At the same time, Qin Song felt a chill run down his spine. Hum. A cold gleam flashed, causing the void to warp, and with a powerful momentum, it rushed toward Qin Song. This strike was as fast as lightning, overwhelming like a tidal wave, and the powerful energy fluctuations caused the ground around them to tremble and roar. How fast? Qin Song's expression changed abruptly, but he was, after all, a late-stage fusion stage demonic cultivator. He clenched his fists tightly, which shimmered with a pitch-black glow, and then erupted forward with overwhelming force. Boom! The icy glow and the fist collided violently, erupting into a deafening explosion. Before the echoes had even faded, Bai Shui and Qin Song simultaneously soared into the sky, colliding once more with tremendous force. Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted like a mountain collapsing or a tsunami crashing down. Around them, some weaker disciples of the Xianming sect were directly caught in the aftermath of the terrifying battle, their bodies shattered and turned into a mist of blood. Compared to the 4 elders who had crumbled at the slightest touch earlier, Qin Song was far stronger, and his mastery of powerful physical martial arts made his body as hard as divine metal. Every move he made was filled with overwhelming power. Bai Shue's fair face remained calm and composed. Her petite frame was incredibly agile and nimble. Each time her slender white hands struck out, she effortlessly sent Qingtsong reeling backward. The two engaged in a fierce battle, causing the commotion to grow louder and louder. Nearly half of the demonic cultivators in Black Magic City were drawn to the scene. Zhao Fan watched the battle in the sky without a hint of worry. Bai Shui had yet to unleash her full strength, but the deputy sect master of the Xianming sect was already struggling to keep up. If this continued, the outcome would be inevitable. It was rare for him to venture out, so letting Bai Shui have some fun was reasonable. Otherwise, once they returned to the demon's ceiling tower, she would pester him for sparring, wasting his cultivation time. Moreover, the most important reason was that Zhao Fan wanted to use this opportunity to lure out the Xianming elder. Otherwise, if he broke into the city and his chi of the tribulation stage engulfed the entire area, he would scare everyone away. A monster of that caliber must have plenty of escape tactics. Once scared away, it wouldn't be easy to catch him. Once he's scared away, it won't be easy to catch him. Chapter 87, Destruction of Body and Soul. What is the background of that young woman? How could she fight our deputy sect master so evenly? She must be a late-stage fusion realm powerhouse. However, daring to come to our Xianming sect headquarters and act so brazenly, her fate will be utterly miserable. If she dares to disturb our sect master, she will certainly meet her end. More and more Xianming sect demons and disciples gathered around. Upon seeing Bai Shui fighting against Qingtsong, they all began to whisper among themselves. Though they were surprised by Bai Shui's strength, the Xianming sect disciples showed no signs of worry. Because this was the headquarters of the Xianming sect, where the Xianming elder, who could sweep through the demonic path with ease, was stationed. Zhao Fan naturally heard their whispers, but he didn't take them seriously. With the commotion they were causing, the Xianming elder, with his cultivation level, must have sensed their presence. However, since the opponent had not shown himself yet, it was clear that he did not consider the two of them a significant threat. If that was the case, then they would have to force him to reveal himself. Thinking this, Zhao Fan curled the corners of his mouth and addressed the snow-white figure engaged in battle above the sky, reminding her, "Little fox, it's about time. It's time to settle this." Got it. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's voice, Bai Shui reluctantly drew her top-tier flying sword, Yunmeng. In an instant, a cold glow erupted, and the sword light nearly illuminated the entire Black Magic City. This is bad. Sensing the sudden surge of energy emanating from Bai Shui, Qingtsong felt a sense of foreboding. His body was filled with surging magical energy, and a heavy war blade appeared in his hand. This was a demonic blade that had drunk the blood of thousands of cultivators. This fox spirit isn't playing with you anymore. With the Yunmeng sword in hand, Bai Shui's momentum surged, growing more than twice as powerful as before. Her face grew solemn, and with a single strike of her sword, the blade's glow shone like a silver ribbon across the sky, piercing through the heavens and crashing down on Qingtsong with the force of 1,000 thunderbolts. Since obtaining the flying sword given to her by Zhao Fan years ago, Bai Shui had cultivated several powerful sword techniques. Now, unleashing her full strength, a single strike was enough to shatter several thousand-foot-tall mountains. Thunder and fire sword technique. Feeling the bone-chilling sword intent, Qingtsong roared in anger, channeling all his magical power into his battle knife, then swung it with all his might. Boom! The sword-light and blade aura collided fiercely under everyone's gaze, but after only a moment of stalemate, the sword-light, as vast as a starry river, shattered the blade aura and swept toward Qingguan like a whirlwind. No! Master, save me! Qingtsong's face was filled with terror as he shouted desperately. You're useless! Just as Qingguan was about to die under the sword-light, a thunderous voice rang out. From the deepest depths of the Black Magic City, a pitch-black hand suddenly emerged, as if belonging to a primordial giant. The enormous hand, which blocked out the sky and the sun, was almost instantly brought down with tremendous force, shattering the terrifying sword light into pieces. It's the master himself who has intervened. The master is invincible. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Xianming sect all wore expressions of fanatical devotion. The colossal hand, still retaining its momentum after shattering the sword light, crashed down upon the snow-covered ground, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Just putting on a show. This fox spirit isn't one to be messed with. Bai Shui refused to back down, her delicate body surging with demonic energy. Suddenly, a golden fox's ethereal form appeared behind her, and her power surged once more. She let out a fierce cry and swung her sword again, this time with far greater power than before, causing the very fabric of space to warp slightly. Boom! The sword light was dazzling, but under the colossal hand, it couldn't hold out for long before shattering into pieces. This is bad. Bai Shui's fair face paled, and her delicate body staggered backward as if struck by a heavy blow, suffering a significant backlash. At the same time, the black giant hand swept down, and she tried to dodge but was already too late. Bang! Just as the situation was dire, a golden sword light illuminated the heavens, piercing through the black giant hand in the blink of an eye. Before Bai Shui could react, Zhao Fan gently caught her by the shoulders. The masculine scent emanating from him caused her face to flush slightly. "Leave the rest to me." Zhao Fan gently stroked Bai Shui's head with a look of affection, then stepped into the void and walked forward slowly. High above, the black hand shattered layer by layer, revealing a figure of immense power. It was an elderly man with a towering, imposing figure, a stern and cold expression, and an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld him. Though he did not move, simply standing there, he resembled an insurmountable mountain, inspiring awe and submission from all the disciples of the Xianming sect in the Black Magic City. For he was none other than the leader of the Xianming sect, the Xianming Elder. The Xianming Elder exuded an air of extraordinary dignity. His eyes blazed like torches as he surveyed Zhao Fan from head to toe. His brows furrowed slightly, and he spoke in a voice as thunderous as a clap of lightning. "Who are you? To break my demonic palm with a single sword strike, few in the cultivation world could match that. Who am I?" Zhao Fan smiled slightly upon hearing this, then spoke seriously. "I have come to take your life." "How dare you? How dare you?" As soon as Zhao Fan finished speaking, the disciples of the Xianming sect shouted angrily, glaring at him with eyes filled with hatred. Interesting, truly interesting. The old man of the Xianming sect did not grow angry. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and sneered, with just those words, "I will not only kill the two of you today, but I will also eradicate your entire faction, leaving no one alive." He had nearly swept through the demonic path, his authority unmatched and towering above all, acting with unyielding dominance. "You have no chance. Because you will die now." Zhao Fan shook his head. With a flick of his thoughts, the crimson sky sword emitted a crisp, powerful sound, transforming into a dazzling streak of light that shattered the void layer by layer, striking toward Xianming the Elder with the force of 1,000 thunderbolts. "That sword is..." Upon seeing the flying sword Qi Shao charging toward him, Xianming the Elder suddenly seemed to remember something, and his expression changed drastically. "I remember now. You're a sword master from Mount Shu." Xianming the Elder exclaimed in shock, finally recalling that 36 years ago, he had secretly watched from afar as the swordmaster at Shu Mountain suppressed the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty. The sword had left an indelible impression on him at the time. "Ah, that's great. I was just worried about not having an opponent. Let's have a great battle today." After the initial shock, Xianming the Elder showed no fear but instead burst into laughter. Over the years, he had continuously broken through and grown stronger, reaching the peak of the fusion realm and was just a step away from the tribulation realm. He had absolute confidence in himself. Before the crimson sky sword could strike down, Xianming the Elder clapped his hands, stirring the boundless clouds and mist into two massive black hands, far larger than before, which fiercely slammed toward Zhao Fan's flying sword. Bang! But in the next instant, Xianming the Elder's expression changed drastically. The crimson sky sword, as swift as a whirlwind, shattered his attack. "Indeed, you are strong. But I am no weaker." Xianming the Elder roared, his aura surging outward as his form grew even taller and more imposing, resembling a true demon god. He aimed at the incoming crimson sky sword and unleashed a punch with all his might. Boom! The fist light and sword edge collided violently, causing the void to collapse and shatter. Terrifying gusts of wind spread out in all directions, instantly killing some of the Xianming sect disciples who were too close. Even those at the split soul realm were unable to escape. The Xianming Elder had given his all, but he had underestimated Zhao Fan's true strength. After only a brief stalemate, the flying sword Qi Shao once again severed the fist light, piercing through the void like a bolt of lightning, and swung toward him with a single strike. How is this possible? The Xianming Elder's face betrayed his fear as he finally realized the gap between himself and his opponent. He hurriedly took out a crystal ball to block it in front of him. This was an extremely powerful treasure, one that the Xianming Elder would only use in life-threatening situations. Bang! The flying sword, Crimson Sky, struck down, its sword light scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, shattering the void itself. However, it was blocked by the silver light barrier emitted by the crystal ball. Ha ha! No matter how powerful you are as a sword cultivator, you cannot break through the defense of this treasure. Seeing the sword light blocked, the Xianming Elder felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted, and he began to shout wildly. "That is..." Not far away, Bai Shui gazed at the crystal ball in Xianming's hand, a strange feeling welling up in her heart. It felt like something she had once possessed long ago, an eerie sense of familiarity. Is that so? Zhao Fan looked at the defiant Xianming Elder with a cold smile. Earlier, he had only used 1% of his strength. Did the Xianming Elder really think he couldn't defeat him? As soon as the words left his mouth, the flying sword, the crimson sky sword intent, surged with power, resembling a divine sword that had split the heavens and earth. Its might grew exponentially as it once again struck toward the crystal ball. Crack! This time, the silver light barrier emanating from the crystal ball showed visible cracks. This is bad. The Xianming Elder's face was drenched in cold sweat, and he could no longer maintain his composure, about to turn and flee. But at that moment, the crystal ball finally gave way. With a loud boom, the silver light barrier shattered into pieces. No! Before Xianming the Elder could escape, the thunderous sword light struck him, shattering him into pieces, leaving not even his soul a chance to flee. Chapter 88, Refining the Crystal Ball. Dong, dong, dong. As the Xianming elder was slain on the spot, the entire scene fell into an eerie silence, so much so that the sound of the crystal ball rolling across the ground after falling from a great height was distinctly audible. Every Xianming sect disciple in the Black Magic City was filled with horror. The fear in their eyes as they looked at Zhao Fan was profound. Master! He is dead. Run, let's get out of here. Hurry up and escape. After a brief moment of silence, chaos erupted. The disciples of the Xianming sect, who had once been fanatically devoted to the Xianming elder, scattered in all directions like startled birds. These disciples of the demonic path, their hands stained with the blood of ordinary civilians, were not spared by Zhao Fan, who was certainly no saint. Clang! The sword's ring was crisp and powerful. The flying sword, Crimson Sky, burst forth with dazzling swordlight, then struck out with a single blow. Though it was merely a single strike, it seemed as though thousands upon thousands of swords had been unleashed, forming a dense, overwhelming wave of sword energy that erupted toward one Xianming sect disciple after another. Puff, puff. Blood spattered everywhere, and screams echoed in chaos. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples of the Xianming sect lay dead in a pool of blood. Zhao Fan stood arrogantly in mid-air, his black hair flying wildly. His eyes were pitch black and deep, and his powerful body was enveloped in a faint golden glow, resembling a true transcendent sword immortal, appearing both sacred and mighty. If I spare your lives, it will only bring misfortune to more ordinary people. Zhao Fan slowly withdrew his flying sword, Shishao, and looked out across the city. The bodies of the demonic cultivators littered the streets, and even the deputy sect master, Qing San, and several other cultivators at the fusion realm had been killed on the spot, with no chance of escape. Except for women and children, not a single cultivator of the Xianming sect in the Black Magic City remained alive. The Xianming elder and the entire Xianming sect were completely annihilated today. Can I take this crystal ball back with me? The little fox by Shui picked up the crystal ball, blinking her big eyes, and asked Zhao Fan softly. If you like it, take it. Although the crystal ball appeared to be a magical artifact with extraordinary defensive power, Zhao Fan had no interest in it whatsoever. Whether it was a magical artifact or a weapon, it was ultimately just an external object. True strength lay in one's own power. Next, Zhao Fan used his powerful spiritual essence to locate the three elders of the Tang dynasty. They were covered in wounds and had suffered greatly, imprisoned in an extremely hidden dungeon. Zhao Fan snapped his fingers, and a sword beam tens of thousands of meters long sliced through the sky, shattering the entire dungeon into pieces. After completing this, he mounted the white snow sword and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing beyond the horizon. Strange. The dungeon was split open by a single sword strike. Who could have saved us? The ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty emerged from the shattered dungeon and was immediately horrified by the scene before him. The once prosperous Black Magic City was now a sea of corpses and blood. All the demons of the Xianming sect were dead, and even the powerful figures like the Xianming elder and Qing Song had perished without exception. The Xianming sect is finished. Who could have done this? The three of the Tang dynasty's ancient ancestors looked at each other in shock and relief. They had suffered greatly and had longed to destroy the Xianming sect with their own hands. We should hurry back. We must immediately report this news to the sect leader. After a moment's hesitation, the three elders of the Tang dynasty soared into the sky and quickly vanished into the distant horizon. They didn't want to stay in this cursed place for even a moment longer. Just as the three elders of the Tang dynasty had departed, two figures suddenly materialized out of thin air in the Black Magic City. They moved silently, like ghosts, and even the most powerful cultivators at the peak of the fusion realm would find it difficult to detect their presence. What on earth is going on? We sensed that the aura of the Xianming elder had grown faint, so we rushed here as quickly as possible, but it seems we were still too late. The spokesperson we worked so hard to cultivate for the Xianming clan is gone? How despicable. But regardless, since the elder Xianming is dead, that item related to the Empress must not be left behind. We must find a way to retrieve it. The two figures exchanged a few quick words before slowly disappearing from the spot. The news of the elder of the Xianming clan's tragic death and the collapse of the Xianming sect spread at an astonishing speed. After all, Black Magic City was the headquarters of the Xianming sect, and all major factions had long feared the elder's power, so they had all stationed spies to monitor the situation here. The Xianming sect has been annihilated, and the Xianming elder was brutally killed in Black Magic City. Who could have done this? The elder of the Xianming sect was so powerful among the current generation of cultivators, he was one of the few true old monsters. How many could kill him? This is truly unexpected. The Xianming elder and the Xianming sect had swept across half of the demonic realm in recent years, even showing signs of unifying all the factions of the demonic realm. How could they be wiped out at the height of their power? As the news continued to spread, various factions speculated wildly, all curious to know which power or individual had wiped out the entire Xianming sect. Nearly half of the cultivation world has focused its attention on this matter, dispatching wave after wave of investigators, but ultimately found nothing. This was because not a single practitioner of the demonic path from the Xianming sect had survived. As for the women and children who remained in the Black Magic City, they had not witnessed the true course of the battle, so the various factions found it difficult to uncover any clues. However, it is certain that a colossal battle did indeed take place in Black Magic City. Because on the same day, people in the vicinity reported seeing dazzling sword lights as bright as a starry sky emanating from Black Magic City. While the outside world was abuzz with speculation, Zhao Fan had already returned to the demon ceiling tower with Bai Shui. Little fox, you seem very interested in this crystal ball. Why have you been staring at it ever since we returned? Zhao Fan noticed Bai Shui's unusual behavior as she had been leaning on her cheek, staring at the crystal ball ever since they returned, occasionally looking confused. I seem to have seen this crystal ball before. But I just can't remember where I saw it. Bai Shui pursed her round lips and furrowed her delicate brows as she spoke. Have you seen this crystal ball before? Zhao Fan, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine and began to examine the crystal ball in Bai Shui's hands. This was indeed an extremely powerful defensive artifact. Made from an unknown material, it was not only incredibly hard but also engraved with complex and profound runes. The power of those runes alone had been enough to block Xianming Elder's casual sword strike. Otherwise, at that time, even if Zhao Fan had only used 1% of his power, it would have been enough to easily slay any cultivator below the tribulation stage. Why don't you try refining it? Perhaps we can discover something from it. Zhao Fan thought for a moment before suggesting. However, any magical artifact must be refined with one's own spiritual energy before use, leaving an indelible mark to activate its power. Chapter 89, Bai Shui's Abnormality. Upon receiving Zhao Fan's reminder, Bai Shui nodded thoughtfully before beginning to refine the crystal ball. Just then, the previously calm crystal ball, as Bai Shui's demonic energy slowly flowed into it, suddenly rippled with golden waves, as if a playful pet were responding to its master's call. Strange, we've only just begun the refinement. Even the highest grade magical artifact wouldn't react this way immediately. Moreover, this crystal ball was previously the magical artifact of the old man Xianming. Seeing this, Zhao Fan's brows furrowed imperceptibly. The crystal ball before him seemed to have some special connection with the white snow. Golden ripples spread out, like silk threads spun by a silkworm, enveloping Bai Shui layer by layer. Bai Shui's delicate body trembled slightly. Her originally clear and bright eyes slowly grew hazy, and her exquisitely carved face shifted expression several times. Little fox, are you okay? Zhao Fan stepped forward and gently supported Bai Shui, only to discover that her delicate body had grown extremely cold. I'm fine. I seem to remember so many things. But they're all very chaotic. Bai Shui furrowed her delicate brows, biting her rosy lips, her expression tinged with a hint of pain. Don't worry. We'll think about it slowly later. This crystal ball is a bit strange. Let us come back and continue refining it after a few days. Zhao Fan spoke softly to comfort her, fearing that something might happen to Bai Shui. This cute and beautiful little fox had accompanied him in the demon ceiling tower for so long that she had already become one of the few people he cared about most. No. I want to refine it completely sooner. It seems like it might help me remember many things. Bai Shui insisted on continuing to refine the crystal ball, her expression determined. Since she had awakened in the underground space, she had always been curious about her origins. She could sense with certainty that the crystal ball before her was somehow connected to her, so she was eager to complete the refinement. Zhao Fan, seeing this, did not stop Bai Shui, as he understood her feelings. Under the torrential demonic energy pouring from Bai Shui, the crystal ball was quickly completely refined. The crystal ball hovered in mid-air, its size continuously shrinking until it became a small, round bead the size of a thumb, slowly merging into Bai Shui's forehead. But just then, Bai Shui suddenly seemed to be struck by something, and a clear expression of pain flashed across her delicate, porcelain-like face. Little fox. Zhao Fan looked tense as he rushed forward to embrace the limp, delicate body of Bai Shui, who seemed to have fallen into a state of chaotic memories and lost her clear consciousness. I'm fine. But I need to sleep for a while. After a few minutes, Bai Shui regained some consciousness, but she spoke weakly, as if she had just recovered from a severe illness. Are you sure you're okay? Zhao Fan asked softly, clearly concerned. Don't worry. Who do you think I am? I'm starting to remember a lot of things. Once I wake up again, I'll definitely be able to beat you up. Ignoring the discomfort in her body, Bai Shui waved her little pink fist at Zhao Fan and said arrogantly. All right. Just be careful. If anything happens, call me anytime. Zhao Fan gently stroked her little head and spoke softly. Got it. Although Bai Shui's face was slightly pale, she still gave a playful hum as usual before returning to the jade coffin inside the stone house and falling into a deep sleep. This was a deeper level of sleep, completely different from Bai Shui's previous sleep-based cultivation. As Zhao Fan watched over Bai Shui's condition, the main hall of Shu Mountain was filled with cheers. I never would have imagined that the one who saved the three of us was that mysterious sword cultivator from Shu Mountain. I knew it. Who else could have the power to slay the Xianming Elder and eliminate the Xianming sect? It turns out to be one of our Shu Mountain masters. Now that the Xianming Elder and the Xianming sect are gone, we can finally rest easy. Upon returning to Shu Mountain, the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty brought back the news of the destruction of the Xianming Elder and the Xianming sect. He also learned from the sect master, Zhao Xiaotian, that the one who had intervened was likely the mysterious sword cultivator from Shu Mountain. Everyone, remember not to spread this news. Zhao Xiaotian spoke sternly, suddenly reminding everyone. Master, since the matter involving the Xianming Elder and the Xianming sect was handled by that sword cultivator, why not spread the news? Wouldn't this be a perfect opportunity to elevate our mountain's status and influence? A Shu Mountain elder spoke up in confusion. This is a time of great turmoil, with countless cultivators emerging. If the name of Shu Mountain becomes too powerful, it may not necessarily be a good thing. Though he was overjoyed, Zhao Xiaotian, the sect master, had not lost his clear-headedness. If outsiders were to learn that such a powerful figure as the Xianming Elder and the Xianming sect were annihilated by Shu Mountain's sword cultivators, it would inevitably arouse deep suspicion and caution from all other factions toward Shu Mountain. Moreover, he had another concern. In the current cultivation world, besides the newly emerged cultivators, various old monsters were continuously emerging, and the number of powerful cultivators would only increase, making the situation increasingly chaotic. If some warlike cultivators were to learn of this, they might come to Shu Mountain and continuously challenge his own uncle. Based on Zhao Xiaotian's understanding of Zhao Fan, his uncle is mysterious and low-key. He certainly doesn't want his own family to be disturbed by too much external interference. The sect master speaks wisely. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out attracts the wind. We at Shu Mountain should indeed be more low-key. Jinwu Elder Lin Mu seemed to understand Zhao Xiaotian's intentions and nodded in agreement. The other elders nodded silently, none daring to spread the matter further. Since Bai Shui fell into a deep sleep, Zhao Fan had returned to his cultivation. After breaking through to the first layer of the tribulation stage, Zhao Fan's cultivation progress gradually slowed down. At this level, it was no longer as simple as enhancing one's spiritual energy, soul, and physical body. The most important thing was to begin gradually comprehending the mysteries of the heavens and earth. Zhao Fan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his consciousness leaving his body as he silently sensed the energies of all things in the universe. He seemed to have forgotten time, sitting motionless like a statue for days on end. "Senior brother, I've brought your meal." On this day, Zhang Qian's clear and sweet voice echoed from outside the demon ceiling tower, causing Zhao Fan to open his deep eyes. "Little junior sister, you're here." Zhao Fan temporarily halted his cultivation, drawn by the enticing aroma of food. "I prepared several new special dishes today. Master, please try them." Zhang Qian giggled and handed the food box inside. Zhao Fan didn't hesitate, took out the dishes from the food box, and began to taste each one. "It's delicious," Zhao Fan praised as he ate. After the tedious practice, there was nothing more pleasant and comfortable than enjoying a fragrant meal. "Senior brother, something major has happened down in the village recently. Do you remember the Xianming Elder and the Xianming sect I mentioned to you before?" Taking advantage of Zhao Fan's meal, Zhang Qian paused for a moment before continuing. "I heard that the Xianming Elder and the Xianming sect were completely annihilated a few days ago. Now, most of the demonic realm is in chaos, with various factions scrambling to seize and divide the territories left behind by the Xianming sect." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan smiled slightly and said, "Isn't that a good thing?" "Of course it is. With the Xianming Elder dead, our Shu Mountain will be safe. Otherwise, if the Xianming sect had gathered 20,000 demonic cultivators to attack us, even if we won, many of our disciples would have suffered heavy casualties." Zhang Qian blinked her big eyes, unaware that the events involving the Xianming Elder and the Xianming sect were all orchestrated by Zhao Fan himself. "That's true." Zhao Fan smiled. Zhang Qian's kind-hearted nature was something he admired most about her. Chapter 90, The Intruder. After that, Zhang Qian and Zhao Fan chatted about other things. As the sky grew dark, she finally left reluctantly, carrying the food box. After Zhang Qian left, the demon ceiling tower returned to its usual calm. "Shall we head to the demon's den to check in?" Just then, a system prompt sounded in Zhao Fan's mind. Zhao Fan suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked in with the system today. He took a few steps forward, seemingly ignoring the spatial constraints, and soon arrived at the entrance of the demon cave. "Check in." Gazing at the pitch-black entrance, Zhao Fan muttered instinctively. "Check-in successful. Reward, Shenkuan Great Teleportation." As the system's voice faded, a profound and mysterious martial art technique suddenly appeared in Zhao Fan's mind. "Shenkuan Great Teleportation?" Zhao Fan paused for a moment, then, with a touch of curiosity, began to slowly examine the contents of the martial arts technique. The Great Space Shift required the cultivation level of the tribulation stage to practice. It could partially redirect an opponent's attack power, and when mastered to its peak, it could even shift an entire space to change the battlefield. Upon reading the system's description of this technique, Zhao Fan's eyes lit up. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan sat before the entrance of the Wanyao cave and began cultivating this martial art technique. His current cultivation level was already very high, and his understanding of martial arts techniques had reached an astonishing level. In just half a day, Zhao Fan had almost completely mastered this martial art technique. Qiankuan Great Teleportation. Having successfully mastered the technique, Zhao Fan decided to test its utility. With a flick of his wrist, his figure blurred, and he suddenly appeared on the first level of the Wanyao cave, disregarding spatial limitations. This was the most astonishing ability of the Qiankuan Great Teleportation, allowing one to teleport oneself or an entire spatial region over a certain distance. Human Sword Cultivator. How did you come back? Upon seeing Zhao Fan appear silently, the demons and monsters on the first layer of the 10,000 Demons cave were all startled, scattering in all directions. Their panicked expressions were like those of sheep startled by a tiger. Where are you running? Stop right there. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows, and a powerful aura erupted from his body, instantly enveloping all the demons and monsters, immobilizing them. Sword Cultivator. You, what do you want? Over a dozen demons trembled in fear. In the many years prior, they had been repeatedly used as human punching bags by Zhao Fan. Now, at the mere sight of him, their legs began to shake uncontrollably. I'm here to fight you. Zhao Fan glanced at them indifferently. No. I refuse. I refuse too. I don't want to end up looking like a pig's head. As Zhao Fan finished speaking, the demons shook their heads as quickly as fans. You can refuse, but don't blame me for killing you. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes and spoke with a smile. His smile, in the eyes of the demons, was like the grin of the Grim Reaper, terrifying them into pale faces. Then we'll accompany you for a friendly spar. The demons quickly changed their tone, all smiling obsequiously. Very well. Let's begin. Zhao Fan withdrew his terrifying aura, allowing the demons to regain their movements. Attack together. Gazing at Zhao Fan, who was mere inches away, the demons exchanged glances before attacking simultaneously. They had already experienced Zhao Fan's unimaginable strength in the past, nearly being defeated every time, so they attacked with all their might. Qiankuan Great Shift. As the attacks came crashing down from all directions, Zhao Fan stood firm, showing no intention of attacking. Instead, he wanted to test the power of the Heaven and Earth Great Shift. The fierce attacks that had originally charged toward Zhao Fan were suddenly pulled by an invisible force, changing direction and crashing into the area to his left. Boom! With successive explosions, half of the Wanyao cave trembled and shook. Fortunately, the area was protected by a special mystical force, so no collapses occurred. I'm standing still. Can none of you hit me? Demons from tens of thousands of years ago, is that all the strength you have? Zhao Fan remained unscathed, showing no intention of counterattacking, instead mocking the demons before him. Damn it! Don't be afraid, let's keep attacking together. The demons, enraged by Zhao Fan's taunts, charged forward once more, this time with even greater force. But before all the attacks could land, Zhao Fan once again performed the Heaven and Earth Shift, suddenly redirecting their attacks toward himself. This is bad. Quick, dodge. Seeing this bizarre scene, the demons were startled and instinctively tried to retreat and dodge, but they were ultimately too slow. Bang, bang. As the explosions echoed, one demon after another was struck by their own attacks, leaving them covered in dust and in a pitiful state. What is going on? Why did our attacks suddenly turn against us? What an absurd tactic. I've lived for tens of thousands of years and have never encountered such a strange phenomenon. The demonic creatures stared at Zhao Fan with shock and intense fear. This powerful human sword cultivator had only been gone for a short while, yet he had already mastered such mysterious and powerful techniques. Even if they didn't attack proactively, all of them combined wouldn't stand a chance against him. You've been quite obedient this time. I'll spare you for now. After testing the power of the great shift of the heavens and earth, Zhao Fan was satisfied with its effectiveness. In a good mood, he decided not to torment the demons further and directly teleported out of the cave of 10,000 demons, returning to the vicinity of the stone house. This human sword cultivator is getting stronger and stronger. Are we demons really going to be trapped here forever? Don't worry. The second and third layers of the 10,000 demons cave will soon have their seals broken. When that happens, stronger demon lords will emerge and definitely be able to suppress him. The demons were disheartened and could only comfort each other. After returning to the outskirts of the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan resumed his cultivation. Days passed slowly, and before long, several months had gone by. Bai Shui remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of waking. Zhao Fan spent his days using the system and constantly contemplating the ways of the heavens and earth, his strength slowly improving. Without the threat of the Xianming elder and the Xianming sect, Shu Mountain, under the leadership of its sect master Zhao Xiaotian, continued to develop steadily. The number of disciples grew, and the number of cultivators trained to become powerful cultivators also increased gradually. While the outside world was in chaos and constant conflict, the Lot Demon Tower remained utterly peaceful and serene. Until one night, two sudden figures appeared, sneaking into Shu Mountain like ghosts, causing Zhao Fan, who was cultivating within the demon ceiling tower, to slowly open his deep eyes. Chapter 91, Let's Play with You. Shu Mountain was protected by a great array. For ordinary cultivators, let alone daring to intrude, even approaching it would alert the disciples of Shu Mountain. However, at this moment, the two ghostly figures completely ignored the Shu Mountain array and casually slipped into the mountain. What was most astonishing was that despite the mountain being heavily guarded, the nearby disciples could not see the two at all. They seemed to have merged with the entire landscape, leaving no trace of their presence. I never expected that after searching for months, the important item had been brought to Shu Mountain. Could it be that the murderer of Xianming the Elder is someone from within Shu Mountain? A burly man in black robes glared at the Shu Mountain disciples in the distance, his eyes flashing with malice. It's possible, but you'd better not act impulsively. Though our cultivation levels are not weak, this is Shu Mountain. Thousands of years ago, it was a top-tier power that dominated the cultivation world. Moreover, as far as I know, there was a mysterious sword master residing here in recent years. If we act recklessly and expose our identities, we won't be able to bring the item back, and our only fate will be death. Beside the burly man stood a mature and alluring woman with delicate features, snow-white skin, and an irresistible aura emanating from every pore. What's there to fear? With our cultivation at the first stage of the Tribulation Realm, plus our various techniques, even if we encounter a Tribulation Realm cultivator, we have nothing to fear. A mere Shu Mountain? They don't even have any cultivators at the Tribulation stage. What else there to worry about? In my opinion, we should just eliminate them on the spot. The burly man's aura was fierce, and his pitch-black eyes flickered with intense murderous intent. White Ox, this operation is under my command. You'd better listen to me. The alluring woman furrowed her brows, her tone turning stern. If Bai Niu were to act, exposing their identities would be the least of their problems. Failing to retrieve the item and bring it back would be the greatest complication. All right. Fine Yang, I'll listen to you this once. But once we find that item, don't stop me from taking action. That Xianming Elder is someone I've carefully selected. If he's killed before we've unified the demonic path, I'll never be able to let it go. The burly man snorted and said. Of course. Once we find the item, you can cause as much trouble as you like. The woman named Feng Yang smiled sweetly and said. Use the purple gold disc to sense it again and confirm the exact location of that item. Upon hearing this, the burly man took out a purple circular disc, chanted the incantation, and soon a faint light appeared on its surface. East, just ahead. Alright, let us go check it out. The two exchanged glances and then floated away. They did not avoid the patrolling disciples of Mount Shu, as cultivators of such a low cultivation level would not be able to detect their presence even if they stood right in front of them. Soon, the two arrived outside the demon ceiling tower. This massive tower looks rather peculiar. Could this be the legendary Shu Mountain demon ceiling tower? It should be, but how did that object end up here? The two were utterly baffled. In the dead of night, the two of you suddenly visit Shu Mountain. May I ask what brings you here? Just then, a calm voice suddenly rang out. Who's there? Bai Niu's expression darkened slightly as he looked in the direction of the voice and noticed that a young man had suddenly appeared out of thin air not far ahead. This young man had a slender build and handsome features, but what was most peculiar was that he did not emit a single trace of spiritual energy, appearing as ordinary as any commoner. This man was none other than Zhao Fan, who had sensed the two of them sneaking in. Who are you? Feng Yang sized up Zhao Fan, her beautiful eyes flashing with cold intent. That question should be coming from me, Zhao Fan replied with a calm smile. Playing the fool. Since you won't speak, I have plenty of ways to make you talk. Bai Niu grew impatient, raising his hand to grasp the air, as powerful magic surged forth, forming a massive hand that lunged toward Zhao Fan with a fierce grab. Bang! But in the next instant, the magical hand seemed to be pulled by some force, veering away from Zhao Fan and slamming into the thick walls of the demon ceiling tower, sending dust flying everywhere. What? Bai Niu's expression changed slightly. He was at the first level of the tribulation stage, and a casual grab of his was enough to make even the most powerful beings dodge. Yet the young man before him had caused his attack to veer off course, which was hard to believe. He narrowed his eyes, his pitch-black pupils flashing with a hint of murderous intent, ready to charge forward and strike ruthlessly. Wait! Feng Yang recognized Zhao Fan's extraordinary abilities and hurriedly stopped Bai Niu from continuing his attack, smiling sweetly as she said, Young man, we are two cultivators from beyond Mount Shu. We sneaked in here to retrieve an important item we left behind. According to our senses, the item is inside the demon ceiling tower ahead. Please do not hinder us. Once we retrieve it, we will leave Mount Shu immediately. Feng Yang, why are you being so polite to him? Bai Niu was puzzled. After all, he was just a young upstart. Why bother with such polite words? An important item? Zhao Fan appraised the two of them, then suddenly broke into a playful smile and asked, What is your relationship with the Xianming Elder? Zhao Fan's thoughts raced, and he quickly guessed that the item the two were seeking was the crystal ball brought back by Bai Shui. The Xianming Elder is someone I helped bring to power. Bai Niu answered instinctively. Wait, how do you know about the Xianming Elder? Did you kill him? Bai Niu suddenly realized something and glared at Zhao Fan with suspicion. That's correct. Zhao Fan didn't bother to deny it, admitting it openly. Damn it, I was just worried about not finding someone to avenge him, and it turns out it was you, you brat. Just wait and see how I'll make you wish you were dead. As the words fell, Bai Niu stomped the ground, shattering it beneath him, and launched forward like a cannonball, charging straight at Zhao Fan. Before it even arrived, the overwhelming momentum swept toward them like a raging storm. Powerful magical fluctuations surged into the sky, even causing the moonlight to dim and fade. Boom! The white bull's fist struck down, but it missed completely, not even grazing Zhao Fan's sleeve. This isn't a good place to fight. Zhao Fan looked at him with a mocking smile, took a step forward, and activated the great shift of the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding space to shift and move. The three of them instantly appeared thousands of meters above the ground. This. Bai Niu and Feng Yang exchanged glances, and a look of gravity appeared on both their faces. To move a section of space so casually was almost beyond their imagination. This kid is no ordinary opponent. Bai Niu's expression grew serious as he said to Feng Yang, let us attack together. Alright. Without a moment's hesitation, the two attacked simultaneously, one from the left and one from the right, charging toward Zhao Fan. Two at the first level of the tribulation stage? I'll play along with you. After assessing their cultivation levels, Zhao Fan not only showed no intention of retreating but instead grew even more eager to fight. With his hands behind his back, he stood arrogantly in mid-air, not even bothering to attack. The great shift of the heavens and earth was activated once more, not only blocking their attacks but also redirecting them back toward the two of them. Trouble. This bizarre technique left Bai Niu and Feng Yang stunned, and they quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the powerful attack. Who are you? Feng Yang's face paled as she asked in shock and confusion. Though the opponent had not yet made a move, his methods were strange and profound, giving her a strong sense of danger. I am the sword master you speak of, the one who guards Mount Shu. Zhao Fan grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth, then joined his fingers like a sword and casually slashed out a sword beam. This strike used only 10% of Zhao Fan's strength. Though he was also at the first layer of the tribulation crossing realm, he was a cultivator whose spiritual energy, divine soul, and physical body were all integrated as one, making his power far surpassing those of his peers by several fold. The sword light was dazzling and brilliant, like a river of stars, tearing through the night sky with the force of thunder, crashing toward the two of them. Chapter 92, A Single Sword Slays the Tribulation. Phoenix fire sweeps the plains. Mountain moving ox strength. From a great distance, Feng Yang and the white ox could sense the icy chill of the sword's glow. Neither dared to take any risks, and both immediately unleashed their most powerful techniques. Flames shot into the sky, carrying a scorching heat capable of destroying everything, rushing toward the terrifying sword light. On the other side, the demon ox's illusory form shook the heavens and earth, crashing forward with the force of a tidal wave. Boom! Three completely different attacks collided with tremendous force, but in the next instant, Feng Yang and the white ox both paled simultaneously. Under Zhao Fan's sword light, the flames and the ox's shadow held out for only a moment before being shattered into pieces. This is bad. Use your final move. As the sword light continued its descent unabated, the two exchanged glances, then simultaneously clasped their hands in a seal, transforming into two streams of demonic mist that merged into a 3-meter-tall demonic figure. The demon's aura surged relentlessly, causing the surrounding void to warp, resembling a true demon god emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Demons ascend to the heavens. The demon roared, then suddenly punched out, and the powerful punch temporarily halted the sword light. Power approaching the second layer of the tribulation stage. Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised that the two could fuse into one and forcibly enhance their strength. But even if they had only temporarily boosted their power through fusion, Zhao Fan would not have taken them seriously. Red sky. As Zhao Fan moved his mind, a crisp and powerful sword cry echoed through the heavens, resembling a falling star from the sky, trailing long flames. It charged toward the 3-meter-tall demon with lightning speed. Xian Ming great technique. Feeling the intense danger, the demonic being roared furiously, striking out with a single punch that created 3 black holes large enough to swallow everything in sight. But it had underestimated Zhao Fan's strength and the power of Qishao. Even without using his full strength, the power of this sword strike was enough to easily severely wound or even kill a demon cultivator at the second stage of the tribulation realm. Boom! The sword's edge swept away everything in its path, shattering the 3 black holes and sending the towering demon flying through the air, landing heavily thousands of meters away. But Feng Yang and Bai Niu separated from their fusion, both coughing up blood violently, their breaths weakening to the extreme. This was still the result of Zhao Fan holding back. Otherwise, that single sword strike earlier would have been more than enough to take their lives. How is this possible? You're at the same cultivation level as us, only at the first layer of the tribulation realm. Why are you so powerful? Bai Niu's face was deathly pale, and his gaze toward Zhao Fan was filled with fear and dread. Gone was the arrogance of moments ago. The celestial and earthly energies haven't fully recovered yet. How could such a powerful sword cultivator appear? Feng Yang was also filled with horror, unable to believe what had happened. The two of them had been severely injured and were now extremely weak. They wanted to escape right under Zhao Fan's nose, but it was almost impossible. Stop wasting time. Tell me, who are you? Zhao Fan emanated a terrifying aura, directly pinning the weakened pair to the ground and asking from above. We are from the Xianming clan. Please spare our lives. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Zhao Fan, Bai Niu was so terrified that his scalp tingled, and he immediately begged for mercy. The Xianming clan? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows. He had never heard of this race before. As if sensing Zhao Fan's confusion, Feng Yang, standing beside him, cautiously glanced at him and whispered, "We are the Xianming clan, a reclusive demonic sect. Though we rarely show ourselves, our lineage dates back tens of thousands of years. Esteemed sword cultivator, our Xianming clan has always lived in peace with the world. Our recent intrusion into Shu Mountain was an unintended mistake. Please spare us." Feng Yang pleaded. "If you claim to be non-confrontational, why did you go to support the Xianming elder? Do you really think I'm an idiot?" Zhao Fan scoffed with a cold smile. "Tell me everything you know about the Xianming clan, and I might spare your lives." "That's impossible. If we reveal anything about our clan, the clan leader will definitely kill us." Feng Yang and Bai Niu shook their heads simultaneously, filled with an indelible fear of the Xianming clan chief. "If you 1T speak, I'll send you to your deaths right now." Zhao Fan's expression darkened as he threatened them. "No, we'll tell you." Faced with life or death peril, the two finally relented. "Tell me, how many strong warriors are there in the Xianming clan, and what is their level of strength?" Zhao Fan asked. "We too are the weakest members of the Xianming clan. There are nearly 1,000 clan members, most of whom have reached the second or third level of the tribulation stage. As for the clan chief and the elders, they are even stronger. However, our Xianming clan has temporarily sealed itself off from the outside world, and only the two of us are allowed to travel in the mortal realm." The two answered honestly. "Over 1,000 clan members, and all at the tribulation stage?" Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows, surprised by the Xianming clan's immense strength. It sounded similar to the Wanyao Cave, another secluded faction that had sealed itself off from the outside world. "Then why have you come to Mount Shu to seek that item? What is its purpose?" Zhao Fan pondered for a moment before asking again. "We only know that the object is a crystal ball and is related to the Empress from tens of thousands of years ago. It was the clan leader who ordered me to temporarily lend it to the Xianming elder to aid his cultivation and enhance his strength. After the Xianming elder passed away, the clan leader instructed me to bring it back to the clan. We tracked it down here using the aura's connection." The old ox spoke honestly. "Related to the Empress?" Zhao Fan's heart sank. No wonder the little fox by Shui fell into a deep slumber after refining the crystal ball, which they referred to as the glass bead. It turned out that the object was connected to the Empress. "Do you know anything about the Empress's origins?" Zhao Fan asked again, his curiosity piqued. "This." Feng Yang and the old ox exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison, saying blankly, "We don't know." However, within the clan, the few elders who occasionally awaken often mention the Empress's name, but each time they do so, they clench their teeth in hatred, as if they despise her deeply. "Is that all you know? Do you know anything else?" Zhao Fan studied the two of them and continued to ask. "That's all we know. Elder, we have told you everything we know. Please spare us this once for the sake of the Xianming clan." The two pleaded for mercy, hoping Zhao Fan would let them off. "Considering you've been honest, I'll give you a chance to survive. I'll give you 10 breaths. Run as far as you can. After 10 breaths, I'll strike with my sword. If you can dodge it, you'll live. If you can't, you'll have to accept your fate." Noticing that the two were indeed not hiding anything, Zhao Fan did not kill them immediately but gave them a chance. "Thank you. Thank you, senior." Feng Yang and Bai Niu were both somewhat excited, at least they saw a glimmer of hope. "Begin." As he spoke, Zhao Fan withdrew his aura, restoring their ability to move. "Escape." Without a moment's hesitation, the two sprang to their feet and dashed off in opposite directions at top speed. Though severely wounded, they were willing to sacrifice their own vital energy, frantically burning the magic within their bodies to reach their maximum speed, vanishing into the sky like two streaks of light. 1 breath, 2 breaths. 10 breaths passed quickly, and Feng Yang and Bai Niu's figures had already vanished into the distant sky, at least 100 miles away from Shu Mountain. "You're running pretty fast. But I won't let you escape alive." Gazing at the distant void, Zhao Fan smiled faintly before casually slashing out with his sword. Boom! The sword light retracted to its core, without any grand display or ripples, yet it darted forward like a venomous snake, swift as lightning, ignoring layer upon layer of space. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the two, and a sword strike descended. Ah, ah! In the distant sky, 2 agonized screams echoed, and 2 more vibrant lives were lost from this world. Chapter 93, 80 Years of Spring and Autumn. The intruders from the Xianming clan were merely a minor interruption and did not attract the attention of the elders and disciples of Mount Shu. Zhao Fan took a step forward, shifted through space, and returned to the demon ceiling tower. The jade bead the little fox refined is related to the Empress. I hope there won't be any issues. Gazing at the stone house where the little fox by Shui resided, Zhao Fan murmured to himself. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan immersed himself once more in his cultivation. Upon learning of the existence of the Xianming clan, he felt a sense of urgency. As the cultivation environment in the heavens and earth improved, this seemingly peaceful world was actually teeming with hidden currents. In those unknown depths of darkness, there must be countless forces similar to the Yomi clan, dormant and sealed away. Among those forces, there were not only cultivators at the fusion stage, but even powerful beings at the tribulation stage. If they were to emerge one day and target Mount Shu, given his current cultivation level, he would find it extremely challenging to handle them. Zhao Fan is, after all, just one person. Therefore, he must become stronger. Zhao Fan sat cross-legged in the void, silently sensing the energies of the heavens and earth. Aside from visiting the demon's den daily to check in, he immersed himself in cultivation, oblivious to the passage of time. Time passed slowly, seasons changed, and before he knew it, 80 years had passed. Over these 80 years, Zhao Fan never stepped foot outside the demon's ceiling tower, dedicating himself entirely to cultivation. Apart from Zhang Qian, who came to bring him food at regular intervals, almost everyone on Mount Shu had forgotten about Zhao Fan's existence. Many had long forgotten the former worthless young master of the sect who had dared to trespass into the forbidden area, break the seal of the sword tomb, causing the purple and blue swords to rampage and resulting in the deaths of dozens of Shu Mountain disciples, ultimately being banished to the demon ceiling tower. The gates of the demon ceiling tower remained thick and cold, while the weeds nearby grew and withered time and again. Regardless of the passage of time, the tower remained calm and serene. However, in stark contrast to the tower's tranquility, the outside world was a whirlwind of excitement and turmoil. Over the past 80 years, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth has revived at an astonishing rate, making the current cultivation environment almost on par with the most glorious era tens of thousands of years ago. Across the 9 provinces of the world, cultivators of great strength emerged one after another, as brilliant and dazzling as shooting stars, streaking across the sky of the cultivation world. In the past, cultivators at the tribulation stage were as rare as phoenix feathers or qilin horns, almost unheard of. However, in the current cultivation world, many have emerged. In the central plains of Xinzhou, the Shu Mountain sect has experienced a rare revival in recent years under the diligent governance of its current sect master, Zhao Xiaotian. The number of disciples at Mount Shu has reached over 10,000, and this does not include outer disciples or cultivators from affiliated factions under its banner. The territory of Mount Shu spans nearly 2,000 miles across the 4 cardinal directions. Within the sect, 3 top-tier cultivators at the tribulation stage and over 10 peak-level cultivators at the fusion stage have been recruited and nurtured. Such power is more than enough to rank among the top 10 sects in the vast and boundless central plains of China. Of course, as Shu Mountain has prospered, it has also faced numerous challenges and difficulties in recent years. As the saying goes, great trees attract the wind. However, the current sect master, Zhao Xiaotian, with his exceptional skills and extraordinary wisdom, coupled with the Shu Mountain's formidable overall strength, has managed to overcome each challenge one by one. Inside the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, silently sensing the changes within himself. He felt as though he had merged with the heavens and earth yet transcended them, reaching a highly mystical state. In the words of ordinary cultivators, this was the state of enlightenment. He was comprehending the way of the heavens and earth, and more importantly, the way of his own cultivation. Boom! At that moment, the sky above the demon ceiling tower, which had been clear and sunny, suddenly filled with layer upon layer of thick, dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, creating a scene as if the world were coming to an end. The 4th lightning tribulation has finally arrived. Feeling the changes in the sky above, Zhao Fan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calm and profound, as if he had already anticipated the timing of the lightning tribulation. Over the years, he had continuously grown stronger. After surviving the first lightning tribulation, he had consecutively endured the second and third lightning tribulations, becoming a powerful cultivator at the 3rd level of tribulation crossing. This current lightning tribulation was the 4th one Zhao Fan was about to face. Disperse! Zhao Fan stared expressionlessly at the thunder tribulation above him. Before the lightning bolts could strike, he casually swung his sword, and the sword light surged upward like a giant dragon, shattering the newly formed tribulation clouds into pieces. This scene would have left any other cultivator at the tribulation stage speechless with astonishment. That was a thunder tribulation. For cultivators, it was a calamity carrying the might of heaven and earth. The disaster clouds stretching hundreds of miles apart were scattered by Zhao Fan's single sword strike, not even giving the thunderbolts a chance to strike. This was Zhao Fan's current strength. How strong Zhao Fan truly was, even he himself did not know. For the past 80 years, Zhao Fan had done nothing but cultivate and check in, cultivate and check in. His strength had surpassed his former self by an immeasurable margin. 4th layer of the tribulation. As the thunder tribulation dissipated, Zhao Fan sensed that his spiritual energy, soul, and physical body had all grown significantly stronger. Though he had only reached the 4th layer of the tribulation, his true combat power far surpassed this realm. 80 years have passed, and my sword cultivation has only just reached the 7th layer of mine without traces. And the 10,000 swords technique and other cultivation methods have only barely reached the 7th layer. Indeed, the more powerful a martial art or cultivation technique is, the more difficult it becomes to cultivate further, and the later stages are even more challenging than advancing one's cultivation base. After breaking through to the 4th layer of the tribulation stage, Zhao Fan felt no joy, as this was something he had long anticipated. What troubled him most now were the numerous sword arts that had reached a bottleneck. Achieving a substantial breakthrough was an arduous task. Even during the most glorious period of Mount Shu tens of thousands of years ago, techniques like sword control and 10,000 swords were so advanced that few could master them to perfection, even among the entire Mount Shu. Of course, Zhao Fan wasn't worried about being unable to master the important sword-based martial arts, but he was somewhat troubled by the fact that as his martial arts cultivation improved, the later stages of cultivation became increasingly difficult. Even with the assistance of a system, Zhao Fan still encountered such challenges. It goes without saying that for an ordinary cultivator, mastering a supreme martial art to its peak is an incredibly arduous task. Never mind. I have the innate sword physique and the system's assistance. Breaking through the realm of sword martial arts is merely a matter of time. I should go check on the little fox first. Zhao Fan shook his head, unwilling to dwell on it further, and slowly stood up, heading toward the nearby stone house. Inside the stone house, within the jade coffin, there was a thick silkworm cocoon. This was the result of the little fox Bai Shui, after sleeping for several years, transforming her demonic energy to envelop her entire delicate body. Even Zhao Fan couldn't see what was inside. Bai Shui was in a deep slumber, having not awakened for 80 years. Fortunately, Zhao Fan could sense her life force was stable, otherwise, he would have already torn open the cocoon to wake her. Chapter 94, Senior Elder? I wonder when this little fox will finally wake up on her own. I still miss the days when we used to play together. Gazing at the snow-covered in silk cocoons, Zhao Fan sighed softly before leaving the stone house. Just then, outside the demon ceiling tower, a soft footsteps could be heard. It's the little junior sister. Zhao Fan felt a pang of emotion and murmured to himself. Over the past 80 years, Zhang Qian had remained unchanged, coming to bring him food at regular intervals, as if it had become a habit deeply ingrained in her bones. Senior brother, I've come to bring you your meal. There's your favorite braised pork and sweet and sour spare ribs. Come and try some. Zhang Qian's smile was sweet, her features delicate, her skin fair and smooth, making her even more beautiful and charming. It's delicious. Zhao Fan didn't hesitate, took a few bites of the braised pork, and praised it repeatedly. Hee, as long as you're satisfied, senior brother. By the way, I have some good news for you. I've just been promoted to senior elder. Zhang Qian gave a playful smile and announced the news with great joy. Senior elder? That's no easy feat. Congratulations, little junior sister. Zhao Fan was a bit surprised but quickly offered his heartfelt congratulations. The hierarchy at Mount Shu was strict. Senior elders ranked above ordinary elders, and the criteria for becoming a senior elder were stringent. Not only did one need exceptional personal strength, but one also had to be deeply loved and respected by one's disciples. Zhang Qian, though not exceptionally talented, was diligent and hardworking in her cultivation. She had reached the peak of the Spirit Division realm and was deeply loved by the disciples of the Discipline Hall, so her promotion to Senior Elder was entirely deserved. Thank you for your congratulations, Senior Brother. However, I never expected to become a Senior Elder myself. As if recalling something, Zhang Qian's smile faded, and she spoke with a hint of sadness. Unfortunately, over the years, many of my senior brothers and sisters have either exhausted their lifespan and passed away, or failed to break through their cultivation realm and died from cultivation backlash. I am far luckier than they were otherwise. I would never have had the opportunity to become a senior elder. Over the years, many of her fellow disciples from the Discipline Hall had passed away, which made her feel deeply saddened whenever she thought about it. Cultivating immortality is defying the heavens. The slightest misstep can lead to eternal damnation. There's nothing we can do about it. Zhao Fan sighed deeply upon hearing this and said, back then, without the system's help, he might have already perished in the demon ceiling tower long ago. Little junior sister, do you remember? How many years have passed since you started bringing me meals? Noticing that Zhang Qian's mood hadn't improved, Zhao Fan asked, trying to change the subject. Of course I remember. It's been 314 years. Zhang Qian blinked her beautiful eyes and answered without hesitation. And that's also the exact amount of time since you, senior brother, were imprisoned in the demon ceiling tower until now. Zhang Qian added in her clear, pleasant voice. Yes, time flies. It's been over 300 years without us even noticing. It feels like a long dream. Zhao Fan's face betrayed a hint of melancholy. Immersed in cultivation and striving for strength day and night, he had seemingly forgotten the passage of time. Not only had he spent over 300 years in the demon ceiling tower, but it had also been over 300 years since he had first arrived in this fantastical world. For ordinary people, 300 springs and autumns, that's 3 lifetimes. But for cultivators, it felt like the blink of an eye. Senior brother, 300 years have passed. Don't you want to leave the demon's ceiling tower at all? Hearing the hint of emotion in Zhao Fan's voice, Zhang Qian paused for a moment before asking softly. She was actually very curious. Staying in the barren and desolate demon's ceiling tower, unable to communicate with others or explore the outside world, wouldn't she feel even the slightest bit bored or lonely? Zhang Qian could barely imagine what it would be like if she were in her place, spending such a long time in the tower. I don't want to go out yet. Actually, staying here is quite nice. Zhao Fan smiled and spoke calmly. Though it was somewhat monotonous and boring, the fact that he could feel himself growing stronger day by day, month by month, or even year by year, brought Zhao Fan a sense of peace and fulfillment. Moreover, with the world undergoing such drastic changes, the entire cultivation realm might be on the brink of the most chaotic era in 10,000 years. To protect himself in Shu Mountain, he needed even greater strength. Before he had absolute strength, Zhao Fan had no intention of leaving the demon's ceiling tower lightly. Zhang Qian heard this and, though somewhat confused, remained obedient and understanding, refraining from pressing further. Because many years ago, she had occasionally asked the same question, but Zhao Fan's answers were always similar. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Senior brother, do you know? There's a major event about to happen at Shu Mountain. Oh, something big? Tell me about it. Zhao Fan asked with interest. Noticing Zhao Fan's interest, Zhang Qian smiled and said concisely, our Shu Mountain is currently one of the 10 great sects of Zheng to Shenzhou. It is said that the Qingyun Sword Sect, another of the 10 great sects, has always wanted to compete with us for the title of the strongest sword sect. I heard that the Qingyun Sword Sect will send their strongest sword cultivators to challenge us next month. The sect master and the elders are currently selecting suitable candidates from within the sect to prepare for the challenge. The Qingyun Sword Sect? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, as he had some recollection of this sect. This was a sect similar to Shu Mountain, specializing in sword cultivation. Over the past tens of thousands of years, it had never declined or weakened, and was several tiers stronger than the Kunlun sect of old. It had always been one of the top-tier cultivation sects in Central Earth. In recent centuries, with the revival of celestial qi, the Qingyun Sword Sect had developed even more rapidly, and its current prestige now surpassed that of Shu Mountain. Shu Mountain is no longer what it once was. As long as the top-tier experts of the Qingyun Sword Sect don't intervene, I believe the sect master and his disciples should be able to handle it. Zhao Fan thought for a moment before speaking, not taking it too seriously. He had some confidence in his nephew, Zhao Xiaotian. Moreover, it was merely a competition for the title of the strongest sword sect, a common rivalry and challenge between sections. He believed the Qingyun Sword Sect would not push things too far. Senior brother, but I heard from several elders that the Qingyun Sword Sect has come with great force this time, even publicly declaring their intention to trample our Shu Mountain Sword Dao underfoot and solidify their title as the strongest sword sect. This matter might not be as simple as it seems. Zhang Qian blinked her big eyes and said, trample our Shu Mountain Sword Sect underfoot? Do they even have the qualifications? Zhao Fan smiled calmly, unconcerned. You're right. With senior brother here, our Shu Mountain Sword Sect is the strongest. Zhang Qian, hearing this, flattered him. Little junior sister, your flattery skills are getting better and better. The two continued chatting for a while longer until 2 hours had passed, at which point Zhang Qian left with the food box. Chapter 95, The Demon Kings Awaken. With Zhang Qian's departure, the demon's ceiling tower returned to its usual calm. Zhao Fan, well-fed and refreshed, was full of energy and had no intention of resting. He was ready to resume his cultivation. Shall we head to the demon's den to check in? But at that moment, Zhao Fan heard the familiar prompt from the system in his mind. Almost forgot I haven't used today's check-in yet. Zhao Fan smiled, activated the great shift of the heavens and earth, and instantly appeared before the entrance of the demon cave. Check in. Upon arriving, Zhao Fan said instinctively. Check-in successful. Reward, Celestial Glass Iron. Celestial Glass Iron can be infused into magical weapons, significantly enhancing their quality. As the system's prompt faded, a black material the size of a fist appeared in Zhao Fan's hand. Celestial Glass Iron? This is great. If I infuse it into the Crimson Sky Sword, won't it elevate the Flying Sword's rank? Zhao Fan's face lit up with joy, and without hesitation, he fused the Celestial Glass Iron into the Flying Sword Crimson Sky. As the Celestial Glass Iron was integrated, the originally resilient blade of the Crimson Sky Sword became even more dazzling. The dark red blade emitted a chill that was even more intimidating than before. Even without infusing any spiritual energy, the Crimson Sky Sword emitted a terrifying sword intent, carving deep grooves into the ground around it. The grade of the Crimson Sky had been significantly upgraded, rising from the top-tier Flying Sword level directly to the Dao Sword level. Dao swords are categorized into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades, with the highest being the Transcendent grade. Clang! The Crimson Sky emitted a crisp, powerful sword cry. Its aura continued to grow, bypassing the lower, middle, and upper grades of Dao Sword, and directly ascending to the supreme grade before stabilizing. Ultimate Dao Sword. I never expected today's login reward to yield such a reward. Gazing at the sword that had undergone a complete transformation, Zhao Fan was overjoyed. Under normal circumstances, a supreme flying sword was already considered one of the finest weapons in the cultivation world, and a Dao sword of such a rank was extremely rare. Now, the Crimson Sky not only became a Dao sword but an ultimate Dao sword. Across the entire Shu Mountain, aside from the purple-blue twin swords, there was hardly a single renowned sword that could compare to it. To test the power of the top-tier Dao sword, Zhao Fan gripped the Crimson Sky sword without exerting any force, simply swinging it casually. With a thunderous crash, sword chi surged forth like a tidal wave, directly splitting the layers of towering palaces a kilometer away into two halves, one after another. Over 100 underground palaces were sliced open by the sword chi, which then plunged deeply into the hard, thick rock walls, forming gorges hundreds of meters deep. This was the true might of an exquisite Dao sword. Not bad. Compared to before, the power has at least increased by tenfold. Zhao Fan wore a satisfied expression. Indeed, anything produced by the system was guaranteed to be top-notch. If he could continue to check in and obtain more celestial glass iron in the future, the grade of the Crimson Sky might even be upgraded. Even breaking through to become a divine artifact above the level of a Dao sword would be highly likely. However, to reach that level, the amount of celestial glass iron required would be unimaginable. After all, divine artifacts have not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Even the purple Qing twin swords, which were sealed away tens of thousands of years ago in Shu Mountain, have yet to reach the level of a divine artifact. Holding the Crimson Sky in his hand, Zhao Fan gazed at the pitch-black entrance of the 10,000 Demons Cave but showed no intention of leaving. After all these years, I've defeated the demons below countless times, yet they still refuse to reveal the truth about the deeper layers of the Wanyao Cave. Now that I have reached the fourth layer of the Tribulation Realm and possess this top-tier Dao sword, today I will finally uncover the secrets of the 10,000 Demons Cave. Zhao Fan's gaze was intense, revealing a rare look of determination. He had hesitated to act earlier because he feared his strength was still insufficient to truly confront the demons in the deeper layers of the Demon Cave. But now, Zhao Fan had absolute confidence and resolve. As he took a step forward, Zhao Fan instantly appeared in the first layer of the Demon Cave. Trouble! The human sword cultivator is here again. Everyone, hide quickly! Hide quickly! Feeling Zhao Fan's arrival, the nearby demons scattered like startled birds, some even digging holes in the ground to bury themselves. This was the sheer terror Zhao Fan now inspired. Previously, he would come down every so often to practice his skills, beating these demons so badly they cried out in pain. Now, at the mere sight of him, they fled without looking back, fearing they would be caught and beaten. Zhao Fan ignored them and walked directly to the bronze gates leading to the second floor. Break open! Zhao Fan gripped the Crimson Sky sword and swung it with all his might, the sword light blazing like the sun. Boom! The massive door, which was both sturdy and protected by an array formation, shattered into pieces with a deafening explosion. What? He is actively breaking the seal of the second layer of the Demon's lair. This human sword cultivator is courting death. Seeing this, the nearby demons were both shocked and delighted. The Demon Cave had 3 layers, and they were the weakest beings there. However, the second and third layers housed demonic beasts that had once roamed the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago. Though their power had waned over the centuries, they were still all cultivators who had survived the tribulation stage. Quick, let us follow him inside and take a look. Let's see how those demon kings deal with and suppress this arrogant human sword cultivator. You're right. Let's follow them and see. That sword cultivator has bullied us for over 100 years. Now he's finally going to suffer. The demons hiding on the first floor all followed suit, all with the mindset of going to watch the spectacle. This is the second layer of the 10,000 demons lair. As the bronze gates shattered, Zhao Fan stepped inside with steady strides. Looking around, the space here was even more vast than the first layer. At the very front stood one demon after another, towering as high as mountains. They were oddly shaped, with 3-headed, 6-armed golden lions, phoenixes covered in golden feathers, and giants with 12 eyes. These demons seemed to be in a deep slumber, motionless like statues. However, a faint yet unsettling sense of oppression emanated from each of them, sending chills down one's spine. If a powerful being at the peak of the fusion stage were to stand here, they would not even be able to withstand the slightest hint of their aura and would be instantly crushed into a blood mist, their body and soul obliterated. 8 great demons. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes. Although there weren't many demons on the second layer, they appeared far more powerful than those on the first layer. Their time to emerge has not yet come. Who dares to disturb our slumber? Upon sensing Zhao Fan's arrival, these demonic beasts, which had previously been as still as statues, slowly opened their eyes from their slumber. A terrifying aura instantly filled the underground space, causing the earth to tremble violently and rumble loudly. Chapter 96, The Beautiful Demon Empress. The 8 demonic beasts awoke simultaneously, their overwhelmingly terrifying energy surging like a violent storm, engulfing half of the demon's den. For a moment, the heavens shook and the sun and moon lost their luster. The demon kings have awakened. Wonderful! They must be able to suppress this arrogant human sword cultivator. Our day of glory is finally here. Feeling the overwhelming and terrifying aura of the demon kings, countless demons and monsters cheered and rejoiced, as if they had already witnessed Zhao Fan being mercilessly slaughtered. These demons were all from tens of thousands of years ago, having witnessed the Demon King's peak era when they could slaughter millions with a single anger. Even the top human cultivators in the tribulation stage were no match for them. In the presence of the Demon Kings, even demons like them dared only to call themselves minor demons, let alone imagine the terrifying power of the Demon Kings. Zhao Fan naturally heard the whispers of the demons behind him, but he paid them no mind. He gazed at the 8 colossal creatures that had fully revived, then took a single step forward. A momentum as vast and unfathomable as an ocean surged forth, crushing the 8 demon kings head-on. The aura of a cultivator. Feeling this astonishing aura, the 8 demon kings all sneered with disdain. As high-ranking demon kings, they didn't even bother to acknowledge a mere human cultivator, let alone thousands of them. They looked down on Zhao Fan with disdain and roared in unison, "You dare to intrude into the demon's lair? You deserve to die." As soon as the words left their mouths, some demon kings extended their massive arms and claws, as thick as mountains, and struck toward Zhao Fan. Their demonic energy surged endlessly, causing the void to warp and tremble, and a deafening roar echoed through the air. These were demon kings who had once ruled the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago. Even now, though they had only recently awakened and had not yet regained their peak strength, they were still far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators at the tribulation stage. A single casual strike would be enough to kill any cultivator below the 3rd layer of the tribulation stage. Let's see who kills whom. Zhao Fan remained expressionless as he slowly drew his top-grade Dao sword, Shishao. In an instant, a surging, terrifying sword intent swept across the entire Wanyao cave. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp, resonant sword chirp, the sword light shone as brightly as the sun. Boom! Zhao Fan swung his sword, causing the space to crack layer by layer. The sword intent surged violently, effortlessly severing the Demon King's claws and arms. Blood spattered everywhere, and they screamed in pain. Even their massive, towering bodies were shaken back by the overwhelming force. No wonder they're Demon Kings. Their physical bodies are indeed sturdy and resilient. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows. Even though he had only used 10% of his strength, a single casual strike was enough to severely wound or even kill a 4th-tier Demon King. Yet, when he struck these Demon Kings, he could only inflict limited injuries. One could only imagine how powerful they must have been at their peak. Damn it! A mere human cultivator dares to injure us. Let us all attack and kill him. Having just revived and already wounded by a single sword strike, this was an unbearable humiliation for the high-ranking Demon Kings. Their anger grew, and terrifying demonic energy surged forth, transforming into devastating attacks that crashed toward Zhao Fan. Had it not been for the Wanyao Cave, a place of extraordinary power protected by astonishing secret energies, they would have been shattered into nothingness by the aftereffects of such attacks in the outside world. This is bad, retreat quickly. The Demon Kings are losing their minds. The demons who had followed into the 1st layer all paled, quickly creating enough distance. Otherwise, if they were caught up in a battle of this caliber, in their current weakened state, they would be utterly annihilated. Just in time. Zhao Fan took another step forward, his tall, muscular body shrouded in a faint golden glow. He then swung his sword again, unleashing a terrifying aura capable of destroying everything in its path, sweeping through everything in its wake like a whirlwind. This strike was even stronger than before. Bang, bang. The sword light shone like a silver river, sweeping across the sky with overwhelming force. In an instant, it shattered the Demon King's attacks and engulfed them completely with unimaginable might. No! Screams echoed continuously. The Demon Kings, who had previously not taken Zhao Fan seriously, paid an unimaginable price. Bang, bang. One after another, Demon Kings crashed to the ground, their bodies covered in blood, their breaths weakening to the point of extinction. Where was the arrogance they had displayed moments ago? Demon Kings, is that all? Zhao Fan glanced at them but did not strike the fatal blow. He walked deeper into the 2nd layer, using his powerful insight to keenly spot the entrance to the 3rd layer. Since he had already dared to enter, he would go all the way to the end and uncover the secrets of this demon's lair once and for all. My lords, the Demon Kings. They've been defeated. Gazing at the 8 Demon Kings, who were severely injured and on the brink of death, the demonic creatures were all in disbelief, some even on the verge of tears. Zhao Fan ignored the demons behind him and walked steadily toward a massive bronze door. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the entrance to the 3rd layer lay beyond this door. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fan swung his sword, and the bronze gate exploded into pieces. Before the demons could react, Zhao Fan had already stepped inside. Trouble! We must not let him disturb the Empress. Seeing Zhao Fan break into the 3rd layer, the 8 Demon Kings were all startled and wanted to rush forward to block him, but the sword chi pierced their bodies, rendering them unable to move. The 3rd layer of the demon's lair. To Zhao Fan's surprise, this place was completely different from the first 2 layers. There was no trace of the desolate aura that had been sealed away for tens of thousands of years. Instead, it was filled with vibrant greenery and life, with flowers and plants growing everywhere, resembling a paradise on earth. Zhao Fan's physique was tall and muscular, his black hair flowing freely, and his eyes were deep and calm. He walked forward slowly with his hands behind his back, the supreme grade Dao sword, Shishao, automatically following him. After passing through layers of vegetation, Zhao Fan arrived at a mountain range shimmering with light. Mist swirled around, and divine light shone brightly. A pavilion hung high in the mist, and within it stood a flawless woman, standing gracefully with her eyes closed, as if asleep. She appeared to have an icy, jade-like complexion, a delicate and graceful figure, and legs that were white and slender, without a single flaw. She seemed like a perfect masterpiece created by heaven itself, her white dress as pure as snow, her black hair flowing freely, exuding an otherworldly aura. How beautiful! Zhao Fan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. He had seen many beautiful women before, such as the proud and adorable little fox by Shui and the kind and sweet little disciple Zhang Xian, but in terms of sheer beauty, the woman in the pavilion was undoubtedly among the most stunning. Perhaps even across the entire cultivation world, there were few female cultivators who could compare to her. But the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it tends to be. Zhao Fan's gaze grew deep, his mind unmoved. He immediately pointed his fingers like a sword, unleashing a fierce sword chi with the force of a thunderous storm, charging toward the woman. Just as the sword chi was about to strike, the woman slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clear as water, yet tinged with an endless sense of world-weary wisdom. The woman merely furrowed her brows, and the sword energy disintegrated and collapsed half a zhang away from her. A human cultivator. From a distance, the woman's calm gaze fell upon Zhao Fan, causing him to feel an unusual sense of pressure. Chapter 97, Controlling the Demon's Lair. Who are you? Zhao Fan's heart sank, and he asked in a deep voice. This stunningly beautiful woman seemed far from ordinary. Most importantly, Zhao Fan couldn't discern her cultivation level. The Demon Queen. The woman's voice was cold and indifferent. Queen of 10,000 demons? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows. He had never heard of this name before. Could she be from the same era as the Empress? There is a faint aura on you that feels familiar to me. Who are you? The woman's expression remained indifferent, and the gaze she cast upon Zhao Fan held a hint of hostility. Zhao Fan heard this and, though puzzled by how she could link him to the Empress, replied in a solemn tone, I am Zhao Fan, a sword cultivator from Mount Shu. A sword cultivator from Shu Mountain? So you're the descendant of that old man's sect. The woman furrowed her delicate brows, and a hint of displeasure flashed across her exquisitely beautiful face. She coldly said, This isn't a place you should be. Leave immediately. What if I refuse to leave? Zhao Fan stared at her and asked calmly. You, a mere human cultivator, dare to defy the will of this emperor? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Without answering Zhao Fan's question, the woman who claimed to be the queen of 10,000 demons extended her white, slender hand and struck toward him. What seemed like a casual slap was like a piece of the heavens, carrying unimaginable power, striking heavily. This strike was extremely powerful. Even an ordinary cultivator at the 4th level of the tribulation realm would find it difficult to withstand. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows slightly, then swiftly drew his sword, unleashing a blaze of sword light that bloomed like a golden lotus, effortlessly blocking the woman's palm strike. His sword cultivation had long since surpassed his former self, his sword techniques now capable of both softness and strength, equally adept at offense and defense. You do have some strength. The Demon Queen's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she took a step forward, seemingly ignoring the spatial restrictions, appearing directly in front of Zhao Fan. Her slender, fair fingers emitted a chilling glow, aiming for his forehead. Bang! Before her fingertips could touch him, they were blocked by the blade of the Crimson Sky Sword. The two stood in silent confrontation, the ground beneath their feet shattering layer by layer, instantly leveling the entire 3rd layer of the 10,000 Demons Cave. The powerful fluctuations of energy caused the entire underground space to tremble and roar violently. Zhao Fan's expression grew increasingly solemn as he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the Demon Queen for the first time. Without hesitation, he swung his sword again, the blinding sword light splitting the heavens and earth, shattering the void in its path, charging toward his opponent with unstoppable force. The Demon Queen of 10,000 demons remained composed, her expressionless face as cold as ice, resembling a demonic immortal from a higher realm. With a casual flick of her wrist, she shattered the sword light that could have destroyed the heavens and earth. The two of them shifted their positions, their sword intent and demonic energy colliding constantly, causing the void to crack and the entire demon cave to show signs of collapse. Retreat quickly. The Demon Queen is fighting that human cultivator. That human cultivator is truly audacious, daring to fight the Empress. He'll be torn to pieces for sure. Seeing the intense battle, the demons and monsters trembled in fear, rushing to create a safe distance, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. The Queen of 10,000 demons grew increasingly alarmed as the battle raged on. Though she was no longer at the peak of her power from tens of thousands of years ago, even with only a fraction of her former strength, she could still easily suppress ordinary cultivators at the 4th or 5th layer of the tribulation stage. However, the human before her appeared to be only at the 4th stage of the tribulation, yet the combat power he unleashed was completely mismatched with his cultivation level, causing her to feel significant pressure. At the same time, Zhao Fan was also somewhat surprised. He had already used 50% of his strength, yet it still seemed insufficient to overpower the opponent. Boom! Another intense collision sent the two flying apart, but they quickly regained their distance, seemingly in perfect sync as neither made another move. We are evenly matched. Continuing this fight will only lead to the collapse of the entire Wanyao cave. If you leave this place, I will forgive you for everything. The demon queen of the 10,000 demons glared at Zhao Fan with cold eyes. The 10,000 demons' lair was her sanctuary. If it were destroyed, she would have to emerge prematurely, which would inevitably affect her future plans. Let's settle this first. Zhao Fan's gaze was intense, and his aura surged layer by layer. Golden sword chi shot into the sky, resembling a human emperor emerging, carrying unimaginable power as it struck toward the demon queen. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The demon queen's eyebrows furrowed, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Countless demonic energies gathered, and a terrifying aura pressed down like a mountain range. Though she was alone, the aura she emitted was more terrifying than the combined might of the 8 demon kings outside. Then let's settle this in battle. Zhao Fan took a deep breath, his deep eyes gleaming with determination. The surging spiritual energy within him erupted with a thunderous roar, and his sword intent of unparalleled strength and righteousness surged forth. The sword intent he emitted spread out endlessly, covering the sky and the earth, actually matching the demon queen's aura, with neither side giving an inch. The heavens and earth have only just fully revived, yet I never imagined that Shu Mountain could produce a sword cultivator of your caliber. This demon empress shall see just how great your abilities truly are. As an existence that once roamed the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago, the demon queen naturally harbored immense pride. Even in her newly awakened, most vulnerable state, she forced herself to gather her strength and act. Boom! The two collided like falling stars, their terrifying power shattering the earth, causing rocks and debris to fly everywhere, and leaving clear cracks in the entire demon cave. Tai Huang Sword Sutra. Zhao Fan unleashed his full power, directly activating the Tao Huang Sword Classic, the pinnacle of his sword cultivation. The terrifying sword intent tore through the heavens and split the earth, carrying the force of 1,000 thunderbolts, charging straight toward the demon queen. Heavenly Demon Great Law. The demon queen of 10,000 demons was no less formidable. Her hands were as smooth as jade, and each strike she delivered was powerful enough to effortlessly pierce through the void. Boom! The two completely different attacks collided, triggering a series of continuous explosions. In the end, the demon queen, who was as beautiful as a demonic immortal, turned pale and could not withstand the terrifying sword intent, retreating 5 or 6 steps, leaving clear footprints in the void with each step. She had just awakened after tens of thousands of years of slumber, her strength weakened to the extreme, otherwise, she would never have failed. Before the demon queen could react, Zhao Fan's sword tip had already pressed against her snow-white neck. Just 1 more inch forward, and he could have severed the life of this flawlessly beautiful woman. What? The Empress has been defeated. How is this possible? The demons and monsters who had been closely watching the battle were all stunned by the scene. After all, she was the demon queen, the most powerful being in the demon's lair. I never thought I would be defeated by a human cultivator. If it had been during your prime, you wouldn't have been able to block even a single finger of mine. The demon queen sighed softly, but showed no sign of surrender. Instead, she spoke calmly, if you wish to kill me, then do so. I have no intention of killing you. To the queen of 10,000 demons' surprise, Zhao Fan withdrew his sword. However, to ensure control over the demon queen, Zhao Fan ruthlessly cast the tightening ring control incantation. As the spell's energy entered the demon queen's delicate body, her previously pale face flashed with a rare look of panic. What did you do to me? The demon queen's beautiful eyes fixed on Zhao Fan as she demanded harshly. Nothing. I merely imprinted a tight binding control of immortal spell upon you. From this moment onward, your life and death lie entirely within my will. Zhao Fan smiled calmly as he reminded her. I'll fight you to the death. The demon queen erupted in anger. Thousands of years ago, she had been a revered figure among the demon clan, yet now she was being controlled by a human cultivator. If word of this spread, it would bring shame upon all the demons. Chapter 98, Xingyun presses Shushan? Zhao Fan merely thought it, and in an instant, the queen of 10,000 demons' delicate body went limp, collapsing straight before him. I don't care if you're the queen of 10,000 demons or some powerful demon clan leader. From now on, you are nothing more than a slave under my control, and you had better not dare to challenge me. Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow and warned her in a deep voice. Tell me, why did you hide here in the first place, and why were you sealed away by the Empress and her followers? Zhao Fan showed no mercy, pressing her for answers. The demon queen's chest rose and fell with anger, but she was powerless to do anything. Even if she wanted to die now, she couldn't, so she reluctantly agreed to tell Zhao Fan the truth about what had happened back then. From her words, Zhao Fan learned the truth of what had happened tens of thousands of years ago. It turned out that the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth would revive every few 10,000 years, giving birth to numerous cultivators who sought immortality. However, to truly transform into a true immortal, one must gain the recognition of the heavens and earth. Back then, a group of powerful demons led by the demon queen of 10,000 demons had dominated a region but could never take the final step to become demon immortals. Later, as the celestial energies began to wane, the demon queen established the demon's den to seal herself away and await the next opportunity for immortality. However, she inadvertently offended the ancient patriarch of Mount Shu and the empress, who wounded her and sealed her away until now. I have said all that needs to be said. Do you have any further questions? The demon queen spoke without emotion. Her attitude toward Zhao Fan was extremely cold. I have no other questions, but you and these demons must stay here obediently. Without my permission, you must not leave the demon cave to harm the masses. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to kill you all. At this point, Zhao Fan's killing intent was palpable as he threatened them without mercy. These demons were inherently vicious. Whether or not they were seeking the opportunity to become immortals, Zhao Fan could foresee that if left unchecked, they would eventually emerge and bring disaster upon all living beings. This was something Zhao Fan absolutely would not tolerate. This was precisely why he had decided to overturn the demon cave and eliminate this once and for all. All right. I can restrain the other demons, but I hope you will agree to one of my requests. The queen of 10,000 demons thought for a moment before speaking. What demand? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and asked. 60 years from now, let us leave. I can guarantee that they will not harm the disciples or the people of Shu Mountain in any way. The queen of 10,000 demons hesitated for a moment before speaking with a hint of pleading in her voice. Agreed. Zhao Fan thought for a moment and said. You agreed? The demon queen opened her full, round lips, unable to believe it. Why wouldn't I agree? Zhao Fan asked with a smirk. Don't you worry that once we regain our strength after leaving, we'll come back to seek revenge? Of course not. Even if you regain your peak cultivation within 60 years, you still won't be a match for me. Zhao Fan smiled confidently, speaking with certainty. The demon queen of 10,000 demons stared at Zhao Fan, her gaze suddenly growing complex. This human cultivator was someone she couldn't fathom. Despite controlling her in the entire demon cave, he hadn't killed her or the other demons, but had instead agreed to let them leave after 60 years. This truly left her baffled. These divine sources are for you. After a moment's hesitation, the demon queen suddenly took out a pile of divine essence and tossed it to Zhao Fan. She had already ended her seclusion, and the little divine essence she had left was of little use to her. Thank you. Zhao Fan didn't hesitate to accept them all. After obtaining the divine essence, Zhao Fan did not linger any longer. He glanced at the trembling demons nearby and immediately left the demon cave. Upon returning to his original location, Zhao Fan did not rush into cultivation. Instead, he immediately integrated all the divine essence he had just obtained into the system. These divine essence were all celestial substances. After integrating them, Zhao Fan could clearly feel that the system had become significantly stronger, and even the built-in storage space had expanded by more than double its original size. Of course, this also granted Zhao Fan numerous rewards from the system. Fusion successful. Reward, high-grade Dao armor. Fusion successful, reward, divine art, the secret manual of the sunflower. Fusion successful. Reward, true dragon combat technique. The system's rewards were quite generous, but the appearance of the sunflower manual made Zhao Fan's scalp tingle. He didn't even glance at it and immediately deleted the contents of the technique. According to the words of the demon queen, the current revival of celestial and earthly chi has already rivaled the peak period tens of thousands of years ago. Soon, when the celestial and earthly Dao laws reach their most perfect state, those long-sealed reclusive factions will emerge one after another. And their most important goal will be to begin competing for the opportunity to become immortals. It won't be long before the entire cultivation world will face true chaos. Zhao Fan gazed into the endless void and murmured to himself. It seems I must hurry and cultivate, striving to enhance my strength as much as possible before the chaos arrives. Zhao Fan's gaze grew intense, and he resolved to remain in the demon's ceiling tower to cultivate further, utilizing the system to help him elevate his cultivation realm. After resolving in the demon cave, Zhao Fan quickly returned to his cultivation. Perhaps because of his intense battle with the demon queen, he gained deeper insights and enlightenment into the way of the sword. In just over half a month, several sword arts, including the Shu Mountain sword technique and the 10,000 swords manual, saw a qualitative leap in improvement. At an astonishing pace, he broke through to the 8th layer of cultivation. This development left Zhao Fan pleasantly surprised. Indeed, the most effective way to grasp the essence of sword martial arts was through combat experience. Zhao Fan's strength grew even stronger, and his cultivation also made significant progress. While Zhao Fan was immersed in his cultivation, the entire Shu Mountain sect became tense and bustling. For today was the day when the Qingyun sword sect had come to challenge Shu Mountain. At the gates of Shu Mountain, the true martial elder Lin Mu personally greeted them, and the welcoming ceremony was extremely grand. After all, the Qingyun sword sect's current influence, whether in terms of the number of disciples or the territories under its control, far surpassed Shu Mountain. Even among the 10 great sects of Central Earth, it ranked 5th. Shu Mountain, however, was ranked 8th, a full 3 places behind. Boom, boom. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Mu and the other elders, a massive sword-shaped vessel as towering as a mountain appeared on the horizon. The sword ship was entirely dark golden in color, emanating a profoundly ancient and time-worn aura. It's the Qingyun sword sect's sky-piercing sword ship. As the massive sword ship broke through the clouds and slowly approached, some elders looked astonished and spoke slowly. This sky-supporting sword ship was an extremely powerful floating artifact. If 10 cultivators at the Split Soul realm were to activate it, it could unleash a sword strike capable of severely injuring a cultivator at the fusion realm, having once aided the Qingyun sword sect in achieving great feats of valor. As a result, it was renowned throughout the entire cultivation world. Chapter 99, Victory Within Reach? The sky-piercing sword ship moved at an incredible speed, breaking through layer after layer of clouds in an instant and appearing before Mount Shu. Jinwu Elder Lin Mu could even clearly see several figures standing proudly on the sword ship, all of them powerful cultivators from the Qingyun sword sect. Upon reaching the airspace above the mountain gates, the sky-piercing sword ship showed no intention of descending, causing the Shu Mountain elders waiting there to all wear expressions of displeasure. What do these people from the Qingyun sword sect think they're doing? Do they dare to show off their strength before even entering our Shu Mountain? An elder spoke with a serious expression. We have heard that the Shu Mountain array is incredibly sturdy. Today, the Qingyun sword sect will test it with this sky-piercing sword boat. Please forgive us, elders of Shu Mountain. A loud, hearty laugh suddenly echoed from the sword boat. At the same time, the massive sky-piercing sword boat suddenly burst into light and immediately unleashed a terrifying energy wave toward the nearby Shu Mountain Great Array. Stop! Jinwu Elder's expression changed drastically, but it was already too late to intervene. The terrifying energy unleashed by the sky-piercing sword ship crashed into the Shu Mountain formation like a massive wave from the ocean, colliding with tremendous force. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosions, the entire array twisted and cracked, revealing visible fissures. Most critically, the powerful shockwaves caught the nearby Shu Mountain disciples off guard, sending them flying through the air by the terrifying gusts of wind. Damn it! This is utterly outrageous! An impatient elder shouted angrily, ready to draw his long sword and charge toward the sky, aiming for the Qingtian sword ship. The Qingyun sword sect was being too much. How dare they attack another sect's formation after just arriving to pay a visit? This was a blatant provocation. Don't act impulsively. Although the array had cracked and sustained some damage, Lin Mu noticed it hadn't been completely shattered. He suspected this was the enemy's tactic to provoke them, so he immediately stopped the few impulsive elders to prevent them from engaging in conflict. Ha ha! Sorry, we've heard of the might of Shu Mountain and wanted to test your sect's defensive array, but we didn't expect it to be so weak. I am Yi Lingfeng, Deputy Sect Master of the Qingyun Sword Sect, accompanied by the 10 elders of the Qingyun Sword Sect. We have come here to pay a visit to Shu Mountain and exchange sword techniques. As the hearty laughter echoed, the sky-piercing sword boat slowly descended. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man dressed in white, who bowed to the true martial elder Lin Mu and the others. He was slender in build, with piercing eyes, and his entire body emanated powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, causing the Shu Mountain elders and disciples present to feel a strong sense of suffocation. What a powerful and overwhelming aura! Lin Mu's heart sank, but he maintained a composed expression and coldly replied, "So it's Deputy Sect Master Yi. I am Lin Mu, sent by the Shu Mountain Sect Master to greet you. However, this is the first time I have heard of anyone coming to visit and challenge us without even greeting us first, let alone attacking our sect's protective array. Such despicable behavior, if it spreads, won't it bring shame upon the entire world? Don't you fear tarnishing the 1,000-year-old reputation of the Qingyun sword sect?" By this point, Lin Mu's tone had grown sharp, each word cutting to the bone. "So you are Elder Lin. I have heard of your fame. We were indeed rash earlier. Please do not hold it against us, Shu Mountain disciples." Yi Lingfeng glanced at Lin Mu, smiling broadly, but a hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. If the Qingyun sword sect is filled with reckless individuals like Deputy Sect Master Yi, I see no reason for their arrogance. A Shushan elder sneered with a look of disdain. The actions of Yi Lingfeng and his group had already thoroughly enraged the Shu Mountain elders and disciples present. How the Qingyun sword sect is, there's no need for you to comment. However, one thing is certain, the sword arts of the Qingyun sword sect are several times, if not 100 times, stronger than those of Shu Mountain. Before Yi Lingfeng could speak, a tall, burly man stepped forward, glaring at the Shu Mountain elder and retorted sharply, "How dare you? How dare you?" As his words fell, the Shu Mountain elders all took a step forward, and the atmosphere instantly became tense and hostile. Stop! The members of the Qingyun sword sect have come from afar as guests. The Shu Mountain sect is not a rude sect. Please follow me to the main hall with Yi, the Deputy Sect Master, and the others. Our sect master has been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Mu spoke slowly, stopping the other elders. His words were double-edged, mocking the Qingyun sword sect for their arrogance and rudeness. We have long heard of Elder Lin's status as a 3-time elder of Shu Mountain. Indeed, you are a wise and dignified elder, worthy of admiration. Please lead us to meet the Shu Mountain sect master. Yi Lingyun gave Lin Mu a meaningful glance and said with a smile, "Please." A few minutes later, under the guidance of Lin Mu and the others, Yi Lingyun and his group arrived at the main hall of Shu Mountain. The current Shu Mountain sect master, Zhao Xiaotian, stood with an air of dignity and solemnity, looking down at Yi Lingyun and the others with a hint of coldness in his eyes. He had naturally been informed of the incident at the mountain gate immediately. Had it not been for considerations of maintaining the dignity of both sects, he would have reprimanded Yi Lingyun and the others long ago. Deputy Sect Master Yi. This is the current patriarch of Shu Mountain. Jinwu Elder Lin Mu introduced Yi Lingyun solemnly. I am the deputy sect master of the Qingyun sword sect. I pay my respects to the Shu Mountain sect master. Yi Lingyun smiled, leading his 10 senior elders, and bowed slightly to Zhao Xiaotian, his attitude casual and indifferent. Seeing this scene, the dozens of Shu Mountain elders in the hall all wore expressions of anger, but since the sect master Zhao Xiaotian did not speak, they had no room to say anything. So you are deputy sect master Yi. Welcome to pay us a visit. Zhao Xiaotian spoke calmly, as if he hadn't noticed Yi Lingyun's rudeness. Zhao sect master. Let's not beat around the bush. We have come today to exchange sword techniques with the fellow practitioners of Shu Mountain. To avoid rumors spreading across the world that there are other sword sects that can rival our Qingyun sword sect. Yi Lingyun stood with his hands behind his back, and the 10 elders of the Qingyun sword sect behind him stepped forward almost simultaneously, unleashing the suppressed energy they had been holding back for a long time. Boom! A terrifying and overwhelming aura spread out like a sudden storm, instantly sending all the elders in the hall reeling backward. Those with weaker cultivation were directly swept away by the pressure, landing in a most pitiful state. It wasn't that the elders of Shu Mountain were weak, it was simply that the 10 elders of the Qingyun sword sect were far too powerful. In an instant, the entire Shu Mountain hall descended into chaos. This is the pressure of those above the fusion stage. The Tribulation Stage 10 Tribulation Stage experts. Some of the Shu Mountain elders with profound cultivation levels recognized their cultivation realms and couldn't help but shout out in astonishment. Sigh. As his words fell, the elders in the entire hall almost simultaneously let out a collective gasp of astonishment. The 10 Great Tribulation Crossing Period Masters, this was simply unimaginable. After all, even in the current Shu Mountain, there were only 3 or 4 cultivators at the Tribulation stage. Zhao Xiaotian's face darkened as he stared at the 10 formidable figures below, clenching his fists tightly. It was clear that the Qingyun sword sect had come prepared and intended to crush Shu Mountain. But now that things had come to this, Shu Mountain could not back down. Otherwise, the hard-earned reputation they had built would be ruined. Very well. Since Deputy Sect Master Yi wishes to settle this with swords, then the Shu Mountain sect will gladly oblige. Zhao Xiaotian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He turned to the elders beside him and said, Elders, come out and meet the friends from the Qingyun sword sect. As his words fell, 3 figures shrouded in surging energy slowly emerged from the shadows. They were the 3 remaining peak-level cultivators of Shu Mountain. One of them was none other than the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty, who had successfully broken through to the Tribulation stage years ago. The 3 of them, with their overwhelming aura, faced off against the 10 elders of the Qingyun sword sect. The scene grew tense in an instant. Very well. Zhao Zongzhu, let's settle this with swords. Let's begin the duel. Yi Lingyun glanced at the Tang dynasty ancestor and his companions with a look of contempt, as if he were certain of victory. Having dared to come here representing the Qingyun sword sect, he naturally had absolute confidence that he would make the Shu Mountain sect utterly convinced, and in front of all the cultivation sects of the world, solidify the Qingyun sword sect's reputation as the strongest sword cultivation sect. Chapter 100, The Might of Creating Heaven and Earth. The 10 Great Transcendence Stage Powerhouses. The Qingyun sword sect really knows how to make a grand gesture. Within the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and serene. Ever since the heaven-shattering sword vessel had struck the Shu Mountain Great Array, he had awakened from his cultivation immediately. The events that had unfolded within the Shu Mountain Hall were naturally not hidden from Zhao Fan's eyes. At his current realm of cultivation, if he chose to, he could clearly perceive even the slightest stir within hundreds of miles. The Qingyun sword sect was advancing aggressively, clearly intending to suppress Shu Mountain. However, Zhao Fan did not rush to act, instead silently observing the development of the situation. If his nephew Zhao Xiaotian truly had no other way to respond, he could intervene secretly at a later time. Inside the main hall of Shu Mountain, the atmosphere was tense and charged. The elders of Shu Mountain all felt a heavy weight on their hearts. Shu Mountain only had 3 great cultivators at the Tribulation stage, while the Qingyun sword sect had a full 10. If they were to truly clash, the outcome was predictable. Originally, everyone had underestimated the Qingyun sword sect's challenge, even feeling confident. But after witnessing the true strength of the Qingyun sword sect, everyone finally realized that there was such a huge gap between Shu Mountain and the Qingyun sword sect in terms of top-tier powerhouses. 10 peak cultivators at the tribulation stage. Such a force would be more than enough to sweep away any top-tier sect in the current cultivation world. Deputy Sect Master. Let me take the first battle. The one who spoke was the imposing man who had been so arrogant at the mountain gate earlier. His real name was Wu Long, one of the few strongest cultivators in the Qingyun sword sect, and he didn't even bother to acknowledge the people from Shu Mountain. Alright. Go easy on them, don't damage the harmony between the two sections. Yi Lingyun smiled broadly, offering a friendly reminder. Understood. I understand the principle of sparing a life. Wu Long sneered, raised his hand, and a black sword appeared out of thin air, emitting a crisp, powerful hum. The sword was long and slender, emanating an astonishing chill that caused the temperature in the hall to plummet by over 10 degrees, with visible frost forming in the air. A lower-grade Dao sword. Jinwu Elder Lin Mu suddenly exclaimed in shock, recognizing the sword's grade. It was a rare and precious Dao sword-level weapon. The Shu Mountain sect had developed quite well over the years, but they had almost no Dao swords of this caliber. Yet the opponent was merely an elder of the Qingyun sword sect and could wield a lower-grade Dao sword, truly a sign of great wealth and power. A duel is about testing one's cultivation level and understanding of the swordway, not the weapon. Let me test the strength of the Qingyun sword sect's elite. The ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty, with his white hair flowing in the wind, stepped forward confidently and steadily. You speak well. But I have no idea how much you're worth. Wu Long sneered at the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty, then gripped his sword and invited, let us settle this in the void. Exactly what I had in mind. As the words fell, the two of them shot into the sky almost simultaneously. They were both cultivators at the first layer of the tribulation stage. If they had fought on the ground, half of Shu Mountain might have been destroyed. However, battling in the skies above offered far fewer constraints. Look! Our Shu Mountain cultivators at the tribulation stage are about to engage in a duel with the strong cultivators of the Qingyun sword sect. This is so nerve-wracking. I heard the Qingyun sword sect is coming in force. I wonder if our Shu Mountain can handle them. There's no way they can win. Our Shu Mountain is no longer what it used to be. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the two powerful figures, numerous Shu Mountain disciples looked up at the sky, their expressions tense as they watched the battle unfold. Old man, make your move. Otherwise, once I draw my sword, you won't stand a chance. In the void, Wu Long sneered at the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty across from him. You dare to underestimate me? Then don't blame me for being impolite. The ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty narrowed his eyes slightly, then casually clenched his fist, and a golden sword appeared in his hand. Tall and imposing, with white hair flowing in the wind, he raised his hand and swung his sword downward. The sword's energy pierced the sky, severing the thick clouds like mountains, and swept toward Wu Long with overwhelming force. The power of this strike was immense. Even ordinary cultivators at the first stage of the tribulation realm would struggle to block it head-on. Too slow. As the sword energy approached, Wu Long took a step forward, his form suddenly shifting, effortlessly dodging the strike. The ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty realized the opponent's extraordinary abilities and no longer hesitated, unleashing a series of sword strikes, each more powerful than the last. The intense and overwhelming sword intent was sufficient to move mountains and fill seas. However, Wu Long remained utterly confident, a mocking smile curling his lips. His body moved with agile precision, dodging each of the opponent's attacks one by one. It's time for me to act. As the words fell, a cold gleam flashed in Wu Long's eyes. His sword drew from its sheath with a clang, instantly illuminating half the sky. A terrifying sword light erupted, moving faster than lightning, striking directly at the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty. Who fears whom? The ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty was filled with battle intent, raising his sword to meet the attack head-on. Bang! But in the next instant, the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty's sword shattered in his hands. His body was struck with tremendous force, causing him to spew blood and crash to the ground like a meteorite, creating a massive crater over 1,000 meters wide. With a single sword strike, Wu Long had defeated the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty. What? How is this possible? He defeated the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty with a single sword. Seeing this scene, the elders of Shu Mountain in the Grand Hall all revealed expressions of shock. The sect master, Zhao Xiaotian, also furrowed his brows, his expression growing grim. Ha ha! This is a Shu Mountain cultivator at the tribulation stage? They're utterly. I don't think it's necessary to make things so complicated. The remaining two can come up together. I, Wu Long, will handle all of you alone. After defeating the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty, Wu Long stood arrogantly in mid-air, laughing wildly and taunting. Although Elder Wu's attitude is a bit arrogant, I also think this suggestion is reasonable. The remaining two Shu Mountain cultivators, please join forces as well. Yi Lingyun smiled broadly and echoed the suggestion. How dare you? Let's attack together. The remaining two Shu Mountain elders at the tribulation stage exchanged glances, then simultaneously soared into the sky, charging toward Wulong. The two of them combined were far stronger than the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty, but to everyone's surprise, Wulong handled them with ease. The intense battle raged on for a full 10 minutes, accompanied by continuous thunderous explosions. However, in the end, the two Shu Mountain elders were no match for Wulong and were severely wounded by a single sword strike. Weak, so weak. The prestigious Shu Mountain, and yet they can't even field a single capable fighter. Wulong descended from the sky with a mocking expression, glaring at the sect master Zhao Xiaotian and the other Shu Mountain elders with disdain and contempt. There really isn't a single fighter among you. If I had known it would be like this, I should have just brought Elder Wu alone. Why bother bringing so many people? Yi Lingyun shrugged and laughed heartily. You're right. Shu Mountain is no match for us. There isn't a single sword master among them. The elders of the Qingyun sword sect also burst into laughter. Their laughter rang out unrestrainedly, sounding particularly jarring in the ears of Zhao Xiaotian and the other elders. However, no one could refute them, for the Qingyun sword sect was indeed powerful. They had only sent out a single Wulong at the tribulation stage to defeat their three top experts, and even the sect master Zhao Xiaotian had never imagined such a humiliating outcome. You dare to mock my Shu Mountain for having no one? Just then, a cold voice rang out. Before anyone could react, the sky within hundreds of miles was cleaved open by a single sword strike. The sword light was dazzling and brilliant, carrying the might of thunder and lightning, slashing toward Yi Lingyun and the others. This sword strike was like a divine being descending from the heavens, possessing the power to split the heavens and earth. Chapter 101, The Sword Saint Yen Nantian. A single sword cleaves the heavens. The sword intent surged, endless and boundless, shattering the void and causing the earth to tremble. The entire Shu Mountain shook violently. What? Yi Lingyun's expression suddenly changed, and the elders of the Qingyun sword sect, including Wulong, tensed up, feeling an overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. Centered around them, the ground continued to collapse and sink, dropping over 3 zhang in depth. Even before the sword had fully descended, they all wore solemn expressions, as if facing a formidable enemy. Attack together. Wulong and the others, gazing at the terrifying sword light descending from above, each channeled their entire spiritual energy, exerting every ounce of their strength to strike a single sword blow. 10 sword beams erupted, each as thick as a mountain, capable of effortlessly obliterating mountains and oceans. Boom! But in the next instant, the combined attacks of the 10 great cultivators, including Wulong, were utterly shattered by that sword light that split the heavens and earth, as if they were fireflies compared to the moon. Bang, bang! Wulong and the others' swords shattered into pieces, and they were all struck so hard that they spat blood. Under that endless sword light, the 10 powerful warriors' limbs and bones became incredibly heavy, as if mountains were pressing down on them, pinning them to the ground. They couldn't even move a finger, let alone stand up. What? How is this possible? Wulong's face was filled with fear and anger as he struggled and roared in frustration. His disheveled appearance was a far cry from his earlier arrogant demeanor. This sudden sword strike had completely subdued the 10 strongest warriors of the Qingyun sword sect, leaving them unable to rise. Its power was simply unimaginable. Moreover, anyone could tell that this sword strike contained no killing intent, otherwise, Wulong and the others would have been killed instantly. Whoa! Seeing this astonishing scene, the Shu Mountain elders, who had been hanging their heads in defeat, all let out cries of disbelief. Could it be my great uncle? Zhao Xiaotian, the sect master, suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed on the direction of the demon ceiling tower. Aside from his own mysterious great uncle, he couldn't think of anyone else in the world who could suppress 10 peak-level cultivators with a single sword strike. It's that sword cultivator elder. It must be him who intervened. 80 years have passed, and the sword cultivator is still alive. He's become even stronger. Jinwu elder Lin Mu, gazing at the earth-shaking sword strike, was overcome with emotion and shouted aloud. The rumors were true. Shu Mountain truly has a sword cultivator of such power residing there. Yi Lingyun, the deputy sect master of the Qingyun sword sect, spoke solemnly to himself. He had heard rumors about the existence of a mysterious sword cultivator at Mount Shu, but he had not taken them seriously before coming here. However, now it was clear that this mysterious Shu Mountain master had suppressed Wulong and the other 10 cultivators at the tribulation stage with a single sword strike. His strength was truly unimaginable. I have long heard of Shu Mountain's top-tier sword cultivators. Today, I, Yi Lingyun, will represent the Qingyun sword sect to test their skills. As the words fell, Yi Lingyun could no longer hold back and finally made his move. As the deputy sect master of the Qingyun sword sect, Yi Lingyun's strength surpassed that of Wulong and the others, having reached the second layer of the tribulation stage. He clenched his fists tightly, and a golden divine sword materialized out of thin air. A surging, bone-chilling coldness spread in all directions, causing Zhao Xiaotian and the others to feel their hearts race. The Qingyun sword sect's treasured sword, the supreme Dao sword, the Tai sword. Suddenly, the true martial elder Lin Mu exclaimed in shock. He recognized the divine sword in Yi Lingyun's hand as the Qingyun sword sect's treasured artifact, passed down for tens of thousands of years, and even capable of rivaling the purple and blue twin swords of Mount Shu. That's correct, this is the Tai Yi sword. Holding the Tai Yi sword, Yi Lingyun's spiritual energy surged out violently. With just one step forward, the entire Shu Mountain trembled and roared. His black hair flew wildly, his face solemn, as he swept the sword toward the swordlight suppressing Wu Long and the others. With the Tai Yi sword in hand, Yi Lingyun was confident that even those of the same rank, or even those at the third level of the tribulation stage, would not be his match. But he had underestimated himself, and even more so, he had underestimated Zhao Fan, who, from across the endless void, had unleashed this sword light. Bang! In the next instant, the Tai Yi sword and Zhao Fan's sword light collided, trembling violently. Yi Lingyun gave it his all, unleashing a sword strike containing the essence of his lifetime of sword cultivation. Yet it still failed to sever the sword light suppressing Wu Long and the others. Instead, he was struck by a colossal force, staggering backward and leaving clear footprints on the hard ground. This is impossible. Yi Lingyun was utterly shocked. As a second-tier cultivator who had survived the tribulation, he couldn't even shatter the opponent's sword light with the Tai Yi sword. He couldn't fathom how this was possible. At this point, there's only one option left. Seeing that he couldn't budge, Yi Lingyun didn't despair. Instead, he directly crushed a jade talisman he had prepared in advance. Boom! As the jade talisman shattered, an astonishingly powerful energy expanded outward, causing the void to crack open, revealing a clearly visible portal. What is this? Seeing this, the sect master Zhao Xiaotian and the others all paled. Yi Lingyun had actually opened a teleportation portal. Was he summoning a top-tier expert from the Qingyun sword sect? Please summon the ancestor to appear. Yi Lingyun bowed respectfully, kneeling on one knee, and shouted loudly. As soon as his words fell, the spatial portal trembled violently. A tall, elderly figure emerged, walking with steady steps, appearing before everyone's eyes. It was an old man dressed in a blue robe, with a full beard and piercing eyes. His entire body emanated an overwhelming sword energy that was impossible to resist. Clang, clang. As he appeared, all the swords in the vicinity were drawn by an invisible force, erupting into the air with crisp, powerful clangs, converging in mid-air to form an unimaginable torrent. 10,000 swords rang out in unison, their sword chi sweeping hundreds of miles and thousands of miles, causing the entire Shu Mountain to tremble and roar. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, standing proudly in the void, as if he were the embodiment of the sword arts of the heavens, causing all the swords to submit and the heavens and earth to pale in comparison. Plop, plop. Throughout Mount Shu, one elder and disciple after another could not withstand the invisible aura emanating from the old man, fainting and collapsing one after another. Even the high-ranking elders at the fusion realm felt an suffocating pressure. Only the sect master Zhao Xiaotian and a few others could barely maintain their composure, though their faces were pale. 10,000 swords resonate in submission. What an exalted realm of sword cultivation. Who could this person be? Jinwu elder Lin Mu, gazing at the withered figure, spoke in a trembling voice. That overwhelming sword energy, and his appearance. I know. He is the ancient ancestor of the Qingyun sword sect from over 1,000 years ago, the legendary sword Saint Yan Nantian. He's still alive. At that moment, the severely injured ancestor of the Tang dynasty suddenly cried out in terror. Having lived nearly 1,000 years, he possessed vast experience and knowledge, and recognized the man's identity at a glance. The ancient ancestor of the Qingyun sword sect from over 1,000 years ago, the sword Saint Yan Nantian. How is that possible? Upon hearing this, the sect master Zhao Xiaotian's expression suddenly turned grim. He never imagined that the Qingyun sword sect had such depths, hiding a top-tier expert from over 1,000 years ago. It was well known that even when the celestial energies had not yet revived, the sword Saint Yan Nantian had already been an unparalleled cultivator who dominated the central lands with his sword arts 1,000 years ago. Now that the celestial energies had revived and flourished, one could only imagine how powerful he had become. No wonder Yi Lingyun and the others refused to surrender. They had such a terrifying ace up their sleeve. Chapter 102, This sword strike, 2,000 years of cultivation, can you block it? What a powerful sword intent. It's worth me coming out personally. The sword Saint Yan Nantian stood with his hands behind his back. As his gaze swept over Wu Long and the others who were being suppressed, his expression changed slightly, and a rare flash of astonishment flickered in the depths of his eyes. Break! He narrowed his eyes, then flickered his fingers, sending his sword intent as swift as a divine blade slicing through the layers of void, colliding heavily with the golden sword light. The two vastly different sword intents collided violently, unleashing a heat wave as powerful as a mountain collapsing and a sea surging, before dissipating simultaneously. Thank you, ancestor, for saving us. Wu Long and the others regained their freedom, overjoyed, and bowed respectfully before the sword Saint Yan Nantian. Withdraw. After speaking to them, the sword Saint Yan Nantian raised his head, his gaze suddenly growing sharp. Ignoring the layers of void, he seemed to see Zhao Fan seated within the demon ceiling tower and spoke aloud. Yan Nantian of the Qingyun sword sect has come here specifically to seek instruction in the sword arts of Mount Shu. We humbly request that the friends of Shu Mountain deign to instruct us. As his words fell, his figure grew towering, with 10,000 swords roaring and swirling above his head, like a true sage of the sword path. The astonishing aura he emitted shook the mountains and rivers for 10,000 miles. This was a sword master of the highest caliber. Even if Healing Yun and the others combined their strength, they wouldn't match a single finger of this man. Fourth layer of the Tribulation Realm. No wonder he's a 1,000-year-old veteran. His cultivation level is no weaker than mine. Inside the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan instantly discerned Yan Nanshan's cultivation level, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. After all, he had the system, an otherworldly cheat code, and had worked tirelessly to cultivate his cultivation. However, Yan Nantian was an old monster with over 1,000 years of cultivation and accumulated resources, plus the vast resources of the Qingyun sword sect. Therefore, breaking through to the fourth stage of the Tribulation Realm under the revival of heavenly and earthly qi was still relatively reasonable. At least in terms of cultivation realm, he hadn't surpassed or outmatched Zhao Fan. Therefore, Zhao Fan remained calm and composed. The opponent's strength should be roughly on par with the weakened Wanyao Empress, and he should have more than enough to handle it. Zhao Fan slowly stood up, then took a step forward and vanished into the demon ceiling tower. I have come here specially to offer my guidance. Are you still not going to show yourself? The voice of the sword Saint Yan Nantian thundered like a clap of thunder, shaking the heavens. Seeing that Zhao Fan still did not show himself, the old man's face betrayed a hint of displeasure. He was a powerful being from over 1,000 years ago, a true old monster. Even during the era when spiritual energy was depleted, he was a being who dared to claim the title of Sword Saint. Over the past 2 or 3 centuries, as spiritual energy gradually revived, he had become a top-tier cultivator at the tribulation stage. Whether in terms of seniority or power, no one dared to underestimate him across all demonic, and righteous realms. Yet this mysterious cultivator stationed at Mount Shu seemed to disregard him entirely, leaving him no choice but to grow furious. The aura of the sword art surged and spread, slicing through layer after layer of space. Yan Nanshan's face darkened as his anger rose, ready to erupt. But at that moment, the void before the sword Saint Yan Nantian twisted, and a figure appeared out of thin air. This figure was tall and muscular, shrouded in a faint golden glow. Though his true form was indistinct, the sword intent he emitted caused the void to shatter and collapse. He was none other than Zhao Fan, who had not revealed his true form. It's a sword cultivator elder. It's indeed our sword cultivator senior. With him here to protect Mount Shu, even if the opponent is the sword saint of the Qingyun sword sect, our Shu Mountain sword path has nothing to fear. Upon seeing Zhao Fan's figure, countless elders and disciples' eyes shone brightly, their bodies trembling with excitement, as if witnessing the emergence of an ancient myth. Every face bore genuine respect and admiration. Who in all of Shu Mountain did not know of the legendary sword cultivator's fame? Even after 80 years, in the eyes of many elders and disciples, the sword cultivators of the past remain an unbeatable symbol. That is the true depth of Shu Mountain, the mysterious sword cultivators. Yiling Yun and the others stared at the golden figure facing off against their own ancestor, their expressions growing increasingly solemn. They had already experienced the opponent's power firsthand. If our ancestor intervenes personally, even if the opponent is a sword cultivator from Shu Mountain, he will certainly fall to him. The reputation of the sword saint is no mere title. Wulong took a deep breath, having absolute confidence in the ancestor of the Qingyun sword sect. In the void, the sword Saint Yan Nantian, with his hair and beard flying in the wind, surveyed Zhao Fan across from him and spoke in a deep voice. Friend of Shu Mountain, you have finally shown yourself. With guests traveling such a great distance, how could I dare not show myself to greet them? Zhao Fan smiled faintly and spoke calmly. Well said. Today's matter is all because of Qingyun and Shu Mountain, competing for the title of the strongest sword sect. Though it is a matter of pride, in martial arts there is no second place. Let us settle this with a duel between the two of us. What do you say? The sword Saint Yan Nantian spoke, his voice resounding like thunder. Agreed. Since the other party had already challenged him, Zhao Fan naturally wouldn't refuse. Moreover, it was rare to encounter an opponent with such formidable sword arts, and he wouldn't miss the opportunity to test his skills against him. Upon receiving Zhao Fan's response, Yan Nantian took a step forward, his aura surging violently. He resembled a divine sword about to be drawn from its scabbard. Even before he had made his first move, the terrifying sword intent already filled the heavens and earth. Come, sword! As the words left the mouth of the sword Saint Yan Nantian, the Taiyi sword in Yiling Yun's hand shot forward, landing in his hands in an instant. With the Taiyi in hand, Yan Nanshan's aura grew even stronger. He swung his sword with all his might, shattering the void layer by layer. Countless sword intents converged into a torrent, carrying the force of a mountain collapsing and thunder crashing, and slammed toward Zhao Fan. This sword strike was transcendent and divine, not only overwhelming in scale but also unimaginably powerful. Even the slightest trickle of sword energy spread hundreds of miles, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color and the sun and moon to fade. What a terrifying sword strike! Is this the power of a sword saint? The master of the Shu Mountain sect, Zhao Xiaotian, and the others all felt their scalps tingle. Even from a great distance, they trembled with fear. If that sword strike had landed on Shu Mountain, it would have been enough to annihilate everyone there. The ancient ancestor is peerless. Feeling the power of that sword strike, Yi Lingyun and the others all wore expressions of excitement, as if they had already seen Zhao Fan's pitiful defeat. Mastery of the sword way, no wonder he has called the sword saint. But your sword is still not fast enough or ruthless enough. Zhao Fan's gaze was deep and calm, his aura swirling around him, as if he had merged with the entire heavens and earth. As the sword, which seemed unstoppable, closed in, Zhao Fan merely flickered his fingers, and the Qiankuan Great Shift was activated with overwhelming force. The powerful, intangible energy diverted the opponent's attack and slashed violently toward the sky. Boom! From the endless sky above, a deafening explosion echoed, followed by countless void fissures, each tens of thousands of meters wide, resembling the gaping maws of monstrous beasts, emanating a destructive aura. Rolling currents of air formed into razor-sharp winds, spreading out across the sky for hundreds of miles in every direction. The might of a single sword strike was truly terrifying. Not bad. You are a worthy opponent. Seeing this, the sword Saint Yen Nantian showed no surprise. He had already anticipated this outcome. If Zhao Fan couldn't even block a casual strike from him, how could he possibly give his all? The next strike is my strongest technique. Please do not hesitate to offer your guidance. Sword slash of the heavens. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sword Saint Yen Nantian gripped his sword, and his aura surged violently, his sword intent piercing the heavens. In the blink of an eye, he struck again with lightning speed. Boom! The sword light was dazzling and brilliant, carrying an aura capable of destroying the heavens and earth, like a towering wave rising from the ocean, crashing toward Zhao Fan. This strike, though less flashy than before, was several times more powerful. To put it bluntly, any ordinary cultivator below the fifth layer of the tribulation realm would die instantly upon contact. This sword strike of mine contains all my 1,000 years of sword cultivation. I don't believe you can block it. The sword Saint Yen Nantian spoke with unparalleled arrogance. He was utterly confident that even an old cultivator at the fifth layer of the tribulation realm would struggle to withstand this strike head-on. Indeed, it is no weak strike. Zhao Fan's heart sank, and he finally drew the crimson sky sword. He took a step forward, causing the void to crack. His movements were seamless, and he swung his sword with all his might at the oncoming sword light. Boom! Golden sword light illuminated the sky, temporarily blinding everyone's eyes. Two completely different sword intents collided violently, causing a massive explosion that shook the void, causing it to crack repeatedly. Centered around Mount Shu, the surrounding hundreds of miles trembled and shook as if an earthquake had struck. The terrifying commotion lasted for a moment. When everyone recovered, they found that Zhao Fan was unharmed, still standing tall in the void. How is this possible? The sword Saint Yen Nantian looked utterly stunned, unable to accept what he had witnessed. Your 1,000 years of sword cultivation amount to nothing. This single sword strike of mine contains 2,000 years of cultivation. Can you block it? Earlier, Zhao Fan had wanted to test the others' abilities, so he had not attacked first. Now that he had seen their true strength, he no longer hesitated and struck with a single sword strike. A golden sword beam tore through the sky, carrying the force of creation, crashing toward Yen Nantian like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground. Sword shatters the heavens. Feeling the danger approaching, Yen Nantian roared and unleashed an even stronger sword light. Boom, boom. The two sword lights collided, but after a brief stalemate, the golden sword light slashed by Qishao shattered the opponent's attack and continued its momentum, crashing toward the sword Saint Yen Nantian. Puff! Yen Nantian was startled and quickly retreated, but he was still a step too late. His entire arm was struck by the sword light, turning into a pool of blood and dissipating into the air. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his breath weakening to the extreme. The patriarch of the Qingyun sword sect, the esteemed sword Saint Yen Nantian, had actually been defeated. From the moment they clashed to the decisive moment, it seemed like a back-and-forth battle, but in reality, it all happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the crowd reacted, the sword Saint Yen Nantian had already lost an arm and was severely injured, knocked to the ground by a single sword strike. The sword cultivator has won. We've won. This is wonderful. The sword cultivator is invincible. The sword cultivator is mighty. Coming to their senses, the elders of Shu Mountain and their disciples all erupted into deafening cheers. Our ancestor has been defeated. Our Qingyun sword sect has been defeated. Yi Lingyun and the others could not believe it, their expressions dazed and disoriented. Chapter 103, Signing in to contemplate the way on the meditation cushion. Zhao Fan stood tall in the sky, his body long and muscular, surrounded by an overwhelming sword energy. If Yen Nantian was a sword saint, then at that moment, Zhao Fan resembled a sword immortal transcending the mortal realm. He exuded an invincible, world-conquering might. I have lost. I have cultivated the sword path for over 1,000 years, renowned as a sword saint who has roamed the world with my sword, yet I never imagined I would encounter someone whose mastery of the sword surpasses my own. I concede defeat wholeheartedly. Though he was unwilling to accept defeat, the sword Saint Yen Nantian sighed deeply and spoke from the bottom of his heart. His face was filled with despair. Where was the arrogance he had displayed moments ago? Ancestor. Yi Lingyun and the others looked complex, but since their own ancestor had already admitted defeat, the battle for the title of the strongest sword sect naturally went to Mount Shu. Not only had the sword Saint Yen Nantian been defeated, but he had also had one of his arms severed by Zhao Fan. If this news were to spread, it was clear that Shu Mountain's reputation would soar, while the prestige of the Qingyun sword sect would plummet. You may leave. Seeing that the sword Saint Yen Nantian had admitted defeat, Zhao Fan looked surprised for a moment before speaking calmly. You won't kill us? Yen Nantian furrowed his brows, asking in disbelief. He was severely injured, and if Zhao Fan wished, he and his men would never survive leaving Shu Mountain. Since this was a friendly duel, why kill? Zhao Fan smiled faintly, his voice echoing throughout the entire Shu Mountain. The other party had come to challenge them openly and fairly, aiming to claim the title of the strongest sword sect. It was merely a momentary dispute of pride, and since they had already admitted defeat, he naturally had no intention of killing them. Of course, the most important reason was that the Qingyun sword sect was a righteous cultivation sect, and there was no prior enmity between them and Shu Mountain. If it had been any other heretical sect, Zhao Fan would have already slain Yen Nantian and the others with a single sword strike. Your magnanimity leaves me deeply impressed. I shall take my leave. Yen Nantian cast a lingering glance at Zhao Fan before slashing his sword to open a spatial teleportation gate, carrying Yi Lingyun and the others away. As Yen Nantian and the others departed, Zhao Fan did not linger. His figure vanished from the spot, and he returned directly to the demon ceiling tower. On that day, the news that the ancient ancestor of the Qingyun sword sect, the sword Saint Yen Nantian, had been defeated by a mysterious sword master from Mount Shu, spread like a whirlwind across the entire cultivation world of Zhongtu Shenzhou. Upon hearing the news, all factions were deeply shaken. Yen Nantian, the ancestral sword saint of the Qingyun sword sect, was a swordmaster from over 1,000 years ago. In the past 7 or 8 decades, he had broken through numerous cultivation barriers with the aid of the revived spiritual energy and improved environmental conditions, reaching the peak of the 4th stage of the Tribulation realm. His strength was unmatched in the entire Central Plains. Yet even such a formidable figure had been defeated by the mysterious sword cultivator from Mount Shu, leaving all the cultivators in awe. I never would have thought that after 80 years, the sword cultivator from Shu Mountain is still alive and has grown even stronger, to the point where even the sword Saint Yen Nantian is no match for him. After this battle, Shu Mountain's prestige has soared, and the rankings of the top 10 cultivation sects in central China are likely to undergo significant changes. In just 100 or so years, the once declining and nearly extinct Shu Mountain has risen so swiftly in such a manner it's truly hard to fathom. Various factions discussed the matter heatedly, growing increasingly awed by Shu Mountain. Zhao Fan paid no heed to the external commotion. After defeating the Qingyun ancestor Yen Nantian, he returned directly to the demon ceiling tower. Now that spiritual energy has revived to nearly its peak, the cultivation environment across the entire world is finally on par with the glorious era of tens of thousands of years ago. The entire cultivation world will give birth to an increasing number of cultivation experts, and even those as powerful as the sword Saint Yen Nantian or even stronger beings may gradually emerge. I must hurry and strive to elevate my cultivation realm as much as possible. Zhao Fan's eyes gleamed as he muttered to himself. Defeating the sword Saint Yen Nantian, who was his equal, posed no challenge at all, as he had only used less than 2/3 of his full strength. This was because Zhao Fan had cultivated his spiritual energy, soul, and physical body to be one, giving him combat power far surpassing that of his peers by several-fold. However, if he were to face a stronger opponent who was 1 or 2 cultivation realms above him, dealing with them would not be so easy or casual. Shall we begin the check-in? Just as Zhao Fan was about to resume his cultivation, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Check-in. Zhao Fan replied instinctively. Check-in successful. Reward, Enlightenment Meditation Cushion. As the system's voice faded, a white meditation cushion appeared out of thin air in front of Zhao Fan. Enlightenment Meditation Cushion? System, what is this item for? Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows and asked. The Enlightenment Meditation Cushion is crafted from the ancient divine tree known as the Enlightenment Tree. Sitting on it while cultivating can accelerate a cultivator's understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth, the system explained succinctly. Accelerate one's understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth? If that's the case, isn't this a priceless treasure? Zhao Fan was taken aback for a moment before his face lit up with joy. After breaking through the tribulation stage, the primary reason for the slow progress in cultivation was the need for cultivators to comprehend the heavens and earth. However, the mysteries of the Tao of heaven and earth were boundless, and even someone as powerful as Zhao Fan sometimes spent months or even years in tedious cultivation without making much progress. However, this enlightenment meditation cushion could accelerate Zhao Fan's understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth, making it an invaluable treasure. The golden meditation cushion he had obtained earlier could only accelerate the absorption and refinement of celestial energies, but compared to this, it was like night and day. With a hint of anticipation, Zhao Fan sat directly on the enlightenment meditation cushion and began to delve into deep cultivation. Sure enough, with the help of the enlightenment meditation cushion, his speed of comprehending the heavens and earth was dozens of times faster than before. What had taken months of arduous cultivation before could now be achieved in half a day or a day, with efficiency improved by several fold. In less than 10 days, Zhao Fan's cultivation had surged significantly, reaching the bottleneck of the 5th layer of the tribulation stage. If he was willing, he could break through to the next realm in just 1 or 2 months. On this day, while Zhao Fan was cultivating, the gates of the demon ceiling tower slowly opened, and Zhao Xiaotian, the master of the Shu Mountain sect, arrived. "Why are you here?" Zhao Fan opened his eyes immediately, his calm gaze fixed on Zhao Xiaotian. "Your nephew pays his respects to his uncle." Zhao Xiaotian was extremely polite, bowing respectfully to Zhao Fan. In the eyes of outsiders, he was the revered master of Shu Mountain, enjoying endless glory and authority. However, in front of Zhao Fan, he dared not show the slightest bit of arrogance. Because Zhao Xiaotian deeply understood that the Shu Mountain sect had reached its current position entirely due to his uncle. "It's been a long time since I last visited my uncle, so I took the time to come by today. Thanks to your help recently, otherwise our Shu Mountain would have lost all face." Zhao Xiaotian smiled and spoke slowly. "It's been a while since I came to visit my uncle, so I took the time to drop by today." Chapter 104, The Passionate Master of Shu Mountain. A dispute over pride. Winning merely grants one more title, while losing merely means losing one. In truth, all this fighting is meaningless. Zhao Fan looked deeply at Zhao Xiaotian and spoke solemnly. "Your nephew understands. Thank you for your guidance, uncle." Zhao Xiaotian felt a chill in his heart and nodded firmly. "Over the years, you've done a fine job leading Shu Mountain. But you must never let fame, wealth, or power sway your resolve. Your own cultivation must also not be neglected, lest you waste the talent you were born with." Noticing that Zhao Xiaotian's cultivation level was still at the peak of the split mind realm, Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and continued his admonishment. "You are absolutely right, uncle. Over the years, I have been focused on the affairs of Shu Mountain, which has caused my cultivation to lag behind. Once I return, I will definitely strengthen my cultivation and strive to break through to the fusion stage as soon as possible." Upon receiving Zhao Fan's reminder, Zhao Xiaotian spoke firmly. "That's enough. I was just speaking off the cuff. You understand what I mean." Zhao Fan smiled slightly, gesturing for Zhao Xiaotian not to worry too much. In truth, he was quite satisfied with his nephew. "I know you're just looking out for me. Actually, I'm quite happy about it." At this point, Zhao Xiaotian paused for a moment before cautiously adding, "Uncle, I came here today because there's something else I'd like to discuss with you." "What is it?" Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. "To be precise, it's a personal matter of mine. But I must seek your opinion." After thinking for a moment, Zhao Xiaotian took a deep breath and said slowly, "Uncle, I've fallen in love with a woman." "You've been beating around the bush for so long, and this is what you're telling me?" Zhao Fan shot him a disapproving glance, feeling both amused and exasperated. "Uncle, please don't get upset. Let me finish." Zhao Xiaotian sighed wryly and explained, "That woman is just an ordinary person." "An ordinary person?" Zhao Fan was taken aback for a moment, then his lips twitched. If he remembered correctly, back when his younger brother Zhao Chang was still the clan leader, he had also fallen for an ordinary woman, Zhao Xiaotian's late mother. Now his nephew Zhao Xiaotian had fallen for another mortal woman. Was this preference genetic, inherited from his younger brother Zhao Chang's temperament? Zhao Fan was speechless but didn't speak immediately. Instead, he listened quietly as Zhao Xiaotian continued. "Her name is Su. I met her a few years ago when I went down the mountain incognito on an undercover mission. She's not particularly beautiful, but she has a kind and gentle personality. Most importantly, when she's by my side, I feel incredibly relaxed and at ease, unlike the suffocating pressure I felt when I was the clan leader. Uncle, I really want to marry her. If I miss this opportunity, I fear it might be a regret I'll carry for the rest of my life." Hearing this, Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and spoke slowly, "Xiaotian, you're the master of the Shu Mountain sect. If the sect finds out you've fallen in love with a mortal, I doubt many in the sect would support you." "I know." Zhao Xiaotian sighed bitterly and continued, "Precisely because of that, I'm asking you to intervene and help arrange my marriage with Su. My parents have both passed away. You are my only elder, and moreover, you are a revered sword cultivator in the eyes of all Shu Mountain disciples. If you could just speak a word on my behalf, this matter would certainly be resolved." As he spoke, Zhao Xiaotian looked sincere, slowly kneeling before Zhao Fan and pleading, "Please grant us your blessing." Looking at his nephew kneeling before him, Zhao Fan sighed softly and suddenly asked, "Xiaotian, why do you think I would support this marriage? You must understand that you are a cultivator with great potential, and you may live for hundreds or even thousands of years. But ordinary mortals, even if they live long lives, will only live a mere 100 years at most. 100 years may seem long, but for cultivators, it's but a fleeting moment. By the time she grows old and passes away, won't you be even more miserable?" Zhao Fan's words were like a knife, ruthlessly piercing Zhao Xiaotian's heart, causing his face to turn pale in an instant. Uncle, even if it's only 100 years, I still want to marry her. After hesitating, Zhao Xiaotian clenched his teeth and said, "You are the master of the Shu Mountain sect. Even if I agree to support you, she is still just a mortal. As the sect master's wife, she will face pressure from all sides. Are you certain you can protect her?" Zhao Fan furrowed his brows even deeper and continued to ask. "I can. If I can't even protect the woman I love, then I'd rather not be the master of the Shu Mountain sect." Zhao Xiaotian took a deep breath and spoke with unwavering resolve. Zhao Fan, seeing this, secretly admired his nephew's resolve. However, to further test him, he deliberately darkened his expression and spoke harshly. "What if I refuse to approve this marriage?" Then, Zhao Xiaotian's face turned pale, his body went limp, and he froze in place. He had never even considered this possibility. In his eyes, his eldest uncle had always granted his every request. How could he possibly refuse him now? Zhao Fan stared at him expressionlessly, waiting silently for his reaction. "If my uncle truly refuses this marriage, then Xiao Tian cannot force you. I will have to find another way to persuade the elders of Shu Mountain. If that fails, I am willing to step down from my position as sect leader and spend the rest of my life with Su Su." Zhao Xiaotian took a deep breath and spoke with a determined gaze. "You're quite the romantic. Compared to your father, you at least have a sense of responsibility." Seeing his resolute attitude, Zhao Fan's stern expression faded, and he suddenly smiled with relief, saying, "Uncle, what do you mean?" Zhao Xiaotian furrowed his brows, unsure of his uncle's meaning. "I agree to this marriage. Let ordinary people be ordinary people. Don't follow in your father's footsteps and betray your own mother." Zhao Fan smiled and spoke. "What? Uncle, are you really agreeing to this?" "But just now." Zhao Xiaotian, upon hearing this, was both shocked and delighted, asking repeatedly in disbelief. "Look at you, so unambitious. Earlier, I was just testing your resolve." Zhao Fan smiled slightly, then took out several bottles of pills from the system space. These were the remaining Pei Yuan Dan he had left over from before, all obtained through system rewards. These Pei Yuan Dan are high-grade pills that can help ordinary people enter the realm of cultivation. Consider them an early wedding gift from me. Take them back for your beloved girl. Help her become an immortal sooner, and then you'll have no problem growing old together. As he spoke, Zhao Fan tossed the bottles of Pei Yuan Dan to Zhao Xiaotian. "Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle." Zhao Xiaotian's face was filled with joy as he kept thanking him. "Go now." Zhao Fan waved his hand and said, "All right, uncle. I'll come visit you again next time." Zhao Xiaotian was as happy as a child and quickly left the demon ceiling tower. This kid really does resemble his father in some ways. Another love-struck master of the Shu Mountain sect. Watching Zhao Xiaotian's departing figure, Zhao Fan's lips curled into a handsome smile. Chapter 105, The Astonishing Thunder Tribulation. Upon returning from the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Xiaotian wasted no time in announcing to the elders that he intended to marry a mortal woman. This bombshell news first left the elders of Mount Shu speechless, followed by a chorus of objections. Currently, Shu Mountain ranked among the top 10 sects of Central Earth, and with the sword cultivator elders having recently defeated the patriarch of the Qingyun sword sect, Yan Nantian, it was the pinnacle of Shu Mountain's glory. For the revered leader of Shu Mountain to marry a mortal woman would be a scandal that would echo throughout the entire realm. "Master, you must consider the greater good. As the leader of Shu Mountain, how could you marry a mortal woman? Even if you wish to marry a spiritual partner, you should at least marry a female cultivator of equal status and power." The elders' opposition was fierce, causing the atmosphere in the entire Shu Mountain hall to grow exceptionally tense. However, the sect master, Zhao Xiaotian, remained unmoved, his gaze firm and resolute. He spoke in a deep voice, "My decision is final. Moreover, this matter has been personally approved by the senior sword cultivator. Who dares to oppose me?" As his words fell, the once chaotic hall fell into complete silence. Just a few days ago, the sword cultivator had defeated the sword saint Yan Nantian, helping Shu Mountain secure the title of the strongest sword cultivation sect. Moreover, in the eyes of all the elders and disciples of Shu Mountain, he was regarded as a divine being, towering above all others. Any matter he personally approved of was beyond the realm of opposition. Not even the previous two sect masters, were they to return from the dead, would dare to oppose him openly. Since this matter has been approved by the senior sword cultivator, I believe the sect master's wedding can proceed. Even if it were to be spread throughout the world, it might not be a laughingstock, but rather a beautiful tale in the cultivation world. Let us not forget that the previous sect master, during his lifetime, also fell in love with a mortal woman, which led to the birth of the current sect master. As the atmosphere grew tense, true martial elder Lin Mu, after a moment of contemplation, stepped forward and gave the other elders a way out. Senior Jinwu's words seemed to make some sense. Since the sword cultivator has agreed to the sect master's matter, we elders should not interfere arbitrarily. However, since it is the sect master's marriage, it is a major event for our Shu Mountain, and we must ensure it is properly arranged. Within the grand hall, the elders who had previously opposed the decision exchanged glances, then quickly changed their tone. They dared not question Zhao Xiaotian's words, for within Shu Mountain, no one dared to joke about the senior sword cultivators, not even the sect master himself. Since the sect master, Zhao Xiaotian, had obtained the approval of the sword cultivator senior, even if they were as stubborn as they were, how could they dare to defy the will of the sword cultivator senior? In the blink of an eye, the elders who had initially opposed the marriage were now all agreeing with the sect master Zhao Xiaotian's decision. Uncle, thank you so much. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaotian's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. Without his elder brother Zhao Fan's endorsement, even as the current sect master of Shu Mountain with his deep prestige, he would have found it difficult to persuade these stubborn elders. Because the Shu Mountain of today is not just Zhao Xiaotian's Shu Mountain. Over the years, from the senior elders to the disciples, everyone had made tremendous contributions to the development and rise of Shu Mountain. As the current sect master, marriage was not a personal matter often, one had to consider the interests of the sect and force oneself to marry a female cultivator from another top-tier faction. This is almost an unwritten rule in the cultivation world. Just like the former sect master Zhao Chang, who, for the sake of Shu Mountain, had no choice but to marry Princess Pingyang of the Tang dynasty. Zhao Xiaotian wore a broad smile. It was the happiest moment of his over 100 years as sect master. Several days later, Zhao Xiaotian, the sect leader of Shu Mountain, and the mortal woman Su Su held a grand and solemn wedding ceremony in the presence of over 10,000 disciples and elders. All major factions from across Central Earth, any sect with any standing, sent their highest-ranking experts bearing lavish gifts to celebrate. Through this wedding, the prestige of Shu Mountain grew even stronger than before. Looking at the current cultivation world, Shu Mountain had undeniably become the strongest sword cultivation sect. The sounds of music and ceremony echoed through the heavens, reaching Zhao Fan's ears and causing him to smile with satisfaction. My nephew has finally grown up today. With him leading Shu Mountain, it should become even more prosperous and powerful. Brother, he has not disappointed your expectations. Zhao Fan's gaze fell on the Xintian Yangling coffin beside him, where Zhao Chang lay peacefully inside. It seemed as though he heard the former's words, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Once I become stronger, I will find a way to bring you back to life. Zhao Fan murmured to himself as he looked at Zhao Chang. Although he was now a sword cultivator at the 4th level of the tribulation stage, possessing the power to move mountains and fill seas, he still hadn't found a way to revive Zhao Chang, and could only pin his hopes on the future. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan threw himself back into his cultivation. With the aid of the Enlightenment meditation cushion, his understanding of the heavens and the earth grew increasingly profound, and his cultivation realm advanced rapidly, as if naturally reaching its next stage. Compared to before, Zhao Fan's cultivation in a single day now equaled what he had achieved in several months, or even years, previously. Of course, all of this was thanks to the benefits of the Enlightenment meditation cushion. Another month passed. One day, Zhao Fan, who had been sitting on the Enlightenment meditation cushion, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and calm. The 5th lightning tribulation has arrived. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes and looked up, seeing that above the demon ceiling tower, layers of dark clouds as thick as mountains had gathered. The clouds were pitch black and deep, spreading out for hundreds of miles in all directions with the demon ceiling tower at its center. From afar, it seemed as though the entire sky was about to collapse and crush everything below, resembling a scene from the apocalypse, terrifying and menacing. What's happening? Could someone have triggered the lightning tribulation? But how could such a vast-scale tribulation occur? These calamity clouds stretch for hundreds of miles. It's simply unimaginable. Within Mount Shu, the 3 peak-level cultivators of the Tang dynasty, including the ancient ancestor, sensed the commotion and immediately rushed into the sky. The thunder tribulation had not yet fully formed, but even the slightest hint of the destructive aura that had leaked out was enough to make the 3 tribulation crossing experts feel an unprecedented sense of death. Their scalps tingled, and their gazes toward the depths of the sky were filled with fear and dread. The immense commotion also caught the attention of the elders and disciples of Mount Shu, causing panic to spread throughout the mountain. Could it be that the elder is about to undergo the tribulation? Gazing at the thunderstorm that seemed to shatter the heavens, Zhao Xiaotian wore a solemn expression. By his side stood a gentle woman, none other than the sect master's wife, Ling Susu. Husband, what is happening? Ling Susu gripped Zhao Xiaotian's arm, her delicate face turning pale. She had only recently begun her cultivation journey and was still unaware of what was happening. This is a thunder tribulation, an unprecedented one. Susu, stay here and don't leave the hall under any circumstances. After speaking to Ling Susu, Zhao Xiaotian quickly summoned the elders and issued orders: immediately activate the maximum defensive power of the sect's protective array and evacuate all disciples from the various peaks. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the orders, the elders wasted no time and immediately split up to carry out their tasks. This 5th lightning tribulation is several times stronger than the 4th. It's causing such a huge commotion. Inside the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan naturally noticed the panic spreading throughout Mount Shu. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He hadn't expected the 5th lightning tribulation to be so overwhelming. To avoid affecting Shu Mountain, Zhao Fan took a step forward, soaring upward like an immortal. Chapter 106, Broken Defense, Bleeding Nose? at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Here, the gale force winds were as sharp as swords, and even a great cultivator at the fusion stage would suffer severe injuries if they were to appear in their true form. However, for someone like Zhao Fan, a cultivator at the tribulation stage, it posed virtually no threat. This lightning tribulation was immense, and even someone as powerful as Zhao Fan couldn't dismiss it with a casual sword strike like before. Boom! Feeling Zhao Fan's arrival, the dark clouds above rolled and thundered, emitting the sound of rolling thunder. Threads of lightning intertwined, lurking like venomous snakes deep within the clouds. It's been a long time since I last practiced my sword techniques. Let this thunder tribulation spanning hundreds of miles serve as a trial for my sword intent. Facing the apocalyptic thunderstorm, Zhao Fan showed no fear, but instead laughed aloud. As soon as the words left his mouth, he pointed his fingers like swords and charged toward the heart of the thunderstorm. His sword intent tore through the heavens and split the earth, while golden sword light illuminated the dark clouds. Zhao Fan's slender, muscular body was covered in black hair that flew wildly in the wind. His eyes were calm and composed, resembling a true transcendent sword immortal. Wherever he passed, thunder and lightning collapsed, dark clouds shattered, and everything in his path was swept away like dry leaves before the wind. He did not use his top-tier Dao sword, the Crimson Sky, intentionally suppressing his own strength. Instead, he relied on the hundreds of miles of thunderstorms to temper his sword intent. Crack, crack. How could the thunderstorms tolerate such provocation? Cultivating immortality defies the heavens, and the thunder tribulation is the heavens' punishment and test for cultivators. The lightning bolts that struck down were growing stronger with each strike, filling the sky in a dense, overwhelming storm. From afar, the void seemed to be showered by a massive meteor storm, all terrifying phenomena formed by lightning. To put it bluntly, even a single strand of lightning was enough to effortlessly kill an ordinary cultivator at the fourth layer of the tribulation. But who is Zhao Fan? Not only is he a sword cultivator with unparalleled combat prowess, but he also follows the path of a 3-in-1 cultivator. With a single sword strike in mid-air, he effortlessly deflected the thunder tribulation's attacks. Zhao Fan's figure darted like lightning, showing no hesitation as he charged alone into the depths of the thunder tribulation, engaging in a fierce battle with the heavens and earth. Boom, boom. From the depths of the thunderclouds stretching hundreds of miles, deafening roars echoed, lasting over 10 minutes before finally dissipating in a earth-shattering explosion. A figure drifted down from the sky, surrounded by faint streaks of lightning. His aura was deep and profound, none other than Zhao Fan, who had broken through the thunder tribulation and returned to the demon ceiling tower. Zhao Fan's eyes were deep and calm. Though he did not actively display his aura, the feeling he gave off was like an endless ocean, utterly unfathomable. He had grown stronger, having survived the 5th lightning tribulation and become a 5th-tier tribulation crossing expert. Feeling the boundless power surging within him, Zhao Fan smiled and murmured to himself, if I were to face that sword Saint Yen Nantian again, even if I only used 1% of my strength, he might not even be able to block a single casual strike from me. During the tribulation period, each additional layer of lightning tribulation surges one's strength exponentially. Although he had broken through to the 5th layer of the tribulation stage with ease, Zhao Fan did not let pride get the better of him. Instead, he focused on consolidating his cultivation. As the thunderous tribulation dissipated, the Shu Mountain disciples, who had been filled with panic, gradually returned to their normal state. The sect master Zhao Xiaotian and the many elder experts all speculated that it might be a sword cultivator who had successfully passed the tribulation, so they secretly rejoiced and did not send anyone to disturb Zhao Fan. Using the next few days, Zhao Fan quickly consolidated his cultivation base, becoming even stronger. One day, while cultivating, Zhao Fan was suddenly awakened by a faint disturbance. Zhao Fan opened his eyes abruptly and immediately went to the stone house next door. This stone house was where the little fox by Shui resided. Inside the house, a white silk cocoon wrapped the jade coffin layer by layer, emitting a faint, mysterious fluctuation. Could the little fox be waking up? Zhao Fan smiled, feeling a surge of excitement. Back then, after the little fox by Shui had refined the crystal bead, she had fallen into a deep sleep and had been in that state for over 80 years. As if to confirm Zhao Fan's suspicion, the jade coffin inside the silk cocoon began to shake violently. Sizzle! Under Zhao Fan's watchful gaze, a smooth, white arm as delicate as a lotus root emerged from the thick cocoon, slowly slicing open a small opening. A girl of breathtaking beauty emerged from within. Her delicate figure was gracefully curved, her long, straight legs were slender and elegant, her waist was slim and delicate, her collarbones were clearly defined and alluring, her features were exquisite and beautiful, her jet black hair flowed down like a waterfall, and her eyes were bright and clear, like gems that left a lasting impression. Even from several meters away, Zhao Fan immediately caught the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her body. What was most thrilling, however, was the 5 fluffy tails growing from her rounded buttocks, appearing both maturely alluring and adorably innocent. To put it bluntly, she had an angelic face and a devilishly hot body, even rivaling the demon queen herself. Though somewhat surprised, Zhao Fan recognized her at once. It was the little fox by Shui, who had just awakened from her slumber. Her appearance seemed to have transformed from that of a young girl into that of a young, alluringly seductive woman. Fox spirit. Zhao Fan was mesmerized. Having cultivated for over 200 years, his mental discipline was naturally remarkable, but he was still a virgin, and he felt his head buzzing, with a faint coolness rising from his nostrils. Zhao Fan instinctively touched his nose, and his fingers were stained with a hint of crimson. He had actually started nosebleeding. After cultivating for over 200 years, almost no one could injure me. I never thought that today, I would fall into the hands of this little fox. Zhao Fan sighed wryly, discreetly wiping away the blood from his nose. What's wrong? The little fox noticed something off about Zhao Fan and blinked her big eyes, curiously asking. Nothing, I'm just too happy. You're finally awake. Zhao Fan cleared his throat, then stepped forward and said seriously, to celebrate your awakening from your slumber, I'll give you a warm hug. Before the little fox, Bai Shui, could react, Zhao Fan spread his arms and embraced her tightly. So soft, so fragrant. Zhao Fan's face was filled with joy, both from the happiness in his heart and the physical excitement he felt. You. Bai Shui felt flustered, her face turning bright red. After holding her for a full 10 minutes, Zhao Fan finally reluctantly let her go when Bai Shui couldn't help but protest. If you do that again next time, I'll pin you to the ground and give you a good beating. As a fox spirit, I'm not someone you can just hug whenever you want. As Zhao Fan finally let go of her, Bai Shui said angrily, her proud and spoiled expression even cuter than before. Aren't you getting a little too excited? Since you fell asleep, I realized how boring and mundane life was without you, little fox. Zhao Fan smiled and teased her. You're full of nonsense. The little fox Bai Shui glared at him, then blinked her eyes and asked, how long have I been asleep? 80 years. Zhao Fan answered honestly. That long. The little fox Bai Shui jumped in surprise, then tapped her small hands on her rising and falling chest and said in a crisp voice, but I seem to remember a lot of things, and my tail has 3 more tails. As she spoke, she seemed to be lost in some kind of memory, and a hint of pain flashed across her pretty face. Little fox, what's wrong? Noticing Bai Shui's unusual state, Zhao Fan hurried forward to support her. Chapter 107, The Second Soul. Bai Shui's bright eyes held a trace of confusion, yet also a hint of clarity. However, the expression on her delicate face gradually grew more and more painful. My head hurts so much. It feels like it's going to split open. Bai Shui clutched her head and let out a soft moan. Seeing her distressed state, Zhao Fan hurried forward, channeling his spiritual energy to examine Bai Shui's condition. Transcendence stage? Zhao Fan didn't notice at first, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that the demonic energy within Bai Shui's delicate body was extremely powerful, already that of a strong cultivator at the tribulation crossing stage. And most importantly, within her spiritual essence and her sea of consciousness, the jade orb she had retrieved from the hands of the Xianming elder was now firmly entrenched. As if sensing Zhao Fan's spiritual energy, the crystal ball emitted a hint of resistance. Bai Shui's demonic energy surged out of her body, colliding head-on with Zhao Fan. If it were an ordinary cultivator at the tribulation stage, caught off guard, they would likely be injured by a single strike. But who was Zhao Fan? A sword cultivator whose combat power far surpassed his peers. He moved his mind, and sword chi erupted, suppressing Bai Shui's violent power. At the same time, Zhao Fan's divine essence left his body, transforming into a golden figure that directly entered Bai Shui's spiritual sea. The spiritual sea is where a cultivator's soul resides. At that moment, within Bai Shui's spiritual sea, there were 2 identical figures of Bai Shui. One was a delicate and adorable fox with snow-white robes, the very same arrogant little fox Zhao Fan was familiar with. The other wore golden robes, expressionless, emanating an icy chill. The aura of a human cultivator. Upon discovering Zhao Fan's intruding divine soul, the icy-faced divine soul suddenly raised its head, glaring at the former with hostility. Zhao Fan. The main soul of the little fox, Bai Shui, cried out in both surprise and joy upon seeing Zhao Fan. 2 divine souls? What's going on? Zhao Fan looked surprised. Under normal circumstances, whether demon cultivators or immortal cultivators, only one soul essence could be born. However, Bai Shui now had 2 soul essences, clearly indicating some kind of massive anomaly. I don't know either. During my slumber, another soul suddenly appeared. And she seems to be beyond my control, deliberately making me recall many things, causing my head to ache terribly. The main soul of the little fox Bai Shui glared at her second soul and said angrily. So it was her causing trouble. What exactly are you? Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes, and the aura of the sword art emanated from his body, instantly enveloping Bai Shui's spiritual realm. The terrifying pressure surged toward her second soul, crushing it like a tidal wave. I am her. She is me. One day, she will remember everything and regain her true self. Aware of Zhao Fan's overwhelming power, Bai Shui's cold second soul let out a soft snort and slowly dissipated into the spiritual realm. As it retreated, the main soul of the little fox Bai Shui patted her ample chest and exhaled in relief. That thing is finally gone. Otherwise, she would have driven me to the brink of madness. Bai Shui's voice was clear and pleasant as she frowned and spoke. Let's discuss this outside. Zhao Fan thought for a moment and didn't linger any longer. His soul quickly returned to its place. At the same time, the little fox by Shui's confused expression faded, and she regained her original radiance. Are you okay? Zhao Fan asked with concern. My head doesn't hurt anymore, but I have so many new memories. Bai Shui said in a crisp voice. What do you remember? Zhao Fan asked curiously. If he wasn't mistaken, those memories were likely intentionally brought back by Bai Shui's second soul. There seemed to be some astonishing secret and origin behind Bai Shui. It's very vague. Like scenes from a great battle, with true immortals falling, supreme demons and demons spilling blood, and endless people wailing in agony, the heavens and earth nearly reduced to ruins. And Bai Shui recalled the fragments in her mind, murmuring to herself. Half an hour later, Zhao Fan had listened to Bai Shui's entire account. His brows furrowed deeply as he fell into deep thought. Based on Bai Shui's description of her memories, it seemed that a long time ago, the cultivation world had experienced a cataclysmic war that even involved true immortals and supreme demons. Do you have any memories related to the Empress? Zhao Fan asked softly. It seems like there are, but also like there aren't. Some of it is hard to recall. Bai Shui strained to recall these memories that had suddenly surfaced, as if they had been implanted into her by a second soul, making them feel utterly foreign. It's okay. Since you can't remember, let us not think about it for now. If I'm not mistaken, the second soul that suddenly emerged within you should not harbor any ill will toward you. Zhao Fan spoke softly to comfort her. But every time she makes me recall other memories, my head hurts terribly. This is so frustrating. The little fox, Bai Shui, stomped her feet in anger. She never expected that shortly after waking up, such a huge change would occur within her, making it almost impossible for her to accept. Don't worry. Perhaps with her help, one day you'll be able to figure out your origins. Zhao Fan thought for a moment before saying this. In truth, he was also very curious about the little fox Bai Shui's origins. After all, that underground space had been built by the Empress. How had she ended up leaving behind a little fox like Bai Shui? Boom! Just as the two were speaking, a thunderous roar of lightning echoed from the sky above. Thunder tribulation. Zhao Fan looked in the direction of the sound and saw countless dark clouds gathering and swirling above the demon ceiling tower. Little fox, this should be your thunder tribulation. Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow, then fixed his gaze on the little fox Bai Shui. My thunder tribulation? Why would I have a thunder tribulation right after I just woke up? The little fox Bai Shui was a bit confused. You've already reached the tribulation stage. Now that you've awakened from your deep slumber, the heavens have sensed it and are sending the lightning tribulation as a follow-up. Go through the tribulation. Remember to be careful. Zhao Fan couldn't help but laugh and remind her not to be careless. Bai Shui nodded and, under Zhao Fan's gaze, shot into the sky like a stunning demonic immortal, charging straight into the thunderbolts. Despite having been in a deep slumber, Bai Shui had retained much of the demonic scriptures in her mind, and her demonic power was vast. With a single move, she easily dispersed the tribulation lightning. Others had to endure the thunder tribulation before breaking through to the tribulation stage, but the little fox had already broken through the tribulation stage before facing it, so she handled the thunder tribulation with ease, facing no pressure at all. In just 10 minutes, the little fox Bai Shui successfully passed the thunder tribulation, becoming a true first-tier demon cultivator who had passed the tribulation. After surviving the thunder tribulation, Bai Shui returned to the demon ceiling tower and, under Zhao Fan's guidance, consolidated her cultivation base. In the days that followed, she continued her usual routine, arrogantly challenging Zhao Fan to spar, but she always ended up getting soundly defeated. She thought life could continue this way, but good things don't last. The little fox Bai Shui began to exhibit abnormal behavior again, influenced by her second soul, causing her personality to grow cold and aloof. Often, Bai Shui would ignore Zhao Fan completely. This influence grew stronger over time, and within just a few months, the little fox Bai Shui seemed like a completely different person. Faced with this situation, Zhao Fan tried several times, but to no avail. He was completely at a loss. Because both Bai Shui's primary and secondary souls were part of her own being, they couldn't be eliminated by external forces. Chapter 108, The Sword Path Approaches Perfection. Under the influence of her second soul, the little fox Bai Shui gradually recalled many memories, but her personality also began to change significantly from before. In the past, although she was arrogant toward Zhao Fan, she was still quite affectionate toward him. However, now she has become increasingly cold, as if she had turned into a different person. I want to leave here. One day, the little fox Bai Shui bit her red lips and suddenly spoke to Zhao Fan. Leave here? Little fox, where are you going? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows before asking. To where I belong. There are traces of my past there. Bai Shui's clear, beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of confusion as she spoke in a cold, calm voice. I'll go with you. Zhao Fan thought for a moment before speaking. In her current state, the little fox was clearly influenced by her second soul, which was why she had become like this. If she were to leave the demon ceiling tower alone, Zhao Fan couldn't help but feel uneasy. That place can only be entered by me alone. Human cultivators cannot enter it. The little fox looked at Zhao Fan, her expression changing briefly, and spoke softly. Little fox, what's wrong with you? Are you still the little fox I once knew, or have you completely transformed into a little fox controlled by a second soul? Zhao Fan furrowed his brows, looking at Bai Shui with a serious expression. I can't explain it either, but I should still be myself, right? Bai Shui's pretty face bore a trace of confusion as she murmured to herself. Are you sure you want to go? Seeing the little fox Bai Shui in this state, Zhao Fan felt a pang of sorrow, but he was powerless to help. For there seemed to be a shocking secret hidden within her, and as more memories resurfaced, her personality was undergoing a profound transformation. Perhaps going there will help me become a better person. Bai Shui spoke softly, her voice trembling with uncertainty, as if there was something she couldn't bring herself to say. All right. This is a spirit-transmitting conch. Keep it with you at all times. If you encounter any danger, you can use it to contact me. No matter where you are, I'll find you immediately. Though he felt a pang of reluctance, Zhao Fan took out the pair of sound-transmitting spirit horns he had obtained earlier and handed one to the little fox Bai Shui. Thank you, Zhao Fan. Once I've settled my own affairs, I won't forget you. I might even come back. Bai Shui was touched, glancing back at Zhao Fan with reluctance before soaring into the sky and disappearing from his sight. The spirit-linking conch contains a powerful sword intent of mine. If the little fox ever faces danger, she can activate it instantly to slay her enemies. I hope she can resolve her issues this time and return safely soon. Gazing in the direction where Bai Shui had departed, Zhao Fan sighed softly to himself. Although the little fox Bai Shui hadn't said it outright, Zhao Fan had secretly guessed that she must have remembered something very important, otherwise she wouldn't have made the decision to leave the demon ceiling tower. He respected her decision and was certain that even under the influence of her second soul, the little fox would eventually return to his side. The little fox Bai Shui had left, and the demon ceiling tower once again returned to its usual tranquility. Zhao Fan, after all, was an immortal cultivator with a steadfast and resilient Dao heart, and he quickly recovered. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan did not slack off. With the system's assistance, he checked in daily to receive rewards while using the enlightenment meditation cushion to accelerate his cultivation. His strength grew steadily at a steady pace. Time passed slowly, and before long, another 50 years had gone by. 50 years is a lifetime for ordinary people. However, for powerful cultivators, it was merely a moment of seclusion, fleeting like the blink of an eye. Outside the demon ceiling tower, the open ground was covered with waves of weeds, which withered and died in succession. The seasons changed, and 50 springs and autumns passed by in that manner. Zhao Fan's heart was as still as water, detached from the world, fully immersed in his cultivation. Though the process was monotonous and tedious, he found great enjoyment in it. Because he could clearly feel himself growing stronger and stronger. Over the past 50 years, he had consecutively overcome the 6th and 7th lightning tribulations, breaking through to the 7th level of tribulation, crossing at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people. Though it may seem like merely advancing through 2 minor realms, Zhao Fan's actual strength had increased by more than tenfold compared to his earlier self. Moreover, this rate of improvement is exceptionally fast. Even during the most prosperous era of the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago, cultivators at the tribulation stage faced a difficulty that multiplied by tenfold with each additional lightning tribulation they survived. Some cultivators in the tribulation stage spent decades or even centuries in arduous cultivation, yet often failed to advance even a single minor realm. To put it bluntly, being able to consecutively survive 2 lightning tribulations within 50 years is an extraordinary achievement, even in the entire cultivation world. Only those ancient monsters with thousands of years of cultivation or the top-tier experts from sealed realms could match such a feat. As his strength grew, Zhao Fan's demeanor became increasingly primal and unrefined. Of course, this return to simplicity is an illusion of extreme strength. Beyond the increase in cultivation realm, the most crucial advancement was Zhao Fan's understanding of the sword way, which had reached an utterly unimaginable level. Over the years, he has devoted immense effort to cultivating his sword techniques, mastering the 10,000 swords technique to the 8th layer, and gaining a partial understanding of the Supreme Emperor's Sword Sutra. His sword arts are now nearing perfection. When it comes to the way of the sword alone, Zhao Fan dares not claim to be invincible under heaven, but he can at least rank among the top few. This is just in terms of the way of the sword. In terms of physical body and spiritual essence, Zhao Fan has cultivated the 6-foot golden body and the tiny nourishing spirit technique to the 6th layer, with the 7th layer within reach. Even without relying on his cultivation or sword arts, Zhao Fan's golden body alone is sufficient to match peers of the same level. Combined with his spirit essence far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, he is virtually unstoppable among cultivators of the same realm. Zhao Fan's strength has been comprehensively enhanced, but he has not become arrogant or complacent. Over the years, he has not left the demon ceiling tower even once. Although Zhao Fan has ignored the outside world, he occasionally hears news about Mount Shu and the cultivation world from Zhang Qian. According to his younger disciple Zhang Qian, the entire cultivation world is now far more chaotic than it was decades ago. The primary reason was that, with spiritual energy having recovered to its peak, the cultivation environment had fully matched the glory of tens of thousands of years ago. Some beings from ancient, sealed-off realms had emerged openly after previously only appearing in secret. These are ancient beings from tens of thousands of years ago, nearly legendary in nature. As they emerge openly, the already chaotic cultivation world has become even more chaotic. Moreover, the abundance of spiritual energy has caused treasures and ancient ruins buried in desolate lands and the depths of the earth to occasionally emerge, sparking fierce battles among various factions. Almost every day, treasures or artifacts emerge from nowhere across the land, sparking bloody battles. The entire cultivation world is engulfed in conflict, while demonic and demonic sects and tribes are expanding their territories with reckless abandon. Chaos. Utter chaos. Chaos. Utter chaos. Chapter 109, The Threat of the Xianning Clan. The outside world was in turmoil, whether it was the Central Plains or the entire cultivation realm, all were engulfed in chaotic conflicts. However, fortunately, Mount Shu has remained relatively stable in recent years. Since Zhao Fan defeated the Sword Saint Yin Nantian and secured the title of the strongest sword cultivation sect for Shu Mountain, its reputation and status have soared, attracting numerous cultivators to join its ranks. Additionally, under the wise and martial leadership of the sect master Zhao Xiaotian, Shu Mountain has cultivated many powerful cultivators. Today, Shu Mountain is even more powerful than the Qingyun sword sect of old. Its territories stretch over 3,000 miles, and it commands over 200,000 cultivators. Most importantly, the sect boasts over 10 peak cultivators at the tribulation stage. Even demonic sects and tribes dare not provoke or offend Shu Mountain as they once did. Within the demon ceiling tower, Zhao Fan sat cross-legged in mid-air, his expression serene and calm. His slender yet powerful physique emanated a terrifying sword intent. Even the slightest release of his aura caused the surrounding void to crack like a spider web. His black hair flew wildly, his features were sharp and defined, and his eyes shone brightly like torches, exuding an air of transcendence. Even without deliberately revealing a single fluctuation of spiritual energy, he appeared like a powerful sword immortal of unimaginable depth. Zhao Fan, who had been in meditation, suddenly snapped his fingers. The void trembled violently, and a dazzling golden sword light sliced through the sky, creating a spatial fissure hundreds of miles long. 50 years ago, I could only wield the crimson sky to unleash such a powerful sword strike. But now, even a casual sword chi possesses this kind of might. Only now can I truly be called a top-tier sword cultivator. Zhao Fan's eyes grew deep as he murmured to himself. Senior brother, I've come to bring you your meal. Just as Zhao Fan was lost in thought, a familiar, pleasant voice drifted from outside the demon ceiling tower. His younger sister, Zhang Qian, had come to bring him his meal again. Over the past 50 years, she had remained the same, coming to the demon ceiling tower every 10 days to bring him food. Since the little fox by Shui had left, Zhang Qian had become the only person who could talk to Zhao Fan. Little junior sister, you're here. What delicious food did you prepare for me today? Zhao Fan smiled gently and asked. I prepared several delicious dishes, and I also specially prepared some fine wine from the Peach Blossom Valley for you. Zhang Qian spoke while taking out several jars of fragrant wine. Wine from the Peach Blossom Valley? Zhao Fan looked puzzled. Senior brother, you don't know. Peach Blossom Valley is a vassal faction recently accepted by our Shu Mountain. They are renowned for their fine wine, and since last month, they've been sending a lot of supplies to the sect as tribute. Now that our Shu Mountain is growing stronger, and with the cultivation world becoming increasingly chaotic, it's quite common for third or fourth-rate minor factions like Peach Blossom Valley to seek protection from larger powers to ensure their survival. Noticing Zhao Fan's confusion, Zhang Qian gave a sweet smile and explained briefly. I understand. Let me taste this wine and see how it is. Zhao Fan didn't hesitate and took a big sip. Over the years, fine wine and delicious food had been the only source of enjoyment in his monotonous cultivation life. This is indeed fine wine. Zhao Fan looked satisfied. The taste of this wine was far more rich and aromatic than any other fine wine he had tasted before. If you like it, I'll bring you a few more jars next time. I now oversee most of the discipline hall. Though my power isn't particularly great, securing some fine wine for offerings isn't a problem. Zhang Qian batted her beautiful eyes and said with a smile. Little junior sister, you're so kind. If someone were to marry you in the future, they'd be so lucky. Zhao Fan smiled and teased her. I'm not getting married. I'll keep bringing you meals forever. Besides, in my heart, no one can compare to my senior brother. Zhang Qian shook her head, her face filled with admiration. After speaking, she glanced at the demon ceiling tower inside, her delicate face flushing with a hint of red. She hesitated for a moment before whispering in a faint voice, even if I ever want to marry someone, I'll only marry someone as remarkable as my senior brother. After speaking, Zhang Qian held her breath, her heart racing, feeling her cheeks grow hot. Her features were delicate and beautiful, her skin fair and smooth. Her shy demeanor added a touch of alluring charm to her already sweet and seductive appearance. She was like a ripe apple, tempting one to take a big bite. You little girl. Zhao Fan could hear the underlying meaning in her words, but he only sighed wryly and didn't say much. He quickly changed the subject and asked, "Little disciple, how has it been outside lately? Tell me about it." "All right." Hearing Zhao Fan's words, Zhang Qian felt a mix of disappointment and relief. She regained her usual demeanor and spoke in her clear, pleasant voice, "Senior brother, things are pretty chaotic outside right now. In the cultivation world, several ancient sealed factions have emerged, and the most formidable among them is the Xianming clan. A few days ago, the Xianming clan defeated the Qingyun sword sect, and even their ancestral sword saint, Yan Nantian, was severely injured in a battle against several of the Xianming clan's top warriors." "The Xianming clan?" Zhao Fan furrowed his brows, surprised that this sealed-off faction had also emerged. Back then, it was they who had supported the Xianming elder in founding the Xianming sect. Later, when the little fox took the Xianming elder's crystal ball, the Xianming clan sent 2 of their members to Shu Mountain to search for it, only to be killed by Zhao Fan with a single sword strike. To put it bluntly, the Xianming clan, he, and the entire Shu Mountain had deep-seated enmity. "Little disciple sister, continue your story." Zhao Fan gestured for Zhang Qian to continue. "Currently, the Xianming clan controls most of the territory of the Qingyun sword sect, and their expansion is rapid. They have already integrated several major demonic sects and begun waging war against other major sections. I just received the latest news. The Qingyun sword sect and several other major sects have sent envoys to seek our assistance, hoping that Shu Mountain will join forces with them to confront the Xianming clan. If I'm not mistaken, the sect master and the others should be convening a meeting in the coming days to discuss how to deal with the Xianming clan." Zhang Qian briefly summarized the information she had gathered. "I understand." Zhao Fan nodded slightly but did not say much. Regardless of whether his nephew Zhao Xiaotian and the others accept the Qingyun sword sect's invitation to join them in fighting the Xianming clan, there are irreconcilable conflicts between Shu Mountain and the Xianming clan, making a clash inevitable. Of course, the specific reasons were known only to Zhao Fan himself. It seemed that after decades of peace, another unavoidable storm was on the horizon. Chapter 110, The Demons Emerge. Zhang Qian and Zhao Fan chatted for a while longer until the sky grew dark, then reluctantly parted ways. "Shall we head to the demon's lair to check in?" Just as Zhang Qian had left, Zhao Fan heard the familiar system prompt in his mind, as usual. "Proceed to check in." Zhao Fan took a step forward and arrived at the entrance of the demon cave, saying the words out of habit. "Check-in successful. Reward, 7-star dominance technique." As the system's voice faded, a powerful physical cultivation technique suddenly appeared in Zhao Fan's mind. The 7-star dominance technique draws on the starlight from the heavens to temper the physical body. When cultivated to its peak, the body becomes as sturdy as the stars, and one can even summon the power of the stars. Upon seeing the system's description, Zhao Fan was somewhat surprised. In terms of power, the 7-star dominance technique was even stronger than the 6-foot golden body technique, making it a more powerful physical cultivation technique. Not bad. Using starlight to refine the body doesn't conflict with the 6-foot golden body technique I'm currently cultivating. Moreover, if I can cultivate it to the initial stage, I can redirect some of the power of the stars, which will significantly enhance my strength. Zhao Fan wore a satisfied expression. The 7-star dominance technique was indeed quite suitable for his cultivation. However, he did not rush to begin cultivation. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the demon's den before him. Since he had agreed with the demon queen to release the demons within after 60 years, Zhao Fan had not returned to discipline those demonic beings. The main reason was that, aside from the demon queen, there were almost no demons or monsters he could defeat with a single move. They were of no use for practice whatsoever. With 10 years remaining until the 60-year deadline, these demons have been surprisingly obedient and have not attempted to break my sword seal. It's about time to go back and take another look. Zhao Fan's eyes gleamed with determination. He took a step forward, completely ignoring the spatial restrictions, and teleported directly into the demon cave. Trouble. It's only been 50 years, and the human sword cultivators are back again. Everyone, hide quickly. Upon seeing Zhao Fan's figure, the demons and monsters all jumped in fright, scrambling to hide in a chaotic frenzy. Their panicked expressions were like mice seeing a cat. These were demons and monsters that once roamed the cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago, yet now they had become so pitiful. If word of this got out, it would be enough to make people laugh themselves to death. Human sword cultivators. Sensing Zhao Fan's arrival, the 8 demon kings appeared simultaneously. They had already transformed into human form, each tall and muscular, but their faces were filled with tension as they stared intently at him. Since their last encounter with Zhao Fan, a deep shadow had been cast over their hearts. None of the demon kings dared to act arrogantly or boastfully. Instead, they all looked as cautious as if facing a formidable enemy. Human, what do you want here? The 8 demon kings looked uneasy, watching Zhao Fan closely, ready to fight at any moment. What? The pain from last time wasn't enough for you? With just the few of you, what do you have to speak to me? Zhao Fan sneered, glancing at them. You. Stop. Just as the 8 demon kings were about to lose their temper, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Empress. Seeing a graceful and beautiful figure approaching, the 8 demon kings bowed respectfully. Who else could it be but the Empress of 10,000 Demons? Human Sword Cultivator. What are you doing here again? We no longer have any spare divine essence. If you've come here to reap benefits, your plans will likely come to naught. The Demon Queen, with her exquisite features, furrowed her brows and spoke with a hint of displeasure. Although she had been defeated by Zhao Fan last time, the Demon Queen did not take it too seriously. After all, her strength had not yet fully recovered. If she could go out and absorb the essence of the heavens and earth to restore her peak condition, she was confident that even 10 Zhao Fans from back then would not be her match. Queen of 10,000 Demons, I did not come here to extort you demons. Rather, many long-dormant factions have emerged in the current cultivation world. Therefore, after some consideration, I have decided to release you all early. Zhao Fan smiled faintly and spoke calmly. Let us leave early? The Demon Queen's rosy lips parted slightly, her expression filled with surprise. Although there were still 10 years left until the optimal time for emergence, leaving the Demon Cave early wouldn't have much impact. After all, over the years, she and the demons within the Demon Cave had made thorough preparations and didn't need to worry about being restricted by the intangible limitations of this realm. What? The human sword cultivators really intend to let us out? Is there a trick to this? Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, the other demons and monsters began to discuss among themselves, with some even questioning his motives. Are you sure? Aren't you afraid that once we're out, we'll regain our strength and come back to avenge ourselves, destroying Shu Mountain in one fell swoop? The Demon Queen, with her brows furrowed, suddenly asked coldly. You don't have the strength to do that. Zhao Fan sneered disdainfully, then took a single step forward. A terrifying sword intent as vast as the ocean erupted, instantly enveloping the entire demon cave. Thud, thud. Under the terrifying pressure of the sword's might, one demon after another was struck with terror, their bodies unable to control themselves as they knelt to the ground. Even the 8 demon kings roared in anger, struggling with all their might to resist, but they were still crushed to the ground and unable to rise. 7th layer of the tribulation. The Demon Queen's face paled slightly, only she could barely withstand the sword energy emanating from Zhao Fan's body. The Demon Queen's expression was complex. Despite being a human cultivator, he had broken through 2 minor realms in just 50 years, becoming a 7th layer tribulation crossing powerhouse. Such cultivation speed was extremely rare, even among the endless demon race. Moreover, the most critical point was that Zhao Fan was a sword cultivator, whose combat power far surpassed those of his peers. This was something the Demon Queen had already experienced firsthand. Do you understand now? Even if you go out and recover your strength, if you dare to cause trouble, I will still be able to kill you. Speaking to this point, Zhao Fan gave a cold smile and continued with certainty, the reason I am not killing you now is simply because I do not wish to kill innocents indiscriminately. Though you are demons, you have not yet committed any acts harmful to Shu Mountain or the common people. Are you really willing to let us leave early? The Demon Queen took a deep breath and asked again. What do you think? Zhao Fan asked with a mocking smile. A few minutes later, the sword-based seal blocking the exit of the demon cave collapsed under the influence of an invisible force. Streams of demonic energy surged upward like a raging storm. How dense and terrifying the demonic energy is. Could a powerful demon be attacking? Feeling the intense and terrifying demonic energy, several figures shot into the sky from Mount Shu, all of them being cultivators at the tribulation stage. It's coming from the direction of the demon ceiling tower. The demonic energy is so vast and terrifying. Could it be that a terrifying demon that hasn't yet been subdued has emerged? The dozen or so Shu Mountain cultivators at the tribulation stage all looked toward the demon ceiling tower in the distance with a mix of shock and suspicion. The sky there grew dark, shrouded in an astonishing demonic aura. One after another, powerful figures burst out of the demon ceiling tower, freely absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chapter 111, Containment and Balance. Ha ha. I, the three-eyed demon general, have finally re-emerged into the world. Imprisoned in the demon's den for tens of thousands of years, I never thought I'd ever be freed. The celestial and earthly spiritual energy is it's simply amazing. I, the 8-armed demon general, have also emerged. After tens of thousands of years, I've finally regained my freedom. One demon after another, with Zhao Fan's tacit approval, burst out of the demon's den, letting out hearty laughter. They devoured the dense celestial energy with great mouths, their own aura rising and surging at a speed visible to the naked eye. These demons were once powerful demonic beings who had ruled over a region tens of thousands of years ago. However, due to being suppressed for an extended period, their essence, energy, and spirit had gradually depleted, causing their cultivation levels to plummet and leaving them weakened. However, now, with an endless supply of spiritual energy, they were like deflated balloons rapidly inflating and becoming full, steadily regaining their strength. Merging stage perfection, first layer of tribulation crossing, second layer of tribulation crossing, third layer of tribulation crossing. In just a few breaths, most of the demons and monsters had swiftly restored their cultivation to the third or fourth stage of the tribulation crossing. They let out joyful shouts, as if celebrating their rebirth. What fresh air! After enduring countless years of hardship, the 8 great demon kings have finally returned to the mortal realm. We're finally out. With a series of roars, the 8 great demon kings burst out of the demon's lair. Though they did not reveal their massive true forms, the demonic energy fluctuations emanating from each of them far surpassed those of the other demons. Under the constant influx of celestial and earthly spiritual energy, the 8 great demon kings' power continued to grow. They were the rulers of demons and monsters. During the previous glorious era of cultivation, they had been dominant figures in their respective regions. They quickly recovered most of their strength, reaching the 5th or even 6th level of the tribulation realm. The 8 demon kings stood proudly in the void, emanating a terrifying aura that seemed to shake the heavens, easily tearing apart the layered clouds and mist. What terrifying demonic energy fluctuations! These must be peerless demonic beings. We must suppress them immediately, otherwise, these demons might target our Shu Mountain first upon their emergence. You're right. Slaying demons and eliminating evil is the unavoidable responsibility of us righteous cultivators. The immense commotion drew the attention of everyone on Mount Shu. Over a dozen Shu Mountain cultivators at the tribulation stage tensed their bodies, their spiritual energy surging violently, ready to strike down these demons without hesitation. Don't panic. These demons are ones I released. Let them go. Just then, a calm voice echoed through the void, and a golden, slender figure appeared in the sky. Though he did not emit a strong aura, he stood there like a towering mountain, causing the previously tense and worried Shu Mountain disciples to instantly become shocked and delighted. It's the Sword Cultivator Elder. It's really him. These demons were actually released by the Sword Cultivator himself. With him here to protect us, Shu Mountain will be safe. All the elders and disciples of Shu Mountain, upon seeing Zhao Fan's figure, felt a sense of peace and chose to trust him. For even after 50 years had passed, the words Sword Cultivator still carried an unshakable aura of authority within Shu Mountain. Everyone, don't worry. These demons were originally sealed beneath the demon sealing tower. Now that the seal has been broken, they have regained their freedom and pose no threat to our Shu Mountain. At that moment, Zhao Xiaotian, who had just received Zhao Fan's secret transmission, also hurriedly stepped forward to calm everyone's emotions. So that's how it is. The disciples of Mount Shu suddenly understood and relaxed, watching the demons' movements above the demon sealing tower. Boom! As the 8 demon kings emerged, the queen of 10,000 demons finally rose from the demon's denver. She was breathtakingly beautiful, like a demonic immortal who had descended from the heavens, flawless in every way. The demon queen bathed in the spiritual energy, continuously drawing the celestial and earthly spiritual energy from the surrounding hundreds of miles of territory. As the spiritual energy was refined and absorbed, her figure grew even more beautiful, and the aura she emitted became increasingly terrifying. Even the void within 10,000 meters around her began to warp visibly under her influence. 7th layer of the tribulation. Zhao Fan gazed at the demon queen of 10,000 demons in the distance, his brows furrowing slightly. As the strongest being in the demon's den, the demon queen of 10,000 demons had already reached the 7th stage of the tribulation realm by merely refining and absorbing a portion of the celestial and earthly spiritual energy. Moreover, Zhao Fan could clearly sense that this was not her peak strength. If she continued to absorb more celestial and earthly spiritual energy, her cultivation realm might become even stronger. However, to his surprise, after crossing the 7th layer of the tribulation, the demon queen did not continue to refine more spiritual energy. Instead, she turned around, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity as she looked at Zhao Fan and said in a cold voice, "The demons and I owe you a favor. If you ever need assistance in the future, you may come to the heavenly demon hall within the demon realm to find me." After speaking, she gave Zhao Fan one last lingering glance before leading the demons through a spatial portal, entering it first. Swish, swish. Following closely behind, the numerous demons and monsters also entered the portal without looking back. In the blink of an eye, the demon queen and the demons vanished from the skies above Mount Shu. The overwhelming demonic energy that had once filled the air dissipated completely, and Mount Shu returned to its peaceful state. Human favor? The heavenly demon palace? Zhao Fan gave a self-deprecating smile and paid no heed. His decision to let the demon queen and her followers go was not out of mercy or a desire to spare innocent lives. It was simply because, in the current state of the cultivation world, various sealed-away factions were constantly emerging, causing unimaginable upheaval to the existing powers. If Zhao Fan wanted to continue cultivating in peace within the demon sealing tower, he naturally hoped that these dormant factions would check and balance one another, preventing them from targeting Shu Mountain. That was why he had agreed to release the demon queen and her followers early, aiming for a balance of power. As for the demon queen's claim that she owed him a favor, Zhao Fan did not take it to heart. With his constantly improving strength, given enough time, he would undoubtedly become even stronger. How could he possibly have the opportunity to seek repayment from the demons? On this day, as the demons emerged, the demon realm was plunged into chaos. Led by the queen of 10,000 demons, the great demons re-established the heavenly demon palace, a power that had vanished tens of thousands of years ago, drawing the attention of all the major factions. Who could have ever imagined that the demon queen, who disappeared tens of thousands of years ago, would survive such a long time and return to the demon realm? It is said that the queen of 10,000 demons was one of the few strongest demons in the demon race tens of thousands of years ago, having only been defeated by the empress. Now that she has returned, the fragmented demon race may have a chance to unite. If the demon race unites, even the forces of good and evil from all sides might not be a match for them. This will only make the cultivation world even more chaotic. The news of the demon queen's reappearance has sparked intense attention from all demonic and righteous clans and factions, with half the cultivation world buzzing with speculation. Chapter 112, The Horror of the Xin Ming Clan. After releasing the demon queen and the others, Zhao Fan returned to the demon ceiling tower. Without wasting a single moment, he began cultivating the 7-star dominance technique he had obtained from the system's daily check-in, using the starlight from the heavens to strengthen his physical prowess. This was a completely different physical martial art from the 6-foot golden body technique. As strands of starlight descended, Zhao Fan could clearly feel his flesh and blood growing stronger. In just 2 days, thanks to his exceptional talent and extensive experience, Zhao Fan had already mastered 1/3 of the 7-star Dominion body technique. Most importantly, thanks to the 7-star Dominion technique, Zhao Fan's original 6-foot golden body also gained significant inspiration, breaking through to the 7th layer of cultivation. The 8th layer was now within reach. Zhao Fan's physical strength had undergone a tremendous enhancement. To put it bluntly, even now, if he stood still without using any power, even if a peer of his level attacked with all their might, it would be extremely difficult to break through his physical defenses. This is the advantage of a powerful physical body. If Zhao Fan were to cultivate both the Zhanlu golden body and the 7-star dominance technique to their utmost perfection in the future, his raw physical strength alone would be sufficient to rival and even match that of a true immortal. Of course, cultivating physical martial arts is extremely difficult, and without sufficient patience and effort, it is hard to reach that level. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Zhao Fan grew increasingly powerful, not only solidifying his cultivation at the 7th layer of the tribulation stage but also taking a steady step forward in his realm. Although he was still some distance away from the 8th layer of the tribulation stage, if he continued cultivating at this pace, it wouldn't take long before he could reach it. Inside the demon ceiling tower, after the demon queen and the others departed, there were no remaining threats, and it became even more peaceful and serene than before. Time flew by, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, while Zhao Fan was still immersed in his cultivation, a major event shook the very foundations of Mount Shu. Months earlier, the Shen Ming clan had expanded aggressively, defeating the Qingyun sword sect and openly challenging the 10 major righteous sects of Central Earth, including Mount Shu. After careful consideration and consultation with the elders, the sect master Zhao Shaotian accepted invitations from all sides and dispatched 8 cultivators at the tribulation stage, along with tens of thousands of disciples, to form a massive alliance with the other 9 major sects. In total, dozens of cultivators at the tribulation stage led over 300,000 cultivators to jointly besiege the sealed Shen Ming clan. Originally, they believed that with their unity and numerical superiority, they could crush the Shen Ming clan in one decisive blow. However, to everyone's surprise, the Shen Ming clan was far stronger than anyone could have imagined. Not only did they slaughter the 8 Transcendence Realm experts sent by the 10 major sects, but they also massacred over half of the 300,000 cultivators. Shu Mountain also suffered heavy losses, with 8 of its Transcendence Realm experts either killed or injured, and only a small number of disciples managed to escape back to the mountain gates. The 8 Transcendence Realm experts of Shu Mountain have been brutally killed. Over 5,000 or 6,000 disciples were killed or injured. This is an utter disgrace. The Shen Ming clan has become far too arrogant and brazen. We cannot show weakness or compromise, we must fight them to the death. You're right, we must avenge them. Within the main hall of Shu Mountain, many elders, upon hearing the news, erupted in fury like raging lions, shouting angrily. Don't act impulsively. The Shen Ming clan is a sealed-off faction with unimaginable strength. Even when our Shu Mountain sect joined forces with the other 9 transcendent sects, dispatching dozens of cultivators who had survived the tribulation and over 300,000 elite cultivators, we were unable to completely suppress them. Instead, we nearly suffered a total annihilation. If we act rashly now, the outcome is truly unpredictable. You speak wisely. These sealed-off factions, having endured eons of time before re-emerging, possess foundations and strength that are simply unimaginable. At present, while they have not yet focused their attention on our Shu Mountain, I suggest we send envoys to negotiate peace with them. Let us avoid a major battle if possible. Some elders were filled with righteous indignation, advocating that the sect should mobilize all its forces for a decisive battle to avenge the humiliation. Others, however, were cautious and insisted on sending envoys to negotiate with the Shen Ming clan. The current sect master, Zhao Shaotian, furrowed his brows, his expression clearly grim. Since he became the sect leader, 181 years had passed. Over the years, he had worked tirelessly and carefully to build Shu Mountain into one of the 10 great sects of Central Earth. Despite encountering numerous setbacks and obstacles along the way, he had never faltered. However, this time, he felt a profound sense of defeat regarding the matter involving the Xianming clan. The clan leader's wife, Ling Susu, who was delicate and beautiful, noticed her husband's gloomy mood. She gently held his hand and looked at him with an encouraging gaze. Seeing Ling Susu's tender and concerned expression, Zhao Xiaotian took a deep breath, then slowly stood up, scanning the chaotic hall that was nearly in uproar, and spoke in a solemn voice, "Enough, all of you." As his words fell, the chaotic hall finally fell silent. Almost all the elders fixed their gaze on clan leader Zhao Xiaotian, waiting silently for his decision. The matter concerning the Xianming clan requires further consideration. I will take a few more days to think it over and also observe the reactions of the other sections. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Xiaotian spoke slowly. The sect master speaks wisely. At this moment, Jinwu elder Lin Mu spoke up in agreement. He highly praised Zhao Xiaotian's composure, as he had managed to remain calm and avoid making an impulsive or reckless decision at such a critical juncture. As a qualified sect leader, one must exercise patience and composure when faced with uncertainty. Clearly, Zhao Xiaotian's response was entirely appropriate. Zhao Xiaotian, as the current sect master, held immense authority. Both the elders advocating war and those advocating peace set aside their disputes and chose to follow his orders, waiting to see how things developed over the next few days. The news of the joint attack by the 10 great sects on the Xianming clan ending in a crushing defeat spread like a hurricane throughout the entire cultivation world. All cultivation factions were utterly shocked and in an uproar. Taking advantage of this momentum, the Xianming clan launched a preemptive attack on the 10 great sects. With the support of several demonic sects under their command, the Xianming clan launched a large-scale invasion of the Central Plains, forcing the 10 great sects to retreat repeatedly and lose significant territory. But this was not the end. The Xianming clan, with its vast ambitions, recruited demonic cultivators from all directions and launched even more intense attacks. In no time, the vast and boundless Central Plains of the Divine Land were plunged into chaos and a sea of fire. Including the Shu Mountain sect, the 10 great sects were virtually powerless against this ancient, dormant force of the Xianming clan, losing most of their territories and suffering countless casualties among their cultivators. It was only now that everyone realized just how powerful these dormant forces truly were. These were the 10 great sects of central China. Any one of them was a force that no ordinary first-rate sect could match. Yet now, even when combined, the 10 great sects were being driven into a desperate retreat by a single Xianming clan, a situation that was almost unimaginable. Several days later, an unwelcome guest arrived at Mount Shu, an envoy from the Xianming clan, who entered the Grand Hall of Mount Shu with an arrogant and condescending demeanor. Chapter 113, The Shu Mountain Crisis. This was a powerful figure from the Xianming clan, possessing the cultivation level of the third stage of the Tribulation Crossing realm. He was tall and muscular, with a rugged and cold expression. His eyes were sharp as swords, and his entire body exuded an eerie and demonic aura. Members of the Xianming clan all practice demonic cultivation techniques, so they are not only powerful but also possess an aura that is truly terrifying. My name is Si Chang. I am an envoy of the Xianming clan. I have come to Shu Mountain on a mission to deliver the edict of our clan leader. Who is the master of Shu Mountain? Hurry up and kneel to receive the edict. With steady steps, Si Chang entered the hall, surveyed the surroundings, and snorted arrogantly. How dare you? You, a mere envoy of the Xianming clan, dare to act so brazenly on our Shu Mountain? Even if your clan leader were to come in person, he would not have the qualifications to demand that our sect master bow and welcome. What are you, Xianming clan? An elderly Shu Mountain elder, seeing the other party's arrogant and brazen demeanor, immediately spoke up to rebuke them. What are we, the Xianming clan? Si Chang sneered, his disdainful gaze sweeping over the speaking Shu Mountain elder, and spoke in a low voice. Several months ago, 8 of your Shu Mountain cultivators at the tribulation stage, along with tens of thousands of disciples, were nearly wiped out by us. In the past few days, our Xianming clan has crushed and plundered over half the territories of the 10 great sects. Most of your Shu Mountain territories are now under our control, and your disciples have suffered heavy casualties. You dare to ask what our Xianming clan is? Then what are you Shu Mountain cultivators, who can't even stand up to us, worth? Hearing Si Chang's harsh questioning, the Shu Mountain elder who had spoken out in rebuke was momentarily unable to respond, his face turning bright red, yet he forced himself to say not a single word. The other Shu Mountain elders also felt deeply humiliated, but they couldn't find any words to counter, as everything the other side said was true. Over the past few days, Shu Mountain had organized several counterattacks and defenses, but under the Xianming clan's overwhelming assault, they had been forced into retreat, suffering heavy casualties among their elders and disciples. This was despite the fact that the Xianming clan was simultaneously facing the 10 major sections. If they had focused solely on Shu Mountain, even if the entire sect had mobilized all its forces to defend, it might have been difficult to withstand the assault. Though unwilling, they must acknowledge that the Xianming clan, this ancient and dormant power, possesses a crushing strength that even Shu Mountain or the 10 great sects cannot match. Enough. I am Zhao Xiaotian, the sect master of Shu Mountain. What edict did you bring from the Xianming clan leader? Just as the tension reached a boiling point, the sect master Zhao Xiaotian appeared, furrowing his brows as he asked. The fact that the Xianming clan had sent someone to deliver the edict at this moment filled Zhao Xiaotian with a sense of unease. So you're the master of the Shu Mountain sect. You're just a pretty boy. Si Cheng appraised Zhao Xiaotian with a look of obvious contempt in his eyes. Don't think that just because you're a messenger from the Xianming clan, you can be so disrespectful to our sect master. This is Shu Mountain, not the Xianming clan. Seeing the other party growing increasingly arrogant, the true martial elder Lin Mu could no longer contain himself and spoke up in a stern voice. Who are you? I'm speaking with your sect master. Do you have any right to interrupt? Si Cheng glanced at Lin Mu and coldly replied. You. Elder Lin, step back. Just as Lin Mu was about to explode, the sect master Zhao Xiaotian spoke up, stopping him. You, the envoy of the Xianming clan, if you've come here to provoke us on purpose, I fear you won't be able to leave Shu Mountain today. Zhao Xiaotian's expression grew slightly cold as he spoke in a warning tone. Hoof. I am an envoy of the Xianming clan. Even if this were the depths of the abyss, not a single hair on my head would be touched. If anything happens to me, the Xianming clan will reduce this place to rubble first. Si Cheng laughed loudly, completely disregarding Zhao Xiaotian's warning. You bastard. This is utterly outrageous and arrogant. Please grant us permission, master, to subdue him. The elderly elders of the Tang dynasty, including those at the tribulation stage, could no longer contain themselves. They stepped forward, unleashing powerful auras, ready to surround and attack the envoy of the Xianming clan at any moment. Step back. Zhao Xiaotian's face was dark with anger, but despite the raging flames of fury within him, he knew deep down that now was not the time for impulsive actions. At least your sect leader knows better. Otherwise, if you touch me, your Shu Mountain will become the first of the 10 great sects to be completely annihilated. Si Cheng laughed boldly, his laughter echoing in the ears of the elders in the hall, sounding incredibly jarring. Enough. I will now read the edict of our clan leader. All of you, listen carefully. The laughter ceased as Si Cheng slowly unfolded the edict in his hand. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted, as powerful as a tidal wave. Boom! Centered on the Shu Mountain Hall, an unimaginable wave of energy spread out from the edict, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color and even the sun and moon to fade. Every disciple on Shu Mountain could feel an indescribable sense of oppression. What is this? What a terrifying aura! At least a 6th-tier tribulation crossing cultivator, or even stronger. Under this overwhelming pressure, nearly all the elders within the hall struggled to maintain their balance. Even the great elders like the Tang dynasty ancestor, who were at the first and second levels of the tribulation stage, felt an suffocating, terrifying pressure. Transmit the edict of the Xianming clan chief, effective immediately. The 10 major sects, including Shu Mountain, must surrender and submit to the Xianming clan. Otherwise, in 3 days' time, the Xianming clan will lead the demonic forces to annihilate them, leaving no one alive. The cold, forceful words of Si Cheng echoed throughout the entire Shu Mountain hall, causing everyone present to turn pale with shock. A threat, a blatant threat. The Xianming clan was clearly aiming to forcibly subjugate Shu Mountain, and it was evident that they had not only sent envoys to Shu Mountain to deliver the edict but had also dispatched messengers to the other 10 major sects. Damn it! We of Shu Mountain are a righteous cultivation sect of the Tao. How can we submit to you demons and evil cultists? Master, we would rather die in battle than compromise. You speak the truth. Shu Mountain has only the souls of the brave who die in battle. There are no cowardly disciples who cling to life. After hearing the contents of the imperial edict, the elders of Shu Mountain, after their initial shock, all roared like lions. The Xianming clan clearly did not regard Shu Mountain as a threat. Zhao Xiaotian's expression was grim, and his brows were furrowed with gloom. Did the Xianming clan really think Shu Mountain was easy to bully? In nearly a century, he had never felt such anger. However, Zhao Xiaotian did not rush to respond. Instead, he suppressed his anger and asked calmly, "Is this the true intention of the Xianming clan leader?" That is correct. If Shu Mountain refuses to surrender and submit, the Xianming clan will completely destroy this place in 3 days. At that time, all the men will be killed, and the female cultivators will be spared to bear children for our Xianming clan. At this point, Si Cheng seemed to recall something, a smirk curling the corners of his mouth as he continued in a provocative tone. I hear that the wife of the Shu Mountain sect master is gentle and beautiful. I wouldn't mind taking her as my concubine. How dare you? You seek death. Hearing Si Cheng dare to insult the sect master's wife, the ancient ancestors of the Tang dynasty roared in anger and charged toward him. Foolish. Si Cheng narrowed his eyes, as if he had anticipated this, and slapped his palm forward. The powerful force sent the Tang dynasty ancestor and several other cultivators at the tribulation stage flying backward, spitting blood. He was a member of the Xianming clan, a cultivator who had already reached the 3rd layer of the tribulation stage tens of thousands of years ago. His foundational cultivation was incredibly deep and profound. How could he be compared to mere cultivators who had only cultivated for 1,000 years? Moreover, the 5 or 6 of the Tang dynasty's ancestors, the strongest among them only at the 2nd stage of the tribulation realm, were no match for a single opponent when combined. How pitifully weak. With such strength, you dare to call yourselves one of the top 10 powers of Central Earth? In front of our Xianming clan, you are utterly insignificant. With a single strike, he had injured several of the Tang dynasty's elders, leaving Si Cheng smirking triumphantly and laughing wildly. Is that so? At that moment, a cold and authoritative voice suddenly rang out. Who is it? Si Cheng's heart skipped a beat, sensing a strong sense of danger. But before he could react, a golden sword light appeared out of nowhere, sweeping forward with overwhelming force, cleaving him in two. His body hadn't even hit the ground before it was completely obliterated by the aftereffects of the sword energy. There was no chance to resist, let alone escape. This sudden scene startled everyone inside the Shu Mountain Hall. It's a sword cultivator elder. Suddenly, the true martial elder Lin Mu shouted out, recognizing the attacker as the sword cultivator who had been stationed at Shu Mountain. Chapter 114, A Single Thought, Sword Chi Kills. As Lin Mu's words fell, the golden sword light did not dissipate but instead condensed into a golden, slender, and powerful figure. Who else could it be but Zhao Fan? Earlier, when the Xianming clan envoy Si Cheng opened the Xianming clan chief's edict, Zhao Fan, who was cultivating inside the demon ceiling tower, had already sensed everything happening in the grand hall. A mere Xianming clan member dared to act so brazenly on Mount Shu, even daring to threaten to slaughter everyone on the mountain. What else could it be but a suicide mission? Greetings, senior sword cultivator. We pay our respects to the sword cultivator. Upon seeing Zhao Fan's figure, everyone in the hall, including the sect master Zhao Xiaotian, immediately bowed in reverence. Zhao Xiaotian's expression had been grim, but upon seeing his elder uncle take action, a smile instantly appeared on his face, and his previously tense body relaxed. A mere member of the Xianming clan dares to act so brazenly within the hall. If such an incident occurs again in the future, capture and execute him without mercy. Zhao Fan spoke with authority and coldness. Though he was merely a split form of his divine essence, the sword energy emanating from him filled everyone with deep reverence. As you command. From this day forward, let this serve as a new regulation. Zhao Xiaotian took a deep breath and spoke in a solemn and respectful tone. We shall strictly adhere to the edicts of the sword cultivator elders. The senior elders echoed in unison, their eyes fixed on Zhao Fan with intense admiration and reverence. What is going on? Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and asked calmly. Reporting to the sword cultivator, the situation is as follows. Before Zhao Xiaotian could speak, the seasoned and composed Jinwu elder Lin Mu briefly recounted the events that had occurred in recent days. The hall of Mount Shu was silent, with not a leaf stirring. Without Zhao Fan's orders, everyone remained kneeling on the ground, dared not rise. Send a message to the Xianming clan chief, giving him 3 days to come to the Shu Mountain Hall to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for personally leading my sword to flatten the Xianming clan. Zhao Fan's eyes blazed like a divine sword splitting the heavens, his overwhelming aura shaking the heavens. We obey your orders. Hearing Zhao Fan's resolute words, the people of Shu Mountain all revealed a look of fervor in their eyes. After decades of waiting, would the sword cultivator elders finally take action again? No one doubted Zhao Fan's abilities, for in the eyes of the Shu Mountain elders and disciples, the sword cultivator was the very embodiment of invincibility. Zhongzhu Zhao Xiaotian wore a delighted expression. Earlier, he had hesitated about whether to consult his own uncle regarding the Xianming clan, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. With his own uncle stepping forward personally, what could they possibly fear, even if they were facing an ancient, long-dormant power? On the same day, news spread that the envoys sent by the Xianming clan to Shu Mountain had been brutally killed, causing a stir throughout the region. What was most shocking was that the mysterious sword cultivator who had been dormant for 50 years on Shu Mountain spoke out personally, demanding that the leader of the Xianming clan come to Shu Mountain to apologize within 3 days, or else the entire Xianming clan would be wiped out with a single sword strike. As the news spread, people from all factions were left speechless. What does it mean to be domineering? What does it mean to be powerful? After all, the Xianming clan was currently at the peak of its power, having driven the 10 great sects of Central Plains into retreat, and was an ancient force sealed away for tens of thousands of years. Yet at this moment, the sword master from Shushan has specifically named the Xianming clan leader and demanded his personal appearance at Shushan to apologize. This is simply unimaginable. Many even believed that Shu Mountain had gone mad, and that the sword master from Shu Mountain had lost his mind. Slaughtering the Xianming clan's envoys and demanding that the clan leader come to apologize in person. Is that swordmaster from Shu Mountain just putting on a show, or does he truly have the backing to back it up? The Xianming clan is an ancient power sealed away for tens of thousands of years. Even a few ordinary clan members could easily injure me severely. As for the Xianming clan leader, he is truly enigmatic. Upon hearing the news, Yan Nantian, the sword saint of Qingyun sword sect, furrowed his brows deeply. 50 years had passed, and he was now stronger than when he had fought Zhao Fan, having reached the 5th layer of the Tribulation realm. However, in his recent clash with the Xianming clan, he had still been severely injured. If he hadn't escaped in time, he would have been finished. Although he acknowledged that the person from Shu Mountain was far stronger than him, he was still alone. Facing the ancient, long-dormant Xianming clan, he would likely suffer a severe defeat. It wasn't just Yen Nantian who felt this way, the other 9 major sects of Central Earth shared the same concerns. However, none of them have made their intentions clear. Currently, the Xianming clan is at the peak of its power, crushing everyone else under its might. If the cultivator from Shu Mountain can truly stand up to the Xianming clan, it would alleviate a great deal of pressure for them. All parties were watching and waiting, but most believed that Shu Mountain was doomed. After all, the Xianming clan was an ancient, sealed-off faction that had endured tens of thousands of years, with countless powerful members within its ranks, and its clan leader was utterly enigmatic. Although Shu Mountain is one of the 10 great sects of Central Earth, it still pales in comparison to the ancient power of the Xianming clan. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been retreating steadily all along. Xianming clan. You damned Shu Mountain. How dare you kill my brother Xicheng and challenge our entire Xianming clan? I don't think the clan leader needs to intervene. I'll take a few men and wipe out the entire Shu Mountain. We can kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and let the other 9 major sects of Central Plains see the consequences of continuing to oppose our Xianming clan. A burly man with a rugged appearance roared in a deep voice, his face bearing a striking resemblance to Xicheng, who had been killed at Shu Mountain. He was Sihu, a cultivator at the 5th layer of the tribulation stage, ranked among the top 20 strongest cultivators of the Xianming clan, far surpassing his younger brother Xicheng in strength. Sihu is correct. We of the Xianming clan must swiftly conquer the Earth God continent to gain the upper hand in the future struggle for the opportunity to become immortals. A mere Shu Mountain, a mere sword cultivator, dares to challenge our Xianming clan? We must annihilate him and his entire sect so that the world may see the true might of the Xianming clan. That's correct. Please issue the order, clan leader, and send troops immediately to annihilate Shu Mountain. In the cold and gloomy hall, the powerful members of the Xianming clan shouted angrily in unison. They were all powerful beings from tens of thousands of years ago, and they looked down upon the 10 great sects of Central Earth, let alone Shu Mountain among them. In their minds, crushing Shu Mountain was no different from crushing an ant. Since that is the case, Sihu, take a few men with you. Remember, leave no one alive. Standing tall in the hall was a towering figure, speaking coldly and ruthlessly. Understood. Please wait for my good news, clan chief, and everyone else. Sihu gave a savage grin, then led his men out of the hall with swift, purposeful strides. The Xianming clan's response was even faster than expected. That very night, Sihu arrived at the outskirts of Shu Mountain with 4 Xianming clan members. Is this Shu Mountain? Such a weak protective array, what could it possibly block? Sihu's face was rugged, his expression cold and menacing. He raised his hand and slapped out, unleashing a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy that transformed into a colossal hand spanning the sky, crashing down toward the entire Shu Mountain. This strike was terrifyingly powerful. Even a peer of equal strength would suffer severe injuries from a single hit. Trouble. Enemy attack. Before the gigantic hand could descend, the remaining 5 or 6 Transcendence Realm experts, including the ancient ancestor of the Tang dynasty, swiftly sensed the danger and burst forth from within Mount Shu. Attacked together. Upon seeing the colossal hand that seemed like the might of heaven, the Tang dynasty ancestor and the others all paled in shock. They gathered all their spiritual energy and unleashed their strongest attacks, attempting to block the enemy's assault. However, the Tang dynasty ancestor and the others were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the tribulation stage. Facing Sihu's casual strike, they couldn't even block it, let alone stop it. Bang, bang. The ancient patriarch of the Tang dynasty and the others were struck by the giant hand and slammed into the ground, while the entire Shu Mountain protective array collapsed under Sihu's single strike. The entire Shu Mountain shook violently, the earth cracked layer by layer, and it was about to be destroyed under that colossal hand that obscured the sky. At that critical moment, Zhao Fan, who had been trapped in the demon ceiling tower, suddenly opened his deep eyes. Across the endless distance, with a single thought, he formed an invisible sword chi that sliced through the layers of space, shattering the terrifying giant hand with a single strike. The sword energy did not waver, continuing to charge toward Sihu and the other Xianming clan members. This is bad. Sihu and the other Xianming clan members felt a chill run down their spines, sensing the bone-piercing coldness. They all rushed forward to counter, but this sword energy was like a strike from an immortal sword cultivator. Though it seemed insignificant in appearance, its power was boundless. Puff, puff. The sword energy fell mercilessly. Sihu and the others stared in disbelief as their bodies cracked like shattered porcelain, covered in countless fissures. With a loud bang, they disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. Led by Sihu, 1 at the 5th level of the Tribulation Realm and 4 at the 4th level, a total of 5 Xianming clan members were brutally killed on the spot. Chapter 115, All-Out Assault, over 300,000 demon cultivators. With a single flick of his sword, he severed the 5 Xianming clan cultivators at the 5th stage of the Tribulation Realm from an endless distance. Though this scene seemed astonishing, to Zhao Fan, it was merely a trivial matter done casually. The Xianming clan is truly laughable. They dared to target Mount Shu with just a few mosquito-like creatures? Zhao Fan's eyes were deep and calm as he muttered to himself. He did not continue to pay attention to the events outside, instead refocusing his mind on cultivation. With the world growing increasingly chaotic, the only true path to victory was to seize every moment to enhance his strength. Only by becoming stronger could he face any ancient, long-forgotten forces or other demons and monsters with complete confidence. See who is dead. He died outside Mount Shu. What exactly happened? In the Grand Hall of the Xianming clan, the news of Sihu's death reached the clan's high-ranking members first, and they all wore expressions of disbelief and shock. Although Sihu was not among the top-tier warriors of the Xianming clan, his overall strength ranked among the top 20 within the clan. He had only just left a short while ago, yet he had already died outside Shu Mountain? Reporting to the clan leader. Sihu and the others didn't even make it past the gates of Shu Mountain before they were killed by a single sword chi. They had no chance to fight back. A member of the Xianming clan reported solemnly. With just a single sword chi, he killed 5 of our Xianming clan members. It seems that the sword cultivator from Shu Mountain truly possesses formidable abilities. No wonder he dares to challenge our entire Xianming clan. Good, very good, excellent. The Xianming clan chief stood tall and imposing, resembling a demon god, emanating a terrifying aura. He repeated the word good 3 times, his tone filled with unspeakable anger. Transmit my orders. Tomorrow, the entire Xianming clan will mobilize. Simultaneously, summon disciples and followers from the major demonic sects to accompany me to Shu Mountain. I will let the entire world witness the tragic fate that awaits those who dare to kill my clan members. I will ensure that everyone within Mount Shu suffers a fate worse than death. The Xianming clan chief's roar echoed out to the 9th heaven. The next day, the Xianming clan mobilized all its forces, with over 1,000 cultivators who had survived the tribulation, each emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Led by the clan leader, they set off toward Shu Mountain. Following closely behind were several major demonic sects summoned by the Xianming clan, whose combined forces numbered over 300,000 demon cultivators. They spread out like a vast sea, surging forward like a tidal wave, heading toward the direction of Shu Mountain. Such a massive commotion was immediately detected by all the major factions. In the main hall of Shu Mountain, the elders who had received the news immediately gathered here to discuss countermeasures with the sect master, Zhao Xiaotian. Master, the Xianming clan has over 1,000 cultivators at the tribulation stage, along with several major demonic sects, totaling over 300,000 demon cultivators. They are already approaching the borders of our Shu Mountain and will reach the mountain foot in less than half an hour. What should we do now? That's the entire Xianming clan, with over 1,000 cultivators at the tribulation stage. Even if we have our sword cultivator elders here, he's only one person. Can we possibly hold them off? The elders were nearly in a state of chaos. Though they had been confident earlier, facing the Xianming clan's full force, they struggled to maintain their composure. After all, this was the entire Xianming clan, an ancient power that had endured tens of thousands of years of history. To put it simply, those 1,000+ cultivators at the tribulation stage across the entire Central Plains, even if the 10 major sects joined forces, they might not be able to stop them. The elders of Shu Mountain were truly panicking. The power of the Xianming clan far exceeded everyone's imagination. What's there to panic about? With a sword cultivator elder personally overseeing the situation, even if the entire Xianming clan were to attack, we of Shu Mountain would still have nothing to fear. At this critical moment, the sect master Zhao Xiaotian spoke firmly, taking charge of the situation. Though he spoke with unwavering confidence, deep down he felt uneasy. But to maintain stability, he forced himself to remain composed. You're right. Besides, it's just a rumor. How could the Xianming clan possibly have 1,000 cultivators at the tribulation stage? I think they're just putting on a show. We are the prestigious Shu Mountain. If it comes down to it, we'll fight them to the death. We can't panic here. Jinwu elder Lin Mu also spoke up in agreement, signaling everyone to calm down. After hearing the words of the sect master Zhao Xiaotian and the elder Lin Mu, the other elders, who had been tense and anxious, quickly regained their composure. True martial elder is correct. The Xianming clan may not have 1,000 cultivators at the tribulation stage. Even if they do, our Shu Mountain must never surrender. We must fight to the end. The remaining 5 or 6 Transcendence Realm experts, including the Great Tang Ancestor, also stepped forward to make their stance clear. The Xianming clan has gone too far, and their actions are typical of the demonic path. If they were to capture Shu Mountain, not a single person would survive. Master, please issue your orders. Lin Mu took a deep breath and looked intently at the sect master, Zhao Xiaotian. The other elders did the same. Zhao Xiaotian's expression was resolute. He waved his hand decisively and declared in a solemn voice, "Transmit my edict, summon all disciples and followers of the sect. We will fight the Xianming clan with all our strength. No matter the outcome, Shu Mountain must never surrender. The sect master is wise. Fight to the death, never surrender." Within the grand hall of Shu Mountain, every elder spoke with a resounding voice. Half an hour later, outside the gates of Shu Mountain, under the personal command of the sect leader Zhao Xiaotian, over 200,000 disciples and followers had gathered here. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, the entire mountain gate area began to tremble and shake. At the same time, countless figures appeared on the horizon, spreading out like a tidal wave, rushing toward them from the distance. They're here. Jinwu Elder Lin Mu's expression darkened as he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, all the elders and disciples of Shu Mountain immediately looked in the direction of the sound, only to see countless demon cultivators rushing toward them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, figures with astonishing auras descended from the sky in an unending stream. In just a dozen breaths, over 300,000 figures had gathered outside the gates of Shu Mountain, their terrifying aura causing the surrounding void to constantly warp and crack. Before the countless demon cultivators stood over 1,000 figures with depths as profound as abysses. They were all powerful members of the Xianning clan, each possessing a cultivation level above the first layer of the tribulation realm. At the very front of all the Xianning clan members stood a middle-aged man with wild, black hair. He was towering in stature, resembling a majestic ancient divine mountain. Even standing there motionless, the aura he inadvertently emitted caused all the disciples of Shu Mountain to feel an overwhelming sense of suffocation. He was none other than the clan leader of the Xianning clan, Tai Tsung.